Xianling continent. In the Yuanling County of the Great Chu dynasty, joyous cries echoed through the Chen residence. Congratulations, old ancestor, it is a young master. A newborn's wail resounded through the estate. A maid cradled a baby boy in her arms and offered her congratulations to the handsome young man before her. Reward, you shall be heavily rewarded. Chen Feng laughed heartily, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he looked at the tiny infant in the maid's embrace. Congratulations to the host on obtaining a descendant with a spiritual root for the first time. Reward 300 inheritance points and 50 years of pure cultivation. Sitting in the seat of honor, Chen Feng listened to the voice that rang out in his mind, a flash of delight passing across his face. At last the first spring has blossomed. My years of painstaking sowing were not in vain. Chen Feng sighed softly. In more than 30 years, he had only this one descendant born with a spiritual root. After all, the probability of conceiving a child with a spiritual root with an ordinary mortal woman was exceedingly low. To have this first success was already a stroke of extraordinary fortune. It was entirely different with a Tao partner who possessed a spiritual root. As one's cultivation increased, the probability of begetting gifted offspring would rise as well. With mortals, however, the chance was perhaps 1 in several thousand. He had crossed into the Xianling continent more than 50 years ago, rejected by the sects and left outside their gates. Relying on his inferior spiritual root, he had clawed his way step by step to where he stood today. Had he not obtained a so-called family inheritance system, he might already have turned to a pile of dry bones. This system was somewhat peculiar. Its main quest was actually for him to develop his clan following the principle of siring as many offspring as possible. The stronger the family grew, the more feedback he himself would receive. Thinking back on these years, Chen Feng recalled his struggles in this world. By now he already had more than 20 descendants. The eldest was over 20, and he even had 7 or 8 grandchildren. His clan had begun to take shape, and within the Great Chu dynasty the Chen family already enjoyed a modest reputation. After all, he was at the very least a cultivator. Cultivators were rarely seen within the royal dynasty. At present, Chen Feng was the only cultivator in his clan. Precisely because he was a cultivator, he could establish a foothold in this world and pursue the grand plan of expanding his family. Thinking of this, Chen Feng grew somewhat emotional. System claimed the reward. Ding, reward claimed successfully. A surge of pure energy poured into his dantian, and his body began to transform. His aura steadily climbed, finally stabilizing at the 7th level of qi refining. Only 1 level. Chen Feng sighed. As expected, the higher one's realm, the harder cultivation became, and the greater the demands on one's aptitude. To raise a single level like this, if he were to cultivate slowly on his own, would require over 20 years, even with the aid of rare heavenly treasures. As for bitter cultivation, without such aid there was no need to even mention it. Fortunately, the system had extended his lifespan. Even if he had to endure by sheer persistence, he could still wrest a few more levels of cultivation from the years. His lifespan now reached 350 years, while those at Foundation establishment at best lived to roughly the same length. Lacking talent, he could rely on experience and time, then make up the rest through numerous high-quality offspring. Moreover, there was a truly terrifying aspect to this system. So long as his descendants cultivated, they could feed back power to him. Though there were no real results, yet what if in the future he had 10, 100, or even 10,000 descendants who stepped onto the path of cultivation? Would he not be able to soar while lying down? He truly would be their old ancestor in more than name alone. Now that he had reached the 7th level of qi refining and stepped into the late stage of the realm, he could begin planning to take a Tao partner who was also a cultivator. After all, he had already tasted the sweetness of siring a descendant with a spiritual root. How many rewards would he receive once he had 10 such descendants? And what about 100? Thus, having many children and ensuring superior offspring was the true path to development. With this decided, Chen Feng waved his hand, instructing the maid to return the newborn to his birth mother. After everyone withdrew, he opened his system panel. Name Chen Feng. Realm 7th level of qi refining. Cultivation arts 10,000 spirits. Longevity art pure yang art 8 desolation palm. Lifespan 320 years. Inheritance points 350. Family members 34. Descendants with spiritual roots 1. Main quest: expand the clan to 100 members and enter the upper class of Yuanling County incomplete. Side quest: take a cultivator as wife incomplete. Family reputation 120 within 50 li. Who does not know the Chen family? Achievement: head of the household. Gazing at his panel, Chen Feng pondered for a moment, then summoned a servant and instructed, pass down the order. Tonight, we shall hold a family banquet. Every member must attend. After giving his orders, Chen Feng strode toward the quarters of his concubine. Seeing Yuan Mei exhausted after childbirth, he stepped forward and channeled longevity, true qi, into her body. Her complexion quickly improved. Chen Feng felt a trace of tenderness which slowly faded with the passing of time. Night fell. Lanterns blazed throughout the Chen residence as all the Chen descendants returned home. On the main seat, Chen Feng announced that another child had been added to the first generation of his descendants. The child was named Chen Chuling, symbolizing the first descendant in the clan to be born with a spiritual root. Countless descendants looked up at the high platform, their gazes filled with reverence or awe as they regarded the dignified and imposing Chen Feng, listening quietly to his address. At every family gathering, he would proclaim important matters. Churinyu and Chuming may now expand the Chen family's business throughout Yuanling County. No need to hold back on account of those other clans. If they dare play any petty tricks, inform me. His calm voice resounded through the hall. Hearing their names, Chen Churin and Chen Chuming rose to their feet and replied respectfully, "Understood, father." Below the platform, the two men, each around 30 years of age, spoke with utmost respect. As they looked toward Chen Feng on high, their eyes shone with admiration. They knew that for their usually cautious father to make such bold moves, there could be only one reason: Chen Feng's cultivation had grown strong enough that he no longer feared his former competitors. These were Chen Feng's first generation of descendants, the earliest to be born. Yet none of them possessed spiritual roots. They could only practice a bit of martial arts and help expand the family enterprises. "Chu, we can expand the scale of our Chen family martial hall as well. I will not disappoint father's expectations." A middle-aged man with a powerful, blazing, pure yang vitality and a stern countenance stood up and replied respectfully to Chen Feng. At the same time, a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. Noticing the scale of Chen Chu's blood and qi, Chen Feng felt a surge of emotion. Chen Chu's martial aptitude was excellent, clever, diligent, and his martial cultivation had reached the realm of a grandmaster. Ordinary qi refining cultivators would gain little advantage if he managed to get in close. It is a pity that without a spiritual root, he cannot step onto the path of cultivation and escape the fate of life and death. The immortal and the mortal were worlds apart. No matter how powerful a mortal's martial prowess, after 100 years, he was nothing more than a grave of dry bones and a handful of yellow earth. By contrast, one who stepped onto the path of cultivation could live 120 years, even at the first level of qi refining, and at the peak of qi refining could approach a lifespan of 200 years. Chen Feng gazed deeply at his first generation of descendants. They were still young now, but what about in 20 years, 50 years? Furthermore, the birth plan must be fully implemented. Every Chen descendant must produce at least 5 children in their lifetime. The reward scheme is to be carried out alongside it. Yes. As Chen Feng's majestic voice fell, all of his descendants stood up and answered respectfully. To them, their fathers or grandfathers' decision was only natural. If the clan wished to prosper, its numbers had to flourish. They had no objections to any of Chen Feng's decisions, especially the first generation. Their reverence and veneration for him were absolute. After arranging these matters, Chen Feng returned to his own hall. Once these decisions were put into practice, the Chen family would surely rise into the first rank within Yuanling County. Chen Feng took out a list on which 7 or 8 families were recorded. These were the clans that competed with the Chens. He looked at the first name on the list. The Wang family had 2 qi refining cultivators sitting in town, the strongest at the 6th level of qi refining. They were the Chen family's fiercest competitors. The others were not far behind in strength. For a family to develop, resources were indispensable: wealth, partners, cultivation arts, and land. "I shall wait for you to make a move." Chen Feng silently drew a red circle around the Wang family. With his 7th level qi refining cultivation, he now ranked among the mid-tier powers in Yuanling County. So long as he did not provoke those far above him, he would be fine. However, once he stepped beyond Yuanling County, his current cultivation would no longer be worth mentioning. Not to mention that above him, there were still a whole group of peak qi refinement experts, and even foundation establishment cultivators suppressing everything from above. Chen Feng pondered inwardly. This matter could be done, but it could not be done on too large a scale. Otherwise, once those peak qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators made a move, he would be utterly helpless. In the end, it still comes down to strength. Chen Feng muttered, his gaze turning steely. Open the inheritance mall. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the system, and he still possessed 350 inheritance points, enough to exchange for some items. Foundation establishment pill, 300 inheritance points. Can increase the probability of breaking through to foundation establishment by 50%. Heaven spirit fruit, 400 inheritance points. It can grant a pseudo-spirit root to one without spirit roots and strengthen the spirit root of one who already possesses it. Note: each person may consume only 1. Additional doses are ineffective. Longevity extension pill, 50 inheritance points. Can extend lifespan by 10 years, only 1 per person, ineffective for those at foundation establishment and above. Alchemy experience, 10 inheritance points for 5 years. Chen Feng let his gaze rest upon the alchemy experience entry. With his current inheritance points, he could redeem a full 175 years of alchemy experience. What an utterly terrifying notion. It would be enough to allow someone with no foundation whatsoever to leap into the ranks of alchemists, at the very least becoming a first-grade alchemist. Yet in the end, Chen Feng still tore his reluctant gaze away from the alchemy experience. In this world, cultivation techniques were equally of paramount importance. Drawing in a deep breath, Chen Feng spoke softly, exchange for the upper volume of the pure yang immortal art. Ding, 320 inheritance points successfully deducted. Streams of information poured into his mind. Chen Feng's blood and qi surged violently, and a wave of pure yang energy burst forth from his body. His entire physical body felt as though it were encircled by a ring of raging flames. Moments later, the inheritance completed, and at the same time, he directly comprehended the pure yang immortal art. For the time being, I no longer need to worry about techniques, he murmured. Although the pure yang immortal art was only the upper volume, it was nevertheless a technique that led straight to the golden core realm. For a minor obscure cultivator like Chen Feng, what an immense surprise this was. In this world, countless people possessed decent talent, yet, because they lacked techniques to advance further, they were trapped at their current realm until they grew old and died. Cultivation methods were the most precious assets of every power and were guarded with utmost strictness. The techniques and cultivation knowledge circulating on the open market were far from profound. If news that he possessed such a technique were to leak, those lofty foundation establishment cultivators would discard all pretenses and personally make a move. How irresistible would the temptation of such a cultivation art be to them? Time flew past like a fleeting steed, and 10 years slipped by. Within Yuanling County, undercurrents were surging in the dark. Over these 10 years, the newly risen cultivation clan, the Chen family, bared its fangs and struck with heavy blows, expanding madly. They even annexed and devoured a small cultivation clan. During this decade, aside from personally taking action to eliminate a minor clan whose strongest member was only at the 4th level of qi refinement, Chen Feng also took more than a dozen new wives. The first generation of offspring increased by more than 30 in number. Counting the grandchildren as well, the clan's total population had already reached 98, just one step away from the threshold of 100. However, from this point on, the Chen family's population would undoubtedly explode. After all, both the first and second batches of the first generation had all come of age. Some of the grandchildren of the first batch had even reached adulthood. At this time, within the Wang family estate, a group of high-ranking members had gathered together. In my opinion, eldest brother, it is time for us to act. The Chen family's development has far exceeded expectations. They have even swallowed up a considerable portion of our industries. A middle-aged man addressed Wang Xing, who sat at the head of the hall. Over these 10 years, the Chen family had gone mad, shattering the former peace of mutual non-interference and forcing the Wang family's martial hall into a state of talent depletion. They have even seized quite a few of our spirit fields. Relying on Chen Chu, a martial grandmaster, the Chen family had secured a place among the top 3 martial halls in Yuanling County and had even reached out to seize the spirit fields under the Wang family's control. This Chen family bullies us far too much. Their household has only Chen Feng at the 6th level of qi refinement, yet they dare to be so arrogant. A man radiating powerful blood and qi spoke through gritted teeth, then respectfully addressed the 2 figures at the head. I beg the 2 ancestors to act and suppress the Chen family's arrogance. Seated in the main position, Wang Xing silently listened to the discussion below. The martial hall and the spirit fields were the Wang family's primary sources of spirit stones. The Chen family's actions had already struck at their very foundations, and Wang Xing's face was filled with fury. Chen Feng, you brat. If not for the fact that we both walked the path of cultivation, how could you have remained so unscathed? Wang Xing growled. Second brother, make preparations and lead our clan's martial experts. We will annihilate the Chen family in one stroke. Yes, eldest brother, the gloomy-faced man beside him nodded. In this world, the law of the jungle reigned supreme. The strong claimed all. If Chen Feng did not possess the strength of the 6th level of qi refinement, they would have acted long ago. At this moment, within the Chen family manor, Chen Feng rose slowly from his seat. So they are finally about to move? He stood up unhurriedly. The imperial court's restraints on cultivators were lax. As long as they did not go too far and did not harm too many ordinary people, it would not interfere. Chu will be ready to take over when the time comes, Chen Feng instructed, then stepped out through the door. At the Wang family estate, everything was already prepared and ready to depart. Wang Xing looked over his clan's warriors and nodded slightly. Set out, Wang Xing commanded. Second brother, when the time comes, the 2 of us will pin down Chen Feng together and strive to kill him. Understood, the gloomy man answered with a nod. At that moment, Chen Feng's voice resounded from the skies above the Wang estate. Taoist Wang Xing, I trust you have been well, he said. Dressed in white, Chen Feng descended into the courtyard, smiling as he looked at him. Attack! Wang Xing exchanged a glance with the gloomy man. They had not anticipated Chen Feng's arrival. Since you have come, you can forget about leaving. They understood well that too many words only led to mistakes. Without any more nonsense, they unleashed their full strength from the very first move. With a thunderous shout, Wang Xing and the gloomy man rushed at Chen Feng. Chen Feng raised both hands, a long sword falling neatly into his grip as the aura of the 7th level of qi refinement erupted from him. Not good. How did you break through so quickly? Wang Xing's eyes widened in shock. Feeling the pressure bearing down on him, fear stirred in his heart, and he immediately turned to flee. In the cultivation world, realms were distinct and absolute. Each step higher brought a tremendous leap in strength. Aside from a few heaven-blessed geniuses who could barely fight across realms, ordinary people like them could only be utterly helpless even before someone just one level above. With a sickening thud, Chen Feng struck, severing the gloomy man's head with a single sword stroke. With only the 4th level of qi refinement, he was not even able to withstand one exchange with Chen Feng. Pure yang true qi surged as Chen Feng's figure flickered, and he closed the distance to Wang Xing in an instant. You cannot escape, he said calmly. Another wet thud sounded. Catching a flaw in Wang Xing's defense, Chen Feng struck cleanly and turned to look at the surrounding members of the Wang clan. Holding his sword in one hand, he swept forward like a gust of wind. Only the hiss of blades cutting through flesh could be heard. What followed was one-sided slaughter in front of a higher realm cultivator. Ordinary people, even martial artists, were akin to nuclear weapons facing a mere flock of sheep. When the Wang family's elite lay entirely dead, Chen Feng stood with his sword on his back, gazing at the carpet of corpses without a trace of pity. For the growth of a clan slaughter was inevitable. The cultivation world cared nothing for sentiment. If one wished to develop, one had to seize, one had to fight. For a single general's success, 10,000 bones lay dry. Among the fallen were no few powerful martial artists, yet in the end the divide between mortal and immortal could not be bridged. They were not even worth a single strike. After collecting some useful items, Chen Feng left the Wang estate. Soon after, flames roared into the sky from within the Wang compound, and cries of killing rose in a chaotic uproar. By the time dawn broke, Chen family disciples were already cleaning up the battlefield. The Wang family had perished. The Chen family's name rang out once more, and every cultivation clan in Yuanling County received the news. Meanwhile, news that Chen Feng had reached the 7th level of qi refinement was also placed on the desks of every clan. Half a month later, envoys arrived from the Pei family, another cultivation clan. Within the Chen family manor, Chen Feng received the head of the Pei family, an aged cultivator. His cultivation was at the 7th level of qi refinement, and after more than 150 years of life, his remaining days were few. Behind the Pei family head stood a female cultivator at the 2nd level of qi refinement, half hiding behind him as she furtively observed Chen Feng. Patriarch Pei, you mean to propose a marriage alliance with me? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised as he looked at the Pei family head below. The proposed marriage partner was none other than himself and the granddaughter standing behind the old man. Indeed, Patriarch Chen is no ordinary figure. Knowing that my days are numbered, I wish to entrust my granddaughter Pei Yinyin to your care, the Pei family head said. In truth, he was staking everything on a single daring gamble. Hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He had been wondering where he might find a fellow cultivator to take as a Dao companion, and now one had delivered herself to his door. After all, if both parents were cultivators, the chances of producing descendants with spirit roots were far higher. Chen Feng's gaze rested upon Pei Yinyin, a woman who stood gracefully, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an ethereal aura. Her appearance was undeniably exquisite. The head of the Pei family was quite clear in his intentions, fearing that without himself the Pei family would perish. After all, once he was gone, Pei Yinyin was the only one left in the Pei family, and as a second-tier qi refinement practitioner, she could do little. She might even be subject to scrutiny, as finding a female cultivator as a partner was exceedingly difficult. The head of the Pei family regarded him highly naturally because of his previously showcased 7th-tier qi refinement strength after slaying 2 members of the Wang family. Having only practiced for 50 years, he had already reached the 7th tier of qi refinement, and there was a possibility he might break through to foundation establishment in the future. Even if he did not succeed, reaching the 9th or even 10th tier of qi refinement would suffice to provide a good environment for his granddaughter. This could be seen as an investment or a form of exchange. After contemplating the pros and cons, Chen Feng agreed. Seeing Chen Feng's agreement, the head of the Pei family sighed in relief and said to Pei Yinyin, go and familiarize yourself with the head of the Chen family. Pei Yinyin's cheeks flushed as she looked at Chen Feng, who was smiling gently at her from the high platform, resembling a refined young man. It seems that marrying into a family isn't so terrifying after all. Chen Feng's appearance and gentle demeanor made her heart race. The head of the Pei family quietly exited the main hall, leaving the two alone. Chen Feng was naturally pleased to meet her, walking over to Pei Yinyin. Chen Feng, your future husband. Chen Feng smiled widely, looking at her with warmth. Faced with the sudden aura of a man, she felt somewhat flustered. After being discovered to have spiritual roots, she had been cultivating at home, never having come into contact with other unfamiliar men. This left her at a loss, and soon Chen Feng directly took her delicate hand. "Let's go, I will show you around the house." Thus Pei Yin was led away by Chen Feng strolling through the estate. They chatted about trivial matters, getting to know each other, but nothing beyond that transpired. This gradually increased Pei Yin's fondness for Chen Feng as they moved through the Chen family's territory like a pair of golden boys and jade maidens. Soon it was evening. Chen Feng leaned close to her ear, speaking softly. "Yin, it is getting late. You should return to your grandfather. I will send someone to marry you." Upon hearing this, Pei Yin's face flushed bright red, resembling a ripe apple, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Pei Yin nodded, gently, reluctantly parting from Chen Feng's side and returning with the head of the Pei family. Chen Feng watched them leave, taking the matter of etiquette very seriously. All of the wives and concubines in his household were legally recognized, and no one was treated unfairly. Chen Feng placed great importance on his first partner and immediately began making arrangements. 15 days later, Chen Feng of the Chen family would marry Pei Yin of the Pei family. In no time, all the forces allied with the Chen family in the county received invitations. The marriage alliance between the Chen and Pei families stirred quite a commotion. Half a month later, the Chen residence was adorned with lights and decorations. Among the guests present, more than 10 cultivation families had come, some testing the waters regarding Chen Feng, while many wished to establish good relations with him. After all, with Chen Feng's 7th-tier Qi refinement cultivation, he barely qualified as part of the upper echelon of Yuanling County. Given his age and cultivation level, he might even have a chance to break through to foundation establishment in the future, making him all the more attractive. Some guests present exchanged glances, observing the beautiful couple at the wedding. "I heard that the head of the Chen family, Chen Feng, loves beautiful women." At this moment, a deep voice resonated from outside the main hall. "The Li family of Yuanling congratulates fellow Taoist Chen." The Li family of Yuanling. The expressions of some members of the cultivation families changed, and Chen Feng on the high platform also looked over. A foundation establishment family. Everyone present was very familiar with this name. This was one of the few foundation establishment families in Yuanling County. It was unexpected that a lofty foundation establishment family would send someone to attend the wedding of a family that barely ranked as a 7th-tier Qi refinement family. This was truly unbelievable. Chen Feng looked at the newcomer, who was from the direct line of the Li family and held 7th-tier Qi refinement cultivation, the highest among the guests present aside from himself. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. He had little interaction with those from foundation establishment families, so what was the purpose of their visit? After all, he was merely a 7th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. "Sure, and take a seat." However, as a guest, Chen Feng paid his respects before continuing with the ceremony. Once the ceremony was completed and the bride was sent to the bridal chamber, Chen Feng approached the group of cultivation families. After dealing with the formalities, Chen Feng walked over to where the Li family members were seated. "Fellow Taoist." Chen Feng took a seat beside them, and the Li family members did not display the haughty attitude expected from a foundation establishment family. Yet there was not much conversation. They cut to the chase, saying, "Head of the Chen family, I, the head of the Li family, have heard of your deeds and greatly admire such a talented individual like you. It is said that you entered Yuanling County alone and achieved such accomplishments in just over 50 years. You are welcome to visit my Li family sometime." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng looked at the Li family member, and his mind began to race. Entering the foundation establishment family sites so quickly was not necessarily a good thing, at least not at this moment. However, since this person has come as a representative of the Li family and their attitude seems acceptable, it likely won't be a bad thing. Not attending would disrespect them and could lead to animosity, which would be unwise. Chen Feng thought to himself and made a decision, nodding. "This month I will accompany my new wife, but next month I will visit the elders of the Li family." As for why next month, one reason is to accompany my new wife, while the other is to enhance my own foundation. Although the head of the Li family is not at foundation establishment, he is at least a 10th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. If something unexpected occurs, it could help me escape with my life. Chen Feng considered all potential downsides and made several preparations. He did not believe that the Li family was as they claimed to be, simply wanting to meet a talented individual. They were likely harboring ulterior motives. After seeing off the guests present, Chen Feng entered the bridal chamber. Looking at the somewhat nervous Pei Yin sitting on the edge of the bed, he walked over, took her hand, and softly said, "I have arrived." That night, the red candles flickered and the dragon and phoenix intertwined. The sounds of their struggle were intense, and the bed shook. In this contest, the strong dragon ultimately dominated the phoenix with overwhelming force. Pei Yin's eyes were dazed, breathing heavily. The shadows of the candlelight revealed her flawless beauty, enchanting and captivating. Chen Feng, with a look of lingering desire, felt her warmth as his body pressed down on hers. She playfully scolded, "Pervert." Before she could finish, she began to drift into a daze. Thus, the marriage alliance between the Chen and Pei families was completed, and Chen Feng's first partner was successfully brought into his fold. Meanwhile, the silence system chimed, indicating the completion of the task. Ding side quest completed. Reward: 20 years of pure cultivation, 100% guaranteed. Elixir 1, 20 inheritance points. A chime echoed. Side quest activated. As the patriarch of a clan, how could one submit to another? The Chen clan shall never be enslaved. As dawn broke, Chen Feng gently covered the exhausted Pei Yinyin with a blanket and slipped quietly from their newlywed chamber. Claim reward. Na chime resonated. Reward claimed successfully. A surge of pure, refined energy flowed into Chen Feng's body, instantly dissolving his fatigue and leaving him utterly refreshed. His cultivation steadily ascended. His true energy grew increasingly dense and refined, until it halted precisely at the threshold of breakthrough. Still lacking just a sliver, Chen Feng murmured softly. He sensed his cultivation had reached perfect completion at the 7th tier of qi refinement, and with but a moment's final refinement, he would surely ascend to the next realm. His overall strength had increased by over 30%. Yet Chen Feng remained deeply dissatisfied with the system's assessment. 20 years of pure cultivation. Had he trained unaided, he would long since have transcended this stage. Still, upon learning that the system's evaluation was grounded entirely in innate aptitude, meditation efficiency, in absorbing heavenly qi and environmental constraints, he reluctantly accepted it. After all, Yuanling Commandery possessed only a single first-tier spirit vein, its spiritual energy faint, scarce, and barely sufficient to absorb such meager qi for 20 years and achieve this much. Chen Feng exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air, his gaze lifting toward the rising sun. His clan, like this nascent dawn, would one day blaze across the heavens. With a flicker of light in his right palm, a fragrant pill materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, Chen Feng swallowed it whole and turned his gaze toward the sprawling manor behind him. The great vow remains unfulfilled. Much more effort is still required. 1 month passed swiftly. During this time, Chen Feng devoted most of his days to accompanying Pei Yinyin, helping her settle seamlessly into her new surroundings. Moreover, welcome news arrived as expected. Pei Yinin's monthly cycle had long since ceased. Likewise, over a dozen of Chen Feng's consorts shared the same sign. After soothing and supporting them, Chen Feng sought out Chen Chu. He handed him a manual. "Chu, this is the culmination of decades of my personal refinement, the pure yang art elevated to its utmost profundity, sufficient to reach the legendary Grandmaster realm I once theorized." This was the result of Chen Feng spending every last inheritance point to elevate the martial art, pure yang art, along a high martial trajectory. "Father." Tears glistened in Chen Chu's eyes as he accepted it. Chen Feng chuckled and chided, "Look at you, grown man, yet still wearing that expression. Go now, master this enhanced pure yang art thoroughly. Though the martial path has long been scorned as arduous and inferior, discarded by others as trivial, I believe in you. You will forge an entirely new path through martial cultivation." "Yes, father." Chen Chu's voice trembled. He had never imagined his father held him in such esteem, devoting over a decade not only to him, but to every member of their clan, charting an unprecedented future. "Fine lad," Chen Feng smiled, then turned and walked away, leaving Chen Chu standing in silent reverence until his father's figure vanished beyond the horizon. "I will never betray your faith, father. So what if I lack a spiritual root? What does it matter? Even without one eye, Chen Chu shall stand no less tall than any other." Meanwhile, after settling family affairs, Chen Feng departed for the Li clan. At that moment, before the Li residence, he presented a formal visiting card to the gate guard. "I am Chen Feng of the Chen clan. I request an audience with the Li patriarch." The guard, merely a mundane martial artist, dared not slight this celestial figure who had descended from the heavens. Within 2 minutes, the Li clan's direct heir, who had previously visited the Chen residence, appeared before Chen Feng. "Clan patriarch Chen, please follow me." He gestured for Chen Feng to accompany him. "Might I inquire your honored name, Taoist friend?" And the Li heir paused briefly before replying, "Li Yi," and Taoist friend Li Yi. And swiftly the two traversed the estate, arriving before a towering, imposing manor. "The patriarch awaits you inside. You may enter freely." Hearing this, Chen Feng nodded and stepped forward. Soon, passing along a winding path beside rockeries and lotus ponds, he entered a pavilion at the garden's heart, and beheld an elder with snow-white hair and the rosy complexion of youth radiating vigor and vitality. Chen Feng studied him, the elder's cultivation depth utterly unfathomable. He knew instantly this was Li Hu, patriarch of the Li clan, a 10th-tier qi refiner. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng strode inside. meeting the elder's gaze with unwavering composure as he sat upright before the tea table. Chen Feng of the Chen clan pays respects to senior patriarch Li Hu. Li Hu raised an eyebrow in quiet surprise. Chen Feng's poise earned his genuine regard. Other minor clan patriarchs upon seeing him would grovel at his feet. Yet Chen Feng stood apart, distinct, unyielding. Sit. And Li Hu gave a slight nod. Chen Feng accepted without pretense and seated himself directly across from him. Drink tea. Li Hu slid a cup toward him, its surface perfectly still, its aroma rich and delicate. Many thanks, senior patriarch, for this gracious offering. Chen Feng accepted the cup, but inwardly wondered what was Li Hu's true intent. Li Hu remained silent, watching him intently. How do you find the flavor of this tea? In tea appreciation was one of Chen Feng's quiet passions. After a thoughtful pause, he replied, elegant and refined. Fragrant, yet never cloying, soothing the spirit with a subtle bitterness yielding to lingering sweetness. A truly rare and exquisite brew. Well said. Li Hu nodded approvingly, glancing at Chen Feng with newfound respect. Then tell me, do you know why I summoned you here? Chen Feng lifted his gaze and shook his head gently. I do not. Pray enlighten me, senior patriarch. Li Hu smiled faintly and began. The Li clan has stood sovereign in Yuanling commandery for over a millennium. Do you know why we endure? Chen Feng paused inwardly, then answered, because generation after generation the Li clan produces extraordinary talents. Its prestige unshaken, its stars ever bright. Ha! Li Hu laughed heartily. Clever lad, and yet beyond this, we possess another foundational pillar. Li Hu's gaze locked on Chen Feng, his voice low and deliberate. It is our open embrace of talent. Beyond the main lineage, 13 vassal clans serve us, and over 20 external cultivators pledge allegiance to the Li name. Chen Feng's heart tightened. His earlier suspicions, now confirmed by the system's newly issued side quest, crystallized into certainty. Vassal clans were nothing but leash dogs. No, worse, their descendants too would be born into perpetual servitude. His expression darkened. If this is your purpose, I must decline. He met Li Hu's gaze squarely. Oh, I admire your courage. You are indeed intelligent. But you should not have spoken those words. You know full well the consequence of refusal. Li Hu's eyes narrowed, studying Chen Feng's grim countenance. I know it well, yet I bear responsibility for my descendants. This matter is non-negotiable. Chen Feng rose, his voice resounding with unshakable resolve as he fixed his gaze upon Li Hu. Li Hu's brow furrowed deeper, his silent pressure pressing down like a mountain's weight. He had not anticipated outright rejection, nor such absolute defiance. Gazing upon Chen Feng's unbroken, resolute visage, he scoffed inwardly. Do you grasp how many would kill for this chance? To join the Li clan, bask beneath our protection, and receive cultivation resources we ourselves provide. Chen Feng did not hesitate. I thank you patriarchally, but we decline. With a sharp sweep of his robe, he turned and walked away, ignoring Li Hu's darkening expression until he faded from sight. Patriarch, shall we? As Chen Feng exited the courtyard, a black-robed figure emerged silently from the pavilion, his gaze icy, his hand slicing sharply across his throat as he addressed Li Hu. Li Hu shook his head and gazed deeply in the direction where Chen Feng had left. We invited Chen Feng for a private discussion, and this matter is known to most families in the Yuanling prefecture. If we let him leave unscathed, what will the world think of us? They will believe that the Li family does not give small families a chance, resorting to coercion and threats. I wonder if you will still be so resolute later on. Li Hu's mind conjured up Chen Feng's steadfast expression, and he chuckled derisively. Having safely left the Li family, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief as he quickly entered the city of the prefecture. If Li Hu had acted directly, his life would have been forfeit. However, he did not, as the pride of a foundation establishment family was at stake, and their invitation was widely known throughout the prefecture. If he were to kill him, he would surely attract covert criticism from the local powers, unable to gain the allegiance of a small family, and in a fit of rage he ended up killing him. Who would dare seek allegiance in the future? One must understand that there were other foundation establishment families in this city. To maintain their reputation and project the image of a broad-minded family, they ultimately let Chen Feng go. In their hearts, no matter how much the Chen family thrived, they remained mere minnows. Without high-end combat power guarding them, what could they achieve, even if they accomplished something? In the end, wouldn't they just become someone else's wedding dress? Chen Feng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, feeling several murderous intents locking onto him the moment he declined. Yet the Li family still displayed an air of leniency, allowing him to leave. After all, the Yuanling prefecture was a chaotic place with no single force possessing the ability to unify. Assuming a tyrannical posture would only drive those small families further away, possibly even leading them to align with the other two families. Sitting in a restaurant, Chen Feng's expression grew somewhat grim. Thinking about everything that had happened at the Li family, a surge of anger welled up within him. The truth is I still lack strength. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. The pressure from being at the 10th level of qi refinement was immense, let alone facing a foundation establishment cultivator. After resting for a moment, and sensing no one was following him, he returned to his family. Main quest developed the family into a scale of 100 members and ascend to the upper echelon of Yuanling Prefecture incomplete. Side quest as the head of the family, how could he become a vassal to others? The Chen family shall never be enslaved. Completed. Chen Feng looked at his completed side quest feeling relieved. Even if it weren't for the quest, he would have decisively refused the previous situation again. There was no way. His back was too stiff to bend and his knees were too hard to kneel. After this matter it is bound to bring quite a bit of trouble. Chen Feng thought to himself, now that he had already surpassed 100 descendants, he was just a step away from entering the upper echelon of Yuanling Prefecture. At the very least, he needed to break through to the 9th level of qi refinement, or even the 10th level to succeed. Alternatively, his family would need 2 8th level qi refinement cultivators to barely qualify as an upper-tier cultivation family in Yuanling Prefecture. However, above the upper echelon there existed a pinnacle with the 3 major foundation establishment families towering above. The road ahead is still long, Chen Feng sighed. Claim reward. As the decision-maker of a family, one must never make mistakes. A slight misstep could lead to utter ruin. Reward: 20 years of pure cultivation experience, 100 inheritance points. Familiar waves of energy surged, breaking through the bottleneck of the 7th level of qi refinement and effortlessly reaching the 8th level. Chen Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air. After breaking through to the 8th level of qi refinement, he could handle minor disturbances. As long as there were no attacks from the 9th or 10th levels of qi refinement, there would generally be no significant issues. However, the lofty foundation establishment families would not personally take action. Their underlings would rush to cause trouble for the Chen family. I need to prepare some safeguards for the family. Exchange for 50 years of formation experience. 100 inheritance points deducted successfully. Streams of information flooded into his mind, granting him an entry-level understanding of the art of formations. Everything seemed to come together naturally. At the same time, besides this 50 years of experience, some foundational knowledge of formations also appeared in his mind. First-grade diamond formation capable of withstanding attacks from the 6th level of qi refinement requires the materials. This one will do. Chen Feng directly selected the formation and went to the family treasury to gather the necessary materials before starting to set it up. After finishing the arrangement of the formation flags, he held the compass and activated it. Boom! A golden light emanated from the surrounding formation flags, enveloping the entire estate. Heavens, what is this? Many people in the estate looked up in surprise at the golden curtain in the sky. Chen Chu was also drawn out by the commotion, squinting his golden eyes at the sight. There's no murderous intent. Upon sensing the absence of any killing aura, he turned his gaze towards the family lord's residence, where he felt a wave of energy fluctuations. It seems this was created by my father. He let out a sigh of relief, knowing that since it was made by his father, it naturally posed no danger. Conveniently, he turned back to continue his research on martial arts. Husband, is this a formation? At this moment, Pei Yinyan's voice rang in his ears. As the only cultivator in the family, she naturally found her way to the source of the energy fluctuations. Upon seeing Chen Feng there, her anxious heart finally relaxed. Indeed, this is the golden light formation capable of fending off disturbances from those below the 6th level of qi refinement. Surprise flashed in Pei Yinyan's eyes as she had a vague understanding of formations. Such a formation capable of resisting attacks from the 6th level of qi refinement was indeed rare in Yuanling Prefecture. Simultaneously, her admiration for Chen Feng, who could set up such a formation, grew even stronger. With a child on the way, you should move around less, Chen Feng said with satisfaction and affection, handing the compass to her. Here, take this formation compass so that when I'm not at home, you have some protection. I didn't expect you to give me something so important. Pei Yinin was taken aback. Husband, do not say too much, go rest now. 10 months later, all of Chen Feng's other wives had given birth, yet Pei Yinin had still not delivered. Chen Feng felt a bit pleased about this unusual occurrence. One must understand that the stronger the talent of the offspring, the more difficult it is for them to be born. Just like Neza, it took 3 full years for his birth. Days later, the tranquility was broken by the sound of a baby's cry. 3 spiritual roots. Chen Feng was somewhat astonished. He looked at the infant in Pei Yinyan's arms. It should be noted that Pei Yinin had only 4 spiritual roots, while he possessed the least favorable 5-element spiritual roots. For a child to be born with 3 spiritual roots was simply a miracle. Chen Feng named him Chen Shiyuan. To celebrate the birth of over 10 first-generation offspring, Chen Feng once again hosted a family banquet. At this time, the number of attendees had reached around 134, although most were still small children. However, compared to the last gathering, the population had more than doubled. After implementing the family planning thoroughly and establishing it as a long-term family strategy, the future would see a massive increase in the Chen family's population. Sure, the expansion speed has slowed down in recent years. Keep an eye on the Li family and inform me immediately if there are any movements. Yes, father. Chen Shuren, now over 40, had gained significant authority through years of managing family affairs. However, in the presence of Chen Feng, he remained deeply respectful, with eyes full of admiration. Chu, the martial arts school no longer needs to expand, focus on cultivating martial talent and reclaiming spiritual fields. Understood, father. He fully complied with Chen Feng's orders. Despite being over 40, Chen Chu's vitality was still robust, even more so than in his youth. This made Chen Feng glance at him with slight surprise, recalling distant memories. The path of martial arts may be feasible. One must know that in the future not everyone in his family could possess spiritual roots, most would just be ordinary people. And the requirements for cultivation were exceedingly strict regarding spiritual roots. Without them one could not even begin. The path of martial arts, however, seemed to be the most suitable for his family. Though there are disparities in talent, as long as one is willing to endure hardship, even ordinary individuals could be trained to enter the field. Practically zero requirements after all, even mortals can practice martial arts. They just require more resources, and to reach the highest level still depends on talent. Moreover, after enhancing the pure yang technique, it would be feasible to cultivate to the anticipated grandmaster realm to match latest stage qi refinement practitioners. Additionally, initiate martial training for the entire family, establish a solid foundation before the age of 6, and begin martial training after 6. This matter is entrusted to Chu. After glancing at Chen Chu below, Chen Feng continued, "You may delegate authority. Researching advanced martial arts is equally important." "Yes, father." Chen Chu nodded in understanding. He then reiterated the importance of procreation, implementing a strategy that rewards more offspring with greater incentives. A year later, Pei Yinin stroked her slightly bulging belly. She did not expect to be pregnant again, and the other wives in the household were the same. Naturally, Pei Yinin chose to support her husband's actions. At the same time, a side quest was once again issued. After the side quest was announced, Chen Feng began to get busy spreading news of his intention to ally with various prominent cultivation families. Soon 3 years had passed, and Pei Yinin gave birth to her third child, of which 2 did not possess spiritual roots. This left Chen Feng somewhat disappointed, yet how difficult it was to conceive a descendant with spiritual roots. Even if both parties were cultivators, the probability of giving birth to a descendant with spiritual roots was merely a few percent. Naturally, this probability increased with higher cultivation levels. For 2 foundation establishment cultivators, it was nearly 100%. During these 3 years, 3 cultivation families came forward to propose alliances offering daughters with spiritual roots from their clans. However, this also caused Chen Feng's reputation to spread in somewhat peculiar ways within the cultivation circles. Nonetheless, Chen Feng paid little mind to these matters and made proper arrangements for his family. In the following 2 years, 2 descendants with spiritual roots were born, bringing Chen Feng some joy. Meanwhile, Pei Yinin was arranged by Chen Feng to cultivate, and with the accumulation of resources, she advanced to the 8th stage of qi refinement. As for his descendants with spiritual roots, they had already reached a handful. The eldest, Chen Chuling, even stepped into the 1st stage of qi refinement. After 5 years of development, the Chen family had grown to over 300 members. It seemed that Chen Feng's efforts in promoting procreation had paid off, or perhaps the collective martial training of the clan had strengthened their vitality. Regardless, this was a good thing for Chen Feng and the Chen family. "Great-grandfather, Granduncle Chu asked me to call you. He said he is about to step into the Grandmaster realm." A childish voice rang out, and Chen Feng turned to look. This was Chen Chu's grandson, his great-grandson, Chen Xingxing. "You've worked hard, little Xingxing," Chen Feng said, picking him up. The little boy was just over 3 years old. This made Chen Feng feel a bit dazed. Without realizing it, the 3rd generation of the family had already grown quite large. "Let's go," he said, disappearing from the hall for a moment before arriving at the place where Chen Chu was studying martial arts. "Father," Chen Feng nodded, setting little Xingxing down to play with his friends. "Are you ready?" Chen Feng looked at his son. One should know that once one stepped into the Grandmaster realm, it would be a revolutionary change for this world. For martial arts, it was even more of a groundbreaking advancement. In this world, the pinnacle of martial arts was merely the master realm, sufficient to rival the 1st and 2nd stages of qi refinement. "Yes, please protect me, father," Chen Chu confidently nodded. "Then let us begin." Chen Feng crushed several medium-grade spirit stones and enveloped the surrounding space. Chen Chu's vitality surged violently, continuously strengthening. His physical body swelled, his flesh becoming denser and more refined. A pure yang energy enveloped him, which surprised Chen Feng. He quietly observed Chen Chu's transformation. This breakthrough lasted for a day and a night, during which Chen Feng forbade anyone from approaching. Boom! Suddenly there was a thunderous sound as Chen Chu's externalized vitality retracted his flesh, becoming incredibly refined. His aura grew powerful, resembling a ferocious beast. 2 hours later, Chen Chu opened his eyes and moved his body slightly. "What is this?" he exclaimed, sensing the changes. "What happened?" Chen Feng looked on as Chen Chu exhibited immense changes in his aura. Chen Chu took a long knife from the room and, under Chen Feng's guidance, fiercely struck his arm. The anticipated scene of blood splattering did not occur. The long knife was repelled by Chen Chu's physique. Clang! Chen Feng's pupils constricted. Although this was a mundane long knife, it had been refined by him. It could not break through his refined body. "Father, aside from my physique, there is another change. A new form of energy has appeared within me." With that a gas attached to the long knife, Chen Chu raised the knife and slashed at his own arm. Sizzle! Unlike before, his flesh was easily cut, releasing vibrant blood. At that moment, Chen Feng felt a tremor throughout his body. His vitality surged, and the feedback from his descendant's advancement refined his skin, while his inner essence gained some peculiar substances similar to the energy within Chen Chu. "After breaking through to the Grandmaster level in martial arts, I can still receive feedback." This indicated that there was a path for martial arts. Moreover, the feedback from his descendant's training could also lead to breakthroughs in martial arts in addition to cultivation. Chen Feng's eyes brightened as he looked thoughtfully at Chen Chu. "Chu, do not resist," he said, grasping his pulse and infusing it with pure yang essence. The essence within him bore a striking resemblance to the pure yang essence he was infusing. Within, a presence akin to essence was emerging. Chen Feng fell silent. The implications were clear. If this were to spread, many would go mad with desire. Even those lofty celestial sects would stop at nothing to obtain this method. A method that could allow mortals to cultivate true essence without the need for rare treasures, gaining strength equivalent to that of the Qi refinement stage through martial training. Even if this process were arduous once it spread widely. Not to mention the entire immortal spirit continent, just the populace of the great Chu dynasty alone numbered in the hundreds of millions. With more people stepping into cultivation, the competition for resources would become even fiercer. The wolves would multiply, while the meat would dwindle. This was something no one wished to see. Chen Feng's expression darkened as he said sternly, "Chu, this matter must not be made public. If word gets out, the Chen family will undoubtedly face catastrophic repercussions. The subsequent techniques must be closely guarded. No one aside from me can know them without my permission. Do you understand?" Chen Feng emanated an overwhelming aura. "Understood. I will not reveal a single word of this method, even if I die." Chen Chu nodded emphatically, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. "Yes." Chen Feng nodded, feeling quite reassured about his second son. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng said, "From now on, designate this area as a forbidden zone. All your matters will be handed over to Churin. Nothing shall leave the Chen family territory without my decree." Understood. He felt compelled to be cautious about this matter. After all, it involved significant stakes. Without absolute strength, it was wise to be prudent. Henceforth, the essence that emerges within you shall be referred to as martial essence. Half a month later. Chen Daoyu, an elderly man with white hair, raised his hand and bowed to Chen Feng in the hall. "Lu Daoyu, what brings you here today?" Chen Feng's gaze shifted to the timid young girl following Lu Yu. This scene felt familiar, reminiscent of the Pei family in the past. However, when Chen Feng met Lu Yu's eyes, he saw his expression dim as he sighed deeply with an air of sorrow, beginning to narrate. "The Zhou family is truly detestable. They're on the verge of the grave and still wish to marry my Binger." Chen Feng filtered out some trivial remarks and organized the most direct information. The head of the Zhou family, due to his advanced age, had no hope of breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement. With no descendants possessing spiritual roots, he turned his eyes to the Lu family. How could Lu Yu be willing to let his own successor, the Nodia 30 Lu Binger, be taken into the home of someone on the brink of death? With his temper, he outright refused, and the subsequent events became evident. The Zhou family took action, forcing the Lu family into a dire situation. In the end, with no other choice, they decided to marry Lu Binger to Chen Feng, allowing the Chen family to confront the Zhou family. Chen Feng first consoled Lu Yu. That Zhou Dong is truly despicable. At 140 years old, he still wants to force such matters. How could Chen Feng refuse something so conveniently presented to him? Out of both sentiment and profit, he would agree. However, it was not yet the right time to confront the Zhou family heathen. Though there was only Zhou Dong as a cultivator now, he was still a formidable presence at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Even though he was old and weak, he could still unleash the vast majority of his power. The 9th level of Qi refinement had already reached the threshold of the upper echelons of the Yuanling prefecture. With his own cultivation at the 8th level of chi refinement, dealing with an old man on the verge of death was still somewhat challenging. However, as long as the other party was not foolish, they would not offend a young cultivator at the 8th level. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng spoke. Louis West, since it has come to this, I agree to your request. I will address the matter with the Zhou family. Due to the temptation of completing the task, Chen Feng nodded in agreement. As long as he was given time and space to grow, the Zhou family was merely a patch of moss. Before long, the Chen family held a grand banquet to welcome the female cultivator from the Liu family, Liu Binger. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family, bang bang. After receiving word that Chen Feng was marrying the female cultivator he had plotted for months, Zhou Dong gritted his teeth and smashed the teacup in his hand. Bitched. Damn Chen Feng, how dare he steal the person I had my eyes on. Zhou Dong, with white whiskers flying in anger, glared hatefully in the direction of the Chen family. Send my orders as shift the target and strike at the Chen family's assets. Yes. A member of the Zhou family quickly ran off after receiving the command, fearful of becoming the target of Zhou Dong's wrath. It's just a family that has barely established itself for less than 50 years. How dare they oppose me? I wonder what they plan to use to fight against me. A cruel glint flashed in Zhou Dong's eyes. Spiritual roots are so rare, one must gather talented women. 5 completed. Reward pure cultivation for 30 years, heritage points 200. After a heated discussion about the universe, Liu Binger was convinced by the ideas Chen Feng instilled in her, and after her defeat, she nestled against his strong chest and fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, Chen Feng, resting on the bed, couldn't help but smile. He had finally accomplished another small goal. In less than 10 short years, he had gone from 0 to 5. This is the benefit brought about by the enhancement of strength and status. And afterward, as long as he developed steadily, the number of descendants with spiritual roots would not be too few. After all, he already had 5. The number of cultivators in the family had surpassed 7. In the realm of chi refinement families, this was already a considerable scale. The Liu family only had 2 cultivators, the highest of whom was merely at the 7th level of chi refinement. However, a family with only 1 8th level cultivator was still far too weak. Minor skirmishes were manageable, but if they attracted attention, even a 10th level chi refinement cultivator could easily wipe out the entire family without the need for a foundation establishment cultivator. The rewards for the side quests were precisely what Chen Feng needed. Very good. Chen Feng expressed some satisfaction. Husband, what is so good? At this moment, Liu Binger's voice reached his ears, and Chen Feng turned to tease the already awakened beauty. I was talking about you. After some playful banter, Chen Feng left the warm embrace. In light of the current situation, he was the backbone and pillar of the Chen family. He needed to withstand all risks and make the right choices. Claim the reward. A surge of pure energy flowed into his body, gradually increasing his true essence. His aura steadily rose, quickly reaching the peak of the 8th level of chi refinement. Finally, with the shackles broken, he successfully entered the ranks of the 9th level of chi refinement. Once his aura stabilized and all energy was exhausted, Chen Feng felt a dull pain in his teeth. Now 30 years of cultivation barely allowed him to step into the ranks of the 9th level of chi refinement. What about when he reached the 10th level of chi refinement? The weakness of his spiritual roots significantly impacted his cultivation progression. If he had a single spiritual root, he would likely have already broken through to the golden core stage. Before reaching the golden core, 5-element spiritual roots are no different from being useless. The cultivation provided by the system equals the protagonist's normal talent, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy through meditation rather than using resources for 30 years of cultivation. This made Chen Feng somewhat contemplative, intensifying his desire to enhance his qualifications. After all, the world of cultivation was incredibly cruel. Although the present time was peaceful, there were potential dangers lurking. However, he still lacked some heritage points. He believed that after exchanging for the heavenly spirit fruit, his cultivation would increase even faster. The Li family has made no moves, considering that he had once given them face. They must have long held a grudge against him, perhaps plotting how to crush this little ant from behind. Otherwise, how could they stand in Yuanling Prefecture for less than 1,000 years with their subordinate families, obeying so obediently like dogs? It was impossible to survive without some ruthlessness. Furthermore, there was the Zhou family. Would Zhou Dong at the 9th level of chi refinement swallow his pride? Watching the 200 heritage points accumulate, Chen Feng resisted the urge to exchange, saving them for emergencies. The most important thing now was to expand the family scale, develop the family, and keep a low profile. However, even if he did not provoke others, someone would still try to grasp his tail. After less than half a year's hard work, Chen Chuan hurriedly sought him out. Seeing Chen Chuan drenched in sweat, Chen Feng's heart tightened. If his eldest son appeared in such a state, it indicated that something significant had occurred. Chuan, the more anxious and flustered you are, the harder it is to see through the fog. Chen Feng leaped in front of Chen Churin, grasping his wrist and channeling true essence into him to calm his breath. What has happened? Once his breath stabilized, Chen Feng finally asked. The Zhou family attacked us. Most of our tavern was assaulted by martial artists suffering serious losses. Even 2 of our family's disciples have died. What a... Chen Feng's expression darkened, becoming eerily quiet. This was the first case of unnatural death among his clan members since the establishment of their family. All of this was his hard work, his descendants. Which 2? At this moment, Chen Feng's cheeks were darkening to the point of almost dripping water. Chen Churin quickly said, Chen Onlai and Chen Onli, the 2 children from the 7th branch. Zhou Dong. Chen Feng roared, his fury soaring to the heavens. He was immensely enraged over the deaths of his 2 grandsons. At the same time, he felt a sense of guilt. He had not anticipated that the Zhou family would dare to tear the facade. This was a severe miscalculation on his part. Had he acted after advancing to the 9th level of Qi refinement, there would have been no issue, even if his strength would have been exposed. He would have attracted the attention of the Li family. Previously at the 7th level of Qi refinement, they would not have taken him too seriously, regarding him as merely an ant. However, in just a few short years, he had ascended to the 9th level of speed. That was too shocking. They would undoubtedly take measures. Yet there was no remedy. Life is like this. Once a wrong choice is made, and with too many concerns, the consequences, no matter how heart-wrenching and regretful, are unchangeable. Now Chen Feng had only one thought: to bloodily wash out the Zhou family. He made this almost mad decision, knowing that such a revenge against a clan would undoubtedly provoke fear in many families. But what of it? Exchange 50 years of formation mastery. Ding. 100 inheritance points deducted successfully. After absorbing the formation experience, Chen Feng quickly searched in his mind. The earth-binding formation with his current mastery was enough to trap an 8th-tier Qi refining cultivator and could even affect a 9th-tier cultivator in an instant. However, Chen Feng only needed one opportunity sufficient to face the aging Zhou Dong. Chu Ring, go find Chu Wu and bring all the martial masters of our clan along with that brat, Chu Ling, to Zhou's residence. Chen Feng handed his family master token to Chen Churin, and then he flew away alone on his sword, vanishing into the horizon like a streak of light. Father. Chen Churin certainly knew what Chen Feng was going to do. He immediately began to run without stopping. Zhou Mansion. Well done, haha, challenging me. Let me teach you a lesson first. Zhou Dong smiled as he listened to his clansman's report. Especially upon hearing that 2 direct members of the Chen family had been killed in this battle, his face blossomed like a chrysanthemum. If it weren't for Chen Chu Wu and Chen Churin staying within the Chen family's territory otherwise. Afterwards, I will kill those 2, making that Chen Feng lose both arms. Zhou Dong's eyes glinted with bloodlust as he looked at the clansman beside him. Remember, keep a close watch on the Chen family. As soon as there is any news about Chen Chu Wu and Chen Churin, come and tell me. Understood? Yes, ancestor. The members of the Zhou family nodded in succession, replying respectfully. Ha ha, remember this. If you handle this well, I will reward you handsomely. Suddenly, boom. A loud rumble sounded, and a golden light enveloped the entire Zhou family estate. What noise is that? Zhou Dong narrowed his eyes, looking at the golden curtain slowly rising in the air nearby. Is this a formation? His expression darkened, realizing something was wrong. How could someone approach his estate and successfully set up a formation? The visitor is not friendly. He looked around only to find that everyone from his family was pale with fear, startled by the sudden change. Sigh. Seeing this scene, he sighed. The Zhou family, apart from himself, were all mortals, utterly useless in matters between cultivators. Useless, he scolded. Follow me. He stood up and walked towards the edge of the golden curtain. Let me see what kind of demon dares to wreak havoc in my Zhou family. Upon sensing that the energy contained in this golden formation was not particularly terrifying, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he could easily break through. It seems the visitor is not a formidable character. As the group reached the edge of the golden light, Zhou Feng stopped, turning to his clansman, a middle-aged man. You go up and strike this golden light with a punch. Oh, old ancestor. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered, his body retreating. Hurry. The ancestor is here, no need to worry, I will handle everything. The man looked around, gritted his teeth, and walked forward. Bang. This person was a martial master, swallowing hard at the sight of the golden curtain, channeling his qi and blood, and punched out. A thunderous roar echoed from the golden curtain, but there was no other change. Zhou Dong watched all this, looking at the surrounding clansmen with a stern voice. All of you go up and strike this light curtain. The group exchanged glances, and then Zhou Dong shouted angrily, why are you still hesitating, a bunch of useless things? Only then did they reluctantly move to the front of the golden curtain, punching out at the terrifying sight. Meanwhile, Zhou Dong observed the changes within. Finally, he looked around, realizing there was no one else, and pondered for a moment. It's nothing extraordinary, he thought to himself, believing this was merely the work of an old enemy. This golden curtain could at most contain a 7th-tier chi refining cultivator, posing no threat to him. Outside the golden curtain, after adjusting his position, Chen Feng set up a dual formation of concealment and earth binding, quietly waiting for Zhou Dong to break the formation. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, releasing powerful magical energy. Chen Feng saw the compass in his hand spinning rapidly, the spiritual energy within the spirit stones being consumed frantically until they were drained into worthless stones devoid of spiritual power. And the golden curtain shattered along with it. When the familiar scenery returned to its original state, most of the Zhou family members breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Dong looked around as if searching for something. After a moment of searching without results, he shook his head mockingly, saying, "Just a small thief." Meanwhile, Chen Feng was only 200 meters away from him. With just a few seconds of opportunity, Chen Feng could appear behind him and slice off his head with a sword. However, the margin for error was too low. Not to mention, if he were to emerge now, he would be immediately discovered. Even if Zhou Dong were to escape after being defeated, that was not what Chen Feng wanted. As long as he got a little closer, within 50 meters, combined with the earth-binding formation, he could defeat him in one move. Thus, he had a backup plan. He took the compass from his waist and infused it with true essence. As he stood less than 100 meters away from Zhou Dong, a flickering light and shadow appeared, and the surrounding environment changed in an instant. However, it quickly merged back into one, yet this change could not escape Zhou Dong's keen perception. Over there. He squinted his eyes, noticing the flaw in the area. He sneered inwardly, indeed a small thief. He led his clansmen, pretending to approach casually. A short sword had long been hidden in his sleeve, and as soon as he got close, he would be able to give the little thief lying in ambush a quick end. Getting closer, Chen Feng watched Zhou Dong gradually approach, a low-grade magical longsword appearing in his hand. As they came within 10 meters of the ambush, Zhou Dong grabbed a nearby clansman and hurled him toward the ambush point. Chen Feng leaped into the air, the short sword shooting out toward the ambush. Now's the time. Chen Feng emerged from the formation, appearing behind Zhou Dong as his longsword struck. Zhou Dong felt a fierce wind behind him, a chill rushing to his forehead. Not could I have fallen for it. He was alarmed and immediately retracted his sword, leaping in the opposite direction. At this moment, Chen Feng was already within 50 meters. Bind. He formed a hand seal, and beneath his feet a shadow spanning hundreds of meters emerged, swiftly wrapping around Zhou Dong's legs like a vine. Moreover, Zhou Dong was alarmed, his true essence surging explosively, the aura of a 9th-tier chi refining cultivator erupting without reservation. The powerful true essence shattered the shadow binding him, and he flashed to the side, swinging his right arm to block the golden weapon sound attacking his head. A sharp sound echoed as Zhou Dong's short sword was forcefully knocked away, missing the strike from Chen Feng. A crimson gash opened on Zhou Dong's back, his robe tattered by the shock of true essence. Chen Feng. Zhou Dong, relying on his experience, barely dodged a lethal blow, turning around to find that it was indeed the head of the Chen family, Chen Feng. "You must be tired of living to dare ambush me." Zhou Dong's anger flared as he drew a long sword, glaring at Chen Feng. "If it weren't for your cunning, how could a mere 8th stage of chi refinement like you harm me?" Their eyes locked in fury while Chen Feng remained eerily calm. The sword's edge stirred the winds and clouds as he said nothing, unleashing his full aura. "How is this possible?" Zhou Dong's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could clearly sense Chen Feng's cultivation had reached the 9th stage of chi refinement. "How can this be? In less than 10 years, how could you?" "Shut up, you old fool." Soon the two clashed fiercely, and Zhou Dong found himself struggling to keep up. After all, an elderly man like Zhou Dong, who had already been worn down, could hardly contend with the youthful vigor of Chen Feng. This realization filled Zhou Dong with dread as he regretted his actions. "How did you hide your strength so deeply?" Zhou Dong shouted at Chen Feng, disregarding his own exhaustion. If he had known Chen Feng was hiding such depth, he would never have dared to act against the Chen family. Now, seeing Chen Feng's demeanor, it was clear he was fighting for his life, and Zhou Dong found it impossible to withstand. "Let my two descendants accompany me in death, not just you, but your entire family." Chen Feng's eyes were filled with malice as a hint of martial essence merged with his true essence, unleashing a wave of battle aura from his long sword. "Bind." The earth-binding array activated once more, but Zhou Dong, already prepared, would not be ensnared. His powerful true essence shattered the binding force. However, that brief moment of distraction allowed Chen Feng to close in. A single sword strike sent blood spraying across the ground, and the long sword Zhou Dong had raised to defend himself was shattered. "How is this possible?" After uttering these words, he felt the world spin as if he were being pulled into an illusion. Chen Feng sheathed his sword and slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Though the battle was swift, it took a toll on his body, consuming nearly 70 to 80% of his magical energy to slay his opponent. Subsequently, Chen Feng turned his gaze towards the members of the Zhou family who had knelt on the ground spared from the aftermath. When they saw Chen Feng looking over, they all hurriedly bowed and cried out, "Immortal, this matter has nothing to do with us. It is all the fault of our doomed ancestor. No, it was that bastard Zhou Dong who did it. Spare us." Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with disdain as he swung his sword, wiping away the bloodstains in a single fluid motion. At that moment, Chen Feng sensed that Chen Chu had arrived at the outskirts of the Zhou residence, followed by Chen Chuling. After giving a few instructions, he returned to the manor. Any member of the Zhou family in Yuanling County, regardless of age, shall be killed. Under the leadership of the anomaly that was Chen Chu and the cultivator, Chen Chuling, the cleansing began. In just 3 days, the entire Zhou family bloodline was wiped clean. The entire Yuanling County was struck with fear by the methods of the Chen family, and many smaller families that had clashed with the Chen family came bearing gifts of apology. Almost all came with offerings, fearing their own family would be next. This earned the Chen family a reputation for being iron-fisted. Those who encountered the Chen family would not dare to provoke them. Meanwhile, Chen Feng held a memorial service within the family while the heads of Zhou Dong and the main Zhou family were displayed at the entrance. Families like Liu and Pei, who had allied with the Chen family, breathed a sigh of relief for making the right choice. This also silenced the undercurrents of unrest, ushering the Chen family into a golden period of development. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the main quest remained unfinished. This left Chen Feng feeling somewhat vexed. It seemed that he needed at least the 10th stage of qi refinement to be considered part of the upper echelons of Yuanling County. Moreover, the family's strength had to meet the mark, as currently only Chen Chuling had entered the ranks of cultivators. The path of development was still far from complete, thus he ordered to continue with the development. 11 years swiftly passed. During these 10 years, peace prevailed, and the population surged dramatically. Notably, in these 11 years, there was an assassination attempt that ended up going nowhere, which Chen Feng did not pay much attention to. In these 11 years, 3 more cultivation families drew closer to the Chen family, and the method was, of course, through marriage. Ding, congratulations to the host. The family population has surpassed 1,000. Please continue to work hard. Reward: pure cultivation for 30 years, 5 elements, decision, inheritance value 300. Claim reward. A surge of pure energy entered his body, indistinguishable from the true essence he had cultivated. The quality and quantity of his true essence were enhanced, making Chen Feng acutely aware of an ethereal sensation. He stopped just as he felt he was on the cusp of entering the next realm. So close, Chen Feng murmured. After cultivating for over 10 years along with the 30 years of cultivation gained, he had barely managed to reach the peak of the 9th stage of qi refinement. 5 elements decision, a non-ranked technique that allows one to manipulate the power of the 5 elements into offensive means. The strength of the user determines the strength of the technique. However, compared to those who remained stagnant at the first 3 stages of qi refinement, for life, his mood was much better. Over these 11 years, the family's population had skyrocketed. He had personally contributed over 100 members. Under Chen Feng's unreserved support, many female cultivators gradually stepped into the next realm. 4 descendants with spiritual roots were born, just one short of breaking the milestone of 10. Meanwhile, his first 7 descendants gradually entered the path of cultivation, with the highest, Chen Chuling, reaching the 3rd stage of qi refinement. However, Chen Feng regretted that among his 9 descendants, the strongest spiritual root was only 3 roots. Due to their small numbers and vast disparity in cultivation levels, their contributions to his own cultivation were negligible. Nevertheless, once the quantity and cultivation levels improved, the returns would be significant. Qualitative changes emerge from quantitative changes. This made him realize the urgency of enhancing his own spiritual root strength. His own cultivation and spiritual roots would directly affect the next generation. Exchange for a heavenly spirit fruit. Ding, 400 inheritance points deducted successfully. As a burst of white light flickered, a fruit resembling ginseng, bright red and translucent, appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Chen Feng chewed and swallowed it in a few bites. The heavenly spirit fruit settled in his stomach, transforming into glimmers of red light that gathered towards his dantian. It then wandered through his limbs and bones, a process that was entirely painless, even somewhat pleasant. A moment later, Chen Feng fully absorbed the medicinal properties within. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that his spiritual root had strengthened slightly. Feeling a sense of lightness, his affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had also significantly improved. Most importantly, Chen Feng felt that entering the next realm would be much easier. His fire attribute spiritual root had been considerably enhanced. If he were to redo his 30 years of cultivation, he would surely enter the 10th stage of qi refinement. Chen Feng pondered, if this enhancement continues, each attribute of his 5 elemental spiritual roots would likely rival that of a heavenly spirit root. Unfortunately, each person could only consume one. Nevertheless, it was still possible to exchange for a few more in the future for his talented descendants. However, the price is exceedingly high. Currently, the enhancement of the fire spiritual root is only at 40% far from achieving the 4 spiritual roots. At the moment when the Chen family is rapidly developing. In the Li residence. Patriarch, please take charge for us. A robust man with a shiny face lamented to Li Hu. That Chen family is being too arrogant. Their reckless expansion has forced many of our clan's industries into bankruptcy and acquisition. The Chen family, relying on Chen Feng's 9th-level qi refinement, hardly regards our small families, not to mention that we are still your subordinate family. Listening to the middle-aged man's lament, Li Hu recalled a decade ago when a young man had coldly rejected him and walked away without leaving him any dignity. That kid has some real guts. Considering Chen Feng's performance and the current scale of development, he is undoubtedly at the top among qi refinement families. This made him feel a bit irritated, regretting why he hadn't forced him to become a lackey of his family back then. After pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "This young man's ambition is not small, and he has already gained momentum, boasting a 9th-level qi refinement cultivation. Very well, you go back and place the Li family's clan seal on the industries under my command, and if the Chen family dares to act again, I will take care of it." Hearing Li Hu's response, the middle-aged man showed joy on his face, repeatedly expressing his gratitude before leaving. Watching the middle-aged man depart, a shadow crossed Li Hu's face. "Li, go investigate the Chen family's details and gather all the current information about them to report back to me." Yes. After making this arrangement, Li Hu's figure slowly disappeared. However, a list recording the various families remained on the table. Chen Feng, the name of the Chen family, was circled. In the Chen family, Chen Feng sat in the main hall looking at the slightly weathered Chen Shuren below, feeling somewhat sentimental. Now he had already grown white hair, while he still appeared youthful. This formed a stark contrast, highlighting the direct difference between immortals and mortals at this moment. And he, approaching a century of age, was still robust, enjoying food with great appetite, and farming posed no pressure at all. I am already aware of this matter. Since they have moved out of the foundation establishment family, we have no choice. Direct your attention to those small cultivator families, merge and absorb them, and have the children Chu Ling and Chu Yun search for spiritually rooted seedlings within Yuan Spirit County and bring them back to the Chen family. Understood, Father. Although Chen Shuren had entered old age, his vitality remained strong, showing no signs of decline. Also, after finishing these matters, cultivate diligently with Chu Wu and strive to enter the ranks of Grand Masters as soon as possible. Chen Feng watched as Chen Shuren left. Over the years, Chen Shuren had devoted himself to the Chen family, while Chen Feng, as a hands-off manager, had left most matters to his capable son after determining the general direction. His contributions to the family were substantial, and he became the third person to understand the secrets of Grand Masters. After entering Grand Master status, Chen Chui's lifespan also increased, and he still looked youthful. This left Chen Feng utterly astonished, placing even more importance on martial arts. The next realm was bestowed with the name of Celestial Being by Chen Feng, corresponding to the Foundation Establishment realm among cultivators. Of course, this method is also exorbitantly expensive, requiring 2,000 inheritance points, which made Chen Feng withdraw his thoughts. Moreover, after re-entering Chen Feng's site, or after some conflicts of interest with the Li family, Chen Feng realized his family had nearly developed to its fullest potential among qi refinement families. To achieve greater progress, confrontations with these Foundation Establishment families would be inevitable. Although Foundation Establishment cultivators would not easily take action, those at the 10th level of qi refinement were already enough for Chen Feng to handle. With the slow improvement in cultivation, Chen Feng shifted his focus to the methods of spells. 5 Elements Technique. Chen Feng had studied it for a while. Its characteristics were perfectly aligned with his 5 elemental spiritual roots, enhancing his control over the power of the 5 elements. Furthermore, it also extended many attacking techniques. For instance, one could condense fireballs for attacks, manipulate water power, and so on. However, even with these, Chen Feng felt his attacking methods were lacking. It seems I need to go out for a while. Chen Feng sighed. With the increase of family cultivators, the methods of cultivation had become too singular. He needed to acquire some more. Name Chen Feng Realm 9th level of Qi Refinement Techniques, 10,000 Spirits Longevity Technique, Pure Yang Technique, Pure Yang Immortal Art, 8 Absolute Palms, 5 Elements Technique, Lifespan, 450 Inheritance Points, 0 Family Members, 1,000 Descendants with Spiritual Roots 9. Main Quest: develop the family size to 100 and rise to the upper tier of Yuan Spirit County. Incomplete. Side quest: collect 5 spiritually rooted youths. Incomplete. Family reputation 300. The family's reputation radiates within 500 miles. Achievement: head of the family. Seeing his lifespan in this section, Chen Feng felt a bit sentimental. Under the enhancement of the system, his lifespan even surpassed that of Foundation establishment cultivators. Even if he were to grind through a few hundred years, he could still reach Foundation establishment. However, such a long time is fraught with many changes. The prosperity of the family is linked to his cultivation. Chen Feng tidied himself up and entered the market of Yuan Spirit County. The market was mostly filled with mortals selling high-age spiritual herbs they had dug up, as well as some incomprehensible or peculiar items. Of course, there was nothing of value here. In fact, Chen Feng boasted that he had never encountered anything worthwhile. Beyond these areas populated by mortals, further in were the markets concentrated with cultivators. Various loose cultivators or cultivators from some families offered items. Naturally, the prices were also unpredictable, entirely based on feeling, and the quality of the items varied greatly. Whether one could buy something good depended solely on luck and discernment. Chen Feng held the majority of his family's wealth in his hands, yet as he walked through he encountered nothing that would aid him. In his past life, one would discover remarkable encounters just by passing through a market. All of this is utter nonsense. Chen Feng had considered himself to have searched for opportunities numerous times, but mostly ended up bringing back items that had no effect whatsoever. What ancient rings, what tiles, what inconspicuous broken jars. Turns out they were all worthless junk. Crossing over these loose cultivators, Chen Feng arrived at the area where merchants gathered and selected a familiar shop to enter. Oh, Chen Feng, dear friend, what a rare guest. Upon entering the market, a resplendent building, the Wanbao Trading Company. Upon seeing Chen Feng, the owner, a portly merchant who had received him a few times, appeared very enthusiastic. Chen Feng greeted the newcomer with a friendly acknowledgement. Fellow Taoist, I need some magical tools as well as some items for enhancement. The proprietor of Wanbao Trading smiled slightly. Understood. Fellow Taoist, please proceed to the inner hall while I fetch them. Moments later, the proprietor returned with a storage bag. Here are some basic magical tools: 3 inferior long swords and 2 inferior broadswords. He then took out 2 boxes, opening one and saying, "This contains Thunder Spirit talismans powerful enough to unleash the full might of a 9th tier Qi refinement practitioner. And this as well." As he spoke, he opened another box. This is an Explosion Spirit pill, which has a wide blast radius. Even 8th tier Qi refinement practitioners at the center of the explosion would be reduced to ashes. Chen Feng nodded. These will do, but I would like to know, does the proprietor have any poisons? The more potent, the better. Well, naturally we have some. The proprietor hesitated for a moment, eyeing Chen Feng before retrieving several small vials from the storage bag at his back. This is spider venom. If used properly, it can even affect Foundation establishment practitioners, let alone those below that stage. Chen Feng nodded, asking, "How many spirit stones for this?" The proprietor smiled and said, "For the 5 inferior magical tools, I will charge you 2,000 inferior spirit stones. After all, you are one of our valued customers, Chen Taoist." Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged, urging him to continue. The Thunder Spirit talismans and Explosion Spirit pills total 1,200 inferior spirit stones, and the poisons would be 200 inferior spirit stones. How about a total of 3,400 inferior spirit stones? Seeing the proprietor's motherly smile, Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Greed is a merchant's virtue, and he was not very satisfied with this price. 3,400 inferior spirit stones was more than a year's income for the Chen family, which barely exceeded 2,000 after expenses. It should be noted that this was achieved after the Chen family crazily expanded and swallowed the Zhou family, a significant clan. Before annexing the Zhou family, their annual income was halved. Purchasing these items would equate to more than 5 years' worth of savings for the family. Spirit stones truly do not last long. Without a few windfalls, one would not spend so extravagantly. Chen Feng said lightly, "If the proprietor wishes to do long-term business with me, let's make it a neat 3,000 inferior spirit stones." The value of an inferior magical tool indeed ranged from 4 to 500 spirit stones. But for consumables like talismans, their value was highly variable. A cut here should not be amiss. The proprietor's face showed difficulty. Chen Feng added, "In the future, there are many areas where we will cooperate." Upon hearing this, the proprietor of Wanbao Trading, after weighing the pros and cons, gritted his teeth and agreed. After all, he had seen the Chen family's development, its potential was self-evident, and he was willing to sell this goodwill. "Chen Taoist, please prioritize me for future business or purchases." "I will." Chen Feng nodded with a smile, handing over the payment before leaving the market. After exiting the market, Chen Feng found an inn to sit and ponder over the bustling county city. His family scale had gradually expanded, and the population was also increasing, which correspondingly raised resource consumption. Currently, even with an annual income reaching the terrifying figure of 2,000 inferior spirit stones, only a third could barely be saved. What if the family's population doubled in the future? As it stands, the family's savings amounted to just over 30,000 inferior spirit stones, which had been bolstered by the acquisition of 2 large families. While 30,000 seems like a lot, it was merely enough for over 10 years of expenses. In the current Yuanling County city, the Chen family's assets were few and far between. The reason being that nearly all the properties here belonged to foundation establishment families, making it difficult for outsiders to have a piece of the pie. However, entering Yuanling County city was only a matter of time. Upon returning to his family, Chen Feng began to arrange the plans for entering the county city. He first opened an inn introducing 3 signature dishes: dongpa pork, squirrel fish, and spirit chicken, with mushrooms, establishing a firm foothold. A few months later, Chen Chuling and others returned, bringing with them 5 children with spiritual roots. Churen, you will manage these children. Chen Feng then took out 2 magical tools to reward Chen Chuling and Chiyan. In front of all those with spiritual roots, he took out 3 inferior magical tools. Anyone who reaches 5th tier Qi refinement will be rewarded with 1 magical tool, and this will be ongoing. Side quest: collect 5 children with spiritual roots. Completed. Reward: pure cultivation for 20 years, 50 inheritance points. After seeing the reward, Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief. With 20 years of cultivation, he should be able to reach the 10th tier of Qi refinement. Claim reward. A familiar sensation washed over him, and the bottleneck was easily broken. In just a moment, the presence of 10th tier Qi refinement was stabilized. This meant that Chen Feng had fully stepped into the pinnacle of Qi refinement. After becoming accustomed to it, Chen Feng called for Chen Churen. Churen, your father has broken through to the 10th tier of Qi refinement. From now on, aside from the 3 major families, do not worry overly about others, go forth confidently. Upon hearing this, Chen Churen was first shocked and then filled with delight. With his father stepping into the 10th tier of Qi refinement, the Chen family's position would be incredibly solid. Industries need upgrading if spiritual fields can be expanded, and we can also cultivate spiritual poultry. Take this, but can extend your life by 10 years. Chen Feng exchanged his remaining inheritance points for a longevity pill, handing it to Chen Churen. Although he had also stepped into the master realm, he still had not transcended the mortal realm. Currently it seemed fine, but after Chen Feng's assessment, the aura was merely sustaining its last vigor. Soon it would enter a decline. After all, vitality is a strange thing. Thank you, father. Chen Churen, filled with excitement, swallowed the pill in one go. Moments later, his white hair gradually darkened and the wrinkles on his face began to lessen. After arranging matters and emphasizing the importance of reproduction, Chen Feng left the grand hall. Chen Churen was 100% supportive of his father's pronatal policies. The more people there are, the higher the probability of giving birth to practitioners, and the Chen family would become even stronger. However, a year later, the Chen residence blossomed everywhere. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having 10 descendants with spiritual roots breakthrough. Reward: 500 inheritance points, 100 years of skill cultivation, and 50 years of pure cultivation. 3 spiritual roots. Chen Feng looked at the infant in the cradle, his face showing a hint of surprise. This was his and Pei Yinyan's 4th child, the first to possess spiritual roots after his own enhancement. Is it due to the increase in strength? Having 3 spiritual roots is already quite remarkable, and it is also the minimum requirement for some immortal sects. After spending some time with Pei Yinyan, Chen Feng finally took his leave. Receive cultivation. Chen Feng felt a sense of anticipation. Would these 50 years of cultivation allow him to step into foundation establishment? However, his cultivation had stabilized at the peak of the Qi refining stage. Chen Feng was not anxious, for he knew that among 10 Qi refining stage 10 cultivators, having even 1 breakthrough to foundation establishment would be considered fortunate. However, with the assistance of foundation establishment pills, it was another matter. However, the preciousness of foundation establishment pills is something that ordinary small families cannot afford. Yet Chen Feng was not worried, as there was a main quest laid out before him. Breaking through to foundation establishment is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in meeting its goal requirements. To step into the upper echelons of Yuanling County. Time flew by, and Chen Feng at home also received an invitation from the Wanbao Merchant Guild. 3 months later, the Wanbao Merchant Guild would hold an auction in Yuanling County City. Among the items up for auction, there were numerous treasures and even methods for cultivating the golden core as the grand finale. For a family in a small county like Yuanling, having the ability to cultivate to the golden core level would be a devastating advantage. Here, even foundation establishment is already considered top-notch. The 3 major foundation establishment families all lack methods for further cultivation. Now that there are methods to progress, wouldn't they be willing to empty their coffers to buy them? It is said that this auction would attract families from nearby county cities to participate. Over the years, Chen Feng had attended quite a few auctions, but this was the first of such scale. Time passed quickly. After 3 months, the auction arrived as scheduled. However, what left Chen Feng somewhat annoyed was the scale of this auction. Only those in the foundation establishment stage were arranged in the VIP room, while chi refining cultivators had to find their own seats in the scattered area. Upon stepping into the auction venue, a voice came from behind. Chen Feng, my friend, you indeed came to participate in this auction. Not far away, a middle-aged man looking around seemed to see a savior upon spotting Chen Feng and walked over. Wan Wuzai, it's been a long time since we last met. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised this person was a cultivator. He had exchanged ideas with quite a bit after stepping into cultivation. He could be considered one of the few friends in this otherworldly realm. Tisk, I've heard that you've been doing quite well, but I didn't expect your cultivation to have reached a point where I can't see through it anymore. Wan Wuzai was somewhat astonished looking around Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and said, you are not bad, either having traveled far and wide your cultivation has not lagged behind, and you have managed to break through to the 8th stage of chi refining while mostly focusing on enjoyment. Chen Feng pointed out his cultivation level, and a flicker of surprise crossed Wan Wuzai's face. It was known that he had concealed his cultivation, yet Chen Feng was able to see through it at a glance. This meant that he was at least a level higher than Chen Feng. You are not simple, Tisk, Wan Wuzai said with some envy. He had known Chen Feng for nearly 60 years. Initially, he had always been ahead in cultivation, but he never expected to be left far behind now. Let's head inside the venue. If more people arrive later, it will be hard to find a good spot, and we can catch up slowly afterward. Wan Wuzai nodded in agreement, and the two entered together. Although it was still 2 or 3 hours before the auction started, many people had already arrived. About 1/5 of the seats were occupied with a total of 300 to 400 people. This meant that there were 300 to 400 chi refining cultivators. However, most of them were merely there to broaden their horizons, with many being early to mid-stage chi refining cultivators. Among them, quite a few recognized Chen Feng and greeted him warmly. Wan Wuzai, on the other hand, intended to take the opportunity to stroll around before the auction began. Suddenly, a faint, yet powerful aura sent a chill down the spines of both Chen Feng and him. A woman dressed in a snow-white robe resembling a goddess of ice and snow passed by the two. Behind her were 2 young girls who were quite lively, contrasting the icy demeanor of the previous lady. The 2 young girls seemed to be very lively, chatting about interesting matters. Foundation establishment. After the 3 left, Chen Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air. His gaze lingered on the back of the ice goddess entering the VIP passage. Wan Wuzai, standing beside him, joked, Chen Feng, my friend, I heard you have that kind of hobby. You wouldn't have taken a liking to those 3 girls, would you? Chen Feng slowly shook his head and sighed. How could I use taken a liking to describe it? They are not from the same realm as me. Upon hearing this, Wan Wuzai raised his eyebrows and said, you may not know, but those 3 are from Huaxian County City. The one in the lead is the city lord of Huaxian at the peak of foundation establishment. And the 2 girls following her are her daughters, and he fixed his gaze on Chen Feng and smiled. If you have an idea, you could go to Huaxian County City in a year to participate in the city lord selection of a son-in-law. Selection of a son-in-law. Chen Feng frowned, somewhat puzzled. Wan Wuzai, seeing Chen Feng's expression, suddenly realized, I forgot you are in Yuanling County, so you wouldn't be well informed about news from Huaxian County. Chen Feng looked at Wan Wuzai. He knew little about these events in the cultivation world. Over the years, apart from focusing on developing the population, everything else had been handled by Chen Shuren. And Chen Shuren was just an ordinary person. Even with the Chen family's influence in Yuanling County, he could still thrive. However, in the larger context of the cultivation world, there was no standing, and he wouldn't know these things unless he deliberately inquired. Seeing Chen Feng's confused expression, Wan Wuzai thought it was because he had been in closed-door cultivation all these years and was unaware of the nearby cultivation world news. He continued, the situation is like this. The city lord of Huaxian County, her family was established only a little over 80 years ago, and her husband perished due to certain reasons, leaving her with only 2 daughters. In other words, the family actually consists of just the city lord of Huaxian and her 2 daughters, all of whom are women. There are indeed many families dominated by female cultivators in the cultivation world, but a family consisting solely of female cultivators faces significant challenges in development, just in terms of inheritance. If it were Chen Feng, putting in some effort for a year would yield dozens of successors without issue. Chen Feng was somewhat silent. It would be extremely difficult for such a family to continue developing. Yes, and the city lord of Huaxian, Xia Jiao, along with her Xia family, has a significant influence in the region. Basically, several nearby county cities with stronger loose cultivators or families are all stirring with anticipation. After all, the benefits involved are immense. Wan Wuzai looked at Chen Feng and joked, Chen Feng, my friend, do you have any interest in giving it a try? Given your speed of reaching the 10th stage of chi refining in 80 years, you are not weak. Who knows, you might just catch their eye and soar. Chen Feng was filled with black lines, gesturing for Wan Wuzai to be quiet. What a joke. I am the head of a clan, how could I go and be a son-in-law? However, he made a note of this information in his heart. The overall strength of Huaxian County is slightly weaker than that of Yuanling County. In the entire county city, there is only the Xia family as a foundation establishment family. As the two conversed, time quickly passed. The auction commenced as scheduled with a venue that could accommodate 3,000 people nearly filled to capacity. This amazed Chen Feng as it was his first time witnessing so many fellow cultivators gathering together. As the auction began, the noisy crowd gradually quieted down. He gazed with shining eyes at the various magical artifacts that were brought up for auction. Among the more than 10 medium-grade artifacts, there were even 3 high-grade artifacts. The value of a medium-grade artifact can reach 3,000 spirit stones, while high-grade artifacts can exceed 10,000. Chen Feng felt dry-mouthed, his gaze fixed on a crimson high-grade sword. One should know that a good weapon is enough to grant one superior capabilities. High-grade artifacts are the standard for foundation establishment cultivators. Meanwhile, Chen Feng only possessed a low-grade sword which seemed somewhat shabby. Looking at the spirit stones in his hand, Chen Feng seemed to have made a significant decision. Soon the auction for the appetizer artifacts began. Every medium-grade artifact started at a price of no less than 3,000 spirit stones. Among them, a whip-type medium-grade artifact was auctioned for 5,000 spirit stones, leaving Chen Feng astonished. High-grade artifact, the starting bid for the Crimson Sword is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. There's a chance. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened as he took a deep breath and decisively placed his bid. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Feng pressed the mechanism beside him to place his bid. With this move, he raised the starting bid by 5,000 spirit stones. The surrounding cultivators cast astonished glances at him, some filled with greed. For a chi condensation cultivator to possess 15,000 low-grade spirit stones is a significant fortune. Who among those present wouldn't be tempted? This was half of the Chen family's accumulated wealth to establish their clan, thanks to the donations from the 2 major families. Wow, Chen Feng, my friend, you. The expression of Wan Wuzai beside him changed as he looked at Chen Feng in surprise. Chen Feng remained unfazed, merely waiting for the auction to conclude with a steady gaze. Just when he thought he was about to win the bid, a voice rang out. 17,000 low-grade spirit stones. Someone in the private box called out. This made Chen Feng's expression darken as he looked up at the box above. He saw Li Hu's figure appear, smiling and nodding at Chen Feng. Old bastard. Chen Feng cursed, inwardly glancing at the crimson sword on stage with a conflicted expression. 17,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? The main auctioneer, a foundation establishment cultivator from Wanbao Merchant Guild, raised his hammer and began to strike. Just as he was about to strike, 3 times Chen Feng gritted his teeth, seemingly making a significant decision. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. This statement stirred up a wave of excitement. The value of a high-grade artifact is around 16,000 low-grade spirit stones, though the prices can fluctuate based on the artifact's characteristics. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones is already an exceptionally high bid. Li Hu also did not expect that the small Chen family could be this wealthy. His eyes glinted with malice as he coldly huffed at Chen Feng. If it weren't for the need to bid on the golden core technique, I wouldn't waste my spirit stones otherwise. He was also quite fond of this sword, and having it snatched by Chen Feng left him feeling quite displeased. With Chen Feng's bid, the venue fell silent for a long time with no further bids, and eventually the crimson sword fell into Chen Feng's hands. Phew! He let out a sigh of relief as if sensing a cold gaze upon him. He looked up only to find it was Li Hu. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. However, as the auction continued after the artifact segment was completed, the long-awaited foundation establishment pill was introduced, drawing the eager gazes of all the chi condensation cultivators. This pill increases the breakthrough rate for chi condensation cultivators by 5 levels, igniting excitement throughout the venue. Many older chi condensation 10th stage cultivators looked eagerly at the foundation establishment pill on stage. With this, one could defy fate and revert to youth. They could even become a local tyrant in some smaller counties. Even the VIP seats were in a state of commotion. Li Hu was no exception, his face full of desire as he looked at this pill. However, the starting bid for the foundation establishment pill was 500 low-grade spirit stones, and it quickly escalated to over 97,000 for a single pill. Meanwhile, Chen Feng remained by the side, closing his eyes to rest, appearing entirely uninterested in the foundation establishment pill. However, even if he were interested, the price of nearly 100,000 low-grade spirit stones was out of reach. Even selling the entire Chen family wouldn't suffice. Moreover, Chen Feng didn't actually need this item. With 300 inheritance points for each pill, it wasn't particularly precious to him. However, bringing out a foundation establishment pill as a chi condensation small family would mean what? They would be suspected of possessing even more valuable items. The Li family also participated in the auction but quickly retracted their bid after one attempt. In the end, this foundation establishment pill fell into the hands of the Xia family. This caused Chen Feng to glance sideways, surprised that the Xia family was this wealthy. Wan Wuzai beside him also wore an envious expression, regretting not being born into a major family struggling at the bottom. At the same time, he looked at Chen Feng with a hint of nostalgia. If I had chosen to create a family like him back then, perhaps I would have fared better. Chen Feng noticed the change in his old friend and said, "Do you have any thoughts for the future? Will you continue seeking your destiny or find a place to settle down?" Wan Wuzai shook his head, his face somewhat despondent. "Forget about destiny. Those immortal gates are far above us. Once we enter, we are treated like beasts of burden, unable to see a way forward. And settling down." Sigh. He sighed, his figure somewhat listless. "I lack the energy to develop. My lifespan is nearing 100 years. After that, I truly won't have any opportunities left." Chen Feng looked at Wan Wuzai's face and said, "If you don't mind, you can come to my Chen family as a guest elder. I will provide you with a yearly salary of 300 spirit stones. When you achieve full mastery in chi condensation, I will assist you in breaking through to foundation establishment, and you won't need to lift a finger otherwise. During your leisure time, you can also branch out and spread your influence." This statement left Wan Wuzai in silence. The price Chen Feng offered was already quite high in the immortal gate. He earned only 200 low-grade spirit stones a year. Most importantly, Chen Feng promised to assist him in breaking through to foundation establishment upon his mastery in chi condensation. Having known each other for many years, he understood Chen Feng's character well. If he said he would do something, he would do it. Chen Feng did not disturb him, continuing to watch the competition among those on stage with keen interest. After all, he couldn't afford to buy anything. He was just here for entertainment. Finally, it was time for the highlight of the auction, a technique capable of leading one to the early stages of the golden core. Everyone present held their breath, gazing at the golden scroll. The foundation establishment cultivator on stage with a serious expression announced Chapter 14a, the auction of the golden core method. "Gentlemen, this is the lifelong work of a golden core elder from my Wanbao Merchant Guild, a direct route to the golden core technique. This is also the finale of this auction." The foundation establishment cultivator from Wanbao Merchant Guild provided a brief introduction. All those present seemed unable to contain themselves. The foundation establishment cultivators and families were all standing by the window, staring intently at that scroll, their eyes filled with fiery anticipation. After a brief introduction, the starting bid from Wanbao Merchant Guild rang out. Starting bid 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. The minimum increase for each bid is no less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hiss. Every cultivator present inhaled sharply. Just the minimum bid increase was beyond what most could afford. 230,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Bai family was the first to bid, igniting the atmosphere in the venue. The Li family also followed suit, offering an astonishing 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. This left Chen Feng speechless, secretly exclaiming that it was no wonder the old established foundation establishment families had such deep foundations. Finally, after a fierce competition, the Yin family won the technique for a staggering 67,000 low-grade spirit stones. This price made Chen Feng envious. If a foundation establishment family could be this wealthy, then how rich would the golden core families be? After the auction for the golden core technique concluded, the event came to an end. After paying this large sum, Chen Feng finally obtained the Crimson Sword. True to its name, using this sword increased fire attribute cultivator's power by 20%, making it nearly invincible among the same ranks in Yuanling County. Naturally, Chen Feng cherished it, playing with it for a while before leaving the auction venue with Wan Wuzai. "I wonder what you think." Chen Feng looked directly at him, and after a moment of silence, Wan Wuzai finally nodded. "Very well, I've drifted for half my life, so it's time to settle down. Thank you for your trouble." "Not at all." Chen Feng felt quite pleased. Bringing in a chi condensation 8th-stage cultivator as an ally was certainly a good thing. Currently in the family, apart from himself at the forefront, the highest cultivation levels were Pei Yining and Lu Binger, both at chi condensation 5th stage, and as for his offspring, needless to say. Moreover, Wan Wuzai had 3 spiritual roots. During the journey, Wan Wuzai recounted how he had once joined an immortal gate. However, lacking talent and background, he could only survive in the immortal gate. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, he left the sect and wandered around nearby counties for several years until this auction. His first half of life was indeed fruitless. Chen Feng had not anticipated that his old friend's journey would be so difficult. He thought he had been traveling around all these years. He steadied his old friend until they entered the Chen residence, where Chen Feng summoned his offspring. He announced Wan Wuzai's joining, then instructed someone to bring his offspring with spiritual roots. Except for his youngest child, Chen Chuyan, who was still in swaddling clothes, all others were present. With a smile, Chen Feng looked at Wan Wuzai and said to his offspring, "He is not only a guest elder of our clan, but also the strongest after me, not counting Chen Chu." If you have any questions regarding cultivation, feel free to consult Elder Wan. Yes, father. The offspring then looked at Wan Wuzai. Greetings, Elder Wan. Wan Wuzai's mouth twitched, as since he was on this ship, he would sail it to the end. Gardening and teaching the younger generation wouldn't be too bad. Moreover, Chen Feng had promised to provide him with cultivation resources, a treatment far better than that of a certain poor immortal gate. All right, everyone, please step back. I have something to discuss with Elder Wan. After Chen Chuling and the others left, Chen Feng smiled at Wan Wuzai. Elder Wan, thank you. I trust you with these children. Wan Chuling gave his old friend a resentful glance, but ultimately agreed to this arrangement. Thus, within the Chen clan, an additional Qi condensation 8th stage guest elder and a mentor was added. With someone to guide his offspring, Chen Feng completely began to take on a laissez-faire attitude. He settled into a routine of practicing swordplay, refining the 5 elements decision, and expanding territory. On the other side, within the Li family, Li Hu went out failing to secure the foundation establishment pill or the golden core technique and was scolded by the ancestor. He was filled with pent-up frustration, and the image of Chen Feng's face floated in his mind. Thinking of how the sword he coveted was snatched away, his anger intensified. The Chen family in just a few decades has grown to such a scale, their foundation is not weak at all. I can no longer let them be unrestrained. Thinking of how much business from the restaurants he operated had been siphoned off by the Chen family's establishments, and knowing he had to maintain the face of a foundation establishment family, he couldn't overly target a mere Qi condensation family. With the mix of old and new grievances, his expression turned dark. Li Yi summoned all the leaders of the affiliated families. It's time to stir them up after raising them for so long. By the way, bring me the collected information on the Chen family as well. Li Yi nodded, his figure disappearing into the night. Soon after, all the affiliated families of the Li family arrived one after another. They were extremely curious as to why the head of the family summoned them at such a late hour. There were quite a few attendees, with no fewer than 5 at Qi condensation 9th stage and the lowest of them at Qi condensation 6th stage. Li Hu sat at the head of the table, his expression somewhat grim as he looked at the information in hand. He felt a bit dazed, recalling that 20 or 30 years ago, he could have easily crushed these insignificant beings, but they had now grown to this level. Their industries spanned 3 affiliated towns in the county, and even within the county city, they had a presence. The spirit fields totaled over 2,000 acres, and just from the spirit fields alone, their annual income was at least 1,000 spirit stones. This scale was even greater than that of several established Qi condensation families in Yuanling County. One must know that the Chen family had not even been established for 100 years. How could this be? If they continued to develop further, it would inevitably impact their own interests. After a long silence, Li Hu handed over the information to the leaders of the affiliated families to review. After a moment, waves of exclamations rang out. I have heard of the Chen family. They have risen rapidly lately, but I didn't expect them to be this formidable. Indeed, 30 or 40 years ago, the Chen family was just a nameless clan. Who would have thought that now they are even stronger than us? This Chen Feng is truly terrifying. After reading the information, they all looked up at Li Hu in unison. They understood what Li Hu intended to do. In the past, they had also engaged in similar actions. Among the leaders of the affiliated families, a portly man showed a delighted expression. Dealing with the Chen family. What a good thing. Li Hu looked at the members below, noticing their respectful expressions. He couldn't help but feel a bit elevated. Look, this is the might of my Li family. A mere Chen family. You don't need me to take action on my subordinates can tear you apart. Unintentionally, he felt a sense of pride. A small Chen family, how laughable. This Chen family is so arrogant, they even rejected our clan's invitation to become their subordinate. They truly do not know what is good for them. Today I have summoned all the clan leaders here to deal with the Chen family and choke them. Li Hu looked at the young clan leaders below and continued, you can act boldly, go and seize, and if they dare to retaliate, just bring out our Li family's clan seal. Furthermore, all the spoils from the Chen family's properties will belong to you. I will provide assistance from behind, and there will be rewards for good performance. With such empty promises, the subordinate clan leaders in front were overjoyed. Rest assured, Master Clan Leader Chen Feng is merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. With so many of us present, we will surely handle this. The leader of the Xiong family stepped forward in the prime of his life at the 9th level of Qi refinement, utterly disdainful of Chen Feng. He had been stuck at the 9th level for over 30 years, believing his foundation was far superior to Chen Feng's. Very well. Li Hu nodded in approval at the leader of the Xiong family. The various clan leaders present expressed their stances one after another. Li Hu added, if anyone brings me Chen Feng's head, I can present the foundation establishment method for them to view. This remark stirred up a great wave, and the people present exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fervor. Why are they subordinates? It is for this foundation establishment method. We will surely die for the main clan. Seeing everyone expressing their determination, Li Hu nodded. Then go and do it. After saying this, the crowd gradually left the Li family. Among them, the leader of the Xiong family approached another Qi refinement 9th level practitioner, their target being the foundation establishment method. It was somewhat difficult for an individual to manage such a large family, especially since the clan leader was merely a 9th level Qi refinement practitioner. He did not want to rely on slow erosion. Wouldn't directly slaying Chen Feng be quicker? Thus, please wait, fellow Taoist. The two chatted happily, focusing their target on a friendly clan leader who was also at the 9th level of Qi refinement. When dealing with someone of the same level, it is imperative to proceed with caution. The three engaged in lively discussion. Together they would be sufficient, and afterward they would share the foundation establishment method. After a period of scheming, half a month passed. During this month, the winds changed within the Chen family. The family's properties have been seized by thieves and buildings have been damaged. Chen Shuren wore an angry expression, not pleased at all. Have we identified the forces behind these people? Chen Feng's face was sullen as someone was rising against him again. He had an 8 or 9 out of 10 certainty that the Li family was behind this, stirring up trouble. Among Qi refinement families, few dared to act against him openly, nor would they be so blatant. More than one family has acted. We have identified 4, just from our investigation. Chen Shuren's expression was not good. And all these families are subordinates of the Li family. I understand. Order all clan members except for those who are investigating to withdraw. I want to see how many have participated in this matter. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold. These people truly did not know the meaning of danger. Even if a foundation establishment family stood behind them, what could they do? Chen Feng looked at his main quest to ascend to the upper echelons of Yuanling County. Then, since they show no mercy, do not blame me for breaking the rules. Chen Feng's voice was cold as he looked at Chen Shuren. Tell Chuling and the others not to go out these days, and have all the clan members who are about to become martial masters prepare. Chen Feng sat in a high position, his gaze filled with ruthlessness. Understood. A hint of chill from Chen Feng made Chen Shuren feel a shiver run through him. In a flash, it was already half past the month. 3 figures stealthily crept into the territory of the Chen family, glancing at the walls of the courtyard not far away. 2 fellow Taoists, let's climb over and find Chen Feng's bed, catching him off guard and taking his head. Understood. The few of them stealthily approached the courtyard when suddenly a burst of golden light was triggered, enveloping the entire courtyard, and a sharp voice echoed around. The entire Chen family territory shook. Not good, this Chen family actually has a formation. Xiong Taoist. Xiong's expression darkened as he looked at the golden light with jealousy. Such a small Chen family actually possesses a formation for protection. Xiong said, don't worry about it. This formation is not high level and cannot stop us. If we retreat now after being discovered, the Chen family's vigilance will only increase. Instead, let's break the formation and kill our way in. What Xiong Taoist said is quite right. No matter how capable Chen Feng is, he is just one person while we are 3. The advantage is on our side. A nearby Taoist also walked over, looking at the golden light. Watch me break the formation. Boom. Inside the courtyard, Chen Feng, who was lying beside Lu Binger, opened his eyes and leaped into the night. Only Lu Binger was left worried as she watched Chen Feng's departing figure. Wan Wuzhai was also awakened at this time, looking at the sky, filled with golden light, his expression darkening. He knew that Chen Feng had set up a formation, and this formation could defend against those at the 7th level of Qi refinement. At that time, he had marveled at it, never expecting to see it with his own eyes so soon. Boom, boom. With a series of booming sounds, the golden light scattered into fragments, leaving only the alarm formation still running. Chen Chu also woke up from the bed, looking displeased at the spot where the formation was broken, his powerful blood aura bursting forth. Bang! Dare to offend my Chen family. Seeking death. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he burst through the roof, charging towards Xiong and the others. As the 3 had just entered the courtyard, a man radiating an astonishing blood aura with a muscular physique like a fierce tiger lunged at them. Upon seeing the 3, Chen Chu did not say a word and struck with a punch. A horizontal training practitioner. The 3 were somewhat surprised as they watched Chen Chu attack, directly channeling their energy to resist their true essence condensing into a barrier. They heard a thunderous sound. Chen Chu turned into a shooting star in the air, falling back in the direction he came from. Chen Feng. He had just arrived when he saw Chen Chu charging at the 3 with great momentum. Then he witnessed a beautiful arc. Isn't this a bit abstract? Soon Wan Wuzhai also arrived at the scene, picking up the fallen Chen Chu and coming to Chen Feng's side. One is at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and the other is a horizontal training practitioner. The Chen family head is quite hidden, isn't he? Xiong narrowed his eyes, looking at the 2 beside Chen Feng with some surprise. A horizontal training practitioner, huh? Chen Feng glanced at Chen Chu, thoughtfully, feeling relieved. Then he looked coldly at the 3 and said, I recognize you, Xiong, a loyal dog of the Li family. Xiong's face stiffened, and he snorted coldly. I didn't expect you to have quite a sharp tongue, Chen Feng. If nothing unexpected happens, it was the Li family that sent you here, right? Those families that targeted my family's properties were also instigated by the Li family, weren't they? The head of the Chen family is quite clever, no wonder he has developed so rapidly. Xiong laughed, his tone somewhat frivolous. Since the Chen family head understands then. He gestured to the two people beside him, forming a triangular formation to surround Chen Feng and the others. Attack. Words can often lead to mistakes. The few of them understood this well as they managed a considerable family. As for Chen Feng, he was merely a rising force, not to mention the support of a powerful family, like the Li family behind them. What does it matter to eliminate a small Chen family and kill Chen Feng? Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged while Chen Chu and Wan Wuzhai, beside him, wore serious expressions, their aura radiating, ready to strike. You do not know your own mortality. Remember, if you dare to act, I will ensure your family is wiped out, leaving no trace behind. 3 mere 9th stage Qi refinement practitioners, and not to mention, he had the upper hand in cultivation. They had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement plus the enhancement of a high-grade magical artifact, and this was his home turf where he had arranged formations in abundance. Seeing that the three ignored him, Chen Feng did not waste words. The opportunity had been given. If they chose to retreat, at least the ordinary members of their family could survive. After all, Chen Feng did not enjoy causing wanton slaughter. What if he killed too many and was labeled a demon hunted by everyone? Puff! Chen Feng raised his hand, and 2 massive earthen walls rose from the ground, his hand glowing crimson flames igniting along the sword's blade. Chen Feng showed no mercy, channeling the 5 elements technique, unleashing the power of fire. His cultivation level also revealed itself, strong, true essence enveloping him as he swung his sword. Under the incredulous gaze of a 9th stage Qi refinement practitioner, his head flew off to the side, the flames reducing his face to a charred mess. This is bad. He has concealed his cultivation level. He is a 10th stage Qi refinement practitioner. The Li family has deceived me. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Xiong withdrew his attack and prepared to flee. Chen Feng chased after him with a sword. As the opponent was now prepared, he slipped away like an eel, evading death for the time being. Meanwhile, Wan Wuzhai and Chen Chu teamed up to trap another Qi refinement practitioner. In an instant, true essence fluctuations spread, and the sounds of battle echoed in the night sky. Bind. Chen Feng used a one-handed hand sign to activate an enhanced binding formation, catching Xiong off guard as he attempted to defend against Chen Feng's sword. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng launched a surprise attack right in front of him. A fist struck his forehead, instantly doubling the impact. I gave you a chance. Xiong's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. On the other side, facing Chen Chu's frenzied assault and formidable defense, the clan leader panicked. Noticing the battle nearby had stopped, he gritted his teeth. You forced my hand. First he dodged to create distance, then directly shouted, Stop. I surrender. I am Yu Ren, the clan leader of the Yu family. I can provide all information regarding Li who targeting the Chen family. Please spare my life. Chen Chu's raised hand appeared somewhat dazed, momentarily unsure whether to strike or retract. Wan Wuzhai felt the same. He was bewildered by Chen Feng's unexpectedly powerful combat strength, as well as the scene before him. As Chen Feng approached, he looked down at the kneeling man with disdain. However, he was also curious about what the man had to say. Speak, tell me everything you know, and I will spare your life. Chen Feng coldly gazed at him. I will talk. The situation is like this. As he listened to Yu Ren speak word by word, Chen Feng's expression fluctuated. The Li family really thinks highly of me. Then he fixed his gaze on Yu Ren. Since you have divulged this information, I will not take your life. He glanced at the kneeling Yu Ren, frowning slightly. Since you are a subordinate family of the Li family, you shall switch allegiance to me from now on. Chen Feng inexplicably produced a clump of dirt, shaped it into a small pill, and looked at him. Open your mouth. Chen Feng threw the dirt pill inside, coldly stating, Swallow it. Yu Ren's complexion changed, but in order to save his life, he shut his eyes and swallowed it. This is the 7 absolute soul-dispersing powder, only solvable by a golden core practitioner. You must come to me for an antidote once a year, or you will die a horrible death. Chen Feng's chilling voice echoed in his ear, causing him to shiver all over. His brows furrowed tightly, and he simply lay on the ground, appearing like a salted fish that had lost all hope for the future. Yu Ren half believed Chen Feng's words. After all, such high-level poison was rare. However, what if it were true? What to do then? He did not dare to gamble, and could only choose to comply. However, one sentence from Chen Feng made him feel a chill run down his spine, and he jumped up from the ground. Stop lying down. Lead me to the Xiong family to wipe out their entire clan. Prove that you are a useful person, or else. As Chen Feng walked past him, his icy words echoed in Yu Ren's ears. Chu, you lead all the capable fighters of the clan to follow. I will go with Yu Ren to the Xiong family. Old One, you come too, Chen Feng called out to Wan Wuzhai beside him. Wan Wuzhai felt a bit nervous. He was fully aware of what Chen Feng intended to do. The Chen family's motto, when the spring wind blows again, burn the roots after cutting the grass. In this seemingly glamorous cultivation world, this was quite a normal occurrence. To stand firm, one must be ruthless. The three headed westward, arriving above the Xiong family's territory. Yu Rin, it's your turn to act. Perform well. Yes. Yu Rin gritted his teeth and marched to the front, understanding that this was his declaration of loyalty. Once he did this, the Li family would not let him off. But if he did not act, he would surely die. Well, a dead friend is better than a poor Taoist. He summoned his magical artifact and smashed it heavily downwards. Instantly, a large number of Xiong family members still in their sleep were killed. Who goes there? The cultivators of the Xiong family, hearing the commotion, hurriedly appeared with 4 cultivators in total. Watching the destruction caused by Yu Rin and the tragic sight of their kin, they wore grim expressions, but the aura emanating from Yu Rin was formidable. One of them was a 9th-stage Qi refinement practitioner, someone they could not afford to offend. They could only threaten. Our clan leader is Xiong, also a 9th-stage Qi refinement practitioner. The Wei family is even a subsidiary of the Li family. Senior, do not misjudge the situation. Before Yu Rin could respond, Chen Feng's figure appeared before them. Your clan leader is already dead. Next it will be your turn, and then your entire clan. What? The leader was incredulous, but given the scene before him, he signaled to the others. Quickly flee to the Li family for help. You family head Yu Rin, why aren't you making your move yet? Chen Feng had no intention of acting and looked at Yu Rin beside him. What? Are you senior? No, are you not a friend of my father? The leader of the Xiong family, upon hearing Chen Feng's voice, finally recognized Yu Rin not far away, his face showing astonishment. I'm sorry. Yu Rin's face showed guilt as he gritted his teeth and rushed forward, slapping him to death. The other 3 cultivators scattered and fled while Yu Rin chased after them to kill. But one still managed to escape, returning with a face full of shame to admit his mistake. Wan Wuzhai's lips twitched. Those 3 were only at the 4th stage of Qi refinement, while Yu Rin was at the impressive 9th stage. How could they have escaped? The reason was obvious. Wan Wuzhai wanted to intervene, but Chen Feng transmitted a message telling him not to act. He was quite puzzled, and Chen Feng explained that it was for another purpose. Chen Feng did not punish him. He merely patted his shoulder a few times and said gravely, "This is the first and the last time." As the familiar golden light rose, Chen Chu and the others arrived, and the shouts from the Xiong family echoed everywhere. It took over half an hour for the commotion to settle, and by then not a single member of the Xiong family was left alive. Yu Rin fell silent at the depth displayed by the Chen family. There were more than 10 cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, and 3 of them were above the 8th stage. Of course, Chen Chu was counted among them. This depth was quite impressive, making the Chen family undoubtedly the top among the Qi refinement families in Yuanling County. That sleepless night, 8 families were slaughtered, uprooted entirely, with flames filling the sky. More than 30 Qi refinement cultivators died, and all the roots pointed back to the Chen family. Many Qi refinement families were filled with panic, and the fear of the Chen family in their hearts gradually intensified. What are you afraid of? When they act, they will annihilate your clan. Are you afraid? The Chen family also directly took action, revealing the Li family's plot in detail, shifting the blame onto them. The cursing was incessant. Indeed, the Li family hadn't done anything good in recent years. The other 2 foundational families also sent people to the Chun family to express their condolences. Meanwhile, what was the Chun family doing? They were busy reclaiming territory, even struggling with manpower and bustling with activity. Main Quest developed the family to 100 members and ascend to the upper echelon of Yuanling County completed. Congratulations, host. You've made another leap in this world and obtained the title famous in Yuanling. Reward: pure cultivation for 100 years, freely assignable skill cultivation for 100 years, and 500 inheritance points. As Chen Feng counted the spoils, he let out a sigh of relief. With these, he believed he was certainly ready to advance to foundation establishment. What expression would Li Hu have when he tries to retaliate, only to find I have successfully established my foundation? Chen Feng mocked the Li family in his heart. After all, his affiliated family had suffered more than half the losses, and Li Hu would likely be scolded severely. This time the harvest was quite substantial. 110,000 lower-grade spirit stones, including 10,000 donated by the Yu family, 17 lower-grade magical artifacts, 2 middle-grade magical artifacts, and 21 various cultivation methods, along with countless gold and silver. This made Chen Feng sigh, realizing there are still many good people. He must also thank these families for their selfless contributions, which have filled his pockets. After sorting through his gains, Chen Feng cleared a space and announced his seclusion. Claiming rewards. Countless pure energies surged into his body, and Chen Feng began to guide them according to the method for breaking through to foundation establishment. The energy within was infinitely compressed while the remaining energy rushed through his organs and limbs. This made Chen Feng feel some pressure, but this energy felt entirely natural, just like his own, so there was no significant issue. He didn't have the troubles of other chi refinement cultivators struggling to break through to foundation establishment, such as chaotic energy, the body unable to bear it, or insufficient energy. Would elevating oneself with one's own energy cause problems? No. His meridians rapidly began to expand, and his flesh was being washed and baptized inch by inch. His organs were also rapidly strengthening. Under the immense energy's wash, every cell felt stuffed and then burst apart only to recombine. This was a qualitative change. The true essence within was also being washed and sublimated. I succeeded. As the true essence transformed into pure magical power, a sea of suffering was born within him, or rather a sea of magical power. Not the bald one, but an ocean forged from magical energy. The excess energy surged into this sea of suffering which had originally been like a small pond, but quickly expanded. It became a pond considerably larger, far beyond what a newly established foundation cultivator could achieve. Foundation established. A wave of oppressive energy spread from his body, and the entire Chen residence felt this overwhelming sensation. The closer one was, the more unbearable it became. What is this? Wan Wuzhai's face changed upon realizing Chen Feng was in seclusion, feeling an overwhelming pressure. He was all too familiar with this sensation, the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. He succeeded so quickly. Even with foundation establishment pills, it shouldn't be this fast. He hurried to the place where Chen Feng was in seclusion, but Chen Feng had already retracted his pressure. Old Wan just pushed the door open and come in. Before Wan Wuzhai arrived, Chen Feng's voice appeared in his ears. Upon entering, he saw Chen Feng, who was emanating an imposing presence and a richer aura of foundation establishment. You succeeded, mm. Chen Feng beamed back at Wan Wuzhai. How is this possible? You are too monstrous. Wan Wuzhai couldn't believe his eyes. From the moment Chen Feng announced his seclusion to achieving foundation establishment had only been a mere half a day. Even among the proud of heaven in the immortal gate, it usually took them several days to break through. This made him feel a sense of reverence as his former companion had now become his senior, walking further down the immortal path while he remained stagnant. Don't mind that you've become a guest elder of my family. In the future, if you wish to break through to foundation establishment, I will definitely assist you. Chen Feng repeated this promise once more, which stirred mixed feelings in Wan Wuzhai. Alright, I need to stabilize my cultivation. Help me inform Churin to announce my breakthrough to foundation establishment in a month and invite guests, etc. Understood. Wan Wuzhai nodded and turned to leave. Chen Feng watched Wan Wuzhai's departing figure, knowing that becoming a foundation establishment cultivator would bring even more challenges, though for now, there wouldn't be any trouble. Ding Main Quest issued the family needs territory and resources, unify Yuanling County, and seize the spirit vein mine. Looking at the main quest, Chen Feng felt a sharp pain in his teeth. What is this? It's like having just acquired a weapon and you want me to attack Pinggan County. It's the same principle. How can this be achieved? Chen Feng felt a bit helpless. Fortunately, there were no time constraints allowing for a slow plan. The Chen family was thriving, but the situation was different on the other side. Li family. Li, who was like an ostrich at this moment, swallowing his anger. The Yu family betrayed us. 8 clans were annihilated, causing this uproar, and you let the entire Yuanling County see my Li family's disgrace. In front of him, the elder of the Li family was furious, pointing a finger at his nose and scolding him. After a bout of curses, Li Kuan took a deep breath, looking at Li Hu with disappointment. Since the situation has already occurred, it must be dealt with decisively, and all negative news about the Li family in the city must be eliminated. After speaking, he turned and left coldly, adding, I don't care what methods you use. As Li Kun's figure vanished from sight, Li Hu, drenched in sweat, straightened up from his hunched position. Looking at the descendant of the Xiong family lying on the ground, he gritted his teeth and said, useless. Take him to the confinement room. With a wave of his hand, Li Hu ordered 2 figures to carry away the Xiong family descendant. All that remained were the sounds of begging for mercy, which ultimately turned into curses. Li Hu frowned, looking at the intelligence report from the Chen family, and in a fit of rage tore it to shreds, shouting angrily, this is damned. Li Yi, come here. Li Yi, who was at the door, trembled slightly as he walked in. Upon entering, he was met with the murderous gaze of Li Hu and quickly spoke. Clan leader, this intelligence is truly error-free. I have been on stakeout for over a month and don't know how many people I bribed to gather this information. However, I didn't expect the Chen family to hide so deeply. Li Hu's forehead throbbed with veins, and after a moment of furious impotence, he sighed. Forget it. At this moment, he felt somewhat confused, wary, and resentful of the Chen family, which had hidden itself so deeply and suddenly revealed its fangs. Since we have come this far, let's first eliminate the Chen family, so that those with ulterior motives can quiet down and then gradually diminish the matter with time. Li Hu clearly wanted to take the plunge, his mind filled with the face of Chen Feng, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Since the rejection began, he had continuously suffered setbacks. Now that Li Kuan was alarmed, it was imperative to handle the situation properly. He frowned, remembering the last words Li Kuan said before leaving. "I don't care what methods you use." He steeled his heart and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Do it. Summon all clan members above the 8th stage of Qi refinement regardless of where they are to return. We will completely eradicate the Chen family in 3 days." Li Hu seemed to have thought of something and instructed Li Yi again. "Also send messages to the other 6 clans urging them to act with us. Chen family, Chen Feng. Let's see if you can survive this time." Li Hu's heart was somewhat sinister. At this moment, Chen Feng was concentrating all his skills on the formation. The formation was slightly completed, with Chen Feng finding the flaws in the Golden Light formation and improving the energy and defense shortcomings. Utilizing the terrain, he upgraded the Golden Light formation, making it sufficient to withstand the attacks of early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, the consumption would be extraordinarily terrifying. Just maintaining it for a minute would burn through 10 low-grade spirit stones. If it had to withstand attacks, the consumption would be even more horrifying. It was like being able to build a formation but being unable to afford its maintenance. However, for Chen Feng, who had just made a fortune, this was not too much of a problem. If he later occupied a spirit vein, then he wouldn't need to worry about consumption issues. Of course, those were all matters for the future. In 3 days, Chen Feng exchanged 200 inheritance points to give his wives each a beauty eternal pill. He cared for them tenderly, filled with endless joy. This joy was shattered with the arrival of a group of uninvited guests. While accompanying his wives and tending to flowers, Chen Feng suddenly frowned. Then he relaxed and gently said to those beside him, "I have something to attend to outside. I'll be back soon." After saying this, Chen Feng left on his flying sword under the gazes of his wives. Outside the Chen residence, a furious shout rang out. "Chen Feng, get out here!" Boom! Bang! This shout, coupled with the commotion, caused the expressions of most people in the Chen residence to change. "Who dares to be reckless at my Chen family?" Wan Wuzai also ran out to watch the commotion, and upon arriving at the entrance, he saw Chen Feng descending on the Golden Light formation on his flying sword. Then he looked at the group outside the formation, and the spectacle was quite impressive. However, Wan Wuzai looked at them with a mocking expression, silently ridiculing Chen Feng. Outside the formation, there were 4 cultivators at the 10th stage of Qi refinement, and more than 20 cultivators overall. Leading them was Li Hu, who was angrily bombarding the Golden Light formation. However, it was all in vain, and nothing seemed to work. What kind of formation is this? How can it withstand our combined attacks? Li Hu grew increasingly uneasy, realizing that with so many people attacking, the Golden Light formation showed no signs of being shaken. "Master, should we stop attacking?" A Li family cultivator stepped forward, looking nervously at the formation. "The Chen family is a bit strange. I fear it's not that simple." Li Hu's expression was incredibly complicated, as the group had come in fierce spirits, vowing to destroy the Chen family. Yet they couldn't even enter the door. Wasn't that rather embarrassing? Looking at the cultivators he had brought, they all looked at him with questioning eyes. Many were already having second thoughts, especially those from the subordinate families. As for Chen Feng, he was even more a taboo subject. Seeing that the crowd wanted to retreat, Li Hu's expression turned grim. He said sternly, "Don't be afraid. I borrowed a treasure from my father. Let's see how I can break his formation." This statement acted like a calming pill, reassuring those present. Li Hu took out a long knife, the magical energy flowing, exuding extraordinary spirit. Indeed, it is the treasure of clan Uncle Li Kuan. Beside Li Hu, a somewhat burly cultivator exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the large knife in Li Hu's hand. "This treasure contains a trace of magical energy left by my father, enough for a single strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator." Li Hu gently caressed the big knife, looking quite pleased. Meanwhile, Chen Feng inside the formation looked at him with a speechless expression. An old man acting like a bear cub. However, he was curious about this so-called strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator, which could also serve to verify the strength of his formation. Thus, Chen Feng did not make a move, quietly watching Li Hu's performance. With this treasure, the Chen family will surely be destroyed. A Li family cultivator beside Li Hu exclaimed, looking at the long knife with some respect. Wan Wuzai was also quite frightened. That was a strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator. A hint of panic appeared on his face as he looked at the golden light filling the sky, somewhat in disbelief. Although Chen Feng had informed him that the formation had been strengthened. Wait a minute. Chen Feng. He looked up and saw Chen Feng watching the show, which brought him a certain sense of calm. What was I worried about? A strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator versus a Foundation establishment cultivator, who was truly more terrifying. Wan Wuzai stepped aside, quietly waiting for the grand performance to begin. Behold my divine might. Outside the formation, Li Hu shouted explosively, and the long knife in his hand shone with bright white light. A daunting aura descended, causing the cultivators beside Li to appear as if facing a formidable enemy. Is this the might of Foundation establishment? Even a trace of residual magical power exuded an irresistible feeling. Among the crowd, many cultivators swallowed, nervously glancing with trepidation at the imposing great blade. At the same time, there was a sense of relief. With the ancestral treasure present, no matter how the Chen family struggles, they are merely a bunch of clowns. Li's cultivators felt somewhat smug, standing even straighter, looking disdainfully at the faintly visible blurred characters of the Chen residents. The might of Foundation establishment flowed. The blade struck like lightning, heavily cleaving against the golden barrier, causing it to ripple and dim slightly. However, it remained steadfast. Li Hu's expression shifted from arrogance to a daze. He stared at everything before him, unable to believe it, and lifted the great blade to examine it. The magical power has been expended, but why? He muttered in confusion. The cultivators present felt the same. Hiss! Someone in the crowd gasped, and the atmosphere turned strange. Do you think I am seeing things? Did that formation really block a strike from Foundation establishment? Someone in the crowd spoke up, triggering a chain reaction. No, I refuse to believe it. How could the small Chen family have such a formation? Li Hu roared in anger, swinging the great blade towards the formation. However, without the reinforcement of magical power, no matter how he urged the treasure, it had no effect on the formation. Watching the frantic Li Hu, an elder of the Li family could no longer hold back, saying, Patriarch, I think we should retreat for now. This situation is too strange, but we should return to the clan and let the ancestor decide. Yes, Patriarch, we should retreat, the group said, looking at the golden barrier that remained unaffected, all feeling the urge to backtrack. Several subordinate clan leaders secretly vowed never to meddle in the Chen family's affairs again. It was far too perilous. The group acted like fools, causing a commotion for so long, yet unable to enter the gate. Retreat. Li Hu regained his composure under the crowd's advice. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. The Chen family possessed a formation capable of blocking Foundation establishment, yet they had caused such a ruckus without anyone emerging. This indicated that the Chen family likely had no strong cultivators to fend off their presence, though otherwise they wouldn't have been able to prance around for so long, especially considering the Chen family's rapid rise. Along with the mismatched formation, a thought arose in his mind. Could it be that the Chen family has obtained some great opportunity or inheritance? Otherwise, with this in mind, Li Hu's expression changed. Let's go back and find the ancestor. There is something off about the Chen family. Perhaps they have gained some fortune. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and many thoughts crossed their minds. It might really be the case otherwise. Unlike before, there was now a glimmer of greed in their eyes. As they prepared to retreat, Chen Feng understood it was time to act. You think you can just leave after causing such a ruckus at my Chen residence? A mocking laughter echoed, followed by a heavy pressure descending upon the crowd, halting their actions. Who is it? Li Hu's expression changed. This feeling was all too familiar. He hurriedly unsheathed the great blade at his waist, attempting to stash it away in his storage bag. Oh, you still wish to pay your respects? How could I refuse such courtesy? Li Hu felt empty-handed as the great blade vanished without a trace. Before the crowd appeared a figure dressed in green, resembling a celestial being descended from heaven, smiling at the group. Who might you be? We are from the Yuanling Li family. A Li cultivator inhaled deeply and spoke up. Meanwhile, Li Hu, facing Chen Feng, felt his pupils constrict, his expression turning to one of terror. Ha ha ha, who am I? Chen Feng looked at the cultivators before him with amusement, his voice turning cold. You have been gambling at my doorstep for so long, ruining so many flowers and plants in my Chen family's territory. Who do you think I am? You are Chen Feng. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Oomph. Magical power surged, and the air seemed to freeze momentarily. The immense magical power descended, pressing down on the leading few. You all have some audacity coming here to trouble my Chen family. Previously, I merely gave a slight punishment, and now you come with so many people intending to destroy my Chen family. You truly think my Chen Feng is easy to bully? Chen Feng's face turned angry, a murderous aura spreading, instilling fear in the hearts of everyone present, causing cold sweat to trickle down. They knew in their hearts that Chen Feng acted decisively with ruthlessness, often slaughtering entire clans. The leaders of several subordinate families were especially terrified, drenched in sweat, their legs trembling, as they dared not look directly at Chen Feng. What kind of chi refining 10th stage? What kind of advantage do I have? Li Hu, you and your family of scammers. A Foundation establishment expert treated by you as chi refining, how can you not regard me as a person? Some of the weak-willed directly dropped to their knees. Seeing Chen Feng's murderous intent rise, one of the subordinate clan leaders could no longer hold on, falling to his knees and pleading, Senior Chen Feng, we were blind and offended you. It was that rascal Li who threatened us. Please spare us. I am willing to bring my family to pledge allegiance to you. As the leader appeared, several other subordinate families also spoke up to express their stance. Chen Feng looked at them with disdain, a bunch of traitors. Seeing Chen Feng silent, they began to wail and claw at each other. Enough. If you don't want to die, shut up. Chen Feng snorted coldly, causing everyone present to shrink their necks, afraid to speak. Chen Feng approached Li, who looking at him coldly. Li, Great Patriarch, what's the matter? Don't you recognize me? You were quite energetic earlier. Oh, what's wrong? Li, who trembled at Chen Feng's approach, feeling jealous and gritting his teeth. Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, waiting to ambush me. This grievance my Li family will remember. Chen Feng, did I pick up the wrong script? Chen Feng's expression darkened. Good, very good. You still dare to threaten me. Your Li family has truly been abusing your power for too long. You can't even recognize yourselves anymore. My Li family has been inherited for over 1,000 years. Even if you break through to Foundation Establishment, what can you do to contend with my Li family? The gap between Foundation Establishment and Foundation Establishment is immense. If you do not hand over my father's treasure and let us go, your small Chun family cannot bear the wrath of my Li family. Huh. How amusing. I never expected you to be such an interesting person. Chen Feng seemed to have heard a delightful joke, pointing at Li Hu's nose and saying, are you perhaps overestimating yourself? Even if you are a Foundation Establishment child, what difference does it make? Can he disregard the lives and deaths of his clansmen and completely let go to fight me? Both being Foundation Establishment cultivators, if he cannot subdue me, it would be a devastating blow to your Li family. Chen Feng smiled, genuinely happy. He must be quite naive. The three major Foundation Establishment families of Yuanling County are not as peaceful as they appear on the surface. The three families jointly mine the spiritual vein, and there must be plenty of open and covert struggles. Each side wants one of the others to be eliminated so they can gain more mining rights with one less person to share the spoils. Why not? Chen Feng couldn't even be bothered to look at Li, who addressing everyone present. You have damaged my family's spiritual soil, spiritual herbs, and flowers, inflicting lasting harm on the innocent minds of my clan's children. Since it was led by the Li family, you must pay a compensation of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for the damages. I will let you go afterward. Additionally, the other families must each pay 10,000 to leave freely. What? This is robbery. Li, who present at the scene, shouted in anger upon hearing Chen Feng's outrageous demands. What? Are you dissatisfied with my proposal? In that case, you all stay here. Chen Feng said, his imposing aura erupting as he prepared to strike at everyone present. Senior Chen Feng, wait. My Dong family is willing to pay this compensation. Please spare me. Just as the sword was about to be raised, someone spoke up immediately. Now that's more like it, Chen Feng said, retracting the pressure he had placed upon him. A member of the Dong family took out a storage bag, seemingly having made a significant decision, and handed it to Chen Feng. Senior, please check it. Dong Wei looked at Chen Feng with a flattering expression. Chen Feng's divine sense entered the bag, revealing more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones quietly lying within. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, looking approvingly at him. You have awareness. Then the other 5 families, seeing that they couldn't escape, also steeled their hearts, following Dong Wei's example, and stepping forward to ask, Senior, may we send someone from our family to retrieve spirit stones for compensation? We truly. That's fine, Chen Feng nodded. Aside from a few individuals who carry so many spirit stones when they go out. Soon the clan leaders of these smaller families began to take action. Before long, the spirit stones were delivered. This 10,000 spirit stones drained most of the savings of the smaller clans present. After placing the compensation, Chen Feng's gaze swept over the members of the Li family, finally resting on Li Hu. Li clan leader, have you made your decision? The choice of life and death for your clan lies in your hands. The members of the Li family looked up at Li Hu, the emotions in their eyes saying it all. Faced with the gaze of his clansmen, Li Hu gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Feng. All right, but you must return my father's magical treasure to me. That's nonsense. That is your tool for committing crimes. It is not excessive for me to confiscate it, right? Chen Feng's eyes turned cold, staring fiercely at Li Hu. Li Hu, who was enjoying special treatment, felt the pressure increase and felt as if his feet were sinking into the ground. After a long pause, Li Hu finally spoke. Fine, but you must lift your pressure. Shut up. Chen Feng struck out with a palm infused with power, causing Li Hu's face to swell instantly. Dare to make demands of me? Do you really think this is your home? Now I've changed my mind. 15,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, none of you will leave. What a... No way, absolutely not, this is extortion. Li Hu shouted in fury, covering his swollen face upon hearing Chen Feng's price increase. Swish. A blood-red arm fell, and Li Hu's expression turned extremely pained as he clutched the spot where his limb had been severed, howling in agony. Shut up. I am not negotiating with you. I am notifying you. Chen Feng's hand held a crimson flame that blazed fiercely as if it were the ghostly fire from the underworld. The people present trembled, all over looking at Chen Feng in fear. Chen Feng raised his long sword, turning towards the surrounding crowd, causing their faces to pale in fear. Chen Feng's figure left a deep impression in the minds of all the cultivators, resembling a demon god. You go inform your ancestor to bring spirit stones to exchange for people. Chen Feng did not continue to waste words with Li, who, fearing he might truly lose control, and kill him with one sword. However, such actions would have serious consequences and delay his progress. The person Chen Feng pointed at trembled all over, then quickly nodded and vanished from the scene without looking back. Those who have paid the compensation may leave no meals provided. As Chen Feng drove a few people into the Chen residence, he shouted at the 6 small clan members who were frozen in place. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude and quickly fled as if they had survived a calamity. Upon entering the Chen residence, Chen Feng summoned the formation flag surrounding the 16 members of the Li family completely. The foundation of the old foundation establishment families was still impressive, but just those who came to him included 8 at the 8th level of Qi refinement, 4 at the 9th level, and 4 at the 10th level. And those who had not revealed themselves were even more than that. Many onlookers were present, and the Chen family was pointing and whispering about the Li family members trapped in a cage by Chen Feng. Mother, what are those that the ancestor has locked up inside? A tender voice rang out among the onlookers from the Chen family, followed by a gentle female voice replying, "Children, do not look, these are trash." Chen Feng, reclining leisurely in a high-backed chair, also found it amusing. However, his understanding of the Li family's ancestors' cultivation was still unknown. His own foundation was still lacking. Chen Feng turned his attention to the formation technique. He glanced at the 300 remaining inheritance points. Well then, let's exchange. Ding exchanged successful 150 years of formation mastery. Instantly, countless memories and information surged into his mind. His entire aura became harmonious, and Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The path of formation technique entered a new realm, reaching the peak of a second-tier formation master. Chen Feng frowned. In just a short moment, he saw many flaws in the golden light formation. Chen Feng soared forward, revisiting the formation flags, inscribing runes, and enhancing their power once more. A mid-foundation establishment cultivator cannot breach the Chen residence without Chen Feng's permission. Even late foundation establishment cultivators would have a hard time breaching the Chen residence. Now within Yuanling County, safety was greatly secured. Afterward, Chen Feng reinforced several other formations, even upgrading the earth-binding formation a notch. Unfortunately, the current level of the formations still made it laborious to set up lethal formations. The stronger killing formations were even more so. Meanwhile, within the Li family, a powerful force burst through the heavens, and an angry roar resounded. Chen family. A streak of flowing light shot up into the sky, heading towards the location of the Chen family. The cultivation level of the mid-foundation establishment could not be concealed, drawing the attention of many people in the city. Yuanling County Zhang family. Li Kuan has moved, seemingly heading towards the Chen family, a newly emerging force. Zhang Yuan with interest looked towards the direction of the Chen family, chuckling. It seems the Li family has met with misfortune. It's good, who have long disapproved of their ways. Yuan family. Yuan Xiu, a foundation establishment cultivator of the Yuan family, also sensed the aura of Li Kuan. Chen family. He was somewhat surprised to hear the news from his family's informants. I didn't expect someone to have broken through foundation establishment, and it's not one of our 3 great families. Investigate further and inform me immediately of any news. At this time, the incident at the Li family's door also spread. Ultimately, the situation turned around. The head of the Chen family was a foundation establishment cultivator, capturing all members of the Li family. This left many admiring Chen Feng's courage and determination. However, the old ancestor of the Li family, Li Kuan, took action. No one knew how things would develop. Many onlookers rushed towards the Chen family. Meanwhile, at the Chen family, the Grandmaster chair at the entrance swayed, gently feeling a strong wind approaching. Chen Feng opened his eyes and muttered, "The efficiency is truly slow." Chen Feng. A roar sounded, and a middle-aged cultivator appeared before him, throwing a punch directly at the plaque of the Chen family. Boom. Golden light emerged, blocking the blow. Let's see how many hits you can withstand. Li Kuan followed up with several punches, the sonic waves audible from miles away. Chen Feng lay back, comfortably, quietly watching Li Kuan's performance. With plenty of spirit stones, even if Li Kuan exhausted his magic power, he couldn't break through. Chen Feng was not worried at all. Before long, Li Kuan stopped his attacks, looking at the rapidly healing ripples before him, his expression not looking good. His magic power had also been depleted significantly. Chen Feng, you have the ability to keep dodging. This statement displeased Chen Feng, who impatiently retorted, "Do you have an eye problem? If you do, I suggest you seek treatment soon. Don't delay it." Golden light retracted, and Li Kuan locked onto the man lying comfortably, frowning. You are Chen Feng. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded, jumping down from the Grandmaster chair to look at him. A total of 57 punches were thrown, and the aftermath caused all the flora around to wither. I demand 30,000 low-grade spirit stones as compensation. Hearing Chen Feng's words, his expression stiffened, his voice filled with anger. You are merely at the early stage of foundation establishment, relying on the power of the formation. Have you considered the consequences of this matter? What consequences could there be? Your family members destroyed the flora of my territory and frightened the children of my clan. Isn't it fair to ask for compensation? Chen Feng found it somewhat amusing. Having gone this far, Li Kuan still questioned whether he cared about the consequences. As a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Li Kuan naturally did not take an early-stage cultivator like Chen Feng seriously, but he did not expect to suffer a setback upon arrival. His expression darkened, drawing upon the foundation of his 1,000-year family. He arrogantly threatened, "If you release the captives now and return my treasures, I can let this matter go. If you refuse, don't expect to stay in Yuanling County." Chen Feng shook his head. You certainly know how to speak calculating quite well. Since you don't want to negotiate, then let's not. Old One, bring them in. A group of cultivators bound by distinctive artifacts with their danshan sealed were brought in by one Wuzai. Under Li Kun's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng swiftly struck, and a head rolled to the ground, kicked away by Chen Feng. You dare, you rascal? Stop right now. Li Kun's expression shifted from confusion to fury, his eyes burning red as he glared at Chen Feng, letting out a low growl. You think he'll stop just because you say so? You refuse to pay compensation, so why should I listen to you? Chen Feng snorted, coldly grabbing a Li family cultivator and striking, delivering a beautifully executed kick next to Li Kuan. Li Kuan was somewhat dazed, his heart raging with anger. He never expected that a small, newly emerging family could be so bold. These two were pillars of his family, and losing one was a severe blow. He roared, I command you to stop. Chen Feng, however, paid no heed and brought down another strike. The expressions of the captives from the Li family changed, all kneeling in supplication, weeping uncontrollably. Li, who was also stunned his joy at seeing Li Kuan transformed into pain. 3 of his family members brought by him had instantly perished. How could he face returning home? How could he bear to be the clan leader? Father quickly agreed with him. We cannot allow him to continue this. These are our family members, the pillars of our clan. Li Hu roared, his tone tinged with desperation. The other members of the Li family were silenced by this shout, then joined in with Li Hu. Clan uncle, ancestors, save me. I'm still young. I want to break through to foundation establishment. This is understandable. If Chen Feng had not broken through to foundation establishment, then wouldn't the roles have been reversed? Wasn't it true that he and his entire family would be slaughtered? In the world of cultivation, being too soft-hearted would lead to one's destruction. When it comes to enemies, one must strike decisively. One can only blame the differences in status, position, and even environment. To rise, especially in the early stages, one must be ruthless. At this moment, Chen Feng also paused his blade, looking at Li Kuan. Li Kuan was silent for a moment, but ultimately nodded. He had relented. As an ancestor of a family, if he neglected the lives of his clan members, watching Chen Feng slaughter most of the pillars of his family, he would not be deserving of his high position. I agree to your terms. Li Kuan took out a storage ring, fiddled with it for a moment, and then handed it over. This contains 180,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is that satisfactory? Li Kuan's expression was quite grim. Such a large loss of spirit stones was a significant blow to the Li family. His hatred for Chen Feng peaked, yet he could do nothing but agree, pinching his nose to accept. For now, he could only swallow his pride and accept this loss. Chen Feng cheerfully stored the ring and released the restrictions on the members of the Li family. It would have been better to do this from the start. I'm quite easy to talk to. Why is it that everyone is so stubborn? Chen Feng sighed. He didn't want it to come to this. Then, waving to Li Kuan, who was leaving quickly with the members of the Li family, Chen Feng cheerfully called out, Pleasure doing business with you, Daoist Li Kuan. Oh, please take care. This caused Li Kuan, who was walking at the front, to stumble, nearly falling to the ground. He glared back at Chen Feng, then led the cultivators of the Li family away without looking back. As the onlookers began to disperse after this grand spectacle, they remarked, Looks like Yuanling County will have another new noble. A cultivator dressed in coarse clothes sighed and left the scene, holding his granddaughter's hand. After everyone had departed, Chen Feng waved his hand. Clean up the entrance and replant the flowers and grass. Yes, replied the family member pointed out by Chen Feng, nodding respectfully. Oh, and set up a big sign at the entrance that says beware of the flowers and grass. Understood. They're going too far, too far. Li Kuan gritted his teeth in anger, especially after receiving the news from the scouts. The moment a sign reading beware of the flowers and plants was erected at the Chen family's entrance, his fury escalated. Father, what should we do now? Li Hu looked at the furious Li Kuan, steeling himself to respond. What should we do? What can we do? They'll settle the score with him after I break through to the later stage of foundation establishment. Li Kuan gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, in Yuanchu County, within the county government, I've heard that a new foundation establishment family has emerged in Yuanling County. Send someone to grant them recognition. At this moment, countless invitations were sent out from the Chen residents. Since the news had already been exposed, they decided not to conceal it any longer. A month later, the Chen family would host a banquet for Chen Feng's foundation establishment. The Chen family leaped to become the fourth largest family in Yuanling County, envied by many. In no time, numerous small families learned of the news and began to approach the Chen family. Many came to propose marriages and alliances. Chen Feng welcomed these opportunities. In just over 20 days, he had acquired more than 10 fairies. The celebrations were never-ending. Before long, the date of the foundation establishment banquet arrived. Chen Feng thought that as a newly promoted foundation establishment cultivator, not many would come to attend. To his surprise, almost every family, large and small, from Yuanling County sent representatives. Families from neighboring counties with foundation establishment cultivators essentially all came as well. The atmosphere was lively. Besides Li Kuan, the other two foundation establishment cultivators from Yuanling County also arrived. Chen Feng naturally greeted them with a smile, quickly mingling and exchanging congratulations. Yuan Xiao and Zhang Yuan were curious about Chen Feng, the one who had caused the Li family to suffer repeatedly. Soon after, they were busy entertaining other foundation establishment forces. 9 foundation establishment families attended and 4 foundation establishment cultivators were present. Dear friends, thank you all for your support. I Chen have just entered foundation establishment and feel truly humbled by such vanity. Chen Feng said with a smile, raising a toast to everyone. The banquet proceeded in an orderly fashion, and Chen Feng also became familiar with several foundation establishment cultivators. The foundation establishment families were taking note of names. Congratulations to Chen Feng, fellow Taoist, on your advancement to foundation establishment. At that moment, a Taoist dressed in white robes entered, accompanied by 3 attendants walking over with a smile. Yuanchu County Government. Chen Feng looked at the newcomer and cupped his hands in greeting. I have met a fellow Taoist. May I ask your name? The Yuanchu County Government is directly under the dynasty, responsible for managing and coordinating cultivators. It is also the most powerful force in this region. My surname is Chu and my name is Ziran, the Taoist replied, appearing quite young with the cultivation of early foundation establishment. Is your arrival, Taoist Ziran, related to the matter of recognition? The surname Chu belongs to the rulers of the dynasty, the most powerful family in the entire dynasty. That's right, I didn't expect Taoist Chen Feng to be quite knowledgeable. Chu Ziran nodded, taking out a token and a letter from his robes. From today onwards, the Chen family of Yuanling County is elevated to a gentry family, enjoying the qualification for its members to enter the Daichu Academy for examination. Ding. Achievement: Gentry family unlocked, prestige reward available. Chen Feng. This system is quite interesting. However, while Chen Feng was in a daze, Chu Ziran spoke up. Taoist Chen Feng, are you not going to accept the order? Chen Feng smiled and said, Chen Feng, obeying the command. He then took the token. The token, once in hand, had Daichu engraved on the front, was green in color, and the back bore the character Chun with the words Yuanling delicately inscribed below it. Soon after, the banquet also reached its conclusion. Chen Feng called out to the departing Chu Ziran. Taoist Ziran, please wait. Oh no. Upon instinctively saying this, Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. A man's figure flashed in his mind. Great karma. Taoist Chen Feng, is there something you need? Chu Ziran stopped and turned to look at Chen Feng. Chen Feng spoke up, I have just stepped into foundation establishment and do not understand the rules within the dynasty. What exactly is this Daichu Academy? And what do we as gentry families need to contribute? These were the points that concerned Chen Feng. Chu Ziran smiled and explained everything to Chen Feng. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, and as he listened to Chu Ziran's introduction, he began to understand the structure of this dynasty. Previously, he had gained some understanding, but due to his low status, he couldn't comprehend the full picture. The Daichu dynasty implemented a system similar to feudalism, where the major families acted as small feudal lords. The Daichu royal family maintained a hands-off approach to these families and cultivators. They only issued summoning orders during necessary times. As for more information, Chen Feng would have to gradually learn about it later. Furthermore, the dynasty does not prohibit conflicts and struggles between families. This is somewhat similar to raising Gu, with countless open and covert struggles. Strong individuals are never born in a greenhouse. Chen Feng understood this deeply, and after watching Chu Ziran leave, he initiated an internal family banquet. At the banquet, Chen Feng announced the next 5-year plan. He established the Shadow Pavilion, with the current head being Chen Chuling and Wan Wu Zhai as the vice head. Their main task was to serve as the family's eyes observing the world. The banner read, Gathering Intelligence. Subsequently, he emphasized the importance of breeding and established a reward system. After setting the development goals, the Chen family began to operate like a massive machine. Chen Feng was at ease accompanying his partner. As the leading figure, Chen Feng worked hard, and so did the clan members beneath him. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Wan Wuzhai approached Chen Feng at this time. The marriage selection ceremony in Huaxian County is about to start. In my opinion, you should go and give it a try. Chen Feng's memories were drawn back to a year ago to that iceberg and the two lively birds trailing behind it. Please tell me more. Chen Feng set down the book in his hand and looked at Wan Wuzhai. Wan Wuzhai had a serious expression as he took out a piece of parchment from his robes. The Xia family has no male heirs, which is well known. This has caused surrounding powers to covet them. The Xia family's selection of suitors will likely be tumultuous. Within Huaxian City, there is a first-tier spiritual vein that is solely owned by the Xia family, causing many families to be envious. Just from what I know, there are already 2 families that are not on good terms with the Xia family. Chen Feng looked at Wan Wuzhai with a thoughtful expression. Wan Wuzhai continued, most importantly, the head of the Xia family is currently planning to break through to the Golden Core stage. If successful, it would be fine, but if he fails, the Xia family without a guardian will definitely be besieged and devoured. At present, Xia Jiao has announced the news of her daughter seeking a marriage alliance, intending to find a guardian, so that even if she fails, the Xia family will not lose their bloodline. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and considering the environment and situation of the Xia family, they needed a guardian, or rather a deterrent, but not someone too strong lest they risk being backlashed. But one cannot be too weak, otherwise even the wolves outside would not be intimidated. According to this condition, if Chen Feng were a loose cultivator, he would indeed fit the criteria. Unfortunately, he still has a large family with a group of beautiful ladies accompanying him. Would he give up an ocean for a single tree? That's impossible. I'm not the Dragon King, I don't have such a penchant. Seeing Chen Feng's rejection, Wan Wuzhai took out a map. Master, look here, this is the distance from Huaxian City to us, no more than 300 miles. If you travel at full speed, it would take no more than half an hour. Moreover, you don't need to personally attend this so-called selection event. Just write a letter. I've already thought of the content. If it succeeds, it will be a great joy for all of us, and we will gain a powerful ally. If it fails, it will only waste a little time. Wan Wuzhai patted his chest, smiling as he spoke to Chen Feng. Wasn't this a classic risk investment? Chen Feng found it somewhat amusing, ultimately nodding in agreement. Seeing Chen Feng agree, a smile appeared on Wan Wuzhai's face as he proposed to take his leave to prepare. At this moment, he had completely integrated into the Chen family and had developed feelings for his daughter. This was also the reason for Wan Wuzhai's change in address, otherwise it would be quite awkward. Chen Feng shook his head, smilingly scolding Wan Wuzhai as he departed. Thus a letter from Chen Feng was sent to the Xia family, arriving in the hands of Xia Jiao. She had heard some rumors about the Chen family and was very curious about the letter. When she opened it, her cheeks instantly darkened, followed by a moment of silence. After a while, she murmured, "This Chen Feng truly has some skill." Chen Feng. Isn't that the name of the patriarch of the newly risen family in Yuanling County? Next to her, Xia Shui'er tilted her head and asked. In recent days, she had heard much about Chen Feng, and the reputation of this iron-blooded man, along with the matters regarding the Li family, piqued her interest, prompting her to inquire about him. Xia Jiao looked at her little daughter and sighed lightly, gently stroking her head. In half a month, you and Shui'er will accompany me to meet this Chen Feng. Isn't half a month from now the day for sister's selection? Xia Shui'er questioned, wondering why her mother suddenly proposed to take her and her sister to meet Chen Feng. The selection won't be held anymore. Off. Xia Shui'er's big eyes were filled with great confusion. Could it be that mother you wanted? She suddenly realized something, her eyes widening as she looked at Xia Jiao. Didn't you say that even if sister married and she wouldn't leave the family? Okay, don't think too much. How could mother bear to separate from you and Shui'er? Xia Jiao gently patted Xia Shui'er's head. So is Chen Feng coming to marry into our Xia family? Xia Shui'er's eyes lit up as she looked at her mother. Xia Jiao did not answer, calling for Xia Shui'er to inform her of this matter. Xia Shui'er was not very concerned about her marriage and even felt somewhat unwilling. Upon hearing that Xia Jiao wanted to cancel the selection, joy clearly emerged on her face. Finally, she would not have to seek out her partner through the selection. However, when she heard that her mother intended to take her to meet Chen Feng, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. However, a moment later, she regained her composure, the fleeting emotions vanished. As the eldest daughter of the Xia family, the pressure of the environment had shaped her mental resilience and perspective. Though she was only 20 years old. Since mother has made a decision, I am willing to comply, Xia Shui'er said, her voice betraying little joy or sorrow. As the eldest daughter of the Xia family, she naturally needed to be familiar with the surrounding forces. She had certainly taken note of the Chen family, who had recently begun to rise. However, upon suddenly recalling Chen Feng's style of doing things, while it wasn't particularly hard to accept, he had more than 20 wives and concubines. This made it quite difficult for her to accept. But since her mother had already made a decision, what could she do to oppose it? She just hadn't expected her mother to break the rule of only accepting men into the family and not allowing women to marry out. Xia Jiao looked at her daughter, who was deep in thought, feeling somewhat pained. Xia Qiu'er was overly worried. How could Xia Jiao, who understood her daughters well, not know what her daughter was thinking? Rest assured, mother will not abandon you, and Shuer. Xia Jiao walked over, gently embracing Xia Qiu'er. Xia Shuer pouted beside them. Time flew by quickly, and half a month passed. The sudden cancellation of the selection ceremony by the Xia family caught many loose cultivators and aristocrats off guard. Constant curses could be heard. During this period, after Xia Jiao's strong intervention, slaying those who were incited or instructed to cause trouble, the unrest subsided. In this half-month, Chen Feng also received a reply from the Xia family. This left him somewhat dazed as he glanced at Wan Wuzhai, who wore an expression of praise. Chen Feng's face remained calm. He had not anticipated Wan Wuzhai's exceptional capability in handling matters. He truly managed to persuade the people of the Xia family. Well done, I can grant you one request. Chen Feng smiled slightly, his gaze resting on Wan Wuzhai, the meaning unspoken. Wan Wuzhai felt a bit guilty, forcing a smile as he said, "How could I dare to make a request?" Chen Feng looked helpless, chuckling and scolding. "I don't know how Ziyun came to be interested in you. You're quite old. If you love her, express it boldly. What are you hiding for?" Wan Wuzhai's smile stiffened, his eyes darting around as if he had been caught doing something wrong. You found out." His voice was somewhat low, filled with worry. Chen Feng teased, "I treated you as a brother, and you actually want to be my son-in-law. I noticed something off the moment you started calling me master. What a clever boy. What, you think you can flirt with my daughter and not take responsibility?" Chen Feng's expression darkened as he looked at Wan Wuzhai with a threatening demeanor. I. Wan Wuzhai stammered. "I'm so much older than her. So what? The marriage of my children is entirely up to them. They can pursue whatever they like, and I will never obstruct them, only support them silently from behind." Chen Feng looked at Wan Wuzhai, his gaze carrying a hint of threat. "Dare to act without the courage to face the consequences. Be careful I break your 3 legs. Then Wan Wuzhai gritted his teeth, saying, "Since the father-in-law doesn't mind, I will dare to say I have long harbored feelings for Miss Chen Ziyun, and I no longer wish to hide it. I ask for your permission to marry her." "You kid, even calling me father-in-law now." Chen Feng found it quite amusing, noticing that his tone softened when he mentioned Chen Ziyun. Ultimately, Chen Feng nodded and said, "If that's the case, you and Ziyun come to see me together, and I will agree once you inform me of her wishes." Chen Feng had no intention of making any show of authority. He never meddled in the marriage affairs of his children. As long as they were truly in love, that was sufficient. In the world of cultivation, there were no such rigid rules. Although it felt like a prized cabbage he had raised for years was being offered to pigs, respect, understanding, and support were the true principles of a father. Ultimately, even if there were no disasters, he could still intervene if necessary. Hearing Chen Feng's agreement, Wan Wuzhai's expression brightened, and he hurriedly ran off to share the good news. Afterward, under Chen Feng's guidance, they set a date, and Wan Wuzhai officially became part of the Chen family. After enjoying a period of leisure, the appointed time at the Xia family arrived. Chen Feng and the Xia family agreed to meet at a location that was the center point of both families. There, in a small mortal town, the Chen family had already acquired a property and quickly built a restaurant for their meeting. The chef there was also dispatched from Yuanling County. "I have met with Daoist Xia Jiao and the 2 young ladies as well." A streak of light descended from the sky, landing before Chen Feng and the others. It was the 3 members of the Xia family. Daoist Chen Feng is indeed as remarkable as the rumors suggest, a true gentleman. As Xia Jiao landed, she immediately began to assess Chen Feng. Her gaze first fell upon Chen Feng's appearance, which was indeed commendable. Among the men Xia Jiao had encountered, few could compare to Chen Feng. Solid aura, strong physique, not bad, Xia Jiao nodded. Behind her, Xia Shuer and Xia Qiu'er were also curiously observing Chen Feng. Looking at his gentle smile and the aura of an unmatched gentleman, Xia Shuer exclaimed, "This is different from what I heard. He doesn't seem so fierce at all." Seeing this, Xia Jiao gestured for her daughter to remain silent. Chen Feng also took a moment to appreciate the 2 young ladies. Their appearances were indeed impeccable. One was dignified and composed, while the other was lively and spirited. Chen Feng smiled gently and said, "Master Xia and the 2 young ladies, please this way. I have prepared the finest delicacies for you to taste, the specialty dishes of my Chen family's restaurant, which are unique in the outside world." As Chen Feng led them into the restaurant, he introduced it. "I have long heard that the specialty dishes of the Chen family's restaurant in Yuanling County are delicious. Today is the perfect opportunity to try them." Xia Jiao nodded and followed Chen Feng to take a seat. They first chatted about family matters. Then they got to the main topic. Regarding the contents of that letter, how has Daoist Xia Jiao considered it? Chen Feng looked seriously at Xia Jiao, his gaze meeting hers. Xia Jiao squinted slightly at the candidness in Chen Feng's eyes. "What was said in that letter is indeed correct, but how can I trust you? Others are like ferocious beasts. Are you not the same? I am the same, but I am a person of principles. However, Daoist Xia Jiao, what will you do if you do not choose this path? The two exchanged words, refusing to back down. This left the two sisters of the Xia family puzzled, as if they were monks unable to grasp the situation. What letter? Xia Qiu'er looked at her sister, wondering about the subject of their discussion, which revolved around a letter. It seemed related to collaboration and also to the matter of taking a son-in-law. Xia Shui'er pondered over the information in her mind and shook her head. It should be that letter sent by the Chen family about half a month ago, but I don't know the contents of it. Xia Qiu'er opened her mouth, but remained silent, quietly listening to their discussion. So it is settled, our two families will form a life and death alliance. As for Qiu'er's matter, it depends on his willingness. Xia Jiao turned her gaze towards Xia Qiu'er, and Chen Feng followed suit. Mother, what do you mean by willingness? Xia Qiu'er was somewhat confused, however she clearly understood the matter of the life and death alliance between the Chen and Xia families. Xia Jiao looked at her daughter, opened her mouth, but didn't know how to express it. At this moment, Chen Feng noticed Xia Jiao's hesitation and said softly, I have reached an agreement with your Xia family to swear an oath of life and death. Both parties must not betray each other. As a medium, it requires either you or young Lady Shui'er to marry me. Of course, I won't force you, nor do I have the guts to do so. If you are not satisfied after some time together, this pact can be annulled. Chen Feng's warm gaze fell upon Xia Qiu'er. She raised her head and asked, how can I trust the reliability of this alliance? Chen Feng had not anticipated that Xia Qiu'er would ask such a question. This made him glance at Xia Qiu'er with appreciation and respond, you have no choice. You need a powerful ally who poses no deadly threat, and I am in the same position, each seeking what we need from one another. You or young Lady Shui'er returning with me to the Chen family is also to assess my reliability. Upon hearing this, Xia Qiu'er frowned slightly and looked at her mother, who was gently nodding. She gritted her teeth and said, in that case I will go. Shui'er is still too young and easily deceived. Sister. Xia Shui'er looked at her sister with reluctance in her eyes. Shui'er, didn't you hear Master Chen say? I'm only going for a while, and I can come back. We won't be separated. Xia Qiu'er reassured her younger sister. Xia Jiao looked at Chen Feng and said solemnly, I hope you can keep your promise if otherwise. Xia Jiao released a hint of her aura. The formidable might of a late Foundation establishment cultivator descended. It enveloped Chen Feng. This was her warning to Chen Feng to inform him not to harbor any ulterior motives. The consequences of breaking a promise would be dire. However, Chen Feng remained unfazed, smiling calmly. Daoist Xia Jiao, rest assured. My motto is to treat the world with integrity. A person without faith cannot survive, and I will not let your daughter suffer even the slightest grievance. Seeing that Chen Feng was unaffected and could respond calmly under her might, she regarded him with newfound respect and nodded inwardly. Yet a sense of crisis emerged in her heart. Chen Feng was only at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, yet he could possess such a demeanor. If he were to grow stronger later on, would the Xia family not be led by the nose? After her worries subsided, she looked tenderly at her two daughters. If she could advance to Golden Core, then all problems would be non-issues. If not, perhaps Chen Feng was her children's last safeguard. She had always believed in her judgment. Chen Feng's character was at least not too bad. Moreover, his abilities were not weak. He had established a family in a much shorter time than her Xia family. Furthermore, the starting point was different. Her family had at least begun from Foundation establishment, while Chen Feng had started as a mere mortal. In just a few decades, he had already established a considerable family and was rapidly developing. His potential was undoubtedly significant. As long as Chen Feng did not perish, it was merely a matter of time before he dominated Yuanling County. This was also one of the reasons Xia Jiao agreed to the Chen family's proposal. After the banquet, the Chen family welcomed a special guest. Upon entering the Chen residence, Xia Qiu'er was like a curious child. Bing'er, please accompany Miss Qiu'er and help her familiarize herself with the surroundings. Chen Feng called for his wife and introduced Xia Qiu'er. Husband, are you about to? Lu Bing'er looked at Xia Qiu'er beside Chen Feng, her gaze filled with tenderness. Whether it succeeds depends on everyone. Chen Feng revealed a kind smile. Qiu'er, this is my wife Lu Bing'er, who will help you get accustomed to the environment here. Chen Feng gazed at the two women with affection as they departed. You might wonder what Chen Feng intended to do. It was a serious matter. That evening, he summoned the entire clan to introduce Xia Qiu'er. This caught Xia Qiu'er off guard. In a short period, Lu Bing'er mingled her with the other wives of Chen Feng, and whenever they spoke of him, their eyes sparkled with affection. Chen Feng treated them exceptionally, well, caring for every detail, ensuring that none of his wives felt neglected. Although she initially felt a bit out of place, Xia Qiu'er gradually adapted and even found it to be a good thing. Having more wives to share the burden made it easier, as one person could easily face troubles. This made Xia Qiu'er somewhat surprised, the backyard was unexpectedly harmonious. There was not a hint of conflict, which made her admire Chen Feng even more. However, everything remained to be observed. During this time, Chen Feng often took her for leisurely strolls. In Chen Feng's territory, there was a vast sea of flowers. The blossoms competed for beauty, creating a stunning sight. The air was filled with a fragrant aroma throughout their half-month of acquaintance. Xia Qiu'er, at the tender age of blossoming love, found that Chen Feng treated her with utmost respect, never crossing any boundaries. Their feelings for each other were also on the rise. Xia Qiu'er viewed Chen Feng, the renowned iron-blooded man, in the outside world differently. Internally, he was surprisingly tender, well-versed in poetry and song. In the sea of flowers under the setting sun, Xia Qiu'er allowed Chen Feng to take her hand. This made her heart flutter. There were no melodramatic moments, only genuine feelings with no pretense. Thus the two began to share everything, from remarkable tales of cultivation to personal matters. Qiu'er, I want to marry you, is that all right? The beautiful fiery clouds painted the sky a bright red with the sunset radiating beauty. In this moment, Chen Feng leaned close to her ear, speaking softly. Suddenly, Xia Qiu'er's face flushed, and looking at the earnest Chen Feng, she softly murmured, "Whom?" The next day, Chen Feng took Xia Qiu'er's hand and approached her mother. Chen Feng keenly noticed Xia's mother letting out a soft sigh. As someone who had been through it, she could easily see Xia Qiu'er's state. However, she did not stop them, but only warned Chen Feng with a few words. A highly explosive piece of news spread across several counties. The Chen family and the Xia family were to be united in marriage. One was the newly appointed patriarch, Chen Feng. The other was the cherished daughter of the Xia family, Xia Qiu'er. This caused many to grind their teeth in envy and shocked several factions. They marveled at Chen Feng's capabilities, managing to secure a marriage with the daughter of the Xia family, who had previously been off-limits. Many speculated that the Xia family's decision to cancel the selection for marriage was due to Chen Feng's covert actions. This piqued many people's curiosity about the Chen family. What kind of prodigy was Chen Feng? As time passed, the wedding day approached as scheduled. Chen Feng personally took action, bringing nearly all the cultivators of the family to escort the bride with a carpet of red and flowers stretching for miles, creating a lively atmosphere. On that day, the common folk within the Chen family's influence were all given large red envelopes, and special arrangements were made for a flowing banquet open to all travelers. Seeing this spectacle, Xia's mother, who was initially displeased, found her impression of Chen Feng improving. It also left Xia Qiu'er amazed, her eyes sparkling. After the wedding was completed, the banquet commenced. At this moment, nearly all the major and minor factions had arrived. Chen Daoyu, congratulations on marrying the beautiful daughter of the Xia family. Such a joyous occasion. Yuan Xiu smiled and congratulated, to which Chen Feng reciprocated with a gesture of invitation. Not at all, it is an honor for me that you could attend. Yuan Xiu clasped his hands and took out a pair of spirit ginseng to present to Chen Feng. This is 100-year-old spirit ginseng. I went to great lengths to acquire it and have not been able to use it. Hearing about your joyous occasion, I thought it would be perfect for you. Yuan Xiu wore a broad smile and cast Chen Feng an understanding glance. After sending Yuan Xiu off, Zhang Yuan arrived, also bringing gifts. This made Chen Feng internally grumble. During his own wedding, he hadn't received much, mostly just an internal banquet. Now everyone was showing up. Then a few foundation establishment cultivators arrived, representing the Bai family of Lin Yi County, Bai Donglai, the Wu family of Wu City, and the Tian family of Liu County, Tian Shenhua. After recognizing a familiar face, he invited them into the banquet, seating them at the front row. Subsequently, an unexpected family of cultivators arrived. From Yunnan City, the Yin family. The Yin family was considered a strong lineage among foundation establishment families, having 7 foundation establishment cultivators who controlled a second-tier spirit vein. The last time at the auction, they were the ones who acquired the golden core technique. It was possible that under fortunate circumstances, a golden core grandmaster might emerge from their ranks in the future. The person who came this time was an important figure from the Yin family in Xi'an. The Yin family of Yunnan City congratulates Dao Yuchun on your marriage and wishes you many children. The newcomer was an extremely beautiful woman, yet she conducted herself with decisiveness, lacking the typical arrogance of aristocratic offspring. After a simple congratulation, she presented an exquisite jade bracelet as a gift. This made Chen Feng feel somewhat embarrassed. After a round of refusal, he accepted the gift. Then, thank you, Dao Yu and Qian, Chen Feng replied with cupped hands. This is merely a gesture of goodwill. We value the potential your Chen family has shown. Oh, perhaps there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. And Qian was quite direct, making Chen Feng feel a bit shy. This woman was unabashedly straightforward. Meanwhile, he mentally noted the Yin family's name, as forging good ties is beneficial. More friends mean more paths. In the world of cultivation, there aren't so many fights. More often, it's about human relationships. If one continues to kill, they will find themselves close to death. Of course, if you have the means to topple a great dynasty like the Dechu and disregard all rules, then that's a different story. Dao Yuchun, since your intentions have been conveyed, then we shall part ways. After presenting her gift, and Qian turned to leave. However, as the host, how could Chen Feng not showcase some traditional virtues? Thus he said, Dao Yu and Qian has traveled a long distance to attend the banquet, and it deeply moves me. Why not join us for a drink and rest a while before departing? And Qian paused, pondering for a moment before nodding. Very well, it would be disrespectful to decline. Not at all, it is my honor that you could come. The arrival of the Yin family surprised those present from the foundation establishment families. They regarded Chen Feng with newfound respect, for even the Yin family was willing to show face and attend this banquet, indicating that the Chen family was not to be underestimated. This was the collective sentiment of everyone present. Under Chen Feng's guidance, the atmosphere of the banquet was lively, and both hosts and guests enjoyed themselves. After the guests departed, Chen Feng instructed on the subsequent matters and entered the most crucial phase. Under Chen Feng's arrangement, Mother Xia and Xia Shueter settled into a charming little courtyard. Meanwhile, inside the bridal chamber, Chen Feng pushed the door open and stepped inside. On the bed, Xia Qiuer, covered by a red veil, appeared somewhat flustered and nervous upon hearing the sounds. As an experienced individual, Chen Feng could easily discern the situation. He approached slowly, lifted the veil, and after sharing a cup of wine with her, he leaned in and kissed the delicate beauty, her charming red lips. Xia Qiuer's mind went blank, her eyes gently closing as she quickly entered the mood. Gently placing her on the bed, he held her frail hand and whispered something in her ear. In an instant, Xia Qiuer's face flushed like a ripe red apple, and Chen Feng took a bite. Suddenly, the bed began to sway rhythmically, accompanied by the extinguishing of the red candles. The night was filled with unspoken emotions. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated Chen Feng, who opened his eyes and affectionately gazed at the beauty lying beside him. Xia Qiuer's cheeks were still slightly flushed, her hair a tangled mess, as she slept soundly. Half a year later, through Chen Feng's efforts, Xia Qiuer became pregnant. Husband, I think I'm pregnant, Xia Qiuer said, her eyes full of tenderness as she placed her hand on her belly. You've worked hard, my lady. Chen Feng gently stroked the bowtie's hair, his tone extraordinarily tender. Xia Qiuer couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, saying, I think you're the one suffering more. My old back and legs. Chen Feng coughed lightly, pulling her into his embrace. Over the past few months, he had taken meticulous care of her, often using his spiritual power to nurture her health. Xia Qiuer felt sweet inside, secretly thinking she had not made the wrong choice. Chen Feng's attitude and feelings towards her made her heart feel as if it were filled with honey. 8 months later, the cry of a baby resonated, heralding the birth of a new life. Heavenly spirit root. When holding the child, Chen Feng was astonished. He had felt something was amiss during the 400+ days of pregnancy, but he never expected the child to possess a heavenly spirit root, bringing immense joy to his heart. At that moment, a clear mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have birthed a child with a heavenly spirit root. Reward: pure cultivation for 50 years, skill cultivation for 100 years, and 500 inheritance points. At this moment, Chen Feng was also taken by surprise, realizing an unexpected joy. Despite being a 5 spirit root himself, he could give birth to a child with a heavenly spirit root. Since advancing to foundation establishment, the quality of his bloodline had significantly improved. A heavenly spirit root is considered top tier even among immortals, and such a child would be nurtured as a seed for future success, likely becoming a powerful elder. Chen Feng was overjoyed as he looked at his little daughter, filled with affection. Let's name her Chun Ruashi. Xia Qiuer, upon learning her daughter possessed a heavenly spirit root, wore a face of disbelief. I only have a dual spirit root, which is strong, but comparing it to a heavenly spirit root is like the difference between heaven and earth. Then her face softened with love, feeling elated as a mother for her daughter's extraordinary talent. Chen Feng felt the same way. He nodded in agreement with the name he chose. A year later, Xia Qiuer held her little daughter, her gaze somewhat melancholic. How did I get pregnant again? Give birth and he'll take care of it, Chen Feng said with a gentle expression, teasing the toddler Chen Ruashi. Humph. All right, dear husband is here. A year had passed in the blink of an eye, as if giving birth to Chen Ruashi had exhausted all her luck. The second child was a son with a triple spirit root, a rather good talent, and Chen Feng named him Chen Yunxi. Meanwhile, the Chen family was rapidly developing, and time flew by. As the number of descendants with spirit roots gradually increased, the once scarce cultivators also multiplied. The first batch of girls and boys with spirit roots brought back from outside had grown, enhancing the family's foundation. The marriage of Wan Wudai and Chen Ziyun was also held under Chen Feng's witness. Ding! Host descendants have surpassed 10,000. Reward: pure cultivation for 100 years, skill cultivation for 100 years, and 2,000 inheritance points. More than a decade later, Chen Feng heard the system's voice in his mind. On the occasion of Chen Feng's 100th birthday, his descendants finally broke through the 10,000 barrier. In just half a year's time, the scale of descendants had exceeded 10,000, which was an exhilarating achievement. Even among those with spirit roots, there were over 40, including 7 from the first generation, marking a significant breakthrough. However, an aging population had emerged within the family, causing Chen Feng great sorrow. Simultaneously, the scope of martial arts promotion had completely covered the range of outstanding members among Chen Feng's descendants. Nevertheless, martial arts had also fallen into a bottleneck period, with Chen Chu reaching the peak of Grandmaster. He had once battled Chen Feng with strength comparable to a 10th level Qi cultivator. Compared to orthodox cultivation, martial arts have their strengths and weaknesses. The advantages lie in formidable defense and terrifying power, allowing them to crush cultivators of the same tier when in close combat. The weaknesses lie in their lack of long-range capabilities, making them susceptible to being kite. It's similar to mages and warriors. Cultivators are mages while martial artists are warriors. There is a slight lifespan difference between the two. Martial artists suffer from declining vitality in later stages, presenting both benefits and drawbacks. It is time for martial arts to break through, Chen Feng silently thought. Open the panel. Name: Chen Feng. Realm: Early Foundation Establishment Techniques: 10,000 Spirits. Longevity Technique: Pure Yang, Ju 8. Absolute Palms, Crimson, Sword Technique. Formation Mastery: Peak of 2nd rank. Lifespan: 820. Inheritance points: 3350. Family members: 1000, with 47 descendants possessing spirit roots. Main quest: the family's development requires territory and resources, aiming to unify Yuanling Prefecture and seize the spirit vein mines. Side quests: solve the dilemma of finding alternative paths forward. Family prestige: 3100, somewhat reputable in a small territory. Achievements: head of the family, famous in Yuanling. Has the prestige already reached this level? Convert prestige. Ding. Conversion successful. Gained inheritance points, 310. The next prestige exchange will automatically convert every 10,000. Note, this does not affect the total prestige. Looking at the 310 inheritance points gained along with the existing ones, I have a total of 3660, enough to exchange for a fetus conceiving secret technique. Moreover, if I exchange everything for formation mastery, I could advance to a 3rd rank formation master, then end up having my own formation drain my cultivation and cause my demise. Upgrade: Pure Yang Art. Seeing that the next stage of martial arts requires 10,000 inheritance points, Chen Feng nearly choked on his breath. It could have been taken directly, yet he was given the continuation of Pure Yang Art's cultivation method. A familiar feeling emerged, and some information appeared in his mind. Moreover, the system had its advantages. Exchanging or upgrading skills did not require gradual comprehension, but rather a direct enlightenment, as if it were assisting in cultivation. After comprehending it, Chen Feng wrote down the content of the Heavenly Man chapter. Initial martial arts: this is the realm beyond the Grand Master, the Heavenly Man. After handing the scroll to Chen Chu, the latter visibly trembled, his eyes turning red as he looked at Chen Feng. Father, is there really a method for the Heavenly Man? The Heavenly Man realm indeed exists, ha ha. Chen Chu let out a hearty laugh. He had reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster a decade ago, but had made no progress since. Without a subsequent method, he could only stagnate. After Chen Feng proposed that the realm beyond Grandmaster be named Heavenly Man, he seemed to have found a path. For 10 years, he had been researching what was called the Heavenly Man. Finally, heaven does not disappoint those who are diligent. Just as he was about to go mad over this matter, the method of the Heavenly Man appeared. Filled with joy, he choked up while thanking Chen Feng. Father, thank you. For what? This is for the future of our Chen family. A robust man in his 70s threw himself into Chen Feng's embrace like a child, choking back tears. Father, you have sacrificed too much for us. Chen Chu's eyes were already red. Although he could not enter the Heavenly Man realm, he, with his strong martial talent, unexpectedly grasped a bit of the Heavenly Man and could clearly sense Chen Feng's cultivation without any concealment. 10 years, a full 10 years with only slight progress in cultivation. In his mind, his father was a freak of genius. How could one not progress at all in 10 years? It was precisely because he was tirelessly paving new paths for himself and future generations. Thinking of this, Chen Feng's figure grew even taller in his heart. All along, it was his father who led them forward while they as children felt. Filled with self-reproach, Chen Feng seemed to understand his thoughts and placed a hand on his head. It felt like returning to childhood as Chen Feng affectionately comforted his child, bruised and battered. As long as I am here, I will always shield you from the wind and rain, silly child. Father. During these 10 years, Chen Feng had indeed been striving tirelessly, working for his descendants and the entire family, without pause, even neglecting his own cultivation, relying solely on the feedback from his descendants. But it was not in that direction, rather it was for a more far-reaching grand plan. Averaging one fairy embraced each year with the new generation numbering over 100 from the first batch. All right, you're all grown up, yet still hiding in your father's embrace crying. Wouldn't outsiders laugh at you? Who dares? Chen Chu sprang up like his tail had been stepped on. Chen Feng smiled slightly. After so many years, his first batch of descendants still appeared as children before him. After all, as long as he lived, no matter how many years passed, they would still be his children. And he was that great tree shielding them from the storm. After handing over the Heavenly Man chapter to Chen Chu, Chen Feng quietly left the place. The path of the Heavenly Man marks the beginning of a martial artist's complete transformation. Once one enters the Heavenly Man realm, one is no longer immortal. In terms of life levels, it also progresses further, though it differs from Foundation Establishment. The strength is not much different, and the lifespan is slightly shorter than Foundation Establishment. On the road, he enjoyed exploring the current Chen clan. The territory had expanded more than twice, with over 1 million commoners under his command, controlling more than 10 commoner towns and cultivating over 20,000 acres of spiritual fields. The Chen family's taverns were blooming everywhere, becoming undoubtedly the top tavern in several nearby counties. Meanwhile, Chen Feng ordered to find a piece of auspicious land to begin cultivating spiritual materials. Afterward, Chen Feng returned to the cultivation room. A century of cultivation allowed him to refine the bitter sea 25 times, approaching the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. In the promotion of Foundation Establishment, each refinement of the bitter sea would increase his mana slightly and purify it further, reaching the peak of Foundation Establishment after refining it 81 times. He could prepare to break through to Golden Core. Additionally, after a century of casually managing his skill cultivation, Chen Feng contemplated and decided to focus it on weapon refining. He became a latest-stage first-degree weapon refiner, sufficient to refine low-grade to mid-grade magical weapons. However, Chen Feng had no desire to be a blacksmith. What a joke! Why would he touch a pile of iron when he had a delicate wife? Thus, Chen Feng summoned 5 young men with spiritual roots who had been sought from outside. Their spiritual roots were not very strong. The only decent one had 4 spiritual roots. Even if the Chen family invested without reservation, the highest among them could barely enter the second stage of qi refinement. However, this made them very grateful to the Chen family, and Chen Feng, having long regarded themselves as part of the Chen family, viewing Chen Feng as their idol. Yet being supported like this for a long time began to weigh on their hearts. They wanted to take on tasks, but their strength was too weak, and due to their age, they were not allowed to do certain things. This made them very troubled. They wanted to do something for the family. Finally, they awaited Chen Feng's summons, which astonished them. Upon seeing Chen Feng, the young men were so excited they danced with their hands. What could be more exhilarating than facing their idol directly? I have a task that can benefit the entire family. Are you interested? Chen Feng really wanted to say, I have a blacksmithing technique. Are you interested? However, he felt that saying so would sound rather strange. It wouldn't have any prestige, which did not fit the larger context. Thus, Chen Feng switched gears, leaving the young men in a daze. I am willing. I am also willing. Thus, the seedlings for blacksmithing, oh no, for weapon refining were secured. In that year, Chen Feng guided them hand in hand through the knowledge of weapon refining, fire control techniques, and martial arts. After all, blacksmithing was labor-intensive. Under Chen Feng's careful guidance, the 5 collaborated to forge their first low-grade magical weapon. This thrilled Chen Feng, who praised them extravagantly. Henceforth, the 5 young men formally stepped into the path of weapon refining. In the same year, the weapon refining pavilion was established within the family, and they became its elders. Just as the weapon refining was in full swing, Chen Wuzhai found Chen Feng, who was sweating profusely, reinforcing his crimson hue. Upon meeting, he wore a serious expression and directly stated, my true essence is complete. I can break through to Foundation Establishment now. Hearing this, Chen Feng's face also lit up with joy. As his good son-in-law, his breakthrough to Foundation Establishment was a great boon for the family. Ding! A side quest has been issued. Assist Chen Wuzhai in successfully completing Foundation Establishment to strengthen the clan's combat power. Reward: Eternal Life Qi. Chen Feng took a deep breath. Eternal Life Qi. Its very name exuded an aura of supreme refinement. Even without the reward, he would still lend his aid to the best of his ability. Redeem Foundation Establishment Pill. And 200 heritage points deducted successfully. Chen Feng held the pill in his palm and glanced at Chen Wuzhai, who sat cross-legged, calming his breath and gathering his spirit. Here, take it. Casually, Chen Feng tossed the pill over as though it were nothing more than common gravel. Chen Wuzhai caught it, and his pupils trembled faintly. This. What is this? And he could scarcely believe it. The hue, the resonance. It was identical to the Foundation Establishment pills he had once seen within the Immortal sect during his earlier years. Clan Lord, say nothing. This is my promise to you. Focus, steady your spirit, and break through in one decisive surge. Chen Wuzhai closed his eyes, lost in silent contemplation. then suddenly snapped them open. Without hesitation, he popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Silently, Chen Feng arranged 100 mid-grade spirit stones around him. As ambient spiritual energy drained from the air, the stones began releasing their stored qi. Thus, the preparatory phase alone consumed an entire day. Then Chen Wuzai's aura surged. Spiritual energy raged through his limbs and meridians like a torrent. His true energy compressed and refined relentlessly, while the strain upon his 5 vital organs steadily intensified. Beads of fine sweat broke out across his brow. His entire body seemed hollowed out, his breath rising and falling in ragged waves. Just as Chen Feng stepped forward to inspect him, a sudden burst of energy erupted from within Chen Wuzai, powerfully replenishing his depleted reserves. His pallor softened, and his breathing gradually steadied and rose. Chen Feng watched in quiet stillness as time itself seemed to stretch. Another full day passed. Chen Wuzai had completed the sublimation of his 5 vital organs, and his true energy had been thoroughly refined. Convergence, breaking the sea. In the sea of suffering formed. His magical energy had undergone complete refinement, signifying that Chen Wuzai had fully entered the foundation establishment realm. Do not lose focus. Draw upon the spirit stone's qi to expand your sea of suffering and replenish your magical energy. Chen Feng's voice whispered beside him, and Chen Wuzai turned his inner gaze inward, fortifying his reserves. This process lasted half a day. When it concluded, Chen Feng gathered the remaining spirit stones and clapped Chen Wuzai gently on the shoulder as he emerged from meditation. Senior fellow cultivator Wuzai, congratulations, heartfelt congratulations. At those words, Chen Wuzai's eyelids twitched violently. He instinctively raised both hands in the classic Erkong gesture of desperate refusal. Clan Lord, please. Without your unwavering support, I would never have reached this day. So saying, he immediately kowtowed, his voice thick with emotion. From the moment I first pursued the immortal path, only you, Clan Lord, have offered me unconditional trust and steadfast backing, even bestowing Lady Ziyun upon me in marriage. Words cannot repay such grace. In this life and the next, I, Wan Wuzai, am born of the Chen clan and shall die its servant. Should I ever betray this vow, may a demonic seed take root in my Tao heart, and may the purple celestial thunder strike me down. There is no need for such solemn oaths. It is far too grave. And startled by the intensity of Chen Wuzai's vow, Chen Feng hurried forward and helped him rise. This was Chen Wuzai's declaration of absolute loyalty. You give me everything. I return you my whole heart, my life, and my undying devotion. Chen Feng nodded inwardly. His judgment had not erred. Nonetheless, Chen Feng did not hold a foundation establishment banquet for Chen Wuzai. Only a select few were informed. And the reason was simple: discretion was paramount. Proceed with prudence. Always choose the safest path. Not cautious vessel sails 10,000 years. With steady cultivation and careful management, brilliance will inevitably erupt when the time is ripe. And after all, the current main quest remains seizing control of the entire Yuanling commandery. The 3 great clans each possess at least one foundation establishment cultivator, though whether they harbor one or several remains unknown. Chen Feng weighed these thoughts carefully, but for now growth remained his foremost priority. Within the cultivation chamber, Chen Feng acclimated himself to the eternal life qi. Ni's lifespan had extended by 3 centuries, surpassing even many golden core elders in longevity. Moreover, eternal life qi possessed myriad wondrous applications. And though lacking offensive power, it excelled in nearly every other domain. Infusing it into formation arrays enhanced their stability and flow. His self-healing capacity had also improved dramatically. Fascinating, Chen Feng observed clearly. The wood attribute within his 5-element spiritual roots had strengthened significantly. Time slipped away unnoticed. Within Yuanling commandery, the Chen clan had grown into a colossal force, its renown spreading across neighboring commanderies, attracting numerous independent cultivators seeking affiliation. Chen Feng accepted none indiscriminately. Only after rigorous assessment of moral character and temperament were they appointed as overseers of external affairs or elite guards. Many of the Chen clan's younger generation had already ventured beyond Yuanling commandery, distinguishing themselves across distant realms. Chen Feng placed immense importance upon the education of future generations. This was enshrined as core clan policy: excellence and abundance. We demand both. The second cohort of spiritually gifted descendants had already left the ancestral home to undergo trials across the land. A flower nurtured solely in a greenhouse cannot withstand wind or storm. Only through first-hand experience, by confronting the brutal reality of the immortal cultivation world, would they truly value strength and strive relentlessly to attain it. Chen Ruoshi had already broken through to Qi refinement stage 3. Her heavenly spirit roots' overwhelming advantage now shone brilliantly, achieving such mastery in merely 3 years of cultivation. Recall that Chen Feng himself had required a full year just to reach Qi refinement stage 1, and 15 long years to advance from stage 1 to stage 3. Yet Chen Feng never coddled her. Instead, he frequently encouraged her to venture forth and eradicate evil. Ending. Congratulations, host. The 50th descendant bearing spiritual roots has achieved breakthrough. Reward the art of the bedchamber, 1 adaptive spirit plant, 1 formula for with spirit pills, 100 years of purified cultivation, 1,000 heritage points. At last, we have taken this small but crucial step forward. Joy bloomed across Chen Feng's face. He gazed at Lady Ding with tender warmth. You have borne great hardship. No hardship at all. If it pleases my husband, I would gladly bear 10 or 8 robust sons. And Lady Ding had married into the Chen residence 5 years prior, and had since borne Chen Feng 2 sons. Ha ha ha, this is impossible. Your own cultivation must never be neglected, my lady. And Chen Feng gently stroked her hair, affection flowing between them. Claim rewards. After spending some time with Lady Ding, Chen Feng withdrew to a secluded place. And when he first glimpsed the art of the bedchamber among the system's rewards, his heart had lurched. How thoughtful, truly bespoke. And if not for the imperative of propagating humanity's lineage, would such arts even be necessary? And of course, should opportunity arise, there would be no objection. Chen Feng studied the art's properties with evident satisfaction. It emphasized yin-yang harmony, benefiting both practitioners' cultivation. Moreover, it heightened the likelihood of conception and increased the odds of producing offspring bearing spiritual roots. This last point pleased Chen Feng immensely. And next, his gaze shifted to the spirit plant, a sapling unlike any other, each leaf uniquely shaped and distinct in appearance. Curious, Chen Feng examined it closely. Its named Chenbai tree. In given favorable conditions, it would grow endlessly, producing its own spiritual energy and elevating ambient qi concentration. More importantly, upon reaching maturity, each Chenbai leaf would manifest unique properties. It is undoubtedly the best choice for the family's millennia-old foundation, a spirit plant with limitless potential for growth that can also produce spiritual energy. Wealth, companions, methods, and land. Each is indispensable. Why do cultivators build cities and sects in places with spiritual veins? Isn't it for a better environment and denser spiritual energy? With good resources, the starting point is different. Others may cultivate for a day while you cultivate for dozens, and the gap will only widen. This is why those great families are unperturbed about being overtaken by newcomers. Tell me, what do you have to catch up with us? Our heritage, spanning thousands, even tens of thousands of years, creates an environment for future generations. What can you compare it with? This is also Chen Feng's goal, to create a terrifying legacy for his descendants, allowing them to surpass all others and all forces. Receive cultivation. 25 turns, 26 turns. Mid-foundation establishment, 41 turns. It continued until the 41st turn before it slowly came to a stop. Now the upper echelon of the family can match the strength of any family in Yuanling Prefecture. Exchange 500 years of alchemical experience. Swish. Countless memories and information surged into his mind as the fire's spiritual root and wood spiritual root within his body pulsed and shone. Thus it continued for 2 long hours. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, having completely sorted through the information, reaching the pinnacle of a second-tier alchemist. The wood spirit pill actually has such marvelous uses. Chen Feng's eyes brightened. This item not only stimulates the growth of spiritual roots, but also aids in the cultivation of wood spiritual roots. If one possesses a single wood spiritual root, as long as there are enough wood spirit pills, cultivation could progress by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Chen Feng felt a hint of regret. His only descendant with a heavenly spiritual root, Chen Ruoshi, has a single water spiritual root. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before a foundation establishment cultivator emerged. In the backyard of his courtyard, Chen Feng planted 1,000 cypress spirit tree. Similarly, he exited the estate. Wanbao Trading Company. Seeing the shopkeeper rushing to greet him, Chen Feng wasted no time and got straight to the point. I want an alchemical furnace, the higher the grade the better. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper wasted no words and took out a small furnace from his storage ring. It was white with various medicinal herbs engraved on top, exuding a faint scent of medicine. This is a mid-tier second-grade medicinal cauldron, the 100 medicine cauldron. Since it is for the Chen family, I will sell it to you for 70,000 low-grade spirit stones, just a few hundred spirit stones more than the price I received. This is my greatest authority. The shopkeeper's plump face twitched, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. Thank you. Chen Feng did not haggle. Although the shopkeeper was profit-driven, he was also quite trustworthy. 70,000 low-grade spirit stones is not cheap, while the foundation establishment pill sought after by all qi refining cultivators costs only about 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet a small medicinal cauldron actually demanded a sky-high price of 70,000. Chen Feng stored the cauldron carefully and took out a storage bag, handing it to the shopkeeper, within which lay 75,000 low-grade spirit stones. What is the meaning of this, Master Chen? The shopkeeper, seeing the spirit stones inside, trembled all over. He did not understand Chen Feng's intentions. Just accept it, shopkeeper. You may need to work hard for me in the future. Chen Feng smiled. It wouldn't be good to owe someone a favor, especially when he still had things to ask of him. In that case, I will accept it. Master Chen, if you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. The shopkeeper was also a straightforward person, and after accepting the storage bag, patted his chest to assure him. Chen Feng had already stepped out of the trading company when he heard the shopkeeper's words and said solemnly, "In that case, I do have something to ask of you. Please keep an eye out for alchemical furnaces above the second tier. I have great use for them." After saying this, Chen Feng disappeared from the shopkeeper's sight. The shopkeeper of Wanbao Trading Company, watching Chen Feng's departing figure, was lost in thought, with his expression shifting frequently. Well, one cannot remain idle after receiving money. Fu Lai, go help me send a message to the headquarters in the southern domain. Back at home, Chen Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the medicinal cauldron and took out various medicinal materials. This is Tai Infusi, and this is Dixon KO. Looking at the familiar herbs he had touched before, he was well versed in their properties. After organizing everything, he ignited the flames beneath the cauldron. After preheating for a while, he refined the various medicinal materials separately. This process went smoothly, and in just half an hour the first wood spirit pill was born. There were a full 7 pills. Logically, wood spirit pills could only be classified as first-tier pills, which are quite simple. However, this was Chen Feng's maiden work, and the first cauldron of pills was a great success. A good result of 7 pills, a typical alchemist would consider it remarkable to guarantee more than 5 pills per cauldron. After storing the pills, Chen Feng continued refining, becoming increasingly skilled, and the time required decreased. Thus, working tirelessly, the night quietly descended. Only then did Chen Feng feel a wave of fatigue wash over him, prompting him to stop. Let me test the effect. Without resting, he hurried to the front of the thousand cypress. Looking at the spirit plant that had taken root, and whose roots were infinitely expanding downward, he nodded. Its vitality was still remarkably strong. Chen Feng, feeling moved, placed a wood spirit pill in front of the thousand cypress. Moments later, just like hot oil meeting fire, the wood spirit pill flashed with brilliance and quickly shriveled. What awaited him was the gently swaying thousand cypress, seemingly expressing gratitude while also yearning. Chen Feng did not hold back, pouring out all his day's work, having refined dozens of batches and over 300 wood spirit pills, dumping them all in front of the thousand cypress. The thousand cypress swayed even more vigorously, with light bursting forth all around, visible to the naked eye. The thousand cypress was slowly growing, soaring from about 1 meter to 2 meters, and it showed no signs of stopping. The trunk was thickening, the leaves becoming denser, and intricate patterns appeared on the leaves. Upon closer inspection, they actually formed various runes. Thus, the transformation continued for over 3 hours, until the wood spirit pills on the ground were completely consumed. The thousand cypress before him now stood at a towering height of 10 meters, lush and flourishing. Chen Feng could not discern how many years the wood spirit pills had added to its age. He only knew that the concentration of spiritual energy around had increased by 40%, and countless people would be astonished when this news spread. If it were known that the Chen family had such a plant, even golden core families would likely rush to seize it. Cultivating it would leave a legacy for future generations. Chen Feng also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately set up a formation to encapsulate the overflowing spiritual energy. It was confined within the Chen family estate, and every cultivator within the Chen family felt this change. The spiritual energy seems to have become denser. Chen Shuling was surprised to discover that the concentration of spiritual energy around had significantly increased. Now cultivating for a day equates to a day and a half of the past. Master, you really are becoming more and more mysterious. Chen Wuzhai looked towards the spacious courtyard of Chen Feng, murmuring softly to himself. He certainly knew where all these changes originated. The spiritual energy was emanating from Chen Feng's courtyard, which was the epicenter. Although he did not know what methods Chen Feng had employed, it was a good thing for everyone. Pass on my order. From today onward, the Dan Pavilion is established. Chen Feng summoned the entire clan and established the Dan Pavilion, selecting 7 qualified cultivators from the younger generation as alchemy apprentices. From today onward, you are the 7 elders of the Chen family's Dan Pavilion. Chen Feng gazed at his descendants, the weakest among them being only at the 2nd level of qi refinement, while the strongest was merely at the 4th level. But none of that was the focus. Once they became members of the Dan Pavilion, Chen Feng would personally guide and nurture them. Thus, after teaching the fundamentals of alchemy for a year, and once each of them could independently refine a first-grade pill, Chen Feng finally allowed them to gradually experiment on their own. As for Chen Wuzhai, he was assigned by Chen Feng to instruct the cultivators and opened an academy within the newly expanded Chen family estate. Chen Chu established the Martial Pavilion, with all clan members above the Grandmaster level becoming members of the Martial Pavilion, totaling over 1,000. This was also the most terrifying blade within the family. Although numerous, it remained the most mysterious pavilion, with every member bound by a confidentiality agreement. After 4 years of steady development, the Dan Pavilion could barely refine the wood spirit pill, while the Artifact Pavilion easily crafted low-grade magical artifacts. Boom! As Chen Feng was engaged in battle, he suddenly felt a surge of blood and energy within him. The one-sided struggle caused his wife to gasp in surprise, and before long, she began to beg for mercy, raising a white flag lying on the bed like a pile of mush. After Chen Feng withdrew, he glanced towards the Martial Pavilion, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He succeeded. After bidding farewell to his wife, he hurriedly made his way to the Martial Pavilion. As soon as he stepped inside, he sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura, as if a humanoid beast stood before him, terrifying beyond measure. Father! Chen Shuren was among them. As soon as Chen Feng entered, he was the first to notice, greeting him warmly. Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement, feeling relieved at the sight of his son, whose lifespan had significantly increased. Grandfather, great-grandfather. A chorus of eyes turned towards Chen Feng, respectfully and affectionately calling out to him. Chen Feng raised a hand to signal for silence, then turned his gaze towards Chen Chu, who was at the center of the crowd, adjusting his blood and energy. I succeeded, father. Chen Chu, feeling the presence, spoke with excitement, resembling a hefty child weighing 300 pounds. As long as you have succeeded, do not become complacent. The path beyond the heavenly people is still long and arduous. Chen Feng looked at his son, whose appearance had transformed remarkably, as if he had returned to his fledgling days. Aside from his now more rugged features, he was frighteningly youthful. This also indicated that his lifespan had been greatly enhanced. Although there was still a gap compared to Foundation establishment, it was still considerably long. Yes, father, I understand. Chen Feng swallowed hard, surveying the serious faces around him, and said, this matter must remain confidential. Even if it costs lives, it must not be revealed or discovered. This is the most important trump card for the family's rise. Understood. The clan members nodded in unison, their expressions extremely serious. They also realized the gravity of the situation, a method that could grant ordinary people extraordinary power. If this were to leak out, anyone with a dog brain would be in trouble. Moreover, those who could enter the Martial Pavilion were utterly loyal to the Chen family, with no room for corruption. Chen Feng silently nodded and took out several second-grade blood energy pills from his pocket, handing them to Chen Chu, while giving him a few instructions. After encouraging everyone, he left the scene. Otherwise, staying here would only put pressure on these young people. That would not be good. Just as Chen Feng contemplated whether to put in more effort, an envelope was presented to him. From the head of the Chen family. I am from the South Region branch of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. We are aware of your intentions. In a month, we will hold a large auction in Chunan City where the items you need along with some rare treasures will be available. South Region Headquarters. Chen Feng read it carefully and murmured. The Great Chu Dynasty is divided into 4 regions: the Central Chu Region and the South Region, Qianming Region, and Ziyun Region. Except for the Central Chu Region, the other 3 regions are governed by noble families. The Great Chu royal family also sends people to oversee, similar to a protectorate. Chunan City, being the center of the entire South Region, is the most prosperous and affluent area, where various forces intertwine and talents are hidden. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng felt no concerns regarding the family. He decided to take a trip to the South Region. A 3rd-grade alchemy furnace was essential, and even if it was not needed now, it would surely be useful in the future, preparing for rainy days. Once Chen Feng made up his mind, he first arranged matters for the high-ranking members of the family, then wrote a letter to Xia Jiao, informing her to assist if any issues arose during his absence. 3 days later, Xia Jiao personally arrived. Mother-in-law, there is no need for this. I just need you in case of any unexpected situations. Before Chen Feng could finish, he was interrupted. I did not come to discuss that. I am here to tell you that I will also be going to Chunan City. 20 years had passed, and Xia Jiao's appearance had not changed, only her demeanor had grown colder. However, facing her good son-in-law, she ultimately did not put on a cold and distant attitude. You are going too. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised, looking at Xia Jiao. What about Shuer? Are you going to leave her alone in Huaxian? Xia Jiao shot him an annoyed glare. Do not lay a hand on my daughter. I warn you, for these years she has been running to you. Do you want to collect both sisters? Xia Mu's words were incredibly blunt, causing Chen Feng to swallow his words. He found it hard to breathe, realizing how fierce his mother-in-law could be. she truly dared to say anything. Chen Feng silently shifted his gaze away, no longer meeting her eyes. Humph, you brat. Seeing Chen Feng's demeanor, Xia Jiao exhaled a breath of cold air. Everyone knew Chen Feng's feelings, as she did not want to say much. Over the course of 20 years, the two families had become incredibly close, and she also saw her youngest daughter's feelings. She felt somewhat resentful towards Chen Feng for taking her eldest daughter away from her and attempting to extend his hand further. This made her sigh faintly, reflecting on her earlier decisions. Ahem, mother-in-law, you are being too serious. Let's talk about the matters regarding Chunin City instead. Chen Feng quickly shifted the topic, sensing that the situation was turning unfavorable. Letting Xia Jiao continue to press on this issue would undoubtedly lead to his demise. How could this be? Of course, one must take responsibility for one's actions. Chen Feng exhaled softly, turning to look at Xia Jiao. Xia Jiao did not delve deeply into the matter, slowly saying, I am going to Chunin City to attend an auction. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised that it was such a coincidence. Mother-in-law, you are not going to attend the Wanbao Trading Company's auction, are you? Chen Feng tentatively asked, and upon seeing Xia Jiao nod, his brow furrowed slightly. He could sense that Xia Jiao's aura had become much more ethereal and elusive than before. Chen Feng had a bold hypothesis and directly stated, Mother-in-law must have refined it 81 times, achieving perfection in her magical power, and is going to bid for the Gathering Peak pill, right? Xia Jiao did not hide it, nodding, that's right. Just as I thought. Chen Feng nodded secretly. After 20 years, it seemed that his dear mother-in-law had completed her refinement. She was only a step away from breaking through. The Gathering Peak pill was the key elixir for a foundation establishment cultivator to break through to golden core, significantly increasing the probability of forming a core by nearly 50%. This was the dream of countless old ancestors from foundation establishment families. Without the aid of elixirs, breaking through to golden core was an extremely dangerous endeavor. Even if one fails to break through from chi refining to foundation establishment, it would not lead to death. However, breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core was entirely different. The three flowers gathering at the apex required absolute precision. Otherwise, one could end up as a cripple at best, or have their soul scattered at worst. With the aid of elixirs, it would be relatively easier, as long as one's innate talent and willpower are not too poor. Failure was generally unlikely. Chen Feng thought about the price of the Gathering Peak pill and frowned slightly. It would cost at least over 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Even though the Xia family had held the spiritual vein for so long, they could not mine that many spirit stones. After all, at least one first-grade spiritual vein could only yield a few tens of thousands of spirit stones a year. Overmining would exhaust the vein. So how many spirit stones do you have prepared? Chen Feng looked at Xia Jiao. Xia Jiao breaking through to golden core would ultimately benefit Chen Feng more than it would harm him. After all, her two daughters were practically in his hands. Not to mention the several nephews. Over the years, Xia Jiao had been exceedingly good to her nephews. After breaking through to golden core, they would also be centered around the Chen family. But the question arose, could Chen Feng keep her in check? If she were to turn the tables and force the Chen family to adopt the Xia surname, what would happen? Although the Chen family had developed rapidly in recent years with nearly 100 cultivators in the clan, there were still 3 with foundation establishment strength. In the outside world, this was a formidable force, but to a golden core cultivator, it could be wiped out with a snap of the fingers. After pondering for a moment, and seeing that Xia Jiao remained silent, Chen Feng spoke up. If you lack spirit stones, I can provide some assistance. Xia Jiao, upon hearing this, fixed her gaze on Chen Feng's eyes as if trying to discern something. After a while, she said, I have prepared around 110,000. This is all my savings. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, nodding. That works. If it's not enough, we'll cover the rest. This statement was made after careful consideration, as she was his mother-in-law. With over 100,000 spirit stones in hand, even if he did not intervene, there was a significant chance of winning the bid. Why not do this favor for her? Xia Jiao looked deeply at Chen Feng, giving a soft HM. Then she turned to him and asked, what are you going to Chunin City for? It can't just be to see the so-called prosperity, right? I am also going for the auction, I want to buy a 3rd-grade alchemical furnace to bring back. A 3rd-grade alchemical furnace. Xia Jiao glanced at Chen Feng, looking him up and down. I know you are an alchemist, but you are only at the foundation establishment level now. Do you really need a 3rd-grade furnace? Even an outer sect member knows the distinctions of alchemical furnaces. A 3rd-grade furnace is something only a master alchemist would need. Buying such an item would be pure waste, wouldn't it? Moreover, the most direct requirement to become a 3rd-grade alchemist is to become a golden core cultivator. As for Chen Feng, it's not that Xia Jiao doesn't believe in him, but he was just a foundation establishment cultivator. Wasn't this a bit too ambitious? Just as she was frowning and about to speak to dissuade him from wasting money, Chen Feng remained silent, simply taking out a small vial from his pocket and placing it in Xia Jiao's hand, gesturing for her to open it and take a look. What? Xia Jiao took it, her gaze filled with suspicion as she looked at Chen Feng. Upon opening it, she paused, her breath and her pupils constricted. Chen Feng noticed every subtle detail clearly. Huh. Xia Jiao closed her eyes and exhaled heavily. 10 foundation establishment pills, where did you get these? There was a questioning look and a hint of excitement on her face. I refined them. Chen Feng's words fell, and after a while Xia Jiao calmed down for a long time, placing the foundation establishment pills in Chen Feng's hand, her tone softening considerably. Good son-in-law, you have hidden quite deep. There was an uncontainable excitement in Xia Jiao's eyes. At over 100 years old, she hadn't lost her composure like this for a long time. Mainly she was shocked that Chen Feng could refine foundation establishment pills, a type of second-grade pill that was extremely difficult to concoct. Every alchemist was a treasure for their respective factions, coveted by all. A family with an alchemist in its ranks would find it hard not to prosper. This was also why Xia Jiao tacitly allowed Xia Shuer to visit Chen Feng from time to time. However, she had only thought of Chen Feng as a first-grade alchemist, but the surprise he brought her was just too great. For a moment her mindset was somewhat unstable, and she looked at Chen Feng with a complex expression. Chen Feng grinned and said, "It's just that mother-in-law doesn't know yet. Do you think I am now qualified to possess a third-grade alchemical furnace?" Xia Jiao was taken aback, slapping the table with one hand. "Absolutely. Even if I do not bid for my gathering peak pill, I will still ensure you get the alchemical furnace." "You flatter me, mother-in-law." Chen Feng replied, revealing his identity as a second-grade alchemist was also to place another layer of shackles on Xia Jiao, making her value him even more. Even after breaking through to Golden Core, it was likely he would not leave. Of course, it was also possible that she might think of capturing Chen Feng and selling him to some powerful faction. But no one would be foolish enough to do that. In that case, I will come to pick you up in half a month, and we will go to Chunin City together. In the past, Chen Feng could go wherever he wanted, even dying outside wouldn't matter much. But now it was different. Chen Feng's status had risen countless levels in her heart. Traveling with Chen Feng also carried a thought of ensuring his safety. After sending Xia Jiao off looking at Xia Shuer, who was sweetly smiling at him in the Chen residence, Chen Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. All right, no more hiding, what's all out in the open now. Chen Feng took a deep breath and led Xia Shuer to meet her sister. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. After counting all the spirit stones in the house, there were a total of 41,500 low-grade spirit stones. After removing 5,000 for expenses in the clan, he took the rest with him. This was also the entirety of the Chen family's wealth since its founding. Counting the spirit stones, Chen Feng felt a wave of worthlessness. After a century of hard work, he had earned just this little amount of spirit stones, and with just a casual purchase of medicinal materials worth several $100,000, he could exceed a lifetime savings. Half of this amount was donated by kind-hearted individuals, which made it a rather ironic situation when he thought about it. However, once the pill hall grew stronger, selling medicinal pills to the outside would greatly benefit the family's finances. Chen Feng directed his gaze towards the center of Yuanling County, where the only spiritual vein in the county resided. Upon my return from this journey, it shall belong to me. Chen Feng thought to himself that having more spiritual veins would significantly enrich the family's foundation. Side quest released Undercurrents. Rising Li Kuan from the Li family is preparing to break through to the late foundation establishment stage, with the family welcoming its second foundation establishment cultivator vowing to avenge past humiliations. Just as he and Xia Jiao embarked on the road to Chunin City, a system notification echoed in his mind. The Li family. Chen Feng shook his head secretly, for in his heart they were no longer his opponents. They had left him alone all these years, partly out of fear of the potential backlash, and partly to prevent the other two major families in Yuanling County from feeling threatened. Thus they colluded together, making it difficult to deal with him. It was better to hide his strength and wait for the right moment to make a stunning emergence. However, Li Kun's advancement to the late foundation establishment stage was indeed troublesome. Fortunately, even if he broke through to that stage, he would not step foot into the Chen residence. Moreover, there were still 2 foundation establishment powerhouses in the family. The situation wasn't too dire, and he didn't need to return for the time being. He just needed to inform Chu Wu and Wu Zai to be on guard. With this thought, Chen Feng produced a leaf inscribed with crooked runes. Go. With a flicker of magical energy, the leaf fluttered in the air before disappearing from sight. What is that? Xia Jiao noticed Chen Feng's small action and looked at the fluttering leaf with curiosity. Just a little trick, nothing to worry about. Let's continue our journey. Chen Feng laughed lightly, as the matter of the Qianbai tree was known only to him. After years of cultivation, the Qianbai tree had reached several hundred years of age. Some of its leaves were usable. For instance, the one just now could be used for communication. It was truly miraculous. Xia Jiao did not press further on this matter, as everyone had their own secrets. If one were to pry too deeply, wouldn't that show a lack of emotional intelligence? Half an hour later, within the clan, A small leaf transformed into a bird and landed in front of Chen Chu. Who goes there? Chen Chu sensed the presence approaching and abruptly exited his cultivation state, glaring with fierce eyes. It's me. Chen Feng's voice came from the bird formed from the qianbai tree, and Chen Chu also sensed his father's aura. His face showed surprise as if he were a curious child. Father, what is this? His gaze fixated on the small bird. No need to fuss over it. This is just a little trick for communication. Chen Feng's words dispelled Chen Chu's thoughts as he had assumed his father had cultivated something to transform into this form. Just listen to me. After instructing him on various matters, the leaf fluttered again and flew towards the horizon. Chen Feng, who had already traveled 1/3 of the way, received the qianbai leaf. Information from Chen Chu was also transmitted. It's truly miraculous, Chen Feng exclaimed, putting away the communication leaf and continuing on his way. This territory of Dechu is indeed vast. Our Yuanling County is not too far from Chunin City, yet it took us 2 foundation establishment cultivators an entire day to only cover 1/3 of the distance. Xia Jiao shot him a glance. That's to be expected. Our southern region is considered small. The imperial domain is the most expansive and also the wealthiest. However, I am also waiting for your peso, otherwise I would have arrived in 2 days. Chen Feng scratched his head and gave a light laugh. Xia Jiao was not wrong. The difference in their cultivation levels was evident, and she indeed slowed down her speed significantly, or else he wouldn't even be able to see her tail lights. However, upon hearing Xia Jiao mention the imperial domain, Chen Feng asked, have you been to the imperial domain? What is it like there? Are there many powerful cultivators? He was also somewhat curious about what the imperial domain was like, having heard that foundation establishment cultivators were everywhere and golden core cultivators were as common as dogs. Xia Jiao seemed to fall into a distant memory before eventually shaking her head without giving a direct answer. It's not as terrifying as the rumors say. The idea that foundation establishment cultivators are everywhere and golden core cultivators are as common as dogs is nonsense. Our entire Dechu doesn't have particularly many golden core cultivators either. However, there are indeed many foundation establishment cultivators there where the powerful and influential dominate, and even a single word could lead one to a grave fate. We should avoid stepping into such places in our lifetime. Chen Feng discerned the emotions hidden within Xia Jiao's words. She must have been there before, or perhaps hailed from that place. His expression darkened, and he thought of many things in an instant. He imagined all sorts of melodramatic love-hate relationships, a down-and-out youth accompanying a royal beauty in hiding, or a fallen noble fleeing south in desperation. After all, Xia Jiao's aura was truly remarkable, like an elegant ice mountain too good to be from an ordinary family. To this day, Chen Feng had never seen her worry about her cultivation method. Even the one practiced by Xia Qiuer was only half and was incredibly detailed. However, since Xia Jiao was unwilling to bring it up, he let it drift away like the wind. Chen Feng also tactfully refrained from probing further, and the two continued to converse, casually inching closer to Chunin City. Finally, upon reaching the city gate, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Gazing at the flying vessels just appearing in the sky, he gritted his teeth and said, from now on, I must buy a flying vessel for transportation, otherwise traveling is too exhausting. Xia Jiao said nothing, and the two entered the city silently. As 2 foundation establishment cultivators, the guards at the city gate respectfully greeted them as elder and let them pass. Once inside the city, there were still a few days before the auction would begin. The two settled into an inn, but upon arriving they felt a slightly awkward atmosphere. Xia Jiao looked at the innkeeper with a gaze that seemed to scrutinize the two of them. Of course, this was also due to women being more sensitive than men. Just as Chen Feng was about to speak and book 2 good rooms, an envious voice reached his ears. Friend, you are truly fortunate to have found such a stunning companion. At the entrance, a cultivator with a woman on each arm walked in and immediately glanced at the elegant and cold Xia Jiao, as well as Chen Feng, who was preparing to book a room beside her. This made the atmosphere awkward once more. Chen Feng looked at the newcomer, his mouth twitching, fearing he would say something outrageous. He quickly turned to the innkeeper and said, Innkeeper, please prepare 2 rooms for us. The innkeeper looked somewhat surprised as he scanned the 2 of them before swiftly proceeding with the arrangements. Oh, it seems this friend hasn't yet captured this ice mountain beauty, huh? Then I get lost. Chen Feng released his aura, turning his cold eyes to glare at the newcomer. What was that? Xia Jiao was about to speak, but seeing Chen Feng take action, she remained silent, adding a few more points to her impression of him. The cultivator was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, clearly a spoilt brat, and the 2 women he embraced were only at the qi refining stage, unable to withstand Chen Feng's intimidating aura. Upon hearing Chen Feng's rebuke, his initial displeasure shifted to surprise as a more terrifying pressure emanated from Xia Jiao. His expression changed, and he reluctantly walked away. If I thought it was something serious. A strong woman with a weak man, no wonder. After he left, a light, mocking voice drifted back. Xia Jiao was on the verge of exploding with rage, and given the killing intent radiating from her, it seemed she wanted to cut down that man. Fortunately, Chen Feng intervened just in time, comforting her with a few words before scolding her, which calmed her emotions. After checking in, Chen Feng lay quietly on the soft bed. The rooms here were arranged with soundproof formations and feedback formations, ensuring a high level of secrecy. It is worth mentioning that the concentration of spiritual energy here is over 6 times that of Yuanling County. Additionally, there is a 4th-grade spiritual vein in the city, resulting in a significant number of cultivators. Even ordinary people living here would enjoy good health and could live several more years. For a moment, Chen Feng felt an impulse to settle down here. However, that was merely an impulse. He was far from qualified to bring his family to reside in Chunan City. Just the foundation establishment families in the city would be enough for him to drink a pot of water, not to mention the golden core and even nascent soul families. This was indeed quite terrifying. After resting for a while, Chen Feng knocked on the door of Xia Jiao's room. Since they were together, even if they weren't doing the same thing, he should at least inform her. "What are you doing?" Xia Jiao, now calm, asked in a relatively flat tone. "Going shopping to see if I can find some good bargains in the market." As soon as Chen Feng mentioned shopping, Xia Jiao appeared at his door in no time. She had even changed into a new outfit, her long hair flowing, and her beautiful face radiated excitement, causing Chen Feng a moment of toothache. Why did he come to provoke this sort? Indeed, even a cultivator like Xia Jiao could not resist the temptation to stroll around. Thus, Xia Jiao followed Chen Feng to the local market, which was bustling with people. There were many foundation establishment cultivators visible, and even several golden core experts could be seen. "Not bad," Xia Jiao nodded, lightly commenting on the market before her. She realized that she hadn't gone shopping in years, and now she finally arrived at a place that was relatively large. This stirred her restless nature, and Chen Feng felt somewhat helpless. The two of them started picking and choosing, with Chen Feng buying a bunch of ancient rings and worn pottery items. He was still not giving up, hoping to find a grandfather figure or a world-shattering inheritance. What kind of beautiful master would bring me to the skies, flaunting and showing off as I entered the immortal realm? After all, these items were not worth much. If he didn't find anything, so be it. Xia Jiao, on the other hand, bought a pile of magical artifacts and jewelry, which were overpriced but still affordable. Chen Feng's primary goal this time was to sell off his stock of pills. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiao dared to purchase these assorted items. After browsing for a while, they first entered a shop to inquire about the buying prices for foundation establishment pills and other pills. After asking with a purchase price of 9,000 for a foundation establishment pill, 2,000 for a blood chi pill, and 1,000 for a spirit power pill, Chen Feng silently walked out. Indeed, there was no shortage of pills here. Of foundation establishment pills were not rare, let alone blood chi pills, which had a lower profit margin of several thousand to 10,000. Who could withstand that? Taking out a small stall from his storage ring, he found a vacant spot in the market to set it up. Selling foundation establishment pills, big discount, 9,500 each. Chen Feng didn't intend to sell at full price. The shop's price was 1,000 each, so he opted for a middle price. Thus, an elegant female cultivator and a boisterous, handsome young man formed a strange combination at the stall. At first, they caught a lot of attention, but upon seeing the price, most quietly walked away. "Are you sure these are real foundation establishment pills?" At this moment, a slightly older cultivator approached after hearing the commotion. "They can be verified." Without hesitation, Chen Feng took out a foundation establishment pill and placed it before him. However, the older cultivator, being experienced, scrutinized it for a long time before finally saying, "It's definitely real. Look at the price." Chen Feng glanced at him and said, "Have you seen the prices at the shop?" He was momentarily speechless and ultimately bought 2 to take back. After all, one should seize a bargain when they see it, as the shop sold them for 5,000 spirit stones more. Thus, the first transaction was complete, netting him 19,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, the buyer used medium-grade spirit stones for the transaction, totaling 19,000 medium-grade spirit stones. This saved Chen Feng the hassle of exchanging, as he had too many low-grade spirit stones, which were cumbersome to carry. The storage ring had limited space. "Aren't you going to shout a few times?" After collecting the money, Chen Feng turned his gaze to Xia Jiao, his intention obvious. "In your dreams," Xia Jiao haughtily turned her head away, looking up at the sky. "Tisk." Chen Feng sighed helplessly, realizing that his suddenly frugal mother-in-law had a proud streak. This was a significant discovery. If he recorded it with a memory stone and showed it to Xia Qiuer and Shuer, it would be amusing. Tisk, that scene was simply beautiful. Thinking of this, Chen Feng nearly couldn't suppress his laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Xia Jiao noticed and frowned, questioning him. She had a feeling that Chen Feng was looking at her intentionally or unintentionally. Nothing. I'm just smiling because I'm happy about making my first sale." "Is that so?" Xia Jiao looked at Chen Feng suspiciously, while he nodded repeatedly, wearing an expression that conveyed, "Why would I lie to you?" Could it be that I misread your intentions? Xiaomu thought to herself. The two of them sold foundation establishment pills for over 3 hours before finally selling out. Next, they moved on to selling spirit power pills and blood chi pills. Finally, when Chen Feng was about to pack up, someone from the Wanbao Trading Company approached him. Yuanling County Chen family head Chen Feng. A person who looked like a manager inquired at Chen Feng with a curious expression. My. Chen Feng's brow furrowed, wondering, could it be that my stall is affecting their business, and they are here to cause trouble? Seeing Chen Feng's reaction, the manager realized he had misunderstood, and then spoke up. Master Chen Feng, we are not here for the foundation establishment pills. Please don't think too much about it. Master Chen Feng. Chen Feng's brow furrowed even deeper as he looked at the manager. Yes, I am the manager of the Chunin branch of the Wanbao Trading Company, and we noticed you when you entrusted the manager of Yuanling County to look for a third-grade alchemy furnace. After that, your pill sales confirmed our suspicions, which is why we took the liberty to approach you. If I may. Before he could finish, Chen Feng waved his hand and said, No, I'm not an alchemist, I'm just a pill vendor. After speaking, Chen Feng turned around and attempted to leave. The steward, seeing this, grew anxious and said, Master Chen Feng, please wait. It's not a bad thing, and we can even offer you a pill furnace for free, just seeking an opportunity for cooperation. The commotion attracted the attention of those around, who began to gather. What the heck? Did I hear that right? This person is merely at foundation establishment, yet is being called a master, and he wants a pill furnace. Could it be? Chen Feng paused upon hearing the latter's words, his mind racing as he quickly made a decision. What did you say? Seeing Chen Feng stop, the steward was delighted and continued, This is not a place for discussions. With your esteemed status, our Wanbao merchant group is nearby. Please follow me to our VIP hall. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and then transmitted a message to Xia Jiao saying, Let's follow him first and see what he can offer us. If revealing my identity as an alchemist allows me to directly purchase the Gathering Peak pill, then it would be worth it. Moreover, it seems it might not be a bad thing after all. You decide on this matter, I will follow you. If there is any danger, I will take you to escape. Xia Jiao's transmission also conveyed her stance. Chen Feng did not intend to hide his identity as an alchemist. Having this identity would make things much simpler. In the realm of cultivation, the status of craftsmen, like alchemists, blacksmiths, etc., is quite high. They can interact across different social classes, especially alchemists, as medicinal pills are essential for every faction. Thus, the appearance of every alchemist is met with great enthusiasm. The two followed the people from the Wanbao merchant group and arrived at a splendid building on the outskirts of the marketplace. My name is Wan Eugene, you can call me as you wish. Wan Eugene introduced himself first with great sincerity and a pleasant attitude. Chen Feng nodded slightly, thinking, It seems the competition among merchant groups is quite fierce. May I ask, are you a second-tier alchemist? Wan Eugene inquired cautiously. Chen Feng smiled and did not directly answer his question. What if I am? What if I am not? What can you offer me, and what can I offer you? Wan Eugene secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Feng's words. He looked at Chen Feng earnestly and said, Our merchant group has always valued talent, especially talents like alchemists. If only. Stop right there. It's impossible for me to join your merchant group. I have a large family to support and am the head of the household. Chen Feng waved his hand, interrupting him. Understood. A hint of disappointment crossed Wan Eugene's eyes, but was gone in an instant. However, Chen Feng noticed it. Still, he didn't care much about that. In that case, Master Chen Feng, if you can cooperate with our merchant group by refining a set quantity of pills for us each year, we will buy them back at a price slightly lower than the market rate, and in return we can offer you a third-tier pill furnace for free, as well as sell you materials at a purchase price. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression paused slightly, as if he were weighing the pros and cons. What is the annual quantity requirement? No less than 30 ordinary second-tier pills, no less than 5 foundation establishment pills, or 10 foundation establishment pills. Is that all? Chen Feng was taken aback upon hearing the requirements. The success rate of refining foundation establishment pills was extremely high for him. One batch could yield 3 pills. If Master Chen finds these tasks too burdensome, we can reduce it to 20 ordinary pills, 3 foundation establishment pills, or 6 foundation establishment pills. Chen Feng was somewhat curious. Is this the condition for all alchemists collaborating with you? That's right, it's the same for everyone. Wan Eugene pondered for a moment and nodded in reply. This made Chen Feng even more curious. What is the success rate of those alchemists? Wan Eugene did not understand why Chen Feng asked this, but since he was asked, he answered, For ordinary second-tier pills, the success rate should be about 50%, and only 1 or 2 pills can be produced in a batch. For those with deep knowledge in alchemy, about 3 pills. As for foundation establishment pills, which are elite pills, achieving a 10% success rate is already quite good. Chen Feng's face turned unsightly. Are all these second-tier alchemists this incompetent? They call themselves second-tier alchemists. It would be embarrassing to admit it. Seeing Chen Feng's unpleasant expression, Wan Yujin thought these requirements were too harsh, so he gritted his teeth and continued. Master Chen, you must have just entered second-tier alchemy. In our first 10 years, we can reduce the amount you can refine as much as you want. Stop right there. Chen Feng rubbed his forehead. He was being considered too useless. Let's go with the first option then. 10 foundation establishment pills each year, right? What a joke. I am a master with 500 years of alchemy experience. If it weren't for my insufficient cultivation, I could refine a batch of third-tier pills right in front of you. Indeed, having a cheat makes one feel confident. What a... Master Chen Feng, are you sure? Wan Yujin looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. Chen Feng nodded, saying, I'm sure. Let's go with the first plan, but I have one request. Hearing Chen Feng confirm, Wan Yujin appeared somewhat excited. This was a significant achievement for him and would surely earn him rewards from his family. Upon hearing Chen Feng had a request, he suppressed his joy and asked, what does Master Chen Feng require? As long as it's within my capabilities, feel free to ask. Wan Yujin wouldn't let a duck fly away from his hands, quickly speaking up. It's nothing major, just that I want to purchase a gathering peak pill through internal channels without participating in the auction. You can rest assured, we will pay the original price, and I'm even willing to pay a little more. Chen Feng spoke lightly, but these words made Wan Yujin's expression turn quite awkward. He hesitated and said, Master Chen Feng, this may be somewhat difficult. The gathering peak pill is very precious and has always been in high demand. This year only 3 gathering peak pills have circulated to the southern region. On the side, Xia Jiao's gaze dimmed as she transmitted to Chen Feng, saying, It's all right, at worst we can participate in the auction. Even if we don't buy it this time, we can come back next time. Chen Feng turned to Xia Jiao and said seriously, I promise to help you obtain the gathering peak pill. This is for you, for Chioer and Shuer, and ultimately for us. Xia Jiao's pupils constricted, her expression slightly changed, and her heart raced. Yes, our two families are as close as one. Once you break through to the golden core, my status will also greatly improve. As long as you are in Yuanling County, no one can touch me. Phew, that's good to hear. Xia Jiao secretly sighed in relief, averting her gaze from Chen Feng's face. It is merely for my own improvement in achieving the golden core, so that I can protect him. With Master Jin, I am willing to add 5 more foundation establishment pills to my annual quota. What do you think? What? Wan Yujin's body shook with disbelief as he looked over. Say that again. Wan Yujin stared at Chen Feng, convinced he had misheard. I mean, I can increase the annual quota of foundation establishment pills by 5 in exchange for the internal purchase of gathering peak pills. Wan Yujin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. At the same time, he realized his loss of composure. Master Chen Feng, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please wait a moment. After saying this, he hurriedly ran inside the Wanbao Trading Company. Within a few breaths, he rushed out again. Master Chen Feng, I have received approval from above. We are willing to sell you the gathering peak pills for the price of 1 million low-grade spirit stones. However, regarding the foundation establishment pills, Chen Feng smiled slightly, saying, I will keep my promise. Thank you, Master. Chen Feng chuckled. This way many complications were avoided. 1 million low-grade spirit stones is not something an ordinary person can afford. But is Chen Feng an ordinary person? The answer is evident, and after confirming, Wan Yujin happily ran to the treasury to bring out the gathering peak pills. He solemnly handed them to Chen Feng, who produced a storage ring and placed it in Wan Yujin's hand. Wan Yujin did not check and directly accepted the storage ring. Chen Feng received the splendid gift box containing the gathering peak pills, and after saying thank you, handed it to Xia Jiao. Xia Jiao's eyes were somewhat fiery, her breath quickening. However, she gratefully glanced at Chen Feng and instinctively took out her storage ring, handing it to him. Thank you. Chen Feng looked at Xia Jiao in surprise, about to refuse. Her voice transmission came, no need to decline, take it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know if I could bid successfully. That is expected. Chen Feng also did not decline accepting the storage ring. At this moment, Wan Yujin took out a medicinal cauldron, feeling a wave of heat. This is the Heavenly Flame Cauldron, already considered top tier among third-grade cauldrons, and is a gift from Master Chen Feng. Chen Feng's gaze lingered on the cauldron. With 500 years of alchemy experience, how could he fail to notice its quality? It is undoubtedly top-notch enough for his own use for a long time. Then thank you, Master, and thank you to the Wanbao Trading Company. Chen Feng nodded, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Having come here, he had acquired quite a bit without cost, which was certainly a quick gain. Master Chen Feng, I have a matter I'm unsure whether to speak of. Wan Yujin looked at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with inquiry. What is there that cannot be said? His gaze quickly swept over Xia Jiao as he spoke. Friend Chen Feng, you came this time to help your Dao partner break through to the golden core, right? If so, although your internal purchase of pills ensures great confidentiality, going to Yuanling County, a place lacking in spiritual energy, will significantly increase the difficulty of breaking through to the golden core. Chen Feng automatically filtered out the term Dao partner. Now was not the time to explain. Are you suggesting she should break through in Chunan City taking advantage of the rich spiritual energy? That's right. Wan Eugene nodded. Chen Feng turned his gaze to Xia Jiao, his eyes questioning her. She did not dwell on these matters too much, and Wan Eugene's words were indeed true. Breaking through to the golden core requires a vast amount of spiritual energy. Naturally, the better the environment, the easier the breakthrough. Thus, she gently nodded. Chen Feng thought for a moment, looking at Wan Eugene. In that case, may I ask if your esteemed company has a place for cultivation? Of course. Wan Eugene nodded. That was his goal. To sell one more favor and increase Chen Feng's goodwill. We can provide a cultivation space free of charge for Master Chen Feng and your esteemed wife. Chen Feng's eyes secretly glanced at Xia Jiao, wanting to see her expression. However, he couldn't discern much. It seemed she was indifferent to these matters. In that case, Chen Feng's courage grew much larger. Pretending to be a Dao partner is indeed a feasible approach. Thus he nodded. Then I will trouble the master. My wife and I are extremely grateful. Finally, Chen Feng emphasized the word grateful. Behind him, Xia Jiao had unknowingly leaned closer, grabbing the soft flesh at his waist, squeezing it as hard as she could. You little brat, you really are taking advantage of me. A chilling voice rang in his ears. Chen Feng immediately shivered and hurriedly said, Master, there is no time to waste. Wan Eugene nodded and led them to the cultivation room of Wanbao Trading Company. Introducing the environment here is sufficient for golden core cultivators to break through with soundproof and anti-peeping formations, ensuring privacy. After saying this, he pointed to a corner of the cultivation room, raising an eyebrow at Chen Feng. Master Chen Feng, there is also a resting area over there, just like for you and your esteemed wife. Thank you, Master. Since we've arrived, we should focus on the breakthrough. Chen Feng quickly interrupted his words. He could already sense the chilling aura behind him. If he let Wan Eugene continue speaking, he might not end up well. So anxious. Wan Eugene displayed a knowing expression, tactfully stepping out while not forgetting to close the door to the cultivation room. Bang! The door closed and Chen Feng immediately felt as if he had entered a world of ice and snow with the cold wind piercing through him. Chen Feng, you were quite cheerful just now. Do you also have this idea towards your mother-in-law? A chilling voice came, making Chen Feng feel cold from head to toe, his entire body shivering. Ahem, well, mother-in-law, the weather today is really nice. Haha, it's very suitable for preparing for the breakthrough, right? Chen Feng chuckled, quickly moving toward the door, wanting to escape. Suddenly, pain shot through his waist. A wave of icy energy enveloped him. Even with his blood chi breaking through to the Grandmaster level, he could not withstand such pain. He could only grit his teeth and force a smile, saying, What are you doing, my dear mother-in-law? I was just going out to leave you some space to break through comfortably. Is that so? Chen Feng felt the cold wind blow by his ear. Turning around, he was met with Xia Jiao's icy expression. Gulp. Chen Feng swallowed, disregarding the pain in his waist, deploying his eloquence. After a long while, Xia Jiao's expression finally softened. This time I will let you off. Let's see if you dare to take advantage of me next time. Xia Jiao snorted coldly and turned towards the center of the formation. Chen Feng let out a long breath, feeling that he had passed this test. At least he had not lost anything vital. Chen Feng took another step, intending to leave this dangerous place. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded beside his ear. Stop, right there, stay here. It was the voice of Xia Jiao, who had turned around at some point, staring intently at Chen Feng. Mother-in-law, what is the meaning of this? It's not good for me to stay here. Chen Feng squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Why are women always so changeable? Experienced in battles, Chen Feng found it hard to understand this century-old ice mountain. For the first time, he felt suppressed, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Stay here. Off. Chen Feng turned around in surprise, looking at Xia Jiao. Didn't you hear me? I said to stay here, Xia Jiao said lightly, her face showing no room for debate. But, Chen Feng helplessly replied, what do you want me to stay here for? Aren't you afraid it would have a bad influence if it gets out? Am I still afraid of that? Xia Jiao rolled her eyes at him. The events that had just transpired outside had already solidified their relationship. For Xia Jiao, she no longer cared about such matters. I will break through to the golden core, and you can observe beside me to gain some experience which will be useful for you in the future. This was what Xia Jiao said after some consideration, even though it wasn't good for her privacy. However, she acknowledged Chen Feng's talent, being both an alchemist and nearing the late foundation establishment stage. He would inevitably be able to break through to the golden core in the future, so staying here to watch her break through and gain some experience could save him from unnecessary detours. Chen Feng did not expect that Xia Jiao held such thoughts. Without any hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Since mother-in-law has spoken, I dare not disobey. Thus, Chen Feng quietly watched as Xia Jiao operated one small cycle after another. After calming her breath, she began to stimulate her mana. Time passed slowly, but the spiritual energy swirling around proved that Xia Jiao had already begun. Before long, half a day had gone by. Xia Jiao's aura had become incredibly full, and with a delicate shout, 3 golden flowers appeared above her head, slowly revolving. A heavy stream of mana surged forth, carrying a hint of nobility. Xia Jiao swallowed a gathering top elixir, and after a moment the 3 flowers above her head rapidly revolved, transforming into specks of golden light that entered her body. Immediately Xia Jiao's aura began to rise. The sea of bitterness within her stirred, being continuously refined and compressed. After the 3 flowers entered her body, they began to wash and purify her limbs and bones. However, this process was extremely painful as her physique was gradually strengthened. Her momentum also steadily increased, the golden light rippling. A chill emanated from her body, and a blue ice-like object rose from within Xia Jiao, hovering in midair. Moments later, beneath the blue ice object, an irregular round shape appeared, only the size of a pigeon egg. Yet the oppressive feeling of life emanating from it made Chen Feng's breath quicken. That was a golden core, a semi-finished golden core. And the blue ice object was the spiritual root of Xia's mother. An exotic single spiritual root, also a heavenly spiritual root, ice spiritual root. Chen Feng suddenly took a deep breath. A single ice spiritual root, what a terrifying talent. He did not hesitate to take out 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones and broke them open directly. The surrounding spiritual energy exploded with a violent increase, and Xia Jiao's golden core was being rapidly washed and polished. Time passed little by little. A golden core floated in the air, which Xia Jiao swallowed in one gulp. Boom! Instantly Xia Jiao's aura surged further, and the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in. Watching Xia Jiao gulping down spiritual energy, Chen Feng felt relieved as her aura became increasingly stable. The golden core had formed, and Xia Jiao had become a golden core major practitioner. Even if she went to some major forces, she would be able to gain a respectable position. Thus, after she finished adjusting her breath, Xia Jiao slowly stood up, a glint of golden light flashing in her eyes as the cold aura around them was also retracted. I did it. Xia Jiao nodded at Chen Feng, revealing a rare smile. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Xia Jiao, the eternal ice mountain smile was so enchanting, indicating her mood was indeed very good. However, Chen Feng did not dare to presume too much. Even if he had lived enough, his own well-being was still at stake. Congratulations, mother-in-law, on breaking through to the golden core. May you enjoy boundless fortune and longevity. Stop it, Xia Jiao scolded lightly. Chen Feng closed his mouth, smiling as he moved closer to Xia Jiao. The closer he got, the more he felt the pressure on him increase. This was still because Xia Jiao had not released her aura. Xia Jiao gathered her aura a bit more and led Chen Feng out the door. Congratulations, senior, on breaking through to the golden core. Wan Eugene immediately came forward, smiling and congratulating. Master Chen truly has good fortune, he secretly marveled. This also owes much to you, shopkeeper. This small token of appreciation is nothing significant. Chen Feng smiled as he handed over a small vial. This is too precious. Wan Eugene exclaimed upon opening it to find a foundation establishment pill inside. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly shoved the vial back. This is a small token of my gratitude. There will be many more matters in the future that will trouble you, so please accept it. Chen Feng placed the pill in his hand and turned to leave with Xia Jiao. Master Chenyu. Wan Eugene's expression was complex as he held the vial, feeling emotional. Being so generous, his good fortune truly had not been in vain. He accepted the vial, then wrote a letter to send to Yuanling County. After Chen Feng and Xia Jiao left the Wanbao Merchant Association, there was nothing left to buy. Thus, Chen Feng stepped onto Xia Jiao's flying sword. Stand firm. Xia Jiao's face showed some excitement, as she had finally broken through to the golden core. Once outside the city, there was no need to suppress it, and she could release it freely. Whooshed! With a swift sound, the flying sword appeared at the edge of the sky in an extraordinarily strange speed. Don't go so fast, I'm scared. At that moment, Chen Feng became unsettled, nearly losing his balance and falling backward as they took off. Coming to his senses, he quickly wrapped his arms around Xia Jiao's waist, looking apprehensive. Suddenly, as Xia Jiao sped through the air, her entire body trembled, and her speed slowed considerably, an unusual feeling rising within her. Chen Feng, she shouted, wanting to pry Chen Feng's grip off. I'm scared. Chen Feng met Xia Jiao's gaze, displaying a weak and pitiful expression, tightening his hold even more. Xia's mother found it difficult to act against him for a moment, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. She had just broken through to the golden core, and her speed was indeed a bit fast. Chen Feng was merely at the foundation establishment stage, so it was reasonable. She comforted herself in her heart, thankful that apart from this, Chen Feng had not done anything more outrageous. Coupled with his recent behavior, her anger over him stealing away her 2 daughters had diminished considerably. Very well. Xia Jiao shot a glance at Chen Feng and warned, do not make any other moves, or I will throw you down from a height of 1,000 feet. Hearing Xia Jiao's warning, Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. This reassured Xia Jiao quite a bit, and she began to speed up her swordplay again. However, due to the peculiar feeling of Chen Feng's embrace, her enthusiasm for swordplay was not as intense as before. Her speed also decreased significantly. Chen Feng was quite tactful and did not act overly bold, simply holding her quietly. Naturally, his heart raced as he subconsciously tightened his grip in a state of weightlessness. By the time he realized it was already too late. He decided to play it cool and continued to boldly stay close. Of course, when the plan worked, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt somewhat startled. The sensation is quite nice, Chen Feng remarked, feeling the touch at his fingertips and praising her for being a golden core cultivator. In this manner, the two hurriedly arrived above Huaxian City. Haven't you had enough of holding on? A cold snort came from above, and Chen Feng suddenly felt weightless as he was thrown down from midair. You profess your love for me, yet you cast me aside so mercilessly. Sigh women. Chen Feng lamented, summoning his crimson aura to stabilize himself as he slowly descended onto the sword. Just as he was about to enter the Xia residence, he was met with a closed door. How petty. We've been so close for so long, and you still won't let me in. Chen Feng let out an unhappy huff. What did you say? The door suddenly swung open, revealing Xia Jiao with a half-smile, half-mocking expression. Chen Feng awkwardly touched his nose and quickly shook his head, saying, your humble son-in-law said nothing, just waiting here for my esteemed mother-in-law to open the door. You wouldn't really turn away your beloved son-in-law, would you? With a look of playful defiance, Chen Feng acted shamelessly, and Xia Jiao, feeling helpless, waved for him to come in. They then discussed future development issues for a while. Since Xia Jiao had broken through to the Golden Core, she should spread the news, letting the world know of this great being's existence. However, Xia Jiao was unwilling, saying that the timing wasn't right yet. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng decided to put his hopes on Xia Jiao. Your humble son-in-law has one request. Speak. Xia Jiao looked at Chen Feng, curious about what he was up to. After a while, Chen Feng revealed his intentions. To unite Yuanling County, swallow the three major families, and monopolize a first-tier spiritual vein. He also explained the combat capabilities of their family, noting 3 foundation establishment cultivators. With Xia Jiao's intervention, there would be no unforeseen complications in securing this goal. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Jiao nodded in agreement. Integrating Yuanling would benefit both her daughter and herself. Moreover, through their time together, she had come to realize that her son-in-law was no ordinary person. His ambitions were astonishing. His talent and the abilities he had displayed indicated that as long as he survived, it was possible for him to occupy half of the southern region in the future. The thought of him going even further was something she dared not imagine. After Xia Jiao agreed, Chen Feng finally felt relieved. With her support, the family's losses would be minimized. Additionally, it presented an opportunity to bolster Xia Jiao's reputation. The two returned to the Chen residence and immediately convened a meeting. The family was elated to hear of Xia Jiao's breakthrough to the Golden Core. Only a few individuals expressed concern, but upon seeing the expressions of Chen Feng, they settled down. Wu Gu assembled everyone. In just a few moments, the entire Yuanling County was in turmoil. The 3 major families were simultaneously attacked by a group of individuals dressed in attire emblazoned with the large character Chen. Chen Chu acted decisively, clashing with Yuan Jia Yuan Xiao. Chen Wuzai held off the Zhang family, preventing them from intervening. As for the Li family, an unpleasant voice shattered the scheming among the cultivators. Li Kuan, my friend, you may have great plans, but do you know what use your breakthrough to the late foundation establishment is? Chen Feng and Xia Jiao descended slowly, not alarming any guards or even triggering the formations. To a formation master like Chen Feng, the defensive array of a foundation establishment family was as insubstantial as air. Chen Feng. Among the scheming cultivators, Li Kuan was the first to look over, his face filled with frost. However, upon seeing Xia Jiao beside Chen Feng, an icy chill suddenly swept over him. He shrank back, his eyes filled with fear. Chen Feng, you little thief, dare you step into my Li family? You must be seeking death. Li Hu's venomous voice echoed, having already stepped into the foundation establishment realm. Seeing the person he longed to kill appear before him was exhilarating. You fool, be quiet. Li Kuan gritted his teeth in anger, looking at his reckless son, and instantly exploded. Shut up. His palm struck Li Hu heavily, sending him spinning in disarray. Father. After rolling several times on the ground, he finally stopped, looking at Li Kuan with disbelief. What are you doing? Chen Feng has stepped into my Li family, which is a good thing. Without any formations blocking him, you could easily strike him down. Then all of Chen's possessions, including his wives, would be ours. Li Hu's eyes were filled with resentment, but after saying this, Chen Feng silently appeared behind him. His whole being emanated a cold aura, as if he had emerged from an ice hell, and he coldly said, you truly are audacious. You dare to speak of my wives. Bang. This undoubtedly touched Chen Feng's reverse scale. He placed a hand on Li Hu's head and exerted force. In an instant his head burst open like a watermelon, the scene horrifying beyond belief. Everyone present was terrified by this scene, looking at Chen Feng as if they had seen a ghost. Li Kuan, on the other hand, had his entire face twitching, speechless. Even when his only son died before him, he remained unmoved. Elder head of the Chen family, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was all caused by this fool. Now that he is dead, could you spare my Li family? After a while, Li Kuan knelt down, pleading with the two. This left all the Li family cultivators bewildered. The ancestor was perfectly fine. Why did he suddenly kneel? However, this act made everyone realize the seriousness of the situation. A dignified late foundation establishment cultivator would never act this way, even when encountering peak cultivators. There could only be one possibility: a more terrifying existence had emerged. Their expressions turned extremely fearful, as if they grasped the gravity of the situation. Chen Feng chuckled. When he arrived, he had listened to Xia Jiao for quite a while. What a plan to annihilate the Chen family, seize his wives, and abduct 2 daughters from the Xia family to threaten Xia Jiao. Esteemed mother-in-law, I leave the rest to you. Chen Feng glanced at Xia Jiao, who resembled an erupting iceberg filled with ominous energy, and wisely stepped aside. Xia Jiao wasted no breath. The sudden drop in temperature made everyone present feel that death was imminent. Damn woman! Li Kuan, realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, took out his magical artifact and furiously prepared to harm others. Ice ceiling for miles. Xia Jiao did not even glance at him, calmly raising her hand to exert her power. In an instant, a cold wave surged forth, and all living beings in sight were transformed into various ice sculptures. However, Li Kuan's cultivation was still considerable. He did not perish instantly and attempted to break free from the ice. Shatter. Xia Jiao, unconcerned, formed a hand seal. A cold command escaped her lips, and the surrounding ice sculptures suddenly exploded, shattering into countless ice crystal fragments. Including the cultivators among them, they too were turned into ice crystals. Li Kuan at the forefront was no exception, with the only difference being that his chunk was much smaller than those of the other cultivators. Chen Feng inhaled sharply, realizing that even his mother-in-law's attack was utterly decisive. She even skipped the step of obliterating the remains. Looking at the remnants scattered across the ground, he recalled his previous actions. A chill surged through him. What are you standing there for? Go collect the spoils of war, Xia Jiao said softly, turning away. Only then did Chen Feng snap out of his shock. After all, a large-scale destructive spell causing such devastation was quite impactful for him. However, Xia Jiao was indeed a frugal and diligent wife. After Chen Feng cleared the battlefield, he instructed the arriving disciples from the martial pavilion to continue the cleanup. The Li family now consisted solely of martial artists, with not a single cultivator remaining. Thus the cleanup was completed swiftly. Chen Feng and his companion then proceeded to the other 2 families who dared not engage in conflict upon seeing the arrival of the Golden Core cultivators. The entire clan surrendered, willing to become subordinate. Chen Feng did not act ruthlessly, as these 2 families had not offended him. If he had looted and slaughtered his way through apart from the people of his own family, others would be filled with fear. Thus, after collecting a token amount of protection fees, he took over the spiritual vein. This spiritual vein has been exploited significantly. Its value has diminished greatly compared to the past. Yet Xia Jiao gazed at the spiritual vein, shaking her head slightly. The value of this spiritual vein would fade away in a few hundred years unless it was not exploited now and was nurtured instead. This left Chen Feng somewhat frustrated. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided against exploitation. The vein would not yield much spirit stone in a year, and it would be better preserved for environmental enhancement. Therefore, the Chen family expanded again, incorporating the territory of the spiritual vein into their domain. At the same time, the academy relocated, settling on top of the spiritual vein. After the battle, Yuanling County was now under the Chen surname. Chen Feng did not shy away from it, and directly renamed it Chen County, establishing it as the sphere of influence for the Chen family. In no time, news of Xia Jiao becoming a Golden Core spread far and wide. Before Chen Feng could issue an invitation for her Golden Core ceremony, various small and large factions nearly trampled the threshold. One after another, they came bearing gifts and auspicious words, making Chen Feng somewhat embarrassed to deal with them. However, it was a matter of not missing out on free offerings. After sending these people off, Chen Feng announced the Golden Core ceremony to the outside world. The venue was set within the Chen family estate. With Chen Feng's persuasion, Xia Jiao settled down in his family, as the concentration of spiritual energy here, bolstered by spiritual plants, was incomparably superior to Huayun, where the spiritual vein had been taken over by the Chen family. The territory expanded further, making them the largest power among the nearby 5 counties, holding dominion over 2 counties. Yet only Chen Feng understood that this was merely a hollow title. A Golden Core faction with only 2 first-grade spiritual veins was hardly significant. Chen Feng turned his gaze towards the Yin family while dispatching disciples to search for wild spiritual veins. He was not particularly inclined to act against the Yin family who had formed a favorable bond with him. Thus, the winds of change did not arrive until the day of the Golden Core ceremony. The entire Qin County was festooned with joy. Even passing dogs were rewarded with several chickens by Chen Feng. Soon various families began to pay visits. Congratulations to ancestor Xiaojiao for breaking through to the Golden Core. Tomorrow the transformation from pill to infant is to be anticipated, and ascending to immortality is within reach. As Chen Feng's mother-in-law, she truly deserved the title of ancestor. Looking at the throngs below, all of whom were Chen Feng's descendants and members of the Chen family, she felt a mix of emotions, both reflective and admiring of Chen Feng. Within the Chen estate, the sounds of congratulations were endless, filled with joy. Representatives from various families continuously arrived, presenting various precious gifts without hesitation. Even 2 Golden Core cultivators came, one from the Ping family of Bingnan County, a Golden Core family. The other was from the Yin family of Chufeng County. Their presence conveyed a single intention to forge connections with fellow Taoists, while also discreetly assessing the potential of the Chen family. In the eyes of Qi refining cultivators, Golden Core cultivators were figures akin to ancestral immortals. In the southern region, their status was exceptionally high and exceedingly rare. Now, with 3 Golden Core cultivators, the fear they inspired was even more profound. However, the ordinary folk within the Chen family felt no particular excitement about these matters. Yet with the Golden Core, they believed in their ancestor, the source of their bloodline, who would lead the family to prosperity. In their eyes, Chen Feng was almost omnipotent, having developed from a mere white-clothed figure to this day. Thus, the guests who came today outnumbered those at Chen Feng's foundation establishment banquet by an unfathomable margin. Even the head of the Yin family was present, bringing a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb to forge further goodwill. Moreover, many families brought along beautiful young ladies gazing at Chen Feng, who was engaging in light-hearted conversations with those ancestral figures with eyes full of desire. Xiao Yi, look, that's the ancestor of the Chen family, a legendary figure of a generation. I brought you here to meet him. In the future, I will bring you back to pay a visit again. They were aware of the rumors surrounding Chen Feng. He loved wealth, children, and beautiful women, treating his wives and concubines exceptionally well. Though easy to marry, each was cared for tenderly, and even their maternal families benefited continuously. They brought their daughters along to familiarize them, so after the Golden Core banquet, there would be opportunities for further discussions during follow-up visits. Some arrived with their daughters for the banquet, claiming that their little girls had fallen head over heels for the Chen family head. At that moment, the Lord of Yuanshu County also arrived, another renowned Golden Core cultivator. Upon coming to congratulate and seeing Xia Jiao's face, his expression changed slightly, and Chen Feng caught a fleeting emotion in his eyes. Unfazed, Chen Feng approached to greet him. Whatever was to happen, it was not within his purview. Greetings, Taoist Xia Jiao. Upon seeing the visitor, Xia Jiao's brows furrowed slightly. Chu Yunzi, what brings you here? With Xia Jiao addressing him by his true name, he bore no anger, merely speaking softly. I came to congratulate you on breaking through to Golden Core. May you soar high and free like the birds. In their dialogue, Chen Feng discerned many things. They were old acquaintances maintaining a good relationship, but not particularly close. The 2 Golden Core cultivators, conversing with Xia Jiao, tactfully took their leave. After a brief exchange with Chen Feng, they departed from the Chen family. Chen Feng also cleared the area to prevent any information from leaking. After the head of the Yuan Chu residence left, Chen Feng walked over. However, instead of asking questions, he said, the banquet is over for today. I noticed that my mother-in-law did not rest well last night. Allow me, your son-in-law, to take you to rest. Xia Jiao looked at Chen Feng in surprise, thinking he would inquire about her past. But he did not. Instead, he considerately led her away to a quiet place. On the way, the two did not speak. Suddenly, Xia Jiao asked, when did you reach the 63rd refinement? This question broke the silence. Xia Jiao was a bit surprised. How did her son-in-law break through to the late foundation establishment stage in just a few days? Chen Feng chuckled awkwardly, saying, just lucky. He certainly couldn't tell her that he had completed a side quest and received 100 years of cultivation as a reward. That would be too shocking. Seeing that Chen Feng did not want to answer, she did not press further. Just as Chen Feng suppressed his curiosity and refrained from asking her, they arrived at the entrance to the courtyard Chen Feng had arranged for her. After a moment of silence, Xia Jiao called out to Chen Feng, who was turning to leave. Aren't you curious about my past? Chen Feng smiled and shook his head, saying, I am curious, but probing into someone's past that they do not wish to recall, especially when that person is my respected mother-in-law, I think it's better to let it be. Stop being so chatty and just say whether you want it or not. Xia Jiao seemed to have shaken off her gloomy mood, raising an eyebrow at Chen Feng. Her expression was incredibly alluring. Chen Feng's eyelids twitched violently, almost spitting out blood, and he hurriedly said, Mother-in-law, please don't do that, I'm scared. Xia Jiao covered her mouth and chuckled, waving at him. Even if you don't say it now, you will know later. Come to my room, and I will slowly tell you. That doesn't seem appropriate. Chen Feng felt a bit uneasy as Xia Jiao's tone was clearly teasing him. When did his aloof mother-in-law change? Was she not a golden core cultivator and the mother of 2 children? However, this was merely verbal banter. Seeing Chen Feng's awkward appearance made her very happy. Come on, I won't bite. Mother-in-law, aren't you afraid of being misunderstood by saying that? Chen Feng's eyes glanced sideways, catching sight of Xia Shuer sneaking over from not far away. What misunderstanding could there be? The door is wide open, come on in. Xia Jiao had not been this happy in a long time and had suppressed her feelings for too long. Until a curious voice broke through. Mother, what about you and brother-in-law? Seeing Xia Jiao's face change drastically, the flustered Xia's mother rushed into the courtyard, causing Chen Feng to burst out laughing. You dared to tease now, let's see what impression you have left in your precious daughter's heart. Xia Shuer walked over to Chen Feng, her eyes filled with curiosity. Brother-in-law, could it be that you are the same as my mother and sister? Her little face turned slightly red, as if she had discovered some tremendous secret. Chen Feng cast a sideways glance and saw Xia Jiao hiding behind the door, peeking out. Instantly a mischievous thought arose in his heart, thinking, since you are not kind, then I will be ungrateful. Since this matter has already been discovered by your daughter, then. Chen Feng smiled and placed his hand on her forehead, saying meaningfully, since you found out, I'll lay all my cards on the table. Indeed. At the same time, Chen Feng's gaze shifted to the corner of her robe. He could faintly see it trembling, and he was now curious about her expression. Chen Feng's scheme succeeded, and the little girl's face turned even redder. Lowering her head, she softly said, then brother-in-law, since you and mother are like that, I want to be like that too. My sister said. Not good. Chen Feng was startled. This little girl was not following the script and was not going in the direction he wanted. If she continued, he might lose his life. At this moment, Chen Feng could feel a chill running through him, which was not good. Creak. Swear it's not what you think. You can't. The courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Xia Jiao hurriedly walked out, looking at Chen Feng with furious eyes, as if to say, you'd better watch out for your life. How could this little thief dare to say anything? And his good daughter actually had such thoughts. Seeing Xia Jiao couldn't hold back and rushed out, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If Shuer continued to let her imagination run wild, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Don't mention his life, even his dignity would be gone. Mother, why are you out here? Xia Shuer exclaimed, her pretty face turning red as she dared not look at her. If I didn't come out, I wouldn't know what shocking words you would say. Sighing, Xia Jiao looked helpless. When did her Shuer get invaded? Clearly the last layer of protection was still there. How could she have such rebellious thoughts? But mother, you just... Xia Shuer's voice grew softer, while Xia Jiao's expression darkened as she glared at Chen Feng, who was ready to slip away. It's not what you think. I'll explain it to you slowly later. Xia Jiao was at a loss for words and anxious. At this moment, she turned her gaze to Chen Feng, hoping he would say something. Seeing the look in her eyes, Chen Feng understood and cleared his throat, speaking with a serious expression. Shuer, you shouldn't continue to question your mother. Everyone has their own little secrets. You. What? I knew it. Before Chen Feng could finish, Xia Shuer jumped up angrily, like she had caught a fox by the tail. Seeing Xia Jiao's face grow darker, Chen Feng gritted his teeth, saying, Shuer, don't ask anymore. This is a secret. If someone asks you about your secret, will you tell them? That's not good. Chen Feng's explanation made Xia Shuer think it was the truth. Since it's your little secret, then I won't ask. Xia Shuer turned her pretty face away, but her cheeks were so red they seemed to drip water, betraying everything. As the misunderstanding became clearer, she saw Xia Jiao beside her with a warm smile. Chen Feng exclaimed in his heart that this was bad. Cough cough, since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Mother-in-law, you and Shuer chat for a while. After saying this, Chen Feng fled like an arrow shot from a bow. If he stayed any longer, he feared for his life and decided to avoid the storm. Hee, after bullying me, you still want to leave. Xia Jiao's icy voice rang in Chen Feng's ears, and a sharp pain came from his waist. A chilling aura bound his legs. Chen Feng forced a smile that was worse than crying, saying, Mother-in-law, please let me explain. There's nothing to explain. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be called Xia Jiao. You get inside. Bang. The courtyard door slammed shut, leaving Xia Shuer looking bewildered. They'll let you off this time, but pay attention next time. Xia Jiao glared at Chen Feng, her eyes filled with a sense of threat. All right, I promise you, just take your hand away. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, staring at the delicate hand gripping his waist. Oomph. After a moment of struggle, Xia Jiao slowly withdrew her hand. Chen Feng's face contorted in confusion at what was happening. Once they moved past this topic, Xia Jiao quietly observed Chen Feng. What are you waiting for? Go out, go out. Do you want to hear me tell you a story? Go off and dream your big dreams. Thus Chen Feng was unceremoniously sent out, still in a daze. How can things change so suddenly? Chen Feng seemed to have grown accustomed to his rather difficult mother-in-law. He had also come to understand some of her traits, proud and tough on the outside yet soft on the inside. She was a woman with a story. Xia Jiao didn't speak and Chen Feng didn't press for answers. Standing at the doorway, he saw a blue figure swiftly entering the nearby courtyard of Xia Qiu'er. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth as he stealthily slipped in. Upon overhearing the two inside discussing shocking matters, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. He sighed, this girl is truly bold. Inside, the two were discussing how Xia Qiu'er wanted Qiu'er to find Chen Feng, expressing her desire to become his wife. With Xia Jiao's misunderstanding of her precious daughter, Xia Qiu'er was now much less resistant to the idea. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement to Xia Qiu'er. Chen Feng quietly slipped away. Later that night, Xia Qiu'er mentioned this matter by her pillow. After some back and forth, she reluctantly accepted. The next day, a small bird flew into Xia Jiao's room, carrying a bright red invitation. This kid is getting married again. What about Qiu'er? Wait a minute. The invitation, written in golden flowing letters, boldly stated, Chen Feng and Xia Qiu'er invite you to. Xia Jiao. What? My home has been stolen away. Her expression clearly darkened, and after a deep breath, she adjusted her mindset. Forget it was bound to happen eventually, let it be. In the end, Xia Jiao reluctantly agreed. The good fortune shouldn't flow to outsiders, even though all her good fortune was given to Chen Feng, an outsider. Even the family inheritance fell into his hands. After gaining Xia Jiao's consent, fiery red invitations were sent to various families. After all, Xia Qiu'er was the daughter of a golden core cultivator, so a grand celebration was necessary. Otherwise, Chen Feng's life would be at stake. Thus, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Long tables were set up, and everyone within Qin County was welcome to feast. In this world, due to the prevalence of extraordinary powers, the lives of ordinary people were not easy. Many mortal towns suffered attacks from ordinary beasts. A single attack could lead to the destruction of a city and the displacement of its people. However, after Chen Feng took charge, the presence of the Martial Pavilion and Shadow Pavilion cleared the surrounding beasts repeatedly. With the upgrade of industries, spirit fields were extensively cultivated. Many mortals accepted employment from the Chen family, living a happy life of working from dawn till dusk, albeit with some fatigue. But as long as one person was wealth, the whole family would be satisfied, and they even had money to build new houses. Many mortals worshipped Chen Feng's statue, praying day and night. In their hearts, Chen Feng was the only and the most special immortal, not as terrifying as the rumors suggested. Occasionally, when Chen Feng married an immortal, they too could enjoy the feasting. In the Chen residence, congratulations, congratulations. Chen Feng, your charisma remains as strong as ever. What a joy. Congratulations to Chen Feng for marrying the daughter of a golden core cultivator, blessings like the heavens. With each congratulatory remark, Chen Feng responded with a smile. Many present felt envious. As the head of the Chen family, he had brought the family to its current scale, and at the age of 100, he had taken another golden core daughter as a wife or concubine. Many envied him. Even more impressive was that he had managed to bring the golden core cultivator into his household. From the beginning, recruiting son-in-laws to now bringing them home himself, such an enviable feat. The residents of Anjia also felt a sense of awe towards Chen Feng. What started as a small, newly established family could now easily erase them. And family congratulations to Chen Feng, wishing our friendship to be as solid as gold, and may we ascend to the celestial platform together. With that, they presented a pair of magical bracelets, leaving Chen Feng somewhat astonished. He cast them a strange glance. Could it be that they know I have set my sights on the spirit vein and are trying to seek peace through this? A pair of spiritual treasure bracelets was not inexpensive. They were worth at least 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. They were certainly not being generous, yet they were quite willing and bold. Chen Feng accepted the gift and nodded at them, saying, "Thank you, friends from and family, for your support. You are good partners of my Chen family." Observing Chen Feng's warm and gentle smile, the visitors from and family let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, Chen Feng had guessed correctly. For a golden core family to develop steadily, they needed to ensure they had enough resources. Moreover, a first-tier spirit vein was somewhat lacking for a golden core cultivator. Within 1,000 miles, only in city had a second-tier spirit vein. Upon learning that the Chen family had a golden core cultivator, they were filled with trepidation, fearing they would become stepping stones for the Chen family. Although there was an unspoken rule among cultivation families to avoid bullying the weak to develop, it was only natural for a golden core family to eliminate them. Thus, they came to the golden core ceremony with great enthusiasm. Afterwards, all matters concerning the Chen family would involve them. They sent numerous disciples to communicate with the Chen family members. Similarly, they also had their own intentions. To lean on the great tree that is the Chen family. After receiving in family, the remaining families were welcomed by Chen Wuzai. Time passed slowly, and the banquet concluded. In the bridal chamber, Chen Feng seized the opportunity to teach Xia Qiu'er. Another struggle ensued, and Chen Feng emerged victorious against two opponents. As expected of the head of a family, he commanded great presence. 5 months later, Xia Shui'er somewhat flustered caressed her slightly bulging belly. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Chen Feng and said, "Husband, I think I've broken." "Ha ha ha, that's great." Chen Feng was extremely pleased. Previously, Xia Shui'er had also become pregnant. With double happiness arriving, Xia Shui'er's talent was at least equal to, if not greater than, Xia Shui'er's. The offspring born would certainly possess at least 4 spirit roots. All of Chen Feng's next generation would definitely have spirit roots. If it weren't for the concern of delaying the cultivation of the ladies, the number of descendants with spirit roots would have surpassed 100. However, the first generation of descendants with spirit roots developed well, and many children from minor qi refining families intermarried with them. The probability of spirit roots appearing in the 3rd and 4th generations also increased significantly. They accounted for about 20 to 30% of the total, and this number would infinitely increase in the future. Over the years, as the branches and leaves grew, Chen Feng's mindset became increasingly harmonious and content. In his daily life, he accompanied the ladies, watching the little children running about in the house. This tranquil life was naturally derived from the gradually strengthening Chen family and his own capabilities. Almost a year had passed, and the two sisters each gave birth to daughters, both possessing dual spiritual roots. Chen Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this, naming them Yinxue and Yinxiu. 5 years passed. Chen Feng took in several more wives, sitting atop the mountain that he and the clan's cultivators had collectively moved to. A clear voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host. The population of descendants has exceeded 20,000. Reward pure cultivation for 100 years. Inheritance points 1,000 to ability to allocate skill cultivation for 200 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. Descendants with spiritual roots exceeding 100. Reward pure cultivation for 100 years. Inheritance points 1,000. Alchemy and artifact compendium 1. Ding, with the increase in the clan's population, the demand for resources and environment has intensified, and the family needs to rise to a new level. Main quest issued. Obtain 3 second-tier spiritual veins. The series of 3 prompt sounds pulled Chen Feng's drifting thoughts back. Claim cultivation. The massive energy reward instantly elevated his cultivation to the 81st refinement peak foundation establishment. He automatically skipped the main quest, as he had been searching for spiritual veins all along and now had some leads. As for the alchemy and artifact compendium, it caught Chen Feng's attention. The compendium was created by a master of ancient times who was proficient in both alchemy and artifact creation, detailing the refining methods for pills from the 1st to 6th grade, as well as for magical tools and spiritual treasures. This also resolved Chen Feng's issues of insufficient pill formulas and lack of technique blueprints. Currently, in the pill pavilion, although there were no 2nd-grade alchemists, 6 1st-grade ones had already been trained. All were systematically trained, which would be considered terrifying even in the outside world. In just a decade, 6 1st-grade alchemists had been cultivated. The same was true for artifact crafting, with 6 novice artifact masters. This was more than enough to supply the family. Open the system panel. Name: Chen Feng Realm Peak Foundation Establishment. 81 techniques, 10,000 spirits. Longevity, Art Pure Yang Technique, 8 extremities. Palm Crimson, Sword Technique. Room Techniques, Alchemy, and Artifact Compendium. Formation Cultivation Peak 2nd-tier Formation Master. Alchemy Cultivation 2nd-grade Alchemist. Artifact Crafting Cultivation 2nd-tier Artifact Master. Lifespan 1,000. Inheritance points 3,500. Clan members 20,000 to descendants with spiritual roots 100. Main quest: obtain 3 2nd-tier spiritual veins. Clan reputation 7,100. The small territory has considerable fame. Achievements: head of the family, famed and Yuanling lord of a county. Chen Feng looked for a moment, organized the first 2 parts of the alchemy and artifact compendium, and handed them over to the pill pavilion and the artifact pavilion. Among his wives, Xia Shui'er had already entered foundation establishment, while Xia Shui'er, Pei Yining, and Lu Binger had all reached the 10th level of qi refinement. Among the 1st generation, Chen Shuren entered the realm of the celestial man with Chen Feng's help. Chen Shuling reached the 8th level of qi refinement, and Chen Ruoshi reached the 10th level. The heavenly spiritual root was immensely terrifying. It wouldn't be long before the first foundation establishment among his 1st generation would appear. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Head of the family, something is wrong. Shuling has encountered an accident. Chen Wuzai rushed into the great hall carrying a bloodied member of the Shadow Pavilion. What a... Chen Feng looked at the fading disciple and fed him a healing pill. His aura stabilized. Grandfather, quickly save Uncle Shuling. He has been cornered by the disciples of the Lion sect. Fortunately, the formation plate left by you is holding up, but it won't last much longer. Aunt Ruoshi is also there. After adding this, Chen Feng's expression darkened. The Shadow Pavilion was sent out by him to search for spiritual veins. Chun Roashi was also among them, serving as the deputy pavilion master. Unexpectedly, they were now facing life and death crises, and all the members of the Shadow Pavilion were dear to him. Direct descendants, those with spiritual roots. Where are they? Chen Feng's emotions were somewhat agitated. Qingfeng Mountain Range. Disciples of the Liahua sect are coveting Aunt Ruox's beauty and want to seize her. We resisted to the death, and 2 uncles have been crippled. As he spoke, he grew sadder, tears already streaming down his face. Next to him, Chun Wuzai also wore a grim expression. His wife was also a member of the Shadow Pavilion. They set out together to search for spiritual veins, but never expected. Wuzai, go notify Elder Xia Jiao, will head out first. After saying this, Chen Feng plucked a leaf from the 1,000 cypress tree and dripped blood onto it. Instantly transforming into a beam of golden light, it flew further south. Seeing this, Chen Feng summoned the crimson, transforming into a streak of light in pursuit. In the Qingfeng Mountain Range, a group of disciples in fired garments were attacking the golden light barrier before them. Boom, boom. In the valley, the sound of explosions was continuous. Countless attacks struck the golden light, making it dimmer and dimmer. I say, why are you so stubborn? As long as you hand over that beautiful girl, I will let you go without breaching the formation. The leading Foundation establishment cultivator tempted the crowd within the formation. Within the formation, 7 young men dressed in Chen family attire were channeling their true energy into the compass held by Chen Chuling. These dogs are barking again. Yin has already escaped and is likely back home seeking help. We just need to hold on a little longer. Chen Chuling frowned, a brutal scar still on his left arm. Understood. The group worked together to maintain the formation without being breached. When father arrives, we must make them pay revenge for our 2 brothers. Chun Ruox's delicate face bore a hint of killing intent. This was their first encounter with life-threatening danger. They would not believe a word from the outsiders. If the formation is broken, they would all die and she would fall into the tiger's den. Brother Chuling, I can hardly hold on any longer. Since the Shadow Pavilion mainly consists of the 1st and 2nd generations, even those with positions address each other by seniority. Even if I can't hold on, I must endure. These so-called sect disciples are despicable and shameless. Once the formation is broken, we cannot escape death. Moreover, the sisters will also be humiliated. Even if it means exhausting the last bit of energy and burning our blood, we must hold on. Chen Chuling gritted his teeth, taking out the last energy recovery pill from his storage ring and placing it on the disciple. That's right, believe that father will come. Chun Xiun was also sweating profusely to maintain the formation. The last bit of true energy within him was about to be drained. Outside the formation, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators were also exhausted, gritting their teeth as they gazed at the formation before them. Just a family with at most golden core cultivation, how could they produce such a formation to protect their disciples? Junior brothers, today's matter must be resolved properly. They must die. If they escape, we will face great disaster. The leading Foundation establishment cultivator gritted his teeth. At first he thought these people were easy targets. Little did he expect the reality. But the issue was reputation. After doing such a thing, several of his junior brothers had been killed. Upon returning to the sect, even if he survived, he would be imprisoned in the fire prison. Senior brother, I think we should leave first. The cultivator who escaped earlier might have already brought reinforcements, and if we get entangled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once we return to the sect, there won't be any problems. Another Foundation establishment cultivator said, and after this remark, the surrounding cultivators nodded in agreement. No way. He gritted his teeth. Do you want to go back and face the punishment of burning? As long as we kill them, even if someone escapes, we can deny it, and our master will protect us. Hearing this, everyone felt it made a lot of sense. Another wave of impact hit, and the golden light before them was already teetering on the brink. The leader's eyes lit up as he spoke. The way to break the formation is right before us, brothers. Let's put in more effort. At this moment, fog began to rise in the valley, soon enveloping everyone. In the sky, Chen Feng pursued the golden light appearing in the valley. Not far away, there were fluctuations of magical power. Chen Feng's heart sank, silently praying that nothing unexpected would happen. Children, your old father has arrived. Upon seeing the golden light formation, Chen Feng roared, informing his descendants within the formation that he had come. Father, it's father's voice. Chun Ruox's face brightened. Just as the golden light formation was about to shatter, Chen Feng finally arrived. Beasts, come and take your lives. Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the group, clad in fiery red attire, flames of blood red burning in their hands. A leaf ignited in his hand, and the surrounding mist suddenly retreated. Not good, a powerful cultivator from their family has arrived. The leading senior brother sensed the peak Foundation establishment strength, and his expression changed. We have exhausted too much energy and won't be able to contend with this person. We must retreat. As he spoke, he intended to lead his junior brothers to flee. It's too late. The flames in Chen Feng's eyes were about to break through the sky. The crimson flame in his hand emitted a soft hum. Father, kill them, and make them pay the price. As these words were spoken, Chen Feng's anger reached its peak. His two precious sons were both descendants with spiritual roots. Who knows how many grandchildren with spiritual roots would be born in the future only to have their dantian crippled like this. 2 leaves fell from his hand, and 4 massive earthen walls rose up from the ground surrounding the group from the fire sect. Not good. It's an earth element secret technique capable of controlling so much earth energy to create terrain changes. Terrifying indeed. The leading senior brother punched out, striking the earthen wall only to find it unmoving. His expression changed again. After all, he was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. How could he not break through an earthen wall? Just as the group was trapped, Chen Feng also approached them. Die. He understood the principle that villains die from too much talk, and without a second thought, he sent a leaf emitting lightning into the air. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, hitting right within the earthen walls. A chorus of wails erupted. Predecessor, we are from the fire sect under the third elder. Please spare us a way out. We deeply regret today's events, and will certainly repay you with a heavy gift. Go to hell. Chen Feng was furious, thinking that mentioning his background would make him let them go. They had trapped his children and crippled his 2 descendants. This grudge must be avenged. Moreover, now that it had come to this, it would be best to kill them and erase all traces. The Chen family's clan rule: repay enmity without fail, and if capable, repay on the same day, if not, endure until one has grown stronger to take revenge. If I don't wipe out your entire sect, I would be betraying myself. Chop! Chen Feng's arm manifested blazing runes as he slashed down with a sword. The high-temperature flames over 10 meters tall caused all the disciples of the fire sect at the chi refining stage to perish. Aren't you from the fire sect? Today I will show you what true fire is. Indeed, Chen Feng unleashed true fire, slashing again and again. The peak foundation establishment cultivation was displayed to the fullest. The group from the fire sect was utterly powerless to resist, with only 3 foundation establishment cultivators still holding on, all of whom were injured. The leading disciple of the fire sect had most of his robes burned away, his skin covered in burns. He did not expect this person's flames to be so fierce. The fire avoidance technique was utterly useless. At this rate, we 3 will surely perish here. The leading foundation establishment cultivator shouted loudly. You must be Chen Feng, the head of the Chen family, and my master is the third elder Lai Qingshan, who is a golden core cultivator. If you kill me, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of my fire sect. Fuck you. Chen Feng cursed directly. I want to kill not only you, but also your master. Anyone who can teach such a disciple must be trash. He must die to relieve my hatred. Shut up. Do not insult my master. From within the searing stone formation, that voice rang out again. Clearly he loved his master very much. Chen Feng smiled in anger. The flames in his hand surged violently as 2 leaves of the 1,000 cypress ignited, and the flames on his sword suddenly turned golden, radiating immense power. Die! Another sword slashed out, and the few remaining cultivators were left with no strength to resist roasting to death amidst their curses. Children, you are safe now. Chen Feng's expression was evidently somber. He saw his 2 sons lying within the formation, their breaths weak, their abdomens heavily injured, relying on pills to sustain their lives. He took a deep breath and walked over to dissipate the residual magical energy, then took out 2 second-grade healing pills for them to consume. Children, I have noted today's events. I will make the fire sect pay the price. Can the sect bully others? Then let them taste their own medicine. Chen Feng said in a deep voice, intending to give them the heavenly spirit fruit after his sons recovered, to see if he could restore their dantian and allow them to cultivate again. After completing these tasks, Chen Feng looked at Chen Chuling and the others, noticing many had exhausted their true essence. If he had arrived even a quarter of an hour later, they might have all perished. Chen Feng suddenly felt a bit fortunate. After a person distributed some healing pills and adjusted themselves, Xia Jiao, following Chen Feng's guidance, hurriedly brought Chen Wuzai. Upon seeing the devastated environment, his heart tightened. Especially Chen Wuzai, who was in a state of extreme anxiety. However, after sensing Chen Ziyan's aura, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the 2 arrived, they saw Chen Feng with a gloomy face, not saying a word. This expression of Chen Feng was seen by only a few people present. The last time was when the Zhou family recklessly acted. In the end, the Zhou family was bloodily purged. Chen Feng had taken protective measures to the extreme. Although the Chen family had many members, as long as someone died a non-natural death, they would crazily hunt down the culprit and take bloody revenge. This time, although his 2 sons did not die, they had lost all their cultivation. Had he arrived any later, the consequences would be unimaginable. This grudge must be avenged. Wuzai, tell me about the fire sect's information and what realm the third elder is in, as well as how many foundation establishment and above cultivators there are in the entire sect. After a long while, Chen Feng's somewhat subdued voice finally spoke. Anyone could hear the burning fury within. Chen Wuzai's expression was also grim. As the deputy master of the Shadow Pavilion, every comrade here was of utmost importance. Just a few days ago, they had been toasting each other, and today they had nearly died and become crippled. No one felt good about this. Moreover, his own wife was also deeply entangled in this. How could he not be furious, wishing to flay the people of the Lion sect? Xia Jiao, standing by, said nothing, her expression grim, clearly enraged by the audacity of the Lion sect. Her precious granddaughter had nearly fallen victim to their treachery. How could this not incite anger? However, he greatly appreciated Chen Feng's character. He was protective of his kin and would repay any grievance. The Shadow Pavilion, which had conducted investigations on the major powers in the southern region, evidently had some intelligence. Although it was not complete, given the family's relatively weak standing, they still managed to gather some information. The Lion sect was established 1,000 years ago by a nascent soul fire cultivator. It has developed to the present with 7 golden cores, among which the 3 elders mentioned by the family head are in the mid-golden core stage. Chen Wuzai paused for a moment, then continued, the sect's founding ancestor has been silent for many years, with rumors claiming he has fallen. However, the lifespan of a great nascent soul cultivator is uncertain. I am not clear about the foundation establishment cultivators. Xia Jiao suddenly interjected, there is no need to worry about the nascent soul from the Lion sect. He hails from the Tianyu sect, and was recalled 30 years ago to participate in the national war, which lasted at least 50 years, possibly even 100. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly widened, filled with a sharp gleam. Then there is no need for excessive concern. With at least 20 to 70 years of time, he would have sufficient means to contend with a nascent soul. Ding. Side quest issued. With your kin being wronged, how can you fear the powerful? Act swiftly to avenge your child. Eliminate the 3 elders of the Lion sect, Lijiang Mountain. The system's voice echoed in Chen Feng's mind, solidifying his resolve even more. With his 3 foundation establishment disciples having fallen here, Lijiang Mountain would undoubtedly come to investigate. Chen Feng thought to himself, casting his gaze towards the gathered people. Set up the formation here, the 3 elders of the Lion sect will surely come to investigate. Xia Jiao glanced at Chen Feng in surprise, but nodded. This is truly reckless. They want to deal with golden cores so soon. Very well, I will take action then. Xia Jiao was not afraid of the Lion sect. She had her own confidence. Chen Feng smiled. Thank you. Just remember to keep it clean. Xia Jiao reminded him. Chen Feng's words left everyone present astonished. Trapping and killing the golden core. This was still Chen Feng at the peak of foundation establishment, bold enough to make such a statement. Wuzai, take Chuling and the others back, then bring Chu here. We need all of you together. Understood. Chen Wuzai was also startled by Chen Feng's decision, but with prior arrangements along with Chen Feng's formations and the presence of Xia Jiao, who was also a golden core, they should have a fighting chance. Father, I want to stay here and help you. Chen Chuling and Chen Ruoshi spoke almost in unison, causing Chen Feng's expression to change as he sternly said, no. It's too dangerous, you must return. But there are no buts. You are still at the Qi refinement stage. After returning today, focus on your training. Do not skimp on resources. Improving your strength is key. It will also prevent today's events from happening again. Rebuffed sternly by Chen Feng, they could only follow closely behind Chen Wuzai, gradually disappearing into the valley. Father, take care. In the end, voices filled with worry echoed in unison. These little ones. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled. Xia Jiao looked over and asked Chen Feng, how confident are you in killing that old thief? He is a mid-golden core after all. About 50%. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before giving a reasonable estimate. 50% should be enough. A glint of determination flashed in Xia Jiao's eyes. Using secret methods could raise the probability by another 1 or 2%. Then Chen Feng took out several thousand cedar leaves, starting to set up formations, enhancing them with the unique properties of the leaves. Time quickly passed as terrifying killing formations intertwined, trapping their target. In the center there was also the Thunder Destruction formation. Although it only utilized the thunder contained within the 1,000 cedar leaves, it was sufficient. Watching Chen Feng set up one formation after another, he also took out several mysterious leaves that emanated a threatening aura. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Chen Feng casually threw one of the thunderous 1,000 cedar leaves, smashing it directly towards her. You better have a reason for this. Xia Jiao scolded, angrily channeling her energy to resist. How does it feel? Chen Feng smiled, looking at her, and the lingering thunderous force in her hair. It's nothing much for a golden core cultivator. It poses no significant threat, at most causing some annoyance. Xia Jiao shook her head. This magical leaf had some effect, but it was limited. Is that so? Seeing Chen Feng pull out over 50 more, she swallowed hard. originally thinking that such a magical item would only be a few. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng directly produced a large handful, leaving her dumbfounded. Why do you have so many of these miraculous things? Although she was knowledgeable, she had never seen leaves infused with various elemental powers, let alone being able to take out so many at once. You will find out in time. Chen Feng did not want to tell her for now. Oh, after all, the 1,000-cedar tree was an extraordinary treasure, and the less known the better, at least until he grew stronger. What if this handful were to be hurled at you? Chen Feng wore a teasing smile, observing her anxious expression, already knowing that as long as the quantity was sufficient, this item would pose a considerable threat to a golden core cultivator. For me, it would be fatal or debilitating, but for a mid-golden core, it would still have a significant impact, though not as severe. Xia Jiao slowly assessed, giving a high rating to this novel item. That's good to hear. Chen Feng nodded. As long as it was useful, it was worth the effort he put into gathering so many. Currently, the 1,000-cedar tree had sparse leaves, looking incredibly desolate. If it could speak, it would undoubtedly point at Chen Feng and scold. You better have a reason for this. You've stripped me bare? Chen Feng buried all the 1,000-cedar leaves within the killing formation, waiting for the fish to take the bait. He even thoughtfully placed a handful of ash within the formation. Before long, Chen Chu and Chen Wuzai also arrived. After Chen Feng explained the details and finished setting up, they each concealed themselves. At this moment, Chen Chu had already reached the later stage of the human transformation realm. In a confrontation against a peak foundation establishment cultivator, he would undoubtedly win. Time passed gradually. The surroundings felt increasingly gloomy. Night fell. Outside the valley, 2 golden lights entered the valley. The newcomers were Lijiang Mountain and another elder at the initial stage of Golden Core. My disciples' soul tablets have shattered. The guiding point is right here. Lijiang Mountain's face was filled with grief and anger. How could he not be furious upon losing disciples he cherished? However, those who could advance to Golden Core were not simple characters. Anyone daring to harm disciples from a nascent soul sect would at least possess considerable strength. Could it be that the Tianyin sect has made a move? They are sworn enemies of our sect. An elder beside Lijiang Mountain spoke. Lijiang Mountain shook his head, observing the traces left around. It doesn't seem like it. The attacking methods of the Tianyin sect would not leave such marks. Feeling the remnants of the battle, Lijiang Mountain could not find a suspect. This is the mark left by an extremely powerful fire cultivator, but such a fire cultivator's strength has not reached the Golden Core stage. This is too strange to cause such terrifying traces at the foundation establishment stage. The famous fire cultivators and their abilities do not match with this kind of method. Lijiang Mountain's gaze flickered slightly as he continued to walk into the valley, carefully sensing the traces of the confrontation. Something is not right. Why is the spiritual energy here so chaotic? Liu Jingshan narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. However, after observing for a long time, he could discern nothing. Strange, he muttered. The area clearly exuded an eerie presence, yet there were no traces to be found. As they approached the location of the ashes, a sudden burst of golden light erupted around them, and the ground turned pitch black. It felt as if an abyss had descended while they were merely walking upon its surface. It's an ambush. Liu Jingshan's pupils contracted as he conjured a massive fireball, smashing it fiercely into the ground. Liu Yunshan acted similarly, unleashing his magical artifact to retaliate against the encroaching golden light. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the valley. A serpent of lightning descended from the sky, striking down violently. Just as the two attempted to evade, shadows crept beneath their feet, wrapping around them with tentacles. Their movements were bound, unable to dodge the incoming strike, forcing them to brace themselves and endure. Fortunately, the thunder was not particularly fierce, allowing them to dissipate it with relative ease. Who dares to ambush us? I am the third elder of the Liu Yin sect. My father is the sect leader, Liu Zuan. You dare to be so bold? Liu Jingshan boasted about his background, hoping to intimidate their unseen assailant. After waiting for some time, without any response, they were met not with thunder, but with a surge of blazing flames. Although it was somewhat troublesome, it posed little threat to the 2 Golden Core cultivators. At that moment, they struggled to break the formation. Each layer of the array entwined them more tightly, and as they broke through one layer, another appeared. Their expressions darkened, clearly indicating the handiwork of a skilled formation master. Liu Jingshan was perplexed. They had never offended any formation master. Moreover, the profession of a formation master was rarer and more fearsome than that of an alchemist. 100 years ago, a 4th-tier formation master set countless deadly arrays on a full moon night, annihilating an entire nascent soul family. Could it be related to my few wayward disciples? Liu Jingshan pondered while fending off the attacks coming from all directions. His few wayward disciples had perished here, which was why he had come. Fortunately, his cautious nature had led him to call for his friend's assistance. Otherwise, facing this situation alone would have left him feeling quite uncertain. The The formation was not particularly strong, but its numbers were overwhelming. In the shadows, Chen Feng had not expected Liu Jingshan to summon help. Fortunately, this helper was at the early Golden Core stage. Had there been two at the mid-Golden Core stage, it would have been much more troublesome. After some contemplation, Chen Feng decided to first wear the two down before activating the second ring. In Chen Feng's eyes, these two were already like dried bones in a tomb, unable to last much longer. Setting up these formations had consumed over 500,000 in materials and nearly 500,000 spirit stones, totaling over 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Ordinary foundation establishment families could not muster such a sum even if they sold their entire lineage. Yet Chen Feng had spent it here, deeming it worth it, as long as he could exhaust the two Golden Core cultivators. Moreover, among these were invaluable treasures like the Qianbaiye. With enough spirit stones at hand, he could crush this group of fools. Currently, Chen Feng's family lacked top-tier combat power. The only Golden Core was the one he had coerced Xiaojiao. Beside him, Xiaojiao was also somewhat excited, having witnessed the arrival of two Golden Core cultivators. She felt somewhat uneasy at first, but seeing the two Golden Core cultivators trapped deep within the formation, her anxious heart finally began to settle. That little thief Shana trapping us for so long, and yet not daring to show himself, a group of cowardly scoundrels. Liu Jingshan and his companion could no longer hold their composure. Facing the overwhelming attacks, though they were not painful, their internal mana was rapidly depleting. If they could not break the formation soon, they might truly be trapped to death within. Yet even after destroying so many formations, the might of these killing arrays had not diminished. The Golden Core cultivator beside him wore a grim expression. His face darkened, revealing some regret deep in his gaze. He shouldn't have waded into this murky water which had led him into such a predicament. Elder Yuan, this matter is my fault for being too eager dragging you into the formation with me. I am deeply sorry. Once we break free, I will surely repay you well. Upon hearing Liu Jingshan's words, Yuan Daoren's expression softened slightly. The immediate priority was to break the formation and escape. We must hold nothing back. Let's use all our strength to break the formation. Otherwise, once our mana is exhausted, it will be disastrous. Liu Jingshan gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the southeastern corner, where he had begun to discern some clues after being trapped for so long. The energy in the southeastern corner seemed the weakest. That should be the active eye. Elder Yuan, come with me to break the formation. Attack here with all your might. Liu Jingshan took the lead, striking fiercely at the flaw in the southeastern corner. In an instant, the entire formation shook violently, and the shadows beneath their feet became unstable. Indeed, it's here. Liu Jingshan's face lit up with joy, and his magical energy surged even more violently. Seeing this, Elder Yuan also gave his all, channeling his metal attribute mana into a large iron hammer and smashing it down toward the flaw. Little did they know this was a flaw intentionally left by Chen Feng. As the two broke through the numerous formations and emerged through the flaw, they would discover not freedom and fresh air, but a deluge of thunder awaiting them. Wu Zai, you and Chu Wu each take your positions at the southern and northern eyes. Once the heavenly thunder disperses, Xiaojiao will use her technique to freeze them. At that point, you will assist Chu Wu with the formation flag to take down that early Golden Core. Chen Feng glanced at Xiaojiao, who understood and nodded in agreement. After arranging the plan, the two began to see the light as they continued to break the formation. Look, that is freedom. If we put in some effort, we can get out. Liu Jingshan roared, his entire body enveloped in mana resembling a golden giant. Together with Elder Yuan, they tore through the flaw. Behind them, the shadows receded like a tide, allowing the two to finally breathe a sigh of relief. We are finally out, Elder Yuan said, still with lingering fears, glancing back at the perilous killing array, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. Elder Yuan, do not let your guard down. The ambushers have yet to show themselves. They may be hiding in the shadows. Liu Jingshan warned, cautious from his previous experiences. Elder Yuan nodded seriously. Suddenly, before the two could take a step, a multitude of glyphs gathered in the sky, forming dense dark clouds. The two sensed a heart-stopping aura emerging from above. A rush of anxiety filled their hearts, amplifying their existing fears. Not good. This place has also been set up with a backup plan by that person. Retreat quickly, or a great terror will descend. Both individuals felt it, a chilling aura that made their skin crawl. They dared not linger and desired to leave. However, to their surprise, shadows swiftly spread beneath their feet, and the formations behind them crazily shifted, forming an encircling stance in an instant. Faintly, two figures could be seen moving rapidly, stopping respectively in front and behind the two. Who exactly are you? Are you the ones who harmed my disciples? Li Jingshan called out towards Chen Chu, but the latter showed no sign of acknowledging him, preoccupied with waving a great banner. This left both their hearts sinking to the depths, exchanging glances. If they couldn't muster some real skill, it was very likely they'd meet their end here. The two unleashed their magical powers and attacked fiercely towards a corner. In the center of the formation, spirit stones were rapidly burning. If they allowed this assault to continue, these spirit stones would surely be depleted. Chen Feng refused to let them leave, using one hand to form a seal, summoning thunder from the skies. A scene akin to the end of the world unfolded as dozens of terrifying lightning serpents carrying dreadful flames descended with a momentum that seemed capable of extinguishing the heavens. Li Jingshan halted, and despite his own cultivation, he felt an indescribable fear facing that terrifying thunder. One misstep, and he might not just die, but suffer greatly. The ultimate technique of the Lion sect erupted as a wall of molten lava formed, standing between the two. At that moment, the thunder in the sky poured down like a torrential storm, pounding against the lava wall. Instantly, the ground trembled, and the valley echoed with continuous thunderous sounds. Li Jingshan had indeed reached his current level through experience. Having withstood the first wave of attack, he turned to charge into the sky to disperse the gathering thunderclouds. Chen Feng would not grant him that desire. The shadows on the ground transformed into a giant tree with countless vines surging upward like the tentacles of an octopus. These vines bound Li Jingshan and Yuando's movements as the thunder above charged once more, ready to strike down again. Attack! Chen Feng shouted, and beside him Xia Jiao's magical power erupted, her entire being resembling an iceberg spreading a wave of cold air. Her ice-blue magical power transformed into a freezing tide, and like a shooting star she charged into the formation, sealing the two in ice just as they were about to unleash their spells. Li Jingshan and his companion felt a wave of cold envelop them, instantly being frozen, their magical power suppressed. Having endured the thunder's charge, they found themselves in a pitiful state. You are Xia Jiao. Despite the thunder's fierce onslaught, they did not vanish. However, the wounds they sustained were severe, their skin torn, and their magical power in disarray. Their breath faltered, and their strength had diminished by at least 60%. As a newly advanced golden core cultivator, Xia Jiao, being a high-ranking figure of the old Lion sect, naturally knew about this matter. A portrait had been sent over, and that face capable of bringing calamity stirred Li Jingshan's heart. He had intended to wait for Li Zun's return to propose a marriage to the Chen family. Little did he expect. So it was you who exterminated my disciples and ambushed us. Li Jingshan's eyes widened with fury, seeking an explanation. Your disciples deserve to die. Chen Feng emerged from the shadows, his gaze coldly fixed on the two who were in a pitiful state. Chen Feng. Li Jingshan looked as if he wanted to devour him. Don't say that, or others might think him the villain. Chen Feng scoffed lightly, steadying the long sword in his hand. What villain? You. Before Li Jingshan could finish, Chen Feng was already disinterested in his words. Villains perish from excessive talking. One should speak less and act more to survive. If he engaged in too much chatter, what if this cunning fellow had a powerful move ready to unleash? Chen Feng would not allow such a thing to happen. It was a situation where one would either die or not. Killing the opponent and turning them to ash was the path to survival in the world of cultivation. Bastard. Li Jingshan cursed angrily, nearly being frozen again by Xia Jiao. After being on guard, Xia Jiao's secret techniques had little effect on opponents of the same level. Moreover, the other party specialized in fire. In that case, this elder will capture you first. Elder Yuan. Li Jingshan roared. He did not believe that he could not handle a newly advanced golden core and a cultivator who wasn't even a golden core. An injured tiger is still a tiger. Once the two revealed their true strength, Yuandao was no longer in a panic. Although the opponent possessed golden core cultivators, it was not a significant matter. 2 golden cores against 1 meant the advantage was with them. In a moment, the clash between the 4 had already lasted several exchanges. Chen Feng, facing Yuando's palm strikes, felt an overwhelming shock. Even if the opponent's magical power was depleted by more than half and their condition had declined significantly, they were not someone he could handle. Soon he fell into a disadvantage. The crimson weapon in his hand had started to dull under the fierce blows from the opponent's mid-grade magical artifact hammer. However, Chen Feng felt no regret or fear. He had already achieved his intended goal. Looking at one foot planted on a patch of sharp stones, Chen Feng's mind stirred, and the terrain suddenly transformed. The surrounding sharp stones instantly morphed into a cage enveloping Yuandao. Cut! Martial Yuan fist. With one attack coming from the front and another from above, they struck at the cage. Yuandao was momentarily taken aback by this sudden change. Suddenly, the boulders exploded, and relying on his experience, he defended himself with the giant hammer against Chen Feng's sword blade. Yet he could not block the giant fist from above, instantly sensing a chill at the top of his head. A fiery surge of blood rushed over him as a fist the size of a sandbag slammed onto Yuando's back. Boom! The ground was smashed into a depression. What is most terrifying for a spellcaster? Being approached by a martial cultivator. Of course, the same applies to martial artists, but in this world there are no true martial artists. Yuan Dao instinctively thought that it was an exceptionally powerful martial cultivator attacking. As he hurriedly got up to escape, Chen Chu kicked him over, delivering an elbow strike to the ground. With punches and kicks, he rendered this golden core cultivator speechless. Just as he was about to unleash a spell, he was struck by Chen Chu's elbow near his dantian, rendering his immense magical power unusable. The battle had begun to tilt overwhelmingly in Chen Chu's favor, his punches landing mercilessly, almost as if he were riding on top of Yuan Dao. "You forced my hand." Yuan Dao roared in anger, unable to fight back against Chen Chu's relentless assault. Since his breakthrough to golden core, wherever he went he was treated as a guest of honor. How could it be like today, where he was being beaten like a grandson facing imminent death? He could not swallow this humiliation. With a determined heart, he mobilized his magical power to detonate his golden core, intending to perish together with Chen Chu. However, Chen Chu would not allow him this opportunity. The head of the Yuan Daoist suddenly exploded. A generation of golden cores thus fell. Watching the fierce Chen Chu engage in battle from afar, Lai Qingshan was momentarily stunned. In the moment of distraction, Xia Jiao launched her attack. The latter, unable to dodge, suffered a deep gash on her abdomen from the sharp blade. Initially evenly matched, Xia Jiao now held the upper hand. Without hesitation, Chen Feng stepped forward, executing the Black Tiger heart-pulling technique. He extracted the golden core from Yuan Daoist's abdomen. The golden core, the size of a pigeon egg, pulsated with energy as it fell into his hands. Chen Feng quickly stored it in his spatial ring, eyes turning toward the still struggling Lai Qingshan. You brat. The death of the Yuan Daoist meant he had fallen into a state of isolation and helplessness. Upon seeing the golden core extracted, he felt a wave of despair. If it weren't for being overly drained, these people before him would truly be no match for him. Continuing to resist would surely lead to his death. Chen Feng, my friend, can we reach a peaceful resolution? I won't pursue today's events, and you may take Yuan Daoist's golden core with you. Huh. Chen Feng seemed to have heard a delightful joke, his face revealing mockery. If Yuan Daoist were to be resurrected and heard your words, he would surely turn against you. Lai Qingshan's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, saying, you must think carefully. Your Lai Yin sect is a colossal force. A mere Chen family cannot afford to offend it. If you let me go, I will ensure that the death of Yuan Daoist remains hidden, and we will both be safe. What do you think? Tisk tisk tsk. No wonder masters are like this. The strange teachings of disciples also owe much to you. Chen Feng had no intention of letting him leave, and as for Lai Qingshan's words, how could he possibly believe them? Letting him return was akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. You must die? Chen Feng's face was cold, no longer willing to allow him to continue speaking. No, this cannot be. My father is a liaison and nascent soul master. If you kill me, he will surely turn your Chen family to ashes. Seeing his attempt at peace fail, Lai Qingshan threatened. Chen Feng's expression darkened. How had this person managed to achieve a golden core? Truly, all that cultivation had gone to waste. Enough, you need not say more. Please make your journey. Chen Feng called out as Chen Wuzai jumped into the formation, planting the array flags at its core. Suddenly, rays of light erupted around, and lines of patterns shone brightly. Like a swimming dragon, the formation shifted wildly, transforming into numerous flags that trapped Lai Qingshan within. Heavenly thunder descends. Chen Feng formed a hand seal, and the thunder that had been brewing above thundered down. All energy was poured out without reservation, flooding into the formation. The terrifying might of the heavenly thunder, under the restraints of various killing formations, turned Lai Qingshan into charred remains. The elder of Lai Yin's sect was obliterated. Realizing the opponent was utterly dead, Chen Feng stepped forward and seized his spatial ring. He then took the spatial ring from Yuan Daoist, his expression filled with satisfaction. This counts as collecting interest. Looking at the ravaged valley, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Ding. Side quest completed. With his child incapacitated, how could he not act swiftly to avenge his son? Eliminate the 3 elders of Lai Hua sect Lai Jingshan. Reward perfect golden core. Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Chen Feng temporarily ignored it. He turned to the 3. After slaying those 2, it won't be long before Lai Yin's sect sends someone. They may even mobilize the entire sect. We should clean up the battlefield and return first. We cannot deal with so many people right now. The 3 nodded, dismantling the formation and erasing their lingering auras before leaving the scene. An hour after Chen Feng and his group departed, the remaining 5 golden core elders of Lai Yin's sect arrived. Looking at the whitewashed ground and the collapsed valley that had been buried, they were momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Who did this? Such malice, and the methods are so sophisticated. The Grand Elder Lai Yunshan looked at the chaotic sight with a grim expression. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't find any traces in the disarray. How am I supposed to play this? My sect has lost 2 elders in a row. I must investigate thoroughly to find out who did this. I will ensure their power is reduced to nothing. The Grand Elder was somewhat breathless. The loss of 2 golden cores had greatly weakened them. This news would damage their sect's reputation, turning them into a laughingstock. This matter must be handled properly, and the culprit must be brought to justice. Grand Elder, do you think it could be the work of the Devil's sect? The second elder beside him spoke softly. They have always had enmity with our sect. It cannot be ruled out that they were involved. Just as the elders were discussing and speculating about the culprit, the Grand Elder's expression clearly darkened. After noting down the most likely suspects, he issued orders, and the entire Lai Yin sect mobilized, employing every means to track down the mastermind. At this time, Chen Feng was counting his gains within the family. Over 1.4 million spirit stones and various types of pills and spiritual herbs worth around 1 million. He had seized 2 mid-grade magical treasures, each valued at over 1 million. However, the problem was that these items could not be flaunted. They had to be kept until Chen Feng's artifact refining skills improved enough to melt them down. After completing the inventory, he convened an internal meeting to emphasize the importance of cultivation and how to respond in dangerous situations. Chen Feng handed a modified version of the 36 stratagems to Chen Shuren. This revised strategy book, each clan member with cultivation should have one. Remember, prioritize the strategies of the 36 stratagems. Survival is more important than anything else. Understood. Chen Shuren nodded, taking the booklet. Immediately after Chen Feng continued, Shuren, you will handle these resources. Ensure that no clan member is shortchanged in terms of cultivation resources. Looking at Chen Feng's serious expression, Chen Shuren nodded. Subsequently, Chen Feng announced his retreat into seclusion. Chen Peak summit the mountain that was transported and given this name. Atop the peak, Chen Feng felt a mix of emotions. He had been in this world for over 140 years, climbing from a mere mortal. At this point, not to mention having a full lineage, he was not far from a descendant count of 30,000. His own strength was also on the verge of reaching a realm he once looked up to. However, the golden core was just a starting point. The higher the cultivation, the more dangers one encountered, and the deeper one understood the perils of this world. The Dechu didn't even rank in this world. What could his small family achieve? Within the Chun residence, Xia Jiao was somewhat surprised by Chen Feng's announcement of seclusion. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Feng was about to break through to Golden Core. The Chen family could truly be called a Golden Core family now. Schwerer Binger, you too must break through to Foundation establishment soon. Chen Feng stood atop the high peak overlooking the entire Qin County city. Looking at the flourishing scenery, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Let's begin. As the guardian of the Chen clan, he must grow stronger and lead his descendants forward. Even if he becomes the feared demon of the outsiders, what of it? Golden Core, it is necessary to refine 5 attributes to perfection in order to successfully materialize an infant. As for those with heavenly spiritual roots and those without 5 attributes, they can comprehend other properties through various methods until they reach perfection, utilizing various heavenly materials and earth treasures, as well as attribute techniques. In the early stages, those with 5 elemental spiritual roots may seem useless, but they will exhibit some minor advantages during the Golden Core phase, as there is no need to deliberately gather all 5 elemental attributes. One simply needs to refine their own spiritual root attributes. Golden Core. Chen Feng's gaze froze momentarily, and his aura began to surge exponentially. A golden light erupted within him, and 3 flowers gathered atop his head. A perfectly flawless golden core the size of a duck egg slowly descended into his mouth. Instantly, a brilliant golden light seemed to break through the heavens. Meanwhile, the entire Qin County felt a terrifying aura. The common folk within the Qin County saw a dazzling beam of light erupting from the hallowed grounds. They all felt as if a deity had descended, and they bowed in reverence. The golden core had been formed. Chen Feng transformed entirely, his aura becoming more ethereal and powerful. Inside the Chen residence, countless people excitedly watched this scene. Ancestor, it's the ancestor. Numerous descendants bowed towards the peak of Chen Feng. Congratulations, Father Ancestor, on breaking through to Golden Core. Xia Jiao quietly watched this scene just 10 days since Chen Feng announced his seclusion. He had entered the Golden Core stage so swiftly. It was truly terrifying. Chen Wuzai sighed, feeling that his feelings for Chen Feng had subtly transformed from affection to respect. Upon entering the Golden Core stage, Chen Feng's allure to the opposite sex significantly increased, and his charm value surged. This was a well-known peculiarity of Chen Feng throughout the years. To better connect, know to seek a future partner, and contribute to humanity, each advancement would also increase his charm. This was also one reason why Chen Feng's backyard was peaceful. Congratulations. The first to greet him upon leaving seclusion was Xia Jiao. Feeling the immense power within Chen Feng, she was somewhat startled. What kind of golden core had Chen Feng formed to possess such vast energy? After this breakthrough, the Chen family's reputation soared once more. Surrounding counties sent their congratulations, and Chen Feng also acquired several new wives. A decade passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, Chen Feng often enjoyed sitting atop the mountain overlooking the increasingly prosperous Chen County. The Chen family had 13 newly ascended celestial beings benefiting from the large population base. If it weren't for the slow transmission of celestial methods, that number could have doubled. Notably, under the guidance of Chen Feng, a third-tier alchemist, the Xia sisters, entered Foundation establishment, as did Pei Lu. Chen Shuling, Chen Ruoxi, Chen Shuyun, and Chen Yunxi all broke into Foundation establishment, marking 4 descendants of the first generation with spiritual roots who entered Foundation establishment. This left Chen Feng feeling somewhat emotional. Our resources are of utmost importance. By investing resources, everyone progressed rapidly. I knew you would be here. Chen Wuzai found a second-tier spiritual vein, but I can't carry it alone. Xia Jiao's voice appeared behind Chen Feng. Over the past decade, their interactions had increased. The two often shared drinks atop the mountain, growing much closer. However, she remained hesitant to take the final step, and Chen Feng was not in a hurry. With a smile, he looked at Xia Jiao. I see. Chen Feng was also pleasantly surprised how after so many years Wuzai had found 2 first-tier spiritual veins, but had been silent until now. Today he had finally found another, and it was a wild second-tier vein. This eased Chen Feng's concerns. Let's go. Chen Feng stood up and left with Xia Jiao. On their way they passed through the valley where the battle had taken place a decade ago. Chen Feng paused for a moment, looking nostalgically at the now-cleared valley. Over the years, the Flame sect had never given up on searching for the culprit and had even clashed with 2 other sects. Yet they had not fulfilled their desires. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How would they feel if they knew that the so-called culprit had been living right under their nose? At Qingfeng Mountain, the two quickly found Wuzai. At this point, he had already entered the late Foundation establishment stage and had become much steadier in his dealings. Head of the family, Chen Wuzai clasped his fists in greeting. Chen Feng nodded, looking at the cave surrounded by members of the Shadow Pavilion, concealed by numerous hidden formations. However, this formation was somewhat crude, at most fooling those newly into Foundation establishment. Chen Feng chuckled. Who set up this formation? It was me. Chen Ruoxi walked out of the cave. By this time, she had grown into a graceful young woman with an impressive demeanor. Oh. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. His understanding of formations had been passed down, but the descendants seemed to lack talent. They couldn't even replicate the simplest formations, yet Chen Ruoxi had grasped it. Ruoxi, I never taught you about formations. Where did you learn this? Chen Ruoxi smiled gently. Father, I learned from Brother Chu Feng. That guy. Chen Feng's expression suddenly dropped, recalling how he had painstakingly taught him only for him to turn a hidden formation into a glowing one. His beloved daughter had not learned from him. Chen Feng covered his forehead, feeling grateful. Thank goodness he didn't lead you astray. If you wish to learn formations, you can come directly to me. Chen Feng looked at Chen Ruoxi with fondness, encouraging her. He was quite doting on his first child with Xia Qiuer, and he was genuinely delighted to see her astonishing talent in formations. The path of formations is more difficult to grasp than weapon forging or alchemy. Now that a successor had finally emerged, how could he not be happy? Thank you, father. I didn't want to trouble you. Chen Ruoxi said with a cheerful laugh. Silly child, Chen Feng scolded with a smile, turning his gaze toward the cave. What Chen Feng did not know was that due to his words, Chen Ruoxi's path would gradually deviate. Future cultivators would tremble at the mention of her name. Feeling somewhat puzzled, she said, I don't sense any spiritual energy leaking out. How did you discover the spiritual vein? Chen Wuzai chuckled. I went out once and met an old man with white hair. The moment he saw me, he exclaimed that I had extraordinary bones, good materials for seeking immortality and wealth, and then insisted on giving me a manual. Curious, I practiced the manual, which gave me means to locate spiritual veins. Chen Feng twitched his mouth at Wuzai's explanation, immediately wanting to kick him. However, this thought was quickly suppressed by Chen Feng, and he scolded with a laugh. What a ridiculous excuse you've spun. Please come up with a more appealing reason next time. Chen Feng did not pursue the matter further. Everyone has their own adventures and secrets. What was his business was completely free for his own people. Chen Wuzai scratched his head, pointing into the cave. Follow me first. Chen Feng curiously followed him, trusting in Wuzai's talent. Otherwise, how could he find 3 spiritual veins in just a decade? As they ventured deeper, the cave was not as dark as Chen Feng had imagined. The cave's stone walls were covered with various stones, emitting a faint glow. A group of individuals arrived at the deepest part of the cave, where there lay a deep pool. The surroundings were devoid of anything else. Under the curious gaze of Chen Feng, Chen Wuzai walked to the edge of the deep pool and pointed below, saying, right beneath lies a hidden second-tier spiritual vein. Chen Feng focused his mind to probe, looking through the 100-meter deep lake water, and indeed, he saw some glimmers at the lake bed. The spiritual vein beneath the water. Chen Feng's eyes brightened. He murmured in realization, no wonder. With a pool of water pressing down, it's no surprise that the spiritual energy couldn't escape. However, this lake water contains rich spiritual energy. It must have birthed quite a few demonic creatures. As Chen Feng probed further, he indeed discovered some fish. However, most were merely at the qi refinement stage, still lacking spiritual intelligence. This piqued Chen Feng's curiosity, prompting him to turn to Chen Wuzai. Wuzai, have you cleared the creatures that were born in this lake? Chen Wuzai slowly shook his head. No, I'm also quite curious about this. Logically, with such a spiritual vein present, there should at least be demonic beasts equivalent to Foundation establishment. I've thoroughly investigated inside and out, yet nothing was found. Then what could be the reason? Chen Feng questioned, his gaze reflecting confusion. This makes no sense. Unless this spiritual vein just recently appeared here, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Chen Feng muttered. On the surface, spiritual veins typically consist of only first-tier veins. Second-tier spiritual veins are usually found deeper, making them hard to discover, yet this one clearly does not conform to the norm. As soon as he said this, Xia Jiao spoke up. There's a possibility of that. This statement drew the attention of several people toward her. Xia Jiao slowly began to speak. I once read a strange account that documented the existence of dual spiritual veins in the Earth's core. Following certain transformations, the weaker of the two would rise to the surface under the guidance of the Earth's force, while the other would remain in place to nurture. Chen Wuzai's eyes lit up at this odd tale. I remember now, my secret manual contains a similar record. The difference is that the weaker one is the one that gets expelled. In other words, Chen Feng's breathing grew heavier as he pursued the trail of this spiritual vein. Perhaps they could discover an even more powerful vein. At this thought, the group exchanged glances, barely able to contain their excitement. Regardless of how, we should investigate first. If there really is a stronger spiritual vein. Chen Feng's gaze flickered as he produced several array flags and began placing them around. At this moment, Chen Feng had already stepped into the realm of a third-tier array master. Even a nascent soul elder would find it impossible to detect the array without personally entering it. Chen Ruoshi looked at Chen Feng's arrangement, filled with longing. Let's go. After finishing the setup, Chen Feng and the others jumped into the lake. As they cleared the mud, they arrived before the second-tier spiritual vein. Without lingering, Wuzai found a patch of silt and gestured to start digging there. Without saying a word, Chen Feng took out a low-grade magical artifact shovel and began to dig. The others quickly joined in, and so they tirelessly excavated for half a day. Suddenly, Chen Feng's shovel struck down hard. He felt a void below, and a sense of weightlessness washed over him. Chen Feng and Xia Jiao were the first to summon their flying swords, catching the others. After sealing the hole they had come through to stop the lake water from pouring in, Chen Feng looked down. Before them lay a sea of molten lava, yet in this place, everyone strangely felt no heat, only a refreshing coolness, and the concentration of spiritual energy here was astonishingly high. Something's amiss. Chen Feng focused his gaze, quickly locking onto the area with the densest spiritual energy. As he approached, Chen Wuzai exclaimed in surprise. It's a third-tier spiritual vein, no. More than that. Chen Wuzai quickly jumped down from his sword, eagerly searching below. Everyone could see his face flush with excitement. Could it be a fourth-tier spiritual vein? Chen Feng gasped in shock. If so, that would be terrifying. Looking across the entire southern region, only Chunan City had a fourth-tier spiritual vein. What a terrifying prospect. With a fourth-tier spiritual vein, wouldn't that mean instant ascendance? If the news got out, not only would numerous nascent soul families rush to seize it, even the elders of the transformation stage would take action. The others also looked on with fervent eyes fixated on the vein below. At that moment, Chen Wuzai's voice echoed up. This vein is currently still a third-tier vein, but it is in the process of nurturing and transforming. It won't be long before it ascends to fourth tier. Chen Wuzai's voice was filled with excitement as they discovered such a rare treasure. The group was equally elated. A future fourth-tier spiritual vein would yield considerable spirit stone income each year. Moreover, a fourth-tier spiritual vein can produce high-grade spirit stones, which are the most precious commodities. Once everyone calmed down, Chen Feng spoke solemnly. The matter of this spiritual vein must remain confidential. Aside from those present, no one else can mention it. We can only reveal the second-tier spiritual vein and relocate the entire Chen family here. He continued, additionally, this place must be designated as a forbidden zone and no mining is allowed. Chen Feng directly laid out all the arrangements. Everyone understood the importance of this matter. If they stationed heavy guards, it would surely attract attention. The second-tier spiritual vein was also tempting. Who knows, someone might try to seize it, and if they discovered the fourth-tier spiritual vein that was still nurturing, that would escalate matters significantly, and relocating the Chen family was the most prudent approach. Was it wrong to move from a barren land to a place with a second-tier spiritual vein? Certainly not. After issuing the confidentiality order, Chen Feng arranged an array that surpassed the one used in the Valley battle over 10 years ago, using the second-tier spiritual vein as an energy source. Dozens of arrays were set up, including killing arrays, defensive arrays, and concealment arrays, such that even a nascent soul cultivator would be unable to detect any traces. After completing these tasks, Chen Feng returned to the clan and announced the relocation of the entire family. In Qingfeng Mountain, countless laborers and cultivators joined the construction plan, and buildings arose swiftly. This caused quite a stir, leading several Golden Core families to investigate. Upon discovering that the Chen family had found a second-tier spiritual vein, they quickly retreated. Within the family, everyone followed Chen Feng's decisions, without question, showing unwavering support. Everyone revered the founder of the Chen family, obeying his decisions, allowing the Chen clan to develop steadily into its current strength, and all were filled with admiration. If anyone questioned this, their words likely wouldn't even reach Chen Feng's ears, as that person would be dealt with according to family law. 3 years later, Chen County was finally completed, and the former Chen County was renamed Yuanling City. Qingfeng Mountain was also renamed Chen Peak, but the surrounding mountains were flattened, leaving only the tallest peak nestled in the city's center. Elder Patriarch Thian family has sent envoys. Outside the door, a fourth-generation descendant reported respectfully. I am aware. Chen Feng set aside the scroll he had been reviewing. Since his clan's relocation, the Yin family had grown markedly more active. The reason was simple: the Yin family's elder patriarch had failed in his Golden Core formation and perished. With their most formidable cultivator gone, many eyes now turned covetously toward their domain. And Qian paying respects to Senior Master Chen Feng, and Dong paying respects to Senior Master Chen Feng. Two figures entered the grand hall, their gazes flickering with faint traces of nostalgia. The Chen family had long since left the Yin family far behind. These visitors were the Yin family's current patriarch, and Qian, an old acquaintance of Chen Feng's. Qian possessed exceptional talent from foundation establishment at the early stage. She now stood only a few cultivation cycles short of the late stage. And Dong's cultivation, however, had stagnated. He remained incomplete. It has been quite some time since we last met. What brings you both here today? Chen Feng smiled warmly as he regarded them. His last encounter with the Yin family had been at their relocation banquet. This time, dust and weariness clung more heavily to their cheeks, and Dong appeared markedly more aged. And rightly so. Few cultivators at the foundation establishment realm lived beyond 3 centuries, even with potent pills and desperate measures. And Dong now teetered on the brink of dissolution. His spiritual energy could no longer sustain the imperishability of his physical form, a natural, inevitable decline. I beg a favor of you, Senior Master Chen Feng. I implore your aid in light of our family's decades-long friendship. A flush of humiliation colored in Dong's face as he gazed at Chen Feng, eyes brimming with quiet desperation. Oh, that is all. Chen Feng's gaze swept over them both. Neither appeared mentally or spiritually robust. The Yin family was falling into ruin. Clearly they saw him as their last lifeline. Yet why precisely should Chen Feng intervene? Chen Feng smiled faintly. That reason falls short. And Dong's heart sank. He drew a slow, deep breath. Had assistance been so easily secured, it would have been profoundly suspicious. After all, why would a flourishing Golden Core sect deign to aid a minor declining clan? And Dong hurriedly added, my daughter in Qian, dual spirit roots, has cultivated for over 70 years. She may join the Chen family. It was an unmistakable offer of filial sacrifice. Chen Feng felt a flicker of surprise. He glanced at Qian beside him. Her eyes met his, revealing only the faintest ripple of emotion. Chen Feng understood the two had already discussed this matter before arriving. A female cultivator nearing the late stage of foundation establishment, with dual spirit roots, was no trivial asset. Chen Feng paused, then fixed his gaze upon Dong. What calamity could possibly compel you to offer your own daughter as bargaining coin for mere survival? And Dong made no attempt to conceal the truth. Hearing Chen Feng's words, he knew his listener was intrigued. Both of our elder patriarchs have dissolved. Our strength has plummeted. The Qian family of Hushi covets our ancestral holdings and has deployed repeated schemes, plunging Yunnan City into chaos and unrest. In the end, they demanded my daughter be what is concubine to the Qian family's second young master. When we refused, open battle erupted. One of our senior elders fell, our entire clan suffered grievous losses. The Qian family issued an ultimatum: within half a month their envoys will arrive to escort her away. If we resist, the Yin clan shall cease to exist. They seek nothing less than our spirit vein. And Dong declared bitterly, his face twisted with grief and fury. Chen Feng's brow twitched. The Qian family grows audaciously arrogant. No wonder Qian, the fiercely proud woman, had accepted her role as collateral. The Qian family of Hedong commands 2 Golden Core cultivators. Why should I risk antagonizing a power nearly equal to my own for a single woman? Chen Feng's eyes locked onto Dong, searching for motive. He feared no confrontation with the Qian family, but why invite enmity for a woman alone? Dong sighed inwardly, then met Chen Feng's gaze with unwavering intensity. Senior Master Chen Feng is no ordinary man. You have raised the Chen family from nothing to its present stature. Your ambitions must surely be vast and extraordinary. This very crisis offers the perfect pretext for your expansion, without provoking wider contention among other powers. Hearing this, Chen Feng's expression darkened. His voice dropped low and cold. Is that truly your reasoning? Indeed, he had lately contemplated expansion, but lacked legitimate cause. Now at least he held sway across the southern region as a sovereign force. Countless eyes watched him closely. Countless sects resented the prospect of the Chen family's ascension. As for the Lion sect, he could not yet move against them. Though the clan steadily expanded, extending its enterprises toward distant prefectural cities and capitals, growth remained stifled. Every locale already hosted entrenched local powers. Why would they permit outsiders to seize their territory and resources? His influence simply could not penetrate those domains. Then Qian spoke. Should Senior Master Chen Feng grant us aid upon my marriage to you, the family surrenders to you all rights to spirit stone extraction for the next 20 years. Moreover, should the Chen family's power grow still greater, our entire clan stands ready to pledge allegiance and merge fully under your banner. How say you? Her eyes held no fear. She stood tall, meeting Chen Feng's gaze unflinchingly. Chen Feng laughed, a rich, unrestrained laugh. He admired such unyielding resolve, and the generous promise she had just offered. I trust you will honor your word. At those words, Dong's heart settled. Chen Feng's acceptance was confirmed, and a glimmer of relief softened his weathered face. It meant the family would not perish beneath his stewardship. More, perhaps they might even ascend by clinging to Chen Feng's rising star. And if the Chen family someday attained greatness, what harm in full integration? Yet they underestimated Chen Feng utterly, unaware that within mere years of the wedding the family would be wholly absorbed. Issue my decree: the Chen and families share generations of kinship. When they call, we cannot stand idle. Dispatch Chu Wu with troops to garrison Yunnan City. Also send Elder Xiaojiao. Should the Qian family dare act, show no mercy. Annihilate them without hesitation. Furthermore, in half a month I shall wed Qian of the family. One command followed another. Swiftly the Chen family mobilized. The martial pavilion deployed. Over a dozen celestial sovereigns descended upon Yunnan City. Even Elder Xiaojiao was assigned there. All movements unfolded with absolute discretion, known only to the family's foundation establishment, cultivators, and those directly involved in the mission. They waited for the Qian family's bridal procession due in half a month. Likewise, Chen Feng scheduled his own nuptial procession for that very day. Qian Lu, I shall shatter your scheming calculations like porcelain and watch your face crumble to ash. A surge of heroic vigor radiated from Chen Feng, his aura roaring like a lion's. Over these past years, the Chen family's population had surpassed 30,000, rewarding each member with a century of cultivation, allowing Chen Feng to complete one of his 5 golden core elements: fire. Coupled with his flawless golden core, his spiritual energy reserves rivaled those of a mid-tier golden core cultivator. Name: Chen Feng. Cultivation realm, early stage golden core, fire element perfected. Martial arts grandmaster peak. Cultivation arts 10,000, spirit longevity art, pure yang, scripture supreme, pure yang, immortal art, 8 absolute, palm 5 elements, scripture crimson, sword technique, chamber arts, compendium of alchemy, and artifact forging. Formation mastery peak, 3rd rank formation master. Alchemy mastery, 3rd rank, pill refiner. Artifact forging mastery, 2nd rank, artifact forger. Lifespan, 1500 years. Lineage value, 5500. Clan members, 30400. Descendants with spirit roots, 177. Main quest: acquire 3 tier 2 spirit veins, progress 66. 66. Side quest: eradicate the Lion sect. Reward: Azure Heaven Tree, martial scripture, Lord of War, cultivation method. Clan reputation, 100, renowned throughout this modest territory. Achievements: clan patriarch, famed across Yuanling, lord of a prefecture. Half a month has passed. Outside Yunnan City, hundreds of members of the family stood on the city wall, gazing heavily into the distance. The marriage document from the Chen family had not been delivered, it only circulated within the Chen clan. As a result, the vast majority of family members believed that today was a day of life or death. I wonder how the family had arranged this. In my opinion, we should marry Elder Qian to them to secure our safety. Among the crowd, an family member muttered, You really are short-sighted. Do you think that marriage can bring us prosperity? Nonsense. After this outburst, the person was besieged by several family members and was spat on multiple times, fleeing in embarrassment. After such a farce, the hearts of those present grew heavier. In the Chen family's estate in Yunnan City, Chenchu, and his companions quietly sipped tea, awaiting the arrival of the Chen family members. Beside them stood the few remaining foundation establishment cultivators of the Yin family, along with Chen dressed in a bridal veil. After half a month of exchanges, the Yin family had refreshed their understanding of the Chen family. A full 15 foundation establishment cultivators, all of them formidable. How terrifying is that? Moreover, even Xia Jiao had been sent here to ensure the peace of these clan elders. Before long, a sound of gongs and drums echoed. The group in the estate turned suddenly, looking towards the city gates. No, it's not them. Chen Chu slowly shook his head, indicating that their own welcoming party had not yet arrived. What came now were the members of the Chen family. Members of the Yin family, open the gates quickly. I am here to marry Qian, or you'll regret it. A shout came from outside the city. Riding a tall steed and holding a red ball in front of him, Qian Wen appeared displeased as he faced the tightly closed gates of Yunnan City. Just as the Yin family was at a loss for what to do, Xia Jiao suddenly opened her eyes wide. Chen Feng is coming, let them in first. Chen Chu, you all hide first and observe how the Qian family acts. Let's watch their monologue first. Chen Chu immediately understood the meaning. This was Chen Feng's plan. Let the Qian family show off for a while, and then they would suddenly intervene for a grand reversal. Xia Jiao called everyone over, and as they stepped into the prepared concealment formation, she turned back and gave Yin Dong a reassuring glance. Just operate as planned, while handle the aftermath. Upon hearing Xia Jiao's transmission, he took a deep breath and waved his hand, saying, open the gate. Not long after, the arrogant Qian, when riding his horse, brazenly entered the estate. The members of the Yin family all wore grim expressions at his behavior. Upon seeing Yun Qian, who was dressed in a bridal veil at the center, Qian Wen's eyes brightened, and he smiled, saying, you are quite perceptive, come follow me. Let's go have some fun. For a long while, none of the Yin family members responded to him. This created a sense of awkwardness in the air. Are you all deaf? Let Qian come with me. Qian Wen looked at the members of the Yin family who were glaring at him in disgust, narrowed his eyes, and continued, let Qian come with me. After a long pause, still no one responded to him, making him feel like a clown prancing about on stage. Did you not hear what I said? His face darkened, and he jumped off his tall horse. He moved to grab Qian. You impudent fool. Seeing the man's actions, and Dong could no longer hold back, directly shouting in anger as he pushed Qian Wen away. Qian Wen was just a spoiled young master. Although he had reached the early foundation establishment stage, it was entirely due to resources and had no real ability. Pushed by Dong, he instantly flew backward, about to crash heavily. Young master. A group of Qian family cultivators reacted quickly and rushed to catch Qian Wen. They glared at the Yin family members. What are you doing? You dare to lay hands on our young master. Do you want to die? Step aside. Behind them, a middle-aged man with a sullen expression stepped forward. What are you doing? Do you wish for your entire clan to be slaughtered? Suddenly, a wave of golden core power erupted, enveloping the Yin family members. A few felt the pressure double and glared at the man with resentment. Second uncle. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qian Wen immediately rushed to greet him. Qian Mo had little fondness for this nephew. He was just a spoiled brat. Today's incident thrown out by the head of the Yin family was a huge loss of face. If there were not many outsiders present, Qian Bo would probably have already slapped him hard. Second uncle, the Yin family is bullying us too much. Kill them all. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qian Wen felt that his support had arrived. His back straightened, he maliciously addressed the Yin family members. Wait, but don't kill that young lady. He seemed to realize something and quickly added. Upon hearing this, Qian Bo felt his internal energy surge. He secretly shook his head, thinking his nephew had no resemblance to his elder brother or any of his dignified demeanor. To call him useless would be looking too highly upon him. What does your Yin family intend to do? Qian Bo coldly snorted, his gaze fixed on Dong. What do I intend to do? I tell you, I have already betrothed my daughter to the head of the Chen family. And Dong stood firm against the pressure, glaring at the man in front of him, responding fiercely. What a... Upon hearing this, Qian Bo's brows furrowed, and a chilling aura radiated from him, as if he would strike him down at any moment. This made him feel a bit panicked, but at that moment, he heard Xia Jiao's transmission. Do not panic, the family head has arrived. These people are merely fish in a barrel. This statement instantly eased his heart significantly. He straightened his posture and pointed his finger at Qian Bo, saying, what are you talking about? You thieves, forcibly seizing what isn't yours, even killing my clan's elders, and you dare to think I will marry my daughter to your family's useless scion. Huh. And Dong directly fired back, cursing angrily before spitting out a mouthful of saliva. You seek death. Don't think that just because you are allied with the Chen family, you can act recklessly. They are merely a newly rising power. Even if you betroth your daughter to the Chen family, so what? I will take her away today and kill your entire family. Let's see if he dares to move. Qian Bo was furious. This person had completely provoked him. Just because he was allied with the Chen family, he dared to spit at himself. Wasn't that seeking death? Bone transformation hand. Chen Bo struck out in anger, not caring about the consequences. A skeletal hand filled with the aura of death formed, launching towards the members of the Yin family. Tisk, your Chen family sure has a great deal of power. I have recorded everything you have done and said. When the time comes, even the county government will have no authority to intervene. Chen Feng walked in slowly with a cold smile, and with each step the cultivators brought by the Chen family fell one after another. Chen Feng. Chen Mi recognized him at a glance. He was the recently rising master of the Chen family. Chen Feng. Why have you come here? His expression darkened, and even when Chen Feng killed his clansmen, he did not dare to retaliate, for he sensed that there was a force locking onto him from behind. In front of him, Chen Feng twisted off Chen Wen's head and showed him a friendly smile. I have come to welcome my wife. You are truly overstepping your bounds. Watching Chen Feng smile while twisting other people's necks like turning a flower, he took a deep breath and said sternly, do you know what you are doing now? I know killing people. These folks came to snatch my wife. Tell me, should they be killed or not? Chen Feng smiled casually, eliminating a cultivator who attempted to ambush him, and looked at Chen Mi as if it were the most natural thing. Seeing all his cultivators slaughtered, his heart sank to the bottom. Watching his clansmen being killed before him, he did not dare to fight back, nor could he even show his impotent fury. I am asking you, should they be killed or not? Chen Feng's voice suddenly grew louder, coldly staring at him. Just as he finished speaking, Xia Jiao and her group emerged from hiding. They surrounded Chen Mi from various directions. This is bad, it's a trap. Chen Mi could not understand why the Chen family would suddenly come to welcome in Chen, with so many elites even hiding here, including Xia Jiao. Clearly they were waiting for him, and he had walked right into their net. Listening to Chen Feng's voice, he could only grit his teeth and reply they should be killed. Ah, this is right. With this awareness, I indeed did not misjudge you. Suddenly the tense atmosphere shifted. Chen Feng retracted his imposing aura and adopted a friendly smile. Chen Bo was somewhat bewildered by this sudden change. Yet he did not relax for a moment, gripping a talisman tightly in his hand. If Chen Feng made any movements, he would immediately crush the talisman to protect himself and take them down with him. After all, he could not escape from this encirclement. It was better to self-destruct and take down as many as possible. Perhaps he could wipe them all out. I believe we can talk. What is with all this fighting and killing in the cultivation world? There is much human sentiment and affairs. Don't you agree? Chen Feng adopted a conciliatory attitude, his smile growing more gentle. This made Chen Bo relax a bit. It seemed Chen Feng truly did not want to fight. Your Chen family is also a major force, an established golden core family far older than my humble Chen family. Why would I take the trouble to offend you? Seeing Chen Ba's strange look at all the corpses on the ground, Chen Feng smiled. These are merely lessons. Snatching my woman, especially a golden core cultivator's woman, don't you think it's quite normal? Moreover, their existence has disrupted the friendly relations between our two families. They deserve to die. Chen Bo could not follow Chen Feng's line of thought, but he temporarily concluded that Chen Feng had no intention of attacking. You are a golden core cultivator. If I kill you, won't the Chen family seek revenge at all costs? Even if I withstand it, I would suffer severe injuries. All of this would be meaningless. Chen Feng continued to approach, still chattering away. Chen Bo felt that there was some truth in his words. However, facing Chen Feng, who was gradually closing in, he could not shake the ominous premonition rising within him. Something about this was not simple. Chen Feng continued, for this matter, your Chen family only needs to compensate a little, and I will let you go so as not to harm the harmony between our two families. Chen Feng spoke, discussing the terms of compensation with Chen Bo. Seeing his life spared, he quietly listened to what Chen Feng wanted for compensation. Buying life with money, what could be better? The two even discussed passionately, and their guard gradually relaxed. Suddenly a sound pierced through as a sharp blade tore through flesh. Chen Bo, who had been trying to negotiate a reduction in compensation, was filled with disbelief in his eyes. A gaping bloody hole appeared in his abdomen. In Chen Feng's hand, an oval-shaped golden core was being played with carelessly. Friend Chen Bo, I think this golden core will do just fine for my compensation. The rest are not needed. Chen Feng smiled slightly as he pocketed the golden core. You. Chen Bo felt his life force rapidly draining away, darkness enveloping him. He fell backward before finishing his sentence. Chen Feng looked at the astonished expressions of the crowd and raised his hand, saying the crisis is resolved. He no longer has the chance to self-destruct. Chu Jie, you stay behind to handle the wedding arrangements. The rest come with me to Hedong, and while they are still unresponsive, annihilate the Chen family. Regarding Chen Feng's sugar-coated bullet, everyone felt numb. But the cultivation world is unreasonable. If one can kill the enemy, what means used matters little. I can even invite a bunch of cultivators to gang up and beat the enemy to death. Moral conduct. To hell with that. In life and death confrontations, who cares about moral conduct? The Yin family members were also stunned. Shivering under Chen Feng's gaze, they followed his arrangements, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Chen Feng, along with Xia Jiao Chen Chu and 13 heavenly beings, headed for the Qian family. The famous sage once said, "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." This was also one of Chen Feng's favorite philosophical quotes. "If I know the way to your house in the morning, I will kill you by night." At this moment, Qian Lu, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt a violent twitch in his eyelids. He could not catch his breath amidst the chaos. At this time, a commotion also arose as a Foundation establishment cultivator rushed over in a panic. "Did I not say, do not disturb me while I am in seclusion?" Qian Lu's face turned somewhat grim. He was so close to perfecting his third spiritual root. He was burning with anger looking at this trusted clansman. Family head, something enormous has happened. Seeing him so flustered, a bad premonition surfaced in Qian Lu's heart. "Don't be so panicked, just tell me." The Grand Elder, he. Seeing the clan elder stammering, Qian Lu scolded, "What are you stammering for? Speak quickly." The Grand Elder's soul plate has shattered. The clan elder was so frightened he did not dare to breathe, and after finishing this sentence he felt a wave of pressure descend upon him, suffocating him. "Repeat that." Qian Lu's pupils shrank and his breath became turbulent as he grabbed the elder's collar, shouting, "The Grand Elder's soul token is shattered. He may have passed away. Please accept my condolences, head of the family." "Impossible, absolutely impossible. My second brother is a golden core cultivator. How could he possibly die?" He couldn't believe it, pulling at the elder's collar, his face turning red. "Quickly tell me, where has my second brother gone? What has happened to the family recently? How could he fall? Quick, tell me." The elder dared not delay, and facing the furious Qian Lu recounted everything that had transpired recently. The family. That brat winner. He pieced together everything the elder had said. Qian Bo had also gone there. Could there be something strange about this family? He gritted his teeth and waved his hand. "Send my orders to summon all capable warriors of the family." No matter what, he had to see for himself. Another guardian of the family had fallen. This was an enormous shock for the Qian family. Yes. Just as the elder agreed, the sky suddenly filled with thunder, and the family's territory trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Boom. Thunderous lightning like giant pythons suddenly struck the entire Qian family territory, while the family's protective formation was as good as non-existent, vanishing before the lightning could even descend. A scene reminiscent of the end of the world unfolded as golden light rose from the sky, accompanied by raging flames. Not good, we are under attack. Qian Lu's face also changed dramatically at such a terrifying assault. Since taking over the family, it was the first time he had encountered such a situation. These attackers must be connected to the ones who caused my second brother's fall. He gritted his teeth, summoning the entire clan to resist. However, the might of the heavenly thunder was overwhelming. Many weaker cultivators perished. Qian Lu could only protect himself, watching helplessly as the thunder rained down. Who on earth are these people? My Qian family has not offended anyone. He howled at the sky, unable to understand. He had only closed himself off for a moment. His second brother was dead, and the family was under a terrifying attack. "You haven't offended anyone. You should go and ask your brother and your wayward son." A cold snort came down from the sky, and the thunder ceased. The raging flames were also retracted. After all, they were spoils of war, and too much damage would require spirit stones for repair. Which powerful figure do I hope to meet? Upon hearing this cold snort, his face paled. It turned out that all of this stemmed from his good brother and his wayward son. How did they offend you to warrant this attack on my clan, causing harm to so many innocents? Innocents. Your son has abused his power, committing all sorts of misdeeds. This is the cycle of cause and effect. Another female voice rang out, and Chen Feng and his companions appeared before him. Chen Feng. Xia Jiao. His pupils constricted suddenly. He had just wanted to speak further when unexpectedly the two launched a combined attack. In the matters of noble families, harboring filth is quite normal in this world of extraordinary power. To them, the existence of mortals was merely to serve and be driven. They had committed many heinous acts, and the family had also engaged in exterminating rival clans. Meanwhile, several figures in the sky streaked past, heading straight for the survivors. Wails echoed, and Qian Lu's heart sank to the bottom. 1 against 2, he was no match. "Do not force me," Qian Lu shouted, using his magical power to push the two away. However, it had no effect, and he held no illusions. Gritting his teeth, his body suddenly collided with theirs, releasing his violent magical energy. "Not good, he's going to self-destruct." Chen Feng shouted, throwing out a compass, and countless golden lights enveloped the area. Boom. The ground shook, and Chen Feng's heart bled. The array plate he had thrown out was painstakingly crafted, with the materials alone costing tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. On the spot, he lost more than half, barely managing to withstand the explosion of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. As the smoke cleared, Chen Feng gazed at the devastation, a massive pit, several dozen meters deep, falling into contemplation. A tiny golden core contained such tremendous power. If he had been among it, he would have surely been killed by the explosion. He glanced apprehensively at the deep pit extending his divine sense. Upon finding that the spiritual vein was unaffected, he sighed in relief. Mission accomplished. The Chen family had completely vanished from this world. Just the process of collecting visible gains took over half a day. Chen Feng and Xia Jiao worked together to extract the spiritual vein from the ground, sending it to Qinjun. Ding main quest completed, awarded 3 second-grade spiritual veins. Reward contribution points 5,000, 200 years of pure wood cultivation, 400 years of skill cultivation, at will large spirit root testing stone, 1 the 2, returned to Qin Fu, sending thousands to take over the Qian family's territory and excavate further gains. This battle left everyone in the Chen family exhilarated, shouting in triumph. A large county's territory fell into Chen Feng's hands. The news of the Chen family annihilating the equally powerful Qian family spread rapidly. Countless forces were shocked, growing wary of the Chen family. Even the county officials appeared at the Chen family residence, though they did not come with the intention of seeking justice. However, they did advise, prudently mentioning that the family had already risen to the golden core level, and it was best to refrain from actions against the Yi clan. Such actions could provoke public outrage, leading to overwhelming retaliation. However, everything changed when Chen Feng threw out the momentary image stone. The Qian family forcibly snatching Chen Feng's fiancée and plotting the extermination of his maternal clan, their arrogant words and demeanor. This caused public opinion to tilt overwhelmingly, with most noble families believing the Chen family was justified in their actions. As cultivators, we should seek revenge. How can one endure being trampled upon? As a result, many expressed support and even praise. The county officials had little to say, glancing oddly at Chen Feng before leaving. However, the Chen family, now possessing 2 second-grade spiritual veins, garnered great envy from the outside. Each year, the output of spirit stones doubled, amounting to 300 low-grade spirit stones and 100 medium-grade spirit stones. This was just from the output of 3 second-grade spiritual veins, but Chen Feng was not too greedy, leaving the foundation of the spiritual veins untouched. Slow and steady wins the race. Moreover, there is still a 4th-grade spiritual vein in the future, so there is no rush for spirit stones. Moreover, the annual revenue from medicinal pills reached 150 medium-grade spirit stones, coupled with various other business incomes, bringing the family's total annual income to 2.3 million low-grade spirit stones. However, the expenses were also enormous, leaving only half of the surplus after a year. With an increasing number of clan members, this figure would only continue to dwindle. The generous support of the Qian family has significantly benefited the Chen family. 2 mid-grade magical artifacts, over 4.5 million low-grade spirit stones, and 100 acres of spirit fields, totaling resources worth 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Each person was rewarded with a year's salary. After this battle, the Chen family seemingly fell silent. Claim your cultivation rewards. In the training room, Chen Feng sat cross-legged. Pure wood attribute energy was rapidly filling Chen Feng's wood spirit root, pushing it toward perfection. The method of cultivating the golden core involves refining the spirit root. Everyone needs to achieve completeness in the 5 elements to attempt the transformation from golden core to nascent soul, becoming high-level cultivators in the Daichu cultivation realm. A single spirit root is still valuable during the golden core stage, as long as one comprehends the other 4 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The speed of comprehending other attributes is also a multiple of other spirit roots. After achieving perfection in the wood attribute, Chen Feng's magical power surged once again, entering the mid-stage of the golden core. The 400 years of skill cultivation were entirely focused on the formation aspect. After all, formations are incredibly effective. The quickest way to clear an area is through various killing formations. Additionally, the large testing spirit stone resolved a minor issue for the Chen family. No longer did every newborn require a cultivator to personally check for spirit roots. They only needed to be brought to the testing stone for results. This also helped avoid many missed checks. Chen Feng thus erected it in the center of Qin County. Time passed swiftly, and 4 years had gone by. In these 4 years, the family absorbed the family, now possessing 3 second-tier spirit veins, and the number of descendants was rapidly increasing. Ding! Congratulations, host! The number of descendants with spirit roots has surpassed 200, rewarding 200 years of metal attribute cultivation and 1,000 inheritance points. Faced with this reward, Chen Feng felt somewhat numb. It was just enough for him to cultivate 1 attribute to perfection. A few more times, and he could achieve perfection in the golden core. Soon the metal attribute reached perfection, and the 5 elements were over half complete. Chen Feng continued to invest effort into his cultivation. Another 6 years flew by. Ding! Congratulations, host. The number of descendants has surpassed 4, rewarding 200 years of water attribute cultivation and unlocking a special spirit root. Just after finishing his work, Chen Feng suddenly stood up and left his chamber, leaving behind the exhausted women who had fallen into a deep sleep. In the training room, Chen Feng received the data on special spirit roots, opening up a completely new path, also known as exotic spirit roots: thunder attribute, wind attribute, and ice attribute. Of course, only these three types appeared. Chen Feng thought to himself that those extraordinary light and dark spirit roots were absent. However, he was quite fond of the thunder attribute spirit root. He could actually accommodate 8 attributes simultaneously, while other golden core cultivators achieving completeness in the 5 elements were already impressive. At this moment, Chen Feng thought of Xia Jiao. She also had an exotic spirit root, specifically an ice attribute spirit root. Its strength was considerably higher than that of 5 element spirit roots. System, what are the requirements to exchange for these 3 attribute spirit roots? Ding. 200 years of cultivation to unlock 1 type of spirit root. This made Chen Feng's face instantly fall. Wasn't this outright robbery? However, as Chen Feng was willing, he thought he could stimulate reproduction again, increasing the population quickly. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Exchange for the thunder attribute spirit root." Ding. Exchange successful. Chen Feng felt a jolt throughout his body, and the thunder-tinged spirit root appeared within him. Instantly excited, this meant he no longer needed to gather thunder attribute leaves from the Qianbai tree to set up a thunder formation. He could become the Thunder King. Thunder come. Chen Feng used his magical power, pointing a single hand to the sky. After a moment, aside from the crackling electricity in his hand, there was no other sound. Chen Feng was instantly dumbfounded. Chen Feng, what's going on? Where's my thunder? What does this little bit of electricity mean? Chen Feng was somewhat speechless, but soon discovered the reason. Without any thunder attribute cultivation, he naturally couldn't wield the power of thunder, yet he dared to dream of becoming the Thunder King. Chen Feng felt somewhat deflated. It seemed the path to becoming the Thunder King must be temporarily shelved. This left him somewhat helpless as he gazed at the gently swaying Qianbai tree. "Little Qian, give me 2 thunder leaves to play with." The Qianbai tree seemed to understand Chen Feng's words as 2 leaves slowly drifted down from its crown, landing in Chen Feng's hands. "Thank you." Chen Feng affectionately stroked the trunk, taking out several bottles of wood spirit pills to pour down. After years of nurturing, he no longer knew how many years this thing had lived, only that it had developed a faint trace of spiritual intelligence. The power of its rune leaves could threaten even foundation establishment cultivators. After spending some time with the Qianbai tree, Chen Feng sat cross-legged. Exchange for the method of cultivation in the martial arts sovereign chapter for the post-human stage. Ding. 100 inheritance points successfully deducted. Instantly, 10,000 inheritance points disappeared, causing Chen Feng to feel a pang of regret. You can't catch a wolf without giving up the child. Chen Chua's cultivation had already reached a bottleneck, and without further cultivation methods he would only delay. Over the years, many inheritance points had been exchanged, obtaining heavenly spirit fruits for his initial wives, each arranged with a pseudo-spirit root, with resources generously provided. Longevity pills were also generously provided, allowing them to continue their cultivation. He even provided Chen Chu with several heavenly spirit fruits, which were almost useless. He could no longer produce spirit fruits within himself. The energy from the heavenly spirit fruits had all transformed into nutrients. Cultivating both immortal and martial arts seemed impossible for anyone but himself. After spending 10,000 inheritance points, he still had around 5,000 left as risk management funds. Suddenly, the cultivation method for the martial arts sovereign chapter appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng meticulously wrote it down and handed it to Chen Chu. The family's strength needed to continue improving as the date of the end of the national war mentioned by Xia Jiao was drawing near. Once the nascent soul of the Lai Yin sect returned, avenging himself would become difficult. Thus, he decisively gave up the reward and voluntarily exchanged to enhance overall strength. Suddenly, a notification sound rang in his ear once more. Ding! Side quest: annihilate the Lai Yin sect has changed. Reward: Tianxin Tree martial arts sovereign chapter cultivation method replaced with 5,000 inheritance points. This was unexpected for Chen Feng, but it was still a small win, better than nothing. Time passed swiftly, and 5 years had gone by. The population of the family increased by over 6,000. This growth surprised Chen Feng greatly. It wouldn't be long before he could obtain the next stage of rewards. In these 5 years, he had finally refined his thunder attribute cultivation significantly. At least he could manifest a decent power of thunder in his palm. During this time, Chen Chu also broke through to martial sovereign. Xia Jiao stepped into the mid-stage of the golden core with a doubling of foundation establishment. Against the Lai Yin sect, which only had 5 golden cores, they now had a significant chance of victory. Boom! The familiar sensation of blood and energy rolling surged through Chen Feng, feeling his strength increase dramatically. The martial essence in his body multiplied several times, allowing him to shatter low-grade magical artifacts with bare hands. I've broken through. Chen Feng stood up. This sensation indicated that Chen Chu had indeed broken through to martial sovereign. The breakthrough of Chen Chu to the rank of martial venerable signifies that the Chen family has gained another golden core. Moreover, nearly half of the clan members without spiritual roots have already embarked on the path of martial artists. The path to becoming a grandmaster, which Chen Chu has personally comprehended, marks the beginning of a brand new journey. However, although martial arts do not require spiritual roots, the demands on innate talent and physical constitution remain exceedingly high. Nevertheless, with countless resources being poured in, the number of grandmasters has already surpassed 1,000, which is an astonishing figure in the outside world. They have transformed a group of mortals into beings with extraordinary powers. However, practicing martial arts is not the same as cultivating immortality. The requirements for physical strength and tempering are much more rigorous. Even with ample resources, training martial arts is comparatively more demanding on the physique, which tends to be rougher. Of course, these conditions began to improve once martial essence started to emerge. With a massive base population and years of development, they are capable of standing firm against ancient families that have existed for millennia. The reason is simple: this world emphasizes cultivation talent, and the most fundamental threshold where spiritual roots block the path for the vast majority. Out of 10,000 people, perhaps only one possesses spiritual roots. Yet martial arts impose no such stringent requirements. This is also the Chen family's most core secret, publicly claiming that they cultivate through rigorous training. Martial Pavilion. Chu, congratulations. Chen Feng's figure appeared under the gaze of countless people, smiling at Chen Chu, who was feeling the mysterious power. The realm of martial venerable, like the golden core, allows one to traverse the physical world and fly through the air without the aid of any magical artifacts. However, his descendants regard him with too much reverence, which brings him more pressure, admiration, and faith. Lacking some familial affection, only the first generation of descendants could feel such a bond. This fact left Chen Feng quite emotional, yet it was something he had to accept. His identity predetermined everything. He was a leader, a guardian, and so on. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaobai, I have come to borrow some leaves from you. Before him stood a towering qianbai tree over 100 meters tall, adorned with leaves of various colors. Chen Feng approached it, gently caressing its trunk and transmitting his thoughts. With a rustling sound, one leaf after another fell, totaling over 100. Thank you, I will come back to play with you. Chen Feng bid farewell, collected the leaves, and left the residence. It should be just a few days now. After exiting the residence, he awaited the final opportunity. In the in-family residence, the cry of a newborn echoed. At the same time, a notification sound rang in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having more than 200 descendants with spiritual roots. Reward: 200 years of any attribute cultivation, 1,000 inheritance points, 1 top-grade magical artifact, Thunder Pearl 1. Claim the cultivation rewards. A terrifying surge of lightning power flooded into Chen Feng's body. The lightning spiritual roots quickly became full excess energy coursing through his body, transforming his physique. The lightning spiritual roots have reached perfection. Chen Feng felt an energy within that could destroy the world. Unable to contain himself, he exerted a slight force in his palm and shouted to the sky, "Come thunder!" Boom! A thick bolt of lightning several meters wide erupted from his palm, incredibly terrifying. A sound akin to an explosion resonated, and the cloud cover above was blasted apart, casting down warm sunlight. Hiss! Chen Feng gasped in shock. The damage from this attack could easily rival that of over 10 lightning attribute qianbai leaves. It was enough to inflict fatal damage on golden core cultivators. Of course, the consumption was also incredibly terrifying, as 1/10 of his magical power instantly vanished. Although this move feels exhilarating, one must also be mindful of the consumption. Chen Feng nodded, quite satisfied as he withdrew his energy. Against the latest stage golden core cultivator of the Flame sect, this should be sufficient. Over the years, Xia Jiao has perfected her second spiritual root, the water spiritual root, and has entered the mid-stage of the golden core. Furthermore, with Chen Chu's abilities, they can identify the murderer who exterminated 2 elders. Let's set off. Chen Feng waved his hand, and a divine sense resonated in the ears of 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators, 23 Celestial cultivators, and Chen Wuzai, Chen Chuling, Xia Jiao, and Chen Chu, all of whom put down their tasks. They quickly arrived at the gate of Qin County. Chen Feng had been waiting at the spot, prepared to set off as soon as everyone had gathered. 30 clan members with Foundation Establishment strength and 3 powerful golden core cultivators were present. The core fighting force of the Chen family had dispatched most of their members, with all top-tier combatants mobilized. Their target was the flame sect. Father, wait for me. Ooh, I want to go too. A graceful figure riding a flying sword quickly approached Chen Feng. Ruashi, what are you doing here? Stay home. This time the danger is too high. Chen Feng firmly refused, his gaze sternly fixed on her. However, Chen Rua, she was completely unafraid of her father's threats. Since childhood, she had always stuck to Chen Feng, understanding his temperament well. I want to take action myself to avenge my two younger brothers. Chen Rua, she looked earnestly at Chen Feng, raising her small fist along with the pink hammer artifact he had crafted for her. She wore a fierce expression. Chen Feng was taken aback by her words, but ultimately shook his head. Chen Rua, she had already reached the peak of foundation establishment and might be the second Chen family cultivator besides himself to enter the Golden Core. I don't care. My understanding of formations has entered the second stage enough for self-protection, and I can also assist you, father. Chen Feng, unable to argue with her, finally nodded in agreement. Of course, she was not the main combatant and was assigned as support by Chen Feng, going wherever help was needed. After arranging their respective tasks, Chen Feng and his group set off toward the Flame Sect in a grand procession. Along the way, their expressions were serious, and aside from battle arrangements, no trivial topics were discussed. As for Xia Jiao, upon hearing Chen Feng's sudden declaration to destroy the Flame Sect, she was also taken aback. However, considering Chen Feng's relentless determination and the imminent return of the nascent soul ancestor, she ultimately agreed. On the city wall, Chen Shuren watched Chen Feng's departure with a worried expression. Father, you must win. As a member responsible for guarding the family and the logistics, he naturally could not participate in the battle. He could only suppress his worries, hoping for Chen Feng's victorious return. Behind him, 1,000 members of the martial pavilion were also watching Chen Feng and his group's departure. With tears in their eyes, the two sons, having consumed the heavenly spirit fruit and various rare treasures, had merely restored their injuries and regained their senses. However, re-entering the ranks of cultivators was quite challenging, so they turned to martial training. The second echelon will set out with Elder Chuyun in half a day's time. If no signals are seen, they will return. Chen Shuren issued a command, which was also Chen Feng's arrangement. Battles between cultivators, especially at the same level, often do not require lower-level cultivators to exchange numbers for slim chances of victory. They only need Chen Feng and his group to engage with the higher-ups of the Flame Sect, determining the outcome before they proceed to clean up. Flame Sect. As the day of the sect leader's return drew nearer, the atmosphere within the sect became increasingly tense. The reason was simple: two of the sect's elders had perished, one of whom was the direct descendant of the ancestor. Years have passed, yet no news of the murderer has surfaced, let alone seeking revenge. If the ancestor returns and learns of this, he will undoubtedly be furious and hold them accountable as the ones in power. Elder, the day of the master's return is drawing near. What should we do? In the master's hall, the second elder was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan turning in circles. The reason was simple: the master would soon return. Upon his return, he would discover the many significant events that had transpired within the sect, as well as the great loss of a key individual from the Lion sect. At that time, they would surely be held accountable. It would be disastrous, especially since the master's return would undoubtedly bring with it a wealth of scarce cultivation resources. Thus, Lion Mountain was also feeling the pressure. Upon the master's return, he would be the first to face retribution. As the master's own child, he had lost his brother. As the elder brother who wielded such immense power, he had failed to find the murderer for over 20 years. What a tragic irony. He could already envision the scene of his father's furious rage. Elders, do you have any brilliant plans? Lion Mountain had no good solutions for the time being and could only turn his gaze to the seats beside him. 3 heads are better than 1, as surely the 4 of them could come up with a plan that would ensure they could safely navigate this crisis. The 5th elder appeared somewhat conflicted, taking a deep breath before saying, I have a method, but it requires a scapegoat. What method? The elders, who had been chattering away, all fell silent, staring intently at the 5th elder. The 5th elder's expression was troubled as he spoke softly. Find a scapegoat, someone or a force capable of exterminating Golden Core cultivators or a rogue cultivator. Then forcefully pin the blame on them and exterminate them. By then there would be no witnesses, and it would count as revenge. His words left everyone present in stunned silence. After a moment, the 4th elder spoke up, saying, I believe this is the only way forward. Although it requires a scapegoat, what does it matter if a friend dies as long as I survive? Several of them clearly did not strongly oppose this idea. In fact, many had already considered it. They just hadn't been able to choose a candidate, and no one wanted to take the lead. What if the plan failed? They would be in deep trouble. But if someone else proposed it, then there would be no issue. They would have someone to take the blame. Everyone present was a crafty old fox, instantly understanding the nuances of the situation. I also think this plan is viable. 5th elder, you truly are our savior. The 2nd elder smiled at him, feeling a sense of relief and release. Lion Mountain also agreed. If that's the case, then let's proceed. But who should we choose to take the fall? His gaze shifted to a few individuals, his eyes filled with satisfaction, knowing that if this matter was handled well, the sun would still rise as usual. The Bai family from Bai County, a clan with 2 golden cores, seems like a good choice. One elder proposed. Having 2 golden cores, it was feasible to offend them, as long as they were killed without leaking any information and given no opportunity for resistance, it would be easy for them to manipulate the situation. They could fabricate a thick stack of evidence without any real proof. No, that won't do. The Bai family is too far from us. Even if I flew there, it would take 2 days. That's too much of a stretch. The second elder immediately shook his head. He had done his homework on some of the family powers in the southern region. What about the Tao family in Heian? Their strength is comparable to the Bai family, and they are much closer to us. The second elder recalled and pondered over the Tao family's power and relations. Not possible. They have a close relationship with the Qianjun immortal sect, and almost all of their talented descendants are sent there. It involves too much, and it could easily backfire. The elder shook his head immediately. He had once learned about this family, and had even been a guest there. They have the Qianjun immortal sect as their backing. The second elder's face fell in an instant. For a moment, the elders were speechless, searching and eliminating one scapegoat after another. Why don't we ask friend Juanha? This method was proposed by him, and he might have already identified a candidate. The elder turned to look at the fourth elder, his eyes filled with inquiry. Juanha paused, looking at the many elders who were now focused on him, and slowly spoke. Chun County, the Chen family. The Chen family. The second elder recalled this name, some information popping into his mind. This was a rising power. Was it a bit too far-fetched? But this was also the closest major force to their sect, even closer to the incident site. However, their strength was too weak, and they had been overlooked. It's a bit far-fetched. Although their current strength is quite reasonable at the time of the incident, they only had 1 golden core among them, which is too weak. The elder interrupted the second elder slowly, saying there are no other options left. It's been just over 20 years since the end of a national war, and we've considered all the families around us. If the Qian family were still around, that would have been a different story. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Who told them to be so restless? They wiped out the Qian family, and we can't be blamed for what happens now. Reconsider. Reconsider. The elders all agreed with this choice as long as it was done cleanly, and the reasons were well prepared. With over 20 years of preparation time, how could they possibly mess it up? Moreover, in 20 years, even the information of a small family could be thoroughly sanitized, and as long as they didn't dig too deep, it wouldn't matter. Since everyone agrees, let's prepare and summon the disciples. We will set off for Chun County in 3 days. The elder immediately set a date, believing it would be better to resolve this matter sooner rather than later. Understood. Boom. What's that noise? Outside the mountain gate, the protective array of the Lion sect suddenly activated. A violent tremor shook the mountain, causing everyone to shout in alarm. This is troublesome, but I have already grasped these runes. Only 1 step remains. The protective array of the Lion sect is a 4th-tier formation. Despite having over 1,000 years of experience, Chen Feng was unable to control it properly, triggering its defensive mechanism. There was no choice. Although his array experience was sufficient, his strength was lacking, making it somewhat difficult to break a 4th-tier formation. If it weren't for my low cultivation level, this mere 4th-tier formation. Boom. With a resounding roar, the energy shield before him quickly dissipated, vanishing without a trace moments later. The protective formation of the Lion sect was successfully breached. We might have startled the snake in the grass, but it's not too bad the arrangements were not overlooked. Chen Feng felt a bit regretful that he couldn't catch them off guard. Ruashi, activate the Great Formation. Ji. Swish. A burst of golden light enveloped the entire Lion sect, followed by countless shadows flooding from the ground like a tide. The sky above the Lion sect, now shrouded, turned dark. Go. Chen Feng threw a lightning attribute talisman into the dark sea of clouds above the sky. Suddenly, thunder rumbled as terrifying lightning began to gather. Who dares to destroy the great formation of my sect? Within the Lian sect, the warning bell was struck. The high-ranking officials of the Lian sect who were in discussion came in response to the sound. Yet they found themselves like caged birds, with even the last line of defense, their sect's protection, shattered. Chen Feng showed no intention of hiding, entering the formation alone with an air of indifference. Are you Chen Feng? The sharp-eyed second elder immediately recognized Chen Feng himself. The portraits of powerful beings surrounding them were familiar to nearly all those of their rank. To avoid not recognizing him upon future meetings. That's right. Chen Feng nodded generously, looking at them with an unchanging expression. What are you doing? Are you planning to attack my Lian sect? The Grand Elder spoke, his gaze fixed firmly on Chen Feng. Feeling the formation surrounding his sect, he sensed something was amiss. Isn't the evidence laid out right here? If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to someone useful. Chen Feng's words ignited the atmosphere. You really have some guts. Just you, a member of the Chen family, think you can take on my Lian sect with just 2 golden core cultivators? Liyun Mountain's eyes were filled with anger, but there was also a hint of guidance. He could not believe that a newly emerged force with only 2 golden core cultivators would dare to confront the Lian sect. Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. His eyes narrowed slightly, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Could it be that the person who killed Qingshan back then is behind the Chen family? Otherwise, why would the Chen family attack us for no reason? Could they have overheard our discussions? Even if they did, they should have fled early rather than seeking death. Chen Feng looked up at the sky. The gathering thunder was still not fully formed, its power somewhat lacking. If it weren't for the precaution according to Chen Feng's nature, he would have directly launched an attack. To deal with you, my Chen family, is sufficient, Chen Feng said calmly. Brat. The second elder could no longer restrain himself and cursed loudly. I can't be bothered to talk to you, you all deserve to die. Come lightning. As the gathering thunder above completed with a thought, Chen Feng unleashed the palm thunder, directly attacking the elders of the Lian sect. Do you really think we have good tempers? Die. A few of them blocked Chen Feng's strike, unleashing their treasures with murderous intent, ready to engage Chen Feng in battle. However, after one strike, Chen Feng turned and left without hesitation. In the sky, countless thunders raged down, and with Chen Feng's mark, the 5 members of the Lian sect instantly became the primary targets of the lightning explosion. Quick dodge. The second elder's eyes bulged at this scene. The terrifying energy intensity and the roaring thunder deeply attacked his fragile heart. This strike was several times more powerful than Chen Feng's palm thunder. If they survived, they would at least suffer heavy injuries. Boom. A wave of thunder swept through, reducing the entire Lian sect's building to ruins. The thunder still showed no signs of stopping. The disciples of the Lian sect, who had not yet been turned to ashes under the thunder's assault, looked up carefully and saw a figure, like a god or demon, standing amidst the myriad thunders, wielding the heavenly lightning to attack. Chen Feng, brat, if you have the ability, face us directly. Amidst the ruins, countless stones were blasted open, and a figure blackened from the strikes emerged. Looking at the devastated Lian sect, he let out a furious roar. Such terrifying heavenly lightning would surely result in countless casualties among the Lian sect's disciples, severely wounding their vitality. Even 2 elders had perished beneath the heavenly thunder. Noisy. In midair, Chen Feng coldly observed the changing expressions of the Lian sect elders, disdainfully uttering 2 words as his mana surged, directing the heavenly thunder towards Liyun Mountain. Brat. Before he could die from the previous strike, Liyun Mountain, blood flowing from his mouth, also spotted Chen Feng in the air. Instantly, he transformed into a sharp blade, charging at Chen Feng. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind sweep in an overwhelming aura, radiating high temperatures, as a pair of enormous iron fists came smashing down upon him. Bang! Liyun Mountain's old face collided with Chen Chua's iron fists, and the 2 immediately engaged in battle. A body-refining golden core cultivator. The Chen family really hides deeply. Liyun Mountain's pupils constricted. Facing a body-refining cultivator was the least favorable situation. Moreover, he was heavily injured otherwise. Second elder, fifth elder, come quickly. Seeing that he couldn't win, he immediately shouted, unleashing his strongest divine technique. Come save me. However, just as the 2 golden cores obscured by lightning appeared, the hidden Xia Jiao also emerged. Instantly their eyes met, and the second elder was the first to flee into the distance. Die. Chen Feng flew over to block him, transforming into the Lightning King, unleashing countless terrifying attacks, as if they were free. Xia Jiao also drew her sword, heavily striking down towards the 5th elder. The 2, already in poor condition, quickly fell under their assault. Seeing the 2 die, Chen Feng pointed a hand towards the sky, and a red light suddenly shot upwards. In the high sky, a massive explosion formed, scattering countless flames, transforming into a large character representing Chen. 1,000 miles away, Chen Chuyun saw the faint Chen character in the sky. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, all of you set off at the fastest speed to reach the battlefield. Outside the formation, 31 figures stepped in. Chen Roashi had set up a small concealment formation, and upon seeing the surviving disciples of the Lian sect, unleashed a heavy blow from behind. The movements were fluid, yet brutally effective. Already having been slaughtered a few times, the surviving Lian sect cultivators were pitifully few, and they were being taken down by a well-conditioned foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Feng, we have no enmity. Why are you being so ruthless against my sect? Are you not afraid of revenge from my father Lai Zun? Liyun Mountain under siege, though a late-phase golden core, could not withstand the 3 attackers. Being beaten back, his breath was extremely weak. I heard someone say this 20 years ago. His name was Lai Qingshan. Chen Feng spoke calmly. His light words exploded in Liyun Mountain's mind like thunder. How could it be you? A mere Chen family. Before he could finish, his face turned extremely bitter. I never expected the culprit we searched for would be right under our noses. He felt immense regret, while the suggestion of the fourth elder echoed in his mind. Ha ha ha. He laughed madly. Karma, this is karma. But why couldn't it have happened earlier? Karma. Indeed, it is the karma you disciples of the sect have sown, the evil fruits you have reaped. Chen Feng appeared before Liyun Mountain like a specter. In his moment of daze, he thrust his hand piercing straight through his chest. A bright red heart still pulsating rhythmically was held in Chen Feng's hand. Watch yourself in your next life. Chen Feng snorted coldly, uttering a heartfelt remark before exerting force, crushing the heart and violently destroying his internal organs with his raging mana. In the Liyun Mountain's death, before my eyes lies a desolate ruin, the shattered remains of the Lian sect. No trace of its former glory can be seen. Chen Feng hovers in midair, quietly observing the downfall of such a once great power. His emotions are a jumbled mix. 20 years, a full 2 decades, and he has finally avenged himself. With the eradication of the powerful sect that had long loomed over his family, this entire region spanning 10 counties is now free. No more threats. Chen County has become the stronghold of the Chen clan. Even if the sect master returns, what awaits him is merely a wasteland. Revenge will be impossible. Now, with years of skill cultivation under his belt, his mastery of formations has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Chen County has long been fortified like an iron fortress with formations that connect to spiritual veins, making it nearly impossible to breach for decades. Decades later, his descendants will multiply, and at that time, they will fear no threats. Chen Feng's heart is calm as he surveys the ruins around him. After a moment of silence, as the cleanup crew arrives, Chen Feng descends from the sky. Remove the spiritual veins. The spiritual veins of the Lian sect are 3rd tier, a resource typically owned only by nascent soul powers. Adhering to the principle of leaving no trace, he embodies the spirit of Chen Gong in relocating the spiritual veins, determined to pack them away no matter the difficulty. Everything is proceeding in full swing as time slips away. The commotion caused by the Lian sect has attracted the attention of neighboring powers. However, they find that the entire Lian sect has been reduced to ruins. Amidst the crowd's fear, they catch sight of the flag fluttering in the wind at the highest point of the Lian sect. The Chen family, it actually is the Chen family. Numerous powers rush to spread the news, which detonates like thunder, sweeping across the entire southern region. The nascent soul families and sects all receive this news. The Lian sect has been destroyed by a golden core family, the recently rising Chen family. The Lian sect was a legitimate nascent soul power, and even though the nascent soul was absent, it still possessed 5 golden cores to guard it. Not to mention the 4th tier formations. This is truly unbelievable. In Yuanwu City, the nascent soul family and the ancient Yuan clan, I never expected such a small family as the Chen family to possess such strength. Their audacity is impressive. I admire that. They were too impulsive. Even if they destroyed the current Lian sect, what of it? The sect master is still alive. In my opinion, when he returns, the Chen family will be in for a rough time. That's a pity, Yuan Mu said, shaking his head regretfully, as if lamenting Chen Feng's impulsiveness. Destroying the Lian sect, which only had 5 golden cores, wasn't much. Even he could have handled it himself. Yet the sect master is not dead, and moreover, there is a colossal force standing behind him. While that is true, the Chen family's destruction of the Lian sect does allow us to breathe easier. Yuan Jin raised an eyebrow, grinning as he suggested, how about we wait for the sect master to seek revenge on the Chen family, and when he does, we intervene. We can not only irritate the sect master, but also gain favor with the Chen family. That's not feasible. We won't have a chance to intervene later. She is at the Chen family now. Yuan Mu shook his head, rejecting this proposal. She. Yuan Jin's brow furrowed, and his pupils constricted. Is the news confirmed? She really is from the Taiwei estate. That's correct. Yuan Mu nodded. When he first learned this news, he was equally astonished. Chen Feng is really fortunate. Yuan Jin sighed, a hint of envy in his eyes. If that's the case, should we invite him to the secret realm for the Southern Region Immortal Assembly in 3 years? We owe a considerable debt of gratitude to the Taiwei estate. It's only right to do them a favor. After all, the Chen family's strength already qualifies them to participate. It's only a matter of time. Listening to Yuan Jin's suggestion, Yuan Mu fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Then he'll notify the other friends and later send someone to inform the Chen family. No need for all that trouble. He'll go personally. Chen Feng is quite appealing to me, Yuan Jin smiled. For someone who has practiced cultivation for less than 150 years and has already entered the golden core stage, while also gathering such a significant force. He is simply a prodigy, and thus not only he but the other family powers are also very curious about him. He is a formidable character. Inside the Chen family, Chen Feng listens to Chen Wuzai's report. The items stored in the Lian sect's treasury include 15 million low-grade spirit stones, 540 medium-grade spirit stones, and 200 high-grade spirit stones. In terms of low-grade spirit stones, the total is 8115000. The value of various treasures is approximately 30 million low-grade spirit stones. One medium-grade spirit stone equals 100 low-grade spirit stones, and so forth. Upon learning this amount, Chen Feng was completely stunned. A nascent soul power truly lives up to its name, far wealthier than an average golden core power. Even if the Chen family has no income from now on, these spirit stones would be sufficient for 100 years of consumption. Indeed, killing and plundering is the simplest road to wealth. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng declared every member involved in this battle shall receive tenfold rewards, while the remaining clan members will receive rewards according to the grand banquet. After all the arrangements were made, Chen Feng leaned back slightly in his chair. In his mind, the interface of task completion appeared. Side quest: exterminate the Lian sect has changed. Reward: Qing Tree Martial Arts Martial Honor Volumes Cultivation Method replaced with 5,000 heritage points completed. Claim reward. Ding Qing Tree has been distributed. 5,000 heritage points have been distributed. Qing Tree grows one ring every 300 years. Each ring can bear 7 Qing fruits. Each Qing fruit can enhance cultivation, strengthen root bones, and extend lifespan by 10 years. Note, every 3,000 years the number of fruits doubles. Damn! Chen Feng couldn't help but curse upon seeing this. This spirit plant, much like the Qianbai tree, can serve as the foundation for the family's eternal legacy. Each tree has its unique features, but both significantly enhance the family's depth. I wonder if using the wood spirit pill can enhance the growth years of the Qing tree. If it can, Chen Feng suppressed his excitement and carefully planted the Qing tree at the peak of Qin Peak. Just as he was about to try using the wood spirit pill to see if it had the effect of enhancing growth years, Chen Yunqi arrived on his sword. Father, someone is looking for Elder Wuzai. Seems to be a family member. You should go take a look. Family member. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. He had never heard Chen Wuzai mention his family before they met. Now suddenly appearing, what could this family member be? Let's go take a look. Chen Feng made up his mind to check out what his old friend's so-called family member was about. Chen Feng rode the wind and parted the layers of clouds. He arrived at the place where Chen Yunqi mentioned before, whom Chen Wuzai's so-called family member stood. Just as he landed, a somewhat familiar voice sounded in his ears. Chen Feng. Senior Chen Feng. It's you. Upon seeing the person, Chen Feng's mind drifted back to decades ago in Chunan City to the manager of the Wanbao Trading Company. Wan Eugene. It is truly an honor that you still remember me, Senior Chen Feng. Wan Eugene said, a complex expression crossing his face as he looked at Chen Feng. It hadn't been long, yet Chen Feng had already stepped into the Golden Core realm, while he himself remained stagnant. It's been a while since I last saw Manager Eugene. Over the years, we owe much to your care and cooperation with the Chen family's business. Of course. The foundation establishment pills that Senior Chen Feng provides each year have greatly increased the performance of the Wanbao Trading Company. I should be the one thanking you. The two exchanged pleasantries, engaged in mutual flattery. Looking serious, Wan Eugene said, I have come today to trouble Senior Chen Feng because I have a request. He continued, I wish to see your son-in-law Wan Chen Wuzai. Chen Feng gave him a once-over, pondering in his mind. After marrying into the Chen family, Wan Wuzai had officially changed his name to Chen, receiving Chen Feng's vigorous training, and was also the only trusted confidant outside of Chen Feng's wives and children. The resources he invested alone amounted to over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. While Chen Wuzai bore the surname Wan, he seemed to have no connection to the Wanbao Trading Company aside from sharing the same surname with the ruling family. Now with Wan Eugene seeking him out, it seemed there was more to the story. Yunqi, go fetch Elder Wuzai. Chen Feng waved his hand, instructing Chen Yunqi to call Chen Wuzai. Thank you, Senior Chen Feng. Wan Eugene sincerely expressed his gratitude. Chen Feng smiled in return, saying, no need for thanks. However, I would like to know what connection your Wan family has with my son-in-law. This. Wan Eugene's expression turned somewhat difficult. He seemed conflicted, his gaze unintentionally flickering towards a void behind him. Very well. A figure stepped out from the distant void, appearing before Chen Feng in just a few strides. Chen Feng's heart suddenly raced, his whole being surging with energy, a wave of excitement coursing through him. Nascent soul. Chen Feng took a breath, quietly connecting with the family's formation. Young friend Chen Feng, there is no need to be tense. I am Wuzai's grandfather. Wan Wutian revealed, a warm smile calming the fluctuating aura around him as he took a gentle step back. Ahem. Chen Feng pretended to cough twice, scrutinizing the radiant elder before him. He stood over 8 feet tall, exuding an air of celestial grace with a demeanor that seemed to hide his true power, appearing much like an ordinary elderly man. This was also Chen Feng's first time dealing with a nascent soul cultivator up close. Such beings held a prominent status throughout the entire Great Chu. You are Wuzai's grandfather. Chen Feng's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could Chen Wuzai have such a background? What of the hardships he had faced before? He might have already reached the Golden Core realm had he returned home to rely on his family. The elder's face was full of emotion, his gaze seemingly lost in distant memories as his voice grew slightly somber. My name is Wan Wutian, born into the Wan family of the battle lineage. In my later years I had a son named Wan Wuming, who is also Wu Zai's father. Chen Feng quietly examined the elder, noticing a slight resemblance to Chen Wuzai, but something felt off. How could a third-generation immortal born into a wealthy family, like the Wan family, end up in a small place, like Yuanying County, struggling for resources? Wan Wutian slowly continued. After Wuming entered Qi refinement, I went out to seek a breakthrough opportunity, and only returned 10 years ago. There's a story. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, a sense of curiosity igniting within him. Wan Wutian's expression was quite complex, filled with regret and pain. I have a bad temper and have made many enemies within the clan. After I left for more than 20 years, they oppressed my descendants, ultimately forcing him out of the family and leaving him lost. Suddenly, Wan Wuxian's face flooded with anger as he said in a deep voice, "It was only after I returned that I learned of everything that transpired and eventually found my own trace." After Wan Wutian finished speaking, Chen Feng also looked filled with emotion. In the world of cultivation families, there were plenty of disputes with open and covert struggles over resources. Wan Wuming was a casualty of the Wan family's resource conflicts. At that time, Wan Wutian was old and had been presumed dead outside, which ultimately led to him being expelled from the family, and Wan Wuzai mysteriously dying after more than a decade. Wan Wutian had been searching everywhere, and in recent years the Wanbao Trading Company had continuously connected with the Chun family, interacting frequently with Chen Wuzai, which is how he came to seek them out. In other words, Chen Wuzai is Wan Wutian's only direct descendant. Chen Feng gasped in surprise. Head of the family. Chen Wuzai had also arrived at Chen Feng's side, trembling as he looked at Wan Wutian. Wan Wutian was likewise fixated on Chen Wuzai, his eyes filled with guilt. He is. Chen Wuzai gazed at Wan Wutian, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the elder before him, as if his bloodline was stirring within him. Chen Feng looked at Chen Wuzai with a complex expression, then slowly said, "Your grandfather." "What? How is that possible?" Chen Wuzai's pupils constricted, disbelief flooding his features. Had it not been for the fact that Chen Feng had never spoken lies, he would have thought it was a joke. After Chen Feng spoke, Wan Wutian's voice trembled like a lonely old man who had suddenly found his family. "Wuzai, I am your grandfather." Chen Wuzai wanted to say, "You're taking advantage of me," but for some reason his eyes felt a bit wet. The elder before him bore some resemblance to him and felt incredibly close, perhaps truly being his grandfather. After all, once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, they become intimately aware of their own bloodline. Facing this elder, the stirring within him could not be mistaken. Seeing that Chen Wuzai did not speak, Wan Wutian took a step closer, wrapping his arms around Chen Wuzai, his voice somewhat choked. "Wuzai, I am your grandfather, Wan Wutian. Your father's name is Wan Wuming, and once." The Wan family is divided into battle and commerce lineages, one side maintaining the family's safety, while the other develops industries to acquire resources. The battle lineage is referred to as Wu, while the commerce lineage is referred to as Yu. Initially, Chen Wuzai struggled a bit, feeling resistant to an unfamiliar grandfather. However, after hearing Wan Wutian's recounting, he stopped struggling, tears forming in his eyes as he allowed Wan Wutian to stroke his head. This scene made Chen Feng's nose feel a bit sour. As someone who was also a grandfather, he understood the pains involved. Unknowingly, memories from long ago began to surface in his mind of an elder with a now blurred face, gently holding a child. Chen Feng turned to Chen Yunqi and said, "Instruct your elder brother to prepare a feast to welcome our honored guests. Also bring your sister Ziyun and little Jiang over." "Understood, father. I'll be back soon." Chen Yunqi felt a bit emotional as he glanced at Chen Wuzai, who was embraced by Wan Wutian, recounting their bittersweet past. Channeling his magical power, he quickly left the scene. "Father, husband." Shortly after, Chen Yunqi arrived with the two women, Ziyun and her daughter. Chen Ziyun first called out to Chen Feng, then turned to look at Chen Wuzai, whose eyes were filled with tears. Her heart fluttered. It was the first time she saw her husband in such a posture. When Chen Feng agreed to marry her, he was equally moved, his eyes brimming with tears. "Grandfather, why is father crying? Who is that old grandfather?" Chen Feng's clothes were tugged, and a soft voice rang out. Chen Feng smiled as he bent down, pinching Chen Jiang's chubby little face, and gently said, "Your father is just happy you can call that old grandfather Zenji." The little one was counting on her fingers, trying to remember the term Zenji in her mind. While the two generations were chatting, Chen Wuzai's eyes were slightly red as he beckoned to his wife softly, saying, "Ziyun, come here for a moment." After some exchange, Chen Ziyun's eyes widened in disbelief, and with a slight nod from Chen Feng, she called out, "Grandfather." Wan Wutian was overjoyed and presented a valuable storage ring to Chen Ziyun. "Zenji Jiangjiang wants a gift too." The little one jumped down from Chen Feng's arms and ran over to Wan Wutian. Seeing the cute little creature, Wan Wuxian's heart melted. His great-grandchild had been born, and with a loving expression, he took out a fragrant spiritual herb and a shiny storage ring. After handing the storage ring to Chen Jiangjiang, he looked up at Chen Feng and said, "Chen Feng, my young friend, this is a 4th-grade Tianqing grass, which can refine your foundation and enhance your aptitude. You should know how to use this." This was one of the few herbs that could improve innate aptitude, and countless nobility had pursued it for their less gifted offspring. Of course, Wan Wutian meant for Chen Feng, being an alchemist, to use the spiritual herb on Chen Jiangjiang. Chen Feng was naturally happy to accept this for his child, and the little girl had dual spiritual roots, so with the enhancement her future prospects would be broader. "Then I will accept this on behalf of Jiangjiang." Chen Feng took the spiritual herb and said, "Since you are Wuzai's grandfather, you are also my elder. I am glad for your reunion. Let us discuss this further inside." Wan Wutian nodded as well, but didn't seem appropriate to linger outside someone's home, so since Chen Feng invited him, they went inside together. Once inside, Chen Feng observed everyone thoughtfully. When his gaze met Wan Yujian's, there was a hint of evasion in his eyes. Chen Feng understood that this matter might not be so simple. After a harmonious lunch, Wan Wutian looked at Chen Feng with a hint of apology. He took out a storage ring from his pocket and said, "Chen Feng, my young friend, thank you for taking care of my grandson over the years. This is a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it." "Here it comes." Chen Feng's eyelids twitched as he took the ring, eager to know what he wanted to say. Wan Wutian said solemnly, "Inside are 3 gathering peak pills and the main spiritual herbs for the transformation pill. Moreover, I promise that if Li Zun comes seeking revenge, I will definitely come to stop him and protect the Chen family from harm." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng placed the ring down and stared intently at Wan Wutian, saying sternly, "Senior Wutian, you surely have other intentions, right?" Chen Wuzai also seemed to realize something and suddenly looked up at Wan Wutian. A flash of surprise crossed Wan Wuxian's eyes as he smiled and said, "I do have a request. I want to take Wuzai home. If you agree, then these conditions will take effect. I swear it on my Tao heart." At those words, the room fell silent. "I refuse. This is my home." Chen Wuzai suddenly stood up, glaring straight at Wan Wutian. "Nonsense. If you return with me, everything I have will be yours. I have also prepared many spiritual herbs to enhance your aptitude, and you can enjoy the Wan family's resources, allowing you to reach the golden core stage faster. I even prepared a transformation pill for you," Wan Wutian said in a deep voice, throwing out one tempting condition after another. Chen Feng was also astonished by this grand gesture. The herbs for enhancing aptitude were all at least 4th grade, worth their weight in gold. And as for the transformation pill, it was worth no less than 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Chen Feng gazed intently at Chen Wuzai, wanting to know what choice he would make. Chen Feng believed he had treated Chen Wuzai well. He provided resources and guidance perfectly and held one of the highest positions of power in the clan. Father. Chen Jiangjiang also understood the implication. The grandfather she had just recognized wanted to take her father away. Her little face instantly turned pitiful. Chen Ziyun also gritted her teeth, staring intently at the man she loved. Chen Wuzai showed no hesitation and directly refused, saying, "Grandfather, I vowed before that once I entered the Chen family, I would be a member of the Chen family, never to abandon it under any circumstances. Furthermore, I am now called Chen Wuzai, and I have nothing to do with the Wan family. I am a member of the Chen family, and here I have my beloved woman, my child, and my respected and grateful." Chen Wuzai hesitated to speak, looking at Chen Feng with closed eyes, suddenly opening them seriously and saying, "And my respected, grateful father-in-law, who is also my benefactor. This kid." Chen Feng's tightly wounded heart relaxed, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Chen Ziyun felt the same, her eyes slightly red. "Wuzai." Wan Wutian wanted to speak again, but Chen Wuzai interrupted him, saying, "Grandfather, no need to say more. My mind is made up. Wuzai, my little ancestor, it's not easy for old ancestor Wutian either. You should go back." Wan Yojin, who had been silent, finally spoke up, trying to persuade him. "You shut your mouth." Unexpectedly, Wan Wutian directly scolded him. Then, with a loving expression and a hint of emotion in his eyes, he said heavily, "You truly are my descendant, my grandson, Wan Wutian, clear in your grievances and affections. As a grandfather, I have not done well, so I agree for you to stay in the Chen family. And the agreement I mentioned earlier still stands." Now it was Chen Feng, Chen Wuzai, and the others turned to be astonished, looking at the old man in disbelief. Wan Wutian, lacking the imposing aura of a nascent soul, appeared like a loving grandfather, smiling as he said, "If Chen Feng, my young friend, agrees, I can frequently come to stay at the Chen family and keep Wuzai company, and I can also stand against that old fellow Li Zun for you." Wan Wutian felt he owed his only descendant a lot, and after thinking it over, he still respected Wuzai's wishes. After all, without Chen Feng, he would not have found this only descendant, and he might never see him again. As for the Wan family, he didn't have much emotional attachment to them, let alone Wan Wuzai, who had suffered since childhood. Chen Feng rubbed his nose, not expecting the situation to develop in this direction. He had been prepared for Wan Wutian to fly into a rage, followed by exchanging all his inheritance points to acquire the explosive spirit transformation pill to confront him. Chen Feng smiled. Having a nascent soul sitting in the clan was still free, so what good thing could he refuse? Yuanwu City Yuan family visiting the Chen family. A booming voice echoed throughout the Chen family, causing Chen Feng to furrow his brows even from several miles away. Nascent soul. Another nascent soul has arrived. Chen Feng, my young friend, should I intervene? Wan Wutian spoke beside him. Chen Feng shook his head. There's no need to trouble the elder. The visitor should harbor no ill intentions. You continue your reunion. Oh, I will see what the situation is. Chen Feng stood up and vanished into the grand hall in just a few steps. The Yuan family's nascent soul from Yuanwu City. I don't think my Chen family has any ties with them. Why have they suddenly come? Chen Feng felt somewhat uncertain, yet he was not afraid, arriving before Yuan Jin in less than 2 breaths. Chen Feng, greetings to Elder Yuan Jin. Chen Feng cupped his hands and assessed him with his gaze. Yuan Jin was naturally not here to cause trouble. His aura was restrained, merely using his powers to announce his visit. Chen Feng, my young friend, you are truly a remarkable talent, so young and accomplished. Yuan Jin smiled at Chen Feng. A golden core under 200 years old is indeed considered young among cultivators. Of course, this is only true in the southern region. I am flattered. May I ask what brings the elder to my Chen family? Chen Feng humbly inquired. Naturally, I heard that you destroyed the Lion sect and came to learn more. This left Chen Feng momentarily at a loss, wondering what Yuan Jin's true intentions were. At this moment, a sound of breaking air echoed. Xia Jiao approached Chen Feng's side, looking at Yuan Jin with a blank expression. What do you wish to know? To annex my Chen family. Yuan Jin's expression was indeed as expected, smiling. I would not dare. How could I act against the Chen family with you here? My purpose for coming this time is to extend an invitation to you to join the Southern Region Immortal Assembly. Chen Feng glanced at Xia Jiao. He was becoming increasingly unable to see through this woman. Yuan Jin, a nascent soul, was treating her with utmost courtesy. He needed to find an opportunity to test her depth and the secrets she was hiding. What is the Southern Region Immortal Assembly? Chen Feng looked at Yuan Jin a bit puzzled. To this day, he hadn't even heard of this assembly. Yuan Jin smiled and said, the Chen family has only recently become a golden core family, so it is normal not to know about this. I would like to hear more. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Even this small southern region he had not fully comprehended. Yuan Jin did not hold back, as he was here primarily to invite Chen Feng to join the Southern Region Immortal Assembly. The Southern Region Immortal Assembly is established by the well-known and prestigious cultivating families of the Southern Region, primarily aimed at controlling other cultivation resources in the Southern Region, sharing and exploring certain secret realms together, and confronting challenges from outside cultivators. Listening to Yuan Jin's lengthy explanation, Chen Feng understood that this was essentially a rehashed version of a benefit alliance. Moreover, the Southern Region Immortal Assembly would reject forces outside the assembly. Joining would bring far more benefits than harm. I agree. He also heard Xia Jiao's voice in his ear. Chen Feng nodded, agreeing. Seeing Chen Feng's agreement, Yuan Jin also revealed a smile, patting Chen Feng on the shoulder. I knew I had not misjudged you. Straightforward. 3 years later, on the 4th day of the 4th month, come to Chunan for the meeting. 3 years later. Chen Feng's eyes flickered. Rest assured, it is beneficial, not harmful, to discuss the allocation of personnel for the secret realms. Secret realm. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, looking at Yuan Jin. Yuan Jin smiled and said, the secret realms are divided into primitive secret realms, which are some small worlds either drifting or fixed in the immortal spirit continent. However, primitive secret realms are rare and contain immense opportunities. The secret realm we are discussing this time is called the Jinsheng Secret Realm. It is rumored to be the transformation of a nearly immortal existence's golden spiritual root from ancient times, which contains many rare items and perhaps even the inheritance left by that existence. Chen Feng took a deep breath, absorbing these secrets of the cultivation world. Secret realms are not open to the public and are generally controlled by various major forces. Moreover, Chen Feng also learned a terrifying piece of news. Such a secret realm is merely the transformation of a nearly immortal cultivator's golden spiritual root. How powerful must the legendary immortals truly be? After more exchanges, Yuan Jin handed Chen Feng a token and then vanished into the horizon. Chen Feng pondered as he put away the purple jade token engraved with the character for South and turned to look at Xia Jiao. My dear mother-in-law, how many secrets are you hiding from me? Could you reveal a thing or two to your son-in-law? Xia Jiao shot a glance at Chen Feng, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Who is your dear? Next time, don't add that phrase when addressing me. It's too mushy. All right, whatever you say, I will agree to it. Chen Feng smiled at her, continuing to inquire. Then can you tell me something? I am quite curious. Xia Jiao's lips curled, covering her mouth with a silver bell-like laugh. Want to know? I do. Chen Feng looked at her with eager eyes. If you want to know, come to my room to find me. I will tell you slowly. Xia Jiao struck a seductive pose, getting up and leaving Chen Feng with a few words before transforming into a streak of light into a small courtyard. Chen Feng looked closely and could see that Xia Jiao had indeed entered the room, the door wide open. She seemed to be waiting for Chen Feng. Chen Feng's face darkened as he seemed to recall some unpleasant experiences, muttering as he walked away. Here we go again. Once I have the strength to suppress you, I will let you truly feel what it means to have a dragon diving into the sea. As the saying goes, misfortunes come in threes. Having fallen for her tricks twice, it would be rude to fall for them a third time. Back in the reception hall, Wan Eugene had already left. Under the arrangement of Ziyun, Wan Wutian had settled into a courtyard not far from Chun Wuzai and his wife. On the table, the storage ring that Chen Feng had placed down lay quietly. Chen Feng was not polite, directly putting it away. The gathering top pill is a valuable item costing 2,000 inheritance points each in his possession. Although he could refine it himself, a skilled craftsman cannot make bricks without straw. The medicinal materials are hard to come by. If purchased in the inheritance shop, the price is also somewhat inflated. These three are just enough for Chun Wuzai, Chen Chuling, and Chen Ruashi. With that thought, Chen Feng once again opened the system shop. He still had 11300 inheritance points. It's time to buy some offensive spells. Chen Feng's eyes fell on a weakened version of the Buddha country in hand. Weakened Buddha country, cultivating to great success, allows the fusion of the 5 elements to deliver a devastating strike, or the 5 elements can be transformed into a prison, trapping the target within. Required inheritance points, 10000. Buddha country, a great power of the Buddhist sect in another world. If cultivated to great success, a large world can reside within one's palm. A single palm strike can unleash the might of an entire world. Required inheritance points, 10000. Currently, Chen Feng lacks a powerful attack technique. The art of the Buddha kingdom in the palm is precisely what he needs at this moment. Moreover, it is important to note that its prestige is quite high, and as he possesses the 5 elements spiritual root, it is a perfect fit. Ding! 100 inheritance points have been successfully deducted. Instantly, a surge of information flooded into his mind, allowing him to better control the power of the 5 elements. However, he was somewhat displeased with the name, as there is no concept of Buddha in this world. It felt odd, especially with the noticeable mention of a weakened version in the description. System, can I change the name of the Buddha kingdom in my palm? Ding. Yes, the host may rename it. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised, not expecting the system to have so many hidden features. He realized he would need to continue exploring them. Rename it to the immortal kingdom in my palm. After a series of prompt sounds, the renaming was successful and felt more fitting for this cultivation world. Open the system panel. Name Chen Feng Realm Mid Golden Core, full mastery of metal, wood, fire, and thunder, spiritual roots techniques, 10,000 spirits, longevity technique, pure yang formula, 5 elements formula, pure yang, immortal technique, 8, absolute palms, crimson, sword technique, room, techniques, pill, and artifact, compendium, immortal kingdom in my palm. Array mastery, peak, level 3, array master. Alchemy mastery, tier 3, alchemist. Refining mastery, tier 3, refining master. Lifespan, 1800 inheritance value, 1300 family members, 38301, with descendants, possessing spiritual roots, 235. Main quest, none. Side quests, none. Family reputation, 140. In this small region, no one is unaware. Achievements, head of the family, renowned and Yuanling, lord of a prefecture, top influencer in the southern region. Seeing his dwindling inheritance points, Chen Feng sighed. It seems necessary to activate the backup hidden resources. System exchange, all available reputation for inheritance points. Ding. Exchange successful, 600 inheritance points have been credited. In an instant, his pouch became full. Looking at the newly acquired immortal kingdom in his palm, Chen Feng fell silent for a moment. How many inheritance points are required to elevate the immortal kingdom in my palm to perfection? Ding. 10 inheritance points can be exchanged for 1 year of freely managing skill mastery. To comprehend the immortal kingdom in my palm to perfection, 300 years are needed. Chen Feng's expression darkened. The system remained as harsh as ever. Suppressing his urge to complain, he spoke, upgrade the immortal kingdom in my palm to perfection. Ding. 300 inheritance points have been successfully deducted. Instantly, countless fragments of memory along with gentle energy surged into his mind and body. In just a moment, the immortal kingdom in his palm reached perfection. Chen Feng took a deep breath and slapped out towards the sky. A portion of his mana was instantly drained, and the power of the 5 elements, accompanied by bursts of lightning, transformed into a colossal mana hand over 10 feet tall. With a resounding clap, the light shone upon the land, piercing the overcast sky and creating a massive opening. Following that, the roar of thunder erupted once more. The The commotion was quite significant, startling Wan Wutian, who was amusing Chun Jiangjiang, making him think someone was attacking. Chen Feng's strike was truly terrifying. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator caught off guard would likely turn to nothing under this blow. When I was at mid-golden core, I was nowhere near as fearsome as him. This in-law is indeed an extraordinary cultivator. Wan Wutian sighed, realizing that watching such a family grow gradually was indeed a pleasure. With that thought, he ceased to focus on Chen Feng's activity and continued to amuse his little great-grandson, enjoying the warmth of family. Chen Feng gathered his energy and cast a thoughtful glance towards the clan. After reaching perfection in the immortal kingdom, his perception had indeed improved slightly. Just a moment ago, he felt someone watching him, but that feeling vanished without a trace. At this moment, Xia Jiao's voice rang out. Chen Feng, I thought someone was attacking, and I hurriedly ended my cultivation to come over only to find it was you causing the ruckus. So has your cultivation advanced significantly? Xia Jiao wore a curious expression. Chen Feng had repeatedly shattered her usual perceptions. Now his cultivation was even stronger than hers by a margin. It is known that Chen Feng possesses the 5 elements spiritual root, while she has the heavenly spiritual root, yet Chen Feng has surpassed her. I've merely cultivated a technique. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled mischievously as he looked at Xia Jiao. Dear mother-in-law, would you like to try the new technique I developed? Xia Jiao glared at Chen Feng angrily. She had felt the power of that strike earlier. It had made her feel a chill run down her spine, realizing this boy was up to mischief. I am not blessed enough to endure that. Xia Jiao looked at him and said, however, you should prepare for the secret realm in 3 years and select the candidates to enter. Can I not accompany you? Chen Feng's eyes flashed with confusion. He knew very little about some secret matters of the cultivation world. He could only deduce based on memories from his past life. No, the Jinshan secret realm has restrictions. Those at the golden core level and above will be repelled by the realm, suffering serious injuries or even death. Is it that serious? Chen Feng was somewhat astonished. This setting felt very familiar. Such secret realms are generally places where protagonists become wealthy, encounter powerful forces, and face challenges from the beginning to the end. Is fighting or killing prohibited inside? Chen Feng asked. Xia Jiao shook her head. It is not prohibited. Cultivation is fundamentally a path of conflict. The realm is fraught with dangers and opportunities abound, making mutual slaughter for opportunities quite normal. Then I understand, if someone dies inside, it won't matter when they come out, right? Chen Feng blinked, pondering. That's right, and no one will be held accountable once they come out, although that is the official stance. Chen Feng nodded. Understood. If something happens, it should be dealt with cleanly. Xia Jiao. At this moment, she wanted to praise Chen Feng's reading comprehension as excellent. All family members at Foundation Establishment or above come to Yunma Hall to see me. Chen Feng ignored Xia Jiao's strange gaze and amplified his mana, spreading it throughout the entire Chen County. In the martial pavilion, Chen Chu, who was teaching Chen Xingxing, looked up at the window. Your great-grandfather's summons must indicate something significant. Now that you have entered mid-heavenly human, you meet your great-grandfather's requirements and should go together. Chen Chu smiled, placing a hand on Chen Xingxing's shoulder. He was very pleased with his grandson. Although he lacked a spiritual root, his martial talent had been inherited from him. With his guidance, Chen Xingxing's martial progress was faster than his own. Chen Yunqi, Chen Chuling, and others at Foundation Establishment also summoned their flying swords to head to the hall atop Chen Peak. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the cultivators of the Chun family at Foundation Establishment had gathered. Among them, half were celestials. Husband, we have also arrived. Chen Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Xia Qiuer and several Foundation Establishment wives also entered the great hall. Observing the gathering of partners gave him a bit of a headache, especially since many were still pregnant. What a pointless commotion. The Chun family was not yet in a predicament that required their partners to take action. However, since they were here, Chen Feng drew a row of seats beside him for them to sit in. Everyone had finally gathered. Looking at the solid foundation of his family, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. Now the Chun family had 27 members at Foundation Establishment, including wives, and 31 celestials, totaling over 50 cultivators at the Foundation Establishment level. Father, is there some war, or are we going to eliminate that power? Chen Chu spoke in a deep voice, his gaze fixed intensely on Chen Feng. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, this gathering is not about war, but rather to select 5 individuals to prepare for the secret realm 3 years from now. Secret realm? The younger generation below inquired. Chen Feng slowly began to explain from the Southern Domain Immortal Assembly to the Jinshan secret realm. However, the people below understood that only those at Foundation Establishment and below could enter the secret realm. Inside there were astonishing opportunities, and Chen Feng needed to select 5 people to participate and compete with other powers. Who will go? Chen Feng looked down at the crowd and asked. I will go. I will go. Before the voices fell, everyone raised their hands. Yunqi, what are you going for? You're only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. It's very dangerous inside. Listen to your brother and put your hand down. Chen Chuling nudged Chen Yunqi's shoulder. Brother Chuling is right, Yunqi, you shouldn't go. Let me go to the secret realm. Stop. I am the strongest already at the peak of foundation establishment. I want a spot. After a long wait for a chance to showcase herself, Chen Ruoxi glared at her noisy brothers and spoke to Chen Feng. Chen Feng scrutinized Chen Ruoxi, whose aura at the peak of foundation establishment revealed her strength among the strongest below golden core. However, in his heart, Chen Feng was not keen on letting Chen Ruoxi take risks. She was a heavenly spirit root and would soon enter golden core smoothly. Going to the secret realm would delay her advancement to golden core. Seeing that Chen Feng did not respond, Chen Ruoxi looked at Xia Qiu'er with a pitiful expression, seeking her support. Mother. Xia Qiu'er shook her head. Her mother had discussed the secret realm with her, and she wasn't keen on letting Ruoxi take the risk. Xia Jiao also remained silent, ignoring the pleading gaze of her precious granddaughter. After a moment of silence, Chen Feng looked seriously at Chen Ruoxi and said, have you thought this through? Even if you are at the peak of foundation establishment, entering there carries significant danger. It would be better to stay home and prepare for breaking through to golden core. I have made up my mind. Strong cultivators cannot be nurtured in a greenhouse. I do not wish to become a cultivator with only cultivation but no strength. Chen Ruoxi looked at Chen Feng, revealing a smile as she continued, moreover, didn't you say that our existence as cultivators is to compete with others, to contend with the heavens, and to fight for our place in this world? I have grown up and have the strength to fight for the Chen family, to seize opportunities. Chen Ruoxi raised her small fist, looking fierce. Chen Feng sighed, since it is so. Chen Feng. A voice rang in his ear. He ignored Xia Jiao's fiery gaze. He continued, you possess such determination, you truly are my daughter. In this world, if we want to survive well and live with dignity and status, we must fight and seize. I agree to your request. The first spot is confirmed. Chen Feng declared decisively, and Chen Ruoxi was overjoyed. However, I have one more thing to say. While we must fight and seize, if one loses their life, then nothing remains. If you can't win, run away. Preserving your life comes first. Chen Feng's words were directed at everyone. Did you all understand? Chen Feng surveyed them with a serious expression. Understood. The Chen family disciples responded seriously. All right, I have decided that the remaining 4 spots will be determined through combat among you. Saying this, Chen Feng stood up. Those who wish to participate in the secret realm 3 years from now, come with me to the training ground. Chen Feng left his seat, and the elite members of the Chen family followed him to the training ground without hesitation. This secret realm journey was one of the few opportunities they had to make a significant contribution to the family. Prior to this, it had always been Chen Feng taking the lead. They never got the chance to participate in major battles, only able to do some finishing work at the back. Now it was finally their turn. What if it was dangerous? In the training ground, Chen Feng looked sternly at the Chen family disciples standing in order. Chen Wuzai was among them, standing tall and waiting for Chen Feng's orders. Chen Ruoxi was the same. Although she was already set for participation, she still joined to prove her strength and determination. 19 at Foundation Establishment, 31 Celestials, just enough for unknown combat. First, I must state that no one is allowed to cause fatal injuries. You now have 2 breaths of time to choose a family member as your opponent, and the fight continues until one is knocked down or surrenders. Chen Feng's voice was cold. In the secret realm, life and death battles would certainly not be few. If a group of little sheep entered, they would likely leave without even a single strand of wool. 1, 2, boom. At Chen Feng's command, Chen Ruoxi took the lead and chanted an incantation. A massive water screen enveloped Chen Yunqi in an instant. Suppress. The water screen transformed into a sphere enveloping Chen Yunqi, the power of water spiraling around him. In an instant, Chen Yunqi found himself unable to move, tightly controlled by the water pressure, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Yunqi, you should practice well at home instead. Chen Ruoxi waved her hand, causing the water sphere to explode, suddenly releasing Chen Yunqi, who collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way. The immense pressure had drained his stamina completely, just shy of causing internal injuries. Surrender. Chen Ruoxi looked at him with a friendly expression. No, Ruome. Before he could finish, a flash of white light surrounded him. A small formation enveloped him, and all he could hear was a series of punching sounds and Chen Ruoxi's friendly admonitions. Bang, bang. Will you surrender or not? After a while, Chen Yunqi collapsed to the ground, completely unable to continue fighting. Chen Ruoxi removed the bandages from her fists and said, I'm sorry, brother Yunqi. I'm doing this for your own good. Who told you to be so stubborn? Chen Feng watched this scene, feeling a sudden tingle on his scalp. Had he raised Chen Ruoxi incorrectly? Xia Jiao also looked at him with a frown. Ahem, well. Ruoxi, you did very well. With simple and direct methods, Chen Yunxi was dealt with without any need for magical power, and to prevent this young man from making a fool of himself, a concealment array was set up. Meticulously, this young man, Chen Yunxi, unaware of his own limitations, deserved a lesson. Chen Feng used his magical power to lift him up and entrusted him to his great-grandson to take him away for recuperation. Soon it was time for Chen Chuling to battle Chen Chuyan. As the two exchanged blows, various spells filled the air, with one setting fire while the other doused it. Their strengths were nearly equal, and Chen Chuling, with his long knife in hand, did not hesitate. Magical power clung to the blade, its might growing stronger. He turned to evade Chen Chuyan's fire spirit technique, slicing out 2 swift strikes. One agile movement brought him behind his opponent, delivering a kick to the latter's backside, as magical power surged with spirit energy. Countless vines erupted from the ground, binding him tightly as a palm struck out. Before Chen Chuyan could free himself from the restraints, he hurriedly defended against this blow. The collision sent Chen Chuyan flying, and even though he had prepared, he suffered a significant impact. When did you master the wood spirit technique? The wood spirit technique was a disaggregation of the 5 elements technique by Chen Feng, split into 5 spells, each being top tier in foundation establishment. Just a few days ago, Chen Chuling casually remarked, forming a hand seal, with one hand the fire spirit root, suddenly unleashing a torrent of flames. Chen Chuyan quickly attempted to use a water spirit technique, but it was too late. Although he avoided most of the damage, he was still left coughing out smoke. At this moment he realized he was no match for Chen Chuling and waved his hands. I concede. You can have this spot. If I don't return with good results, I'll laugh at you for a lifetime. Chen Chuling breathed a sigh of relief. Like him, Chen Chuyan was in the late stages of foundation establishment, and if they continued to fight, he would soon run out of stamina and magical power. Don't worry. Chen Chuling smiled. After this round, there were still 20 participants left. Thus they continued with the elimination rounds in pairs. Ultimately 5 remained. Chen Ruoshi went without saying, having dealt with her opponent the earliest, and her strikes were quite ruthless. This made Chen Feng somewhat embarrassed. It seemed his daughter was increasingly straying from the path, being so harsh even to her own people. If they were in a secret realm, such scenes were unimaginable. The remaining 4 were Chen Chuling in the late stages of foundation establishment, Chen Wuzhai at the peak of foundation establishment, Chen Xingxing in mid-stage celestial being, and Chen Chuyuan in mid-stage foundation establishment. Considering the potential chaos with so many participants, a generational table was established. First generation Chuling Fu without generational names such as Chun Ruoshi Chen Ziyun. Second generation Mo. Third generation Xing. Beyond the third generation, achieving immortality and everlasting prosperity. Once the term prosperity is reached, the lineage can be continued. Chen Feng spoke earnestly. The 5 of you selected during these 3 years focus on recuperating and enhancing your strength and do more research. If you have any questions, come directly to me. And also, Chen Feng's tone became serious. Make sure to thoroughly read the document I wrote on the cultivation world. Understood. The 5 nodded in succession, and Chen Feng waved his hand, allowing them to leave with unlimited resources. After they left, Wan Wutian approached. Chen Feng, my young friend, the resources required for the horizontal training are excessively large. I suggest that we should focus more on orthodox cultivation in the future. Chen Feng frowned. Apart from a few people in the clan, this was beyond martial arts. In external promotions, even the paths of celestial beings and martial arts have been distorted into horizontal training techniques. The orthodox cultivation world does not hold much regard for horizontal practitioners, and some even dislike them. A group of fanatics who emphasize the physical body and neglect magical power. Though powerful, achieving immortality through their practices is exceptionally difficult. No need to worry, senior, I have my own plans. Chen Feng took a deep breath. Though he had always used horizontal training as an excuse no matter how well he performed. Martial arts and horizontal training are 2 distinct paths, and the divine meanings within them are hard to discern. However, a nascent soul cultivator who is not a clan member could inevitably discover the unusual differences one day. In that moment, a killing intent arose within Chen Feng. Yet it was well concealed, and Wan Wutian beside him felt nothing, merely sensing that he had denied Chen Feng, stirring some emotions within him. Back in the cultivation room, Chen Feng's mind was filled with myriad thoughts. Strength is after all strength. If there's a way to control or to make Wan Wutian wary, then it would not be an issue. Moreover, the other party holds no malice towards himself and the Chen family, even willing to offer some support. This left Chen Feng deeply conflicted. An elder who cherished his grandson was willing to lower himself to the nascent soul level, taking up residence in the Chen family as a quiet elder. To make up for his debts and experience the joys of grandchildren, he was also willing to lend a hand when the Chen family was in trouble. Chen Feng remained silent for a long time. Who can be devoid of feelings? Very well, if he shows any malice towards my Chen family in the future, then I shall not hold back. Not wanting to hurt the feelings of his old brother Chen Feng did not wish to act against him. After all, he had resolutely chosen him before. Dingming quest issued. Participate in the Jinshin secret realm. Obtain the inheritance of the celestial spirit maiden rewards. Dao Heart Seed Demon Inheritance Points 2.0. Void Secret Technique. Simplified version TSK. Chen Feng clicked his tongue. He suspected the system was monitoring him at all times. Was it even watching his interactions with his wife? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. However, he was currently in dire need of the Dao Heart Seed Demon, this renowned technique. Dao Heart Seed Demon can plant a demon seed in the target's heart, subtly altering their mentality for the host's use. Void Secret Technique is a weakened version of a supreme expert's lifelong technique from a certain great world. Cultivating to perfection allows for a small area of instantaneous teleportation. At the great ascension stage, it enables brief manipulation of space and escape into the void. Looking at these two rewards, Chen Feng couldn't help but gasp in awe. What kind of divine-level techniques are these? However, in this main quest, Chen Feng also uncovered a terrifying piece of information. The master of the secret realm is known as the celestial spirit maiden, rumored to be close to immortality. Moreover, she left her inheritance within the Jinshin secret realm. What a terrifying piece of news. Once word gets out, even the celestial sects and immortal clans of this world will take action at any cost to enter the secret realm. However, this quest was issued without a clear beginning or end. Has the secret realm existed for more than 10,000 years? Numerous cultivators have failed to locate the inheritance, now expecting Chen Feng to find it. What are they thinking? His luck might have significantly diminished since acquiring the system. In the market, he couldn't even touch an old man's ring, let alone such an inheritance close to immortality. Given that this main quest is quite difficult, auxiliary tasks have been issued. Seek the dragon to divide the gold and observe the winding mountains. The 9 gates converge to the precious land, providing the inheritance jade. A piece of emerald green jade fell into Chen Feng's hand. Inheritance jade will emit a green light when near the inheritance site. Is this reliable? Chen Feng examined the jade in his hand, as well as the system's 2 prompts. What the hell is the 9 gates converging? What the hell is seeking the dragon to divide the gold? If one didn't know better, they might think they're going to rob a tomb. Could it really be a tomb raid? Chen Feng looked at the inheritance jade in his hand, his expression peculiar. Could it be that the Jinshin secret realm is a grand tomb entombing the celestial spirit fairy? If so, that would be utterly terrifying. It also explains why only cultivators below the golden core stage are allowed to enter. So this is a selection of successors. A legacy from a near immortal existence would surely tempt even those of the same cultivation level. Chen Feng took a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly on the ceiling of the training room. Half a year later, Chen Feng awoke from Lu Binger's bed with Pei Yin and Yin Qian lying beside him. It was none other than after achieving mastery in the arts of the room that no one could resist Chen Feng's earnest teachings. Even with 3 people studying together, they were utterly exhausted, sinking into deep slumber. Descendants broke through 4.0 reward, 200 years of any attribute cultivation, 200 years of any skill cultivation, 2,000 legacy points. Exotic spiritual roots, ice wind, to be activated. Without hesitation, Chen Feng chose to activate the wind spiritual root. 100 years of cultivation deducted successfully, wind spiritual root activated. Oh, Chen Feng was astonished. How has the system changed its behavior? Due to the change in the host's family environment, the energy of the century of cultivation has also transformed. Chen Feng took a deep breath, realizing this was indeed the case. In his territory, there was 1 3rd-tier spiritual vein, 1 pseudo-4th tier, and 2 2nd-tier spiritual veins. Perfect, he could elevate the wind spiritual root to perfection. Now with all 5 spiritual roots gathered, metal, wood, fire, thunder, and wind. Only water and earth ice were missing to summon. Breaking through to the nascent soul and achieving 8 attributes of spiritual roots would greatly enhance his strength. With this thought, Chen Feng felt a sense of relief. Oh, by all accounts, he was already at the peak of the golden core stage. It's time for a breakthrough in my cultivation methods. Chen Feng silently thought, considering his main cultivation method. The pure yang immortal technique, merely a golden core technique, needed an upgrade. Exchange for the pure yang immortal technique, nascent soul method. 2,000 legacy points deducted successfully. Pure yang immortal technique, nascent soul edition, exchanged successfully. Chen Feng felt a surge of power within as the following nascent soul techniques flooded into his mind. 200 years of skill cultivation enhancing the pure yang immortal technique. In an instant, he thoroughly absorbed the nascent soul edition, mastering every flaw and subtle point, reaching perfection. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, feeling his yang energy increase, and glanced at the 3 lovely ladies sleeping beside him. Feeling somewhat guilty, he transmitted his voice to the 10 or so wives in their respective chambers. I am here with Madame Binger, hurry over. In a flash, 2.5 years had passed. During this time, Chen Feng had lived rather comfortably. He was either guiding the 5 individuals heading to the legacy site or accompanying his wives, having taken in 10 new female cultivators. During this time, the first generation had spawned over 100 offspring, prompting Chun Roashi and others to seek answers to their confusions, while also being troubled by the little ones running around naked. Tomorrow is the Gung Day. Chen Feng, we can set off. Xia Jiao walked gently to Chen Feng's side, leaning down, accompanied by a warm breath softly reminding him in his ear. I know my dear mother-in-law has been growing bolder lately. Chen Feng turned to meet Xia Jiao's tender gaze, taking a deep breath. In these 2.5 years, he was just a step away from being able to suppress Xia Jiao. However, her mastery of ice-type spells was truly profound, even enabling her to transform into ice, preventing Chen Feng from taking the next step. Hee hee. Xia Jiao covered her mouth, letting out a series of bell-like laughter. Her greatest joy in recent years had been teasing Chen Feng and putting him in a position where he could do nothing, finding delight in his helpless expression. Smack. Unable to endure any longer, Chen Feng swiftly retaliated with a slap on her perky bottom, asserting his dominance. Xia Jiao's expression changed, lightly biting her silver teeth, adopting a posture of submission that invited plucking, leaving one in a state of longing. Although Chen Feng had grown accustomed to her tricks, he couldn't resist each time. In an instant, Chen Feng's power exploded forth, capturing Xia Jiao's jade-like hand with one hand, while the other embraced her against the desk before him. Humph. With a light grunt, an extreme chill radiated from the beauty, instantly conjuring a frigid mountain before him. Chen Feng found even his hands frozen within it. Chen Feng took a deep breath. He did not choose to give up, but rather decided to continue. Chen Feng smiled, saying, Xia Jiao, today you won't be as lucky as last time. In a moment, Chen Feng's arms transformed into searing magma, his skin turning golden, his yang energy surging. The ice blocks in contact with his skin melted, allowing him to move his hands. Reaching forward, he grasped the beauty trapped in ice, feeling the temperature rise as the icy mountain rapidly melted. You. Xia Jiao's pupils constricted. It seemed she had played herself. She began to struggle. Chen Feng, let me go. I am your husband, mother. Before Xia Jiao could finish, an incredulous voice rang in her ears. Then the sound of porcelain breaking accompanied it. Chioer, Chioer. Xia Chioer covered her mouth, her pupils widening in shock. Previously, she had heard her younger sister mention it, but had never noticed anything unusual, thinking that Xia Shuer had simply misinterpreted. Yet today she had stumbled upon the truth. No, Chioer, let me explain. Xia Jiao's face showed a hint of panic. But how could Xia Chioer listen to her? As the ice melted, Xia Jiao's clothes were already soaked, outlining an enticing silhouette. A scene that would make anyone unable to resist a nosebleed. How could Xia Chioer believe it, especially when her husband was in such an ambiguous posture? How could it not stir one's imagination? You don't have to explain, I understand. Ooh, I won't disturb you and your husband. Xia Chioer took a deep breath, turning to leave space for the two. Chen Feng also felt somewhat awkward. Although he had taken in several wives and committed himself to them, today's situation was indeed a bit special. Chen Feng rubbed his nose, glancing at Xia Jiao, whose face was flushed and slightly warm, softly, saying, let's just leave it at that today. There won't be a next time. Consider yourself lucky. Xia Jiao glared at Chen Feng with feigned anger, but the perceptive Chen Feng noticed a hint of regret hidden deep within her gaze. Watching as she used her powers to dry her clothes and cover the areas that shouldn't be exposed while maintaining a vigilant stance towards him, Chen Feng scratched his head, trying his best to cooperate with her, avoiding any inappropriate actions. Over the years, Chen Feng had learned quite a bit about Xia Jiao. He understood her heart, knowing that otherwise she wouldn't entertain such antics with him. However, it seemed she still had some reservations. After Xia Jiao finished tidying up, she reverted to her icy demeanor and brushed past him. Let's go take those little ones and set off. Chunin City. At its heart stood a vast manor perpetually shrouded by arcane formation arrays, so potent that even passing cultivators of great strength could not glimpse within. At this moment, the manor bustled with lively activity. This is Chen Feng, the patriarch of the Chen clan. Yuan Jin beamed as he welcomed Chen Feng and his entourage into the courtyard, introducing them one by one. His words drew the attention of those gathered within. I have long heard that young Master Chen Feng possesses extraordinary bearing. Today's meeting truly lives up to the reputation. Cultivator Chen Feng, I am the third guardian of the Tianyin sect. Though we have never met, I have long admired you from afar, and at last the honor is mine to stand before you in person. From a short distance away, a man clad in azure robes and bearing an ancient chain approached with a gentle smile. Greetings, cultivator. May I ask your name? Chen Feng sensed the man's sincere intent to forge an alliance, and found himself equally eager to reciprocate. In this world, outright combat was rare, though far more common were veiled rivalries, intricate power struggles, and factional divisions. I am Tian Yinduan. A pleasure to meet you, cultivator Yinduan. Chen Feng returned the bow. He had heard of the Tianyin sect, a force comparable in stature to the Liyan sect. No need for such formality. Let our two clans draw closer in friendship. This very wish comes from my sect's elder ancestor. How so? Chen Feng frowned slightly. How could a nascent soul sect possibly take interest in him, a mere golden core cultivator? It is simple. The Tianyin sect and the Liyan sect have borne a bitter blood feud for generations. Now that you have eradicated the Liyan sect, our elder ancestor was said to have laughed so hard he nearly leapt from his seat. Hence this overture. Oh. Chen Feng listened, his expression shifting into something faintly bemused. He had not anticipated this twist. After a while the two grew comfortably familiar. Young Master Chen Feng and cultivator Yin Duan, please set aside personal matters for now. Let us turn our attention to the matter of the secret realm. At Yuan Mu's words their conversation ended. Meanwhile Xia Jiao and her companions were escorted by the manor's steward to refresh themselves and rest after their journey. Within the Grand Hall, only representatives from the major sects and clans remained: the Qing family of Tianmu, the Chun family of Qinjun, and the Nie family of Shishui, 3 golden core powers. All others were nascent soul sects: the Yuan family of Yuanwu City, the Jin family of Chunan City, the Shimin family, and the Jun family, alongside 2 sects, the Tianyin sect and the Lingdu sect. In total 9 powers were present, 6 of them nascent soul sects representing every such sect across the entire southern realm. After mutual introductions, the formal assembly commenced. The briefing was directed primarily at Chen Feng, detailing key information. Every 30 years on the Zhengde, following the lunar cycle, the Jinshan secret realm would open. Though the realm imposed no strict limit on entrance, the 8 great powers tightly controlled access. Over centuries of repeated incursions, its once abundant spirit herbs and rare treasures had dwindled significantly. Even its fabled opportunities had grown scarce. Yet its true value lay in cultivation trials. Within roamed strange, formidable beasts. Their bodies radiated pure metal gung energy. Slaying them yielded golden cores, precious aids for golden core cultivators and those cultivating the metal spirit root. More importantly, these cores enabled cultivators lacking the metal spirit root to generate metal gung energy internally and ultimately forge that root anew. Such a process spared immeasurable effort and even conferred benefits upon nascent soul elders. Unsurprisingly, the golden cores commanded exorbitant prices, comparable to pill of crowned ascension on the open market. Their rarity stemmed precisely from over-harvesting. Decades of relentless expeditions into the Jinshan secret realm had driven the beasts to near extinction. Thus each clan was permitted only 6 entrants per year. 6. Chen Feng rubbed his nose thoughtfully. 5 would suffice just as well. After delivering this, Yuan Mu lowered his voice. The realm remains open for 30 days, after which all cultivators, regardless of location, will be forcibly expelled. Upon emergence, each sect may offer surplus golden cores for sale. I shall purchase them all at fair market price. Hardly had he spoken when the Jin family's elder ancestor, a nascent soul elder seated nearby, chuckled. You've laid out a fine scheme indeed. Golden cores are priceless rarities. Each year only our southern realm yields them in any appreciable quantity. The elder turned his gaze toward Chen Feng with a warm smile. Young Master Chen Feng, if your disciples emerge with surplus cores, bring them to me. I'll pay 10% above market rate. Old Ghost Jin. Yuan Mu shot him a glare. So you're free to court new powers, but I'm forbidden to stake my claim. Jin Elder met his gaze unflinchingly. Enough. Before the realm has even opened, must you bicker? Interjected Shi Menju. The two ceased their dispute and resumed deliberations on the realm. From this Chen Feng gleaned a crucial insight: golden cores were far more valuable and coveted than he had imagined. Yet one question lingered: why would the Yuan family seek to draw him into the Southern Realm Immortal Assembly? Was it merely an investment in his potential, or did they harbor deeper designs? But such speculation was premature. For now he would seize every advantage offered, and should consequences arise later, he would simply stand unafraid before any and all. Soon the assembly concluded. Chen Feng also exchanged courtesies with the other 2 golden core powers present, both once great clans that had produced nascent soul elders in ages past, though now fallen into decline. The head of the Qing family was Qing Yun, a woman whose mature grace shimmered like a perfectly ripened peach, her smile both radiant and beguiling. Cultivator Chen Feng, within the secret realm our 2 clans might form an alliance to jointly hunt metal beasts and harvest golden cores. Cooperation would greatly ease our task. Faced with Qing Yun's overture, Chen Feng politely declined. What nonsense! Wasn't his scripture-seeking quintet assembled for precisely this purpose? To ally with the Qing family would mean trailing them everywhere. No matter how cordial their smiles appeared now, they would surely bare their fangs the moment a legacy or inheritance came into view. Nie family's patriarch, who had likewise intended to propose an alliance, fell silent upon seeing Chen Feng reject even Qing Yun and chose not to speak. Since cultivator Chen Feng declines, I shall press no further. Still let our younger generations become acquainted, so that if they meet abroad they need not remain strangers. Agreed. Chen Feng readily accepted. Broadening one's circle was always wise, especially to avoid misidentifying friends as foes. After all, they all belonged to the same web of interests. Open hostility served no one. Thus, beneath the open sky of the manor's inner courtyard, a grand banquet unfolded. Disciples of various sects raised cups in camaraderie, while Chen Feng found himself drawn into the circle of Golden Core elders sharing wine and laughter. Meanwhile, the Chen clan disciples were led away by members of the Tianyin sect, whose curiosity about the Chen family ran deep. They had assumed the fledgling clan possessed little depth, yet all 5 Chen disciples stood at foundation establishment mid-stage or higher. That said, Chen Wuzai agreed to the arrangement largely because the Tianyin sect's sole senior male disciple was its leading senior brother. All others were female cultivators, exquisitely versed in music and resonance arts. Chen Wuzai held the Chen family precepts close to his heart, yet he would not overstep them. His restraint was chiefly for the sake of the other 3. Xingxing, look at the female cultivator seated to the right. I think she has a fine figure suitable for raising children. You are no longer young. You ought to contribute to the Chen family. Besides, she is a foundation establishment cultivator. TSK. If you bring her home, our ancestors will surely be delighted. Chen Xingxing heard Chen Wuzai's telepathic remark and felt her ears flush. Though she was in the mid-stage of Tianren, she was still inexperienced. The suggestion that she should abduct a Dao partner left her momentarily stunned. He was taken aback. He cast his eyes toward the seat. Chen Wuzai indicated. His gaze flickered. Chen Wuzai had a keen eye. The female cultivator's appearance was indeed beyond reproach. Chen Xingxing steeled herself, summoned her courage, and approached to offer a toast. Fellow cultivator, my name is Chen Xingxing. I raise a cup to you. Oh, this boy, others murmured as Chen Xingxing's move did not go unnoticed by Chen Chuling and the others. Come on, Shiyuan, let us also find someone to make a move. Chen Xingxing has taken the initiative. Oh, our generation cannot be left behind. Such congenial boldness was part of the Chen family's wholesome, straightforward upbringing. Compared with Chen Xingxing's naive advance, Chen Chuling and the others appeared far more practiced. Before long, they had the young woman laughing heartily. Chen Ruashi, fellow cultivator, I raise a cup to you. Nearby, Chen Ruashi's expression froze for a moment. The Tianyin sect's senior brother Neck, flushed, hurried over to Chen Ruashi to offer a toast. She watched with amusement. Outside, she had been accosted many times as such scenes held no surprise. Boring, Chen Ruashi said, downing a cup of wine and turning her eyes away. In her heart, these men meant nothing to her. If Chen Feng had seen that scene, he would have understood immediately his daughter was up to mischief. For some reason, Chen Ruashi had been raised increasingly cunning. On the roof, Xia Jiao sat alone, gazing at the moon as if entranced. Xia Jiao, continue. Chen Feng sat beside her and tossed a wine gourd into her hands. Thus the social evening drew to a close. Yet among these nascent soul powers aside from Tianyin sect, none had previously interacted with the Chen family. Although they had entered the southern domain immortal assembly, those nascent soul disciples still carried their pride. The next morning, while Chen Feng still wondered why they had not gone to the secret realm, entrance events unfolded. Yuan Mu and other nascent soul cultivators appeared, gathering everyone as they released successive spells. Deep within the estate, a 10-meter-wide vortex, gate, emitting peculiar power materialized. It revealed itself before the crowd. Chen Feng was astonished. The entrance to the Jinshan secret realm sat squarely in the center of Chunan City. Should it not be hidden in some remote wasteland? Let us go depart. Yuan Mu waved his hand. The Yuan family disciples strode into the gate and vanished without a trace, their auras dissipating as well. Chen Feng eyed the portal carefully and thought to himself that this must be the Tao of space at work. Very soon it was the Chen family's turn to enter. Chen Feng said in a grave voice, no matter what happens, survival comes first. Remember the 36 stratagems. The most essential is that retreat is often the best strategy. Understood. Chen Ruashi nodded, a green jade pendant hanging at her throat. Thus the 5 of them stepped through the gate. They would not see each other again for a month. Ruashi, I hope you can find the inheritance. Above all, keep yourself safe. Inside the Jinshan world, the surroundings lay barren, utterly lifeless. The earth and mountains exuded a metallic golden qi. Even the sky held a faint golden hue, lending the scene a disquieting strangeness. Do not forget our priority. The golden beasts are trivial. We must locate the place where the 9 gates converge, the spot Father mentioned. To find the dragon and divide the gold, observe the entwined mountains. A place where 9 gates overlap marks treasured ground. We must seek a locale that fits those words. Chen Ruashi scanned the surroundings. Though mountains abounded, none matched Chen Feng's description. Gazing at the jade in her hand, Chen Ruashi pointed in a direction. Let us go that way. Outside, Chen Feng had instructed that once inside the secret realm, Chen Ruoshi should take command. First, she was the strongest. Second, the inheritance jade was hers. Third, her aptitude was the best. Perhaps destiny favored her. After all, the celestial spirit maiden appeared as a woman, though it seemed unlikely the inheritance would favor a group of old men. And so they set out to search for the inheritance. 3 days later, amid a mountain range where rubble flew in every direction, the Chen disciples encountered golden beasts. It was their first encounter since entering the secret realm. Ruoshi, flee or fight, came Chen Shiyuan's voice. In their minds, Chen Feng's assigned mission remained paramount. Never mind the golden nucleus, perhaps someone suggested. Chen Ruoshi shook her head. Father said those who refuse a good bargain are fools. 3 golden beasts outside could fetch over 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, enough for us to refine into golden core. Without hesitation, Chen Ruoshi produced a pink artifact warhammer and swung it straight at the golden beast nearest her. Seeing Chen Ruoshi strike, the other 4 did not remain idle. The 3 beasts included 1 at Foundation Establishment peak and 2 in the late Foundation Establishment stage. They could not be taken lightly. With a whoosh, torrents of golden metal chi surged from 2 beasts' mouths, shaping themselves into countless razor-sharp blades. Earthlock barrier. Chen Chuling cried as his power surged, and he stamped his foot. A mass of golden rock rose from the ground like an iron gate shielding them. Fire overcomes metal. Everyone used fire-based techniques. Chen Wuzai called, launching several fireballs at the 2 beasts. Nearby, Chen Ruoshi sheathed her hammer and drew a sword wreathed in roaring flames. The golden beasts recoiled at the fierce blaze. A flicker of primal fear showed in their eyes as they lowed, attempting to intimidate Chen Ruoshi. Was I raised to be afraid? Me? Chen Ruoshi retorted, and with no more words, she unleashed several fire-word techniques. The flames slashed across the ground like burning threads. Chen Ruoshi danced through the air as innumerable sword strikes seared the beast's hides. The blade's fire bore the imprint of Chen Feng's Pillfire and Weapon Forge aura raised when he advanced to a 3rd-tier alchemist. Against a 2nd-tier peak beast, those forces imposed heavy suppression. Yet the creature's skin and flesh were thick. Chen Ruoshi frowned. Though the flames took effect, finishing it would require more effort. She drew forth a bead that pulsed with crackling electricity. Go! Raising the heavenly thunder pearl, 2 violent bolts of thunder cleaved into the golden beast. Metal conducts electricity, and lightning proved especially potent against the golden creature. The beast twitched under the stun, rendered unable to move. Seizing the moment, Chen Ruoshi guided her magic sword to slice beneath its belly and extracted the golden nucleus. A golden stone radiating the innate power of metal chi fell naturally into Chen Ruoshi's hands. She gazed at it curiously. Feeling its surging metallic energy, she murmured, "This must be the metal core," and stowed it away. Meanwhile, Chen Xingxing tightly restrained the metal beast, creating an opening for Chen Chuling. With a single sword stroke, Chuling severed the beast's hide and extracted its core, severing its vital essence. At the same time, Chen Wuzai dispatched the last metal beast. As the fallen beast gradually dissolved into mountain rock, the sight left them awestruck. "Let us move on." Chen Ruoshi waved her hand. Having resolved the immediate matter, they resumed their search for the fabled 9 gates. The next day, a campfire blazing halfway up the mountainside drew the attention of another major sect's disciples. "The Yuan clan. I am Yuan Xiao. Are you cultivators from the Chen clan?" Having traversed the region diligently, the Yuan clan discovered traces of fire nearby and came to investigate. Upon their arrival, Chen Ruoshi and her companions stood ready for battle. After all, though the 9 great powers maintain cordial relations outwardly, within a secret realm allegiances shift like desert winds, and the Yuans were no ordinary clan. They were a nascent soul-level lineage, one of the most prestigious in the entire Great Chu realm. "Greetings, senior brother Yuan Xiao. May we ask your purpose in seeking us out?" Chen Ruoshi offered a formal bow, her gaze locked unflinchingly upon the 6 figures. Among the Yuans stood 2 Foundation Establishment peak cultivators, 1 a female cultivator. "We've wandered this realm for 7 days without encountering a single other cultivator, until today when we spotted your fire and came to exchange greetings." Yuan Xiao appeared amiable, yet his 5 companions showed no interest in conversation, neither offering salutations nor engaging in dialogue. "Since greetings have been exchanged, we shall take our leave." Yuan Xiao scanned the Chen group closely, then frowned, his expression tinged with quiet surprise. "Then I shall not detain you further," Chen Ruoshi nodded. In such circumstances, remaining stationary would only invite suspicion, especially since the Yuan's collective strength clearly surpassed theirs. Once the Yuans departed, Chen Ruoshi exhaled deeply and ordered her companions to dismantle the formation disk. "Let us go. Leave this place at once. Never light fires in the wild again." As the Yuan party receded into the distance, Chen Ruoshi decided to withdraw immediately. Their encampment had been compromised, and lingering there was perilous. She withdrew several formation banners and led her group into the consuming darkness of night. Within the Jinshin's secret realm, no moon pierced the sky. Only absolute blackness reigned. Senior Brother Xiao, why did we hold back just now? After the Yuans had walked far enough, one of them broke the silence. Do you know what the Chen clan excels at most? Yuan Xiao did not answer. Instead, he posed the question himself. What? The disciple asked, puzzled. Formations, Yuan Xiao replied coolly. When Elder Yuan Jin visited the Chen clan, he found the entire Chen prefecture enshrouded in layered formations, so intricate that even he would struggle to extricate himself, if ensnared. I'd assumed these young Chen disciples lacked masterful formation experts. But the moment we approached them, I sensed faint currents of spiritual energy pulsing beneath the earth's surface, tracing ancient patterns. Moreover, these Chen zealots risked everything for mere metal cores. Should we fail to subdue them, here word will reach Chen Feng upon their return. And though he may show no outward reaction, he'll surely strike from the shadows. We fear no retaliation, but with so many of our clan members at stake, such a confrontation is simply unworthy. Then let them count themselves fortunate, the disciple conceded. Indeed, within secret realms, seizing metal cores and plundering resources was an unspoken norm. Thus, each of the 8 great clans dispatched balanced contingents, traveling in tight-knit groups to minimize the risk of ambush. Though the Yuans had departed, they had scarcely gone far before Chun Ruashi's face darkened. Stand alert, she commanded, voice low and taut. Swiftly, she drew forth several formation banners and drove them deep into the earth. Then she produced several high-grade spirit stones and pressed them firmly into the center of their position. Her palms glowed with cultivated energy as she traced intricate sigils, both in the air and upon the ground. Someone approaches, Chen Wuzai murmured, his divine sense piercing the night, less than 2 li away. A group was closing in rapidly. No need to guess who they were. To encounter 2 rival factions in a single night within the Jinshin secret realm, home to only 53 cultivators, was sheer staggering luck. Chun Ruashi possessed extraordinary talent in formation arts, already ranked 2nd tier, and even Chen Feng had praised her aptitude repeatedly. Once the sigils were complete, the central spirit stones began slowly drawing ambient spiritual energy. Remain still, she instructed, then activated several 2nd tier concealment formations, erasing all trace of the 5 cultivators. Even their spiritual auras vanished entirely. Moments later, 6 figures materialized barely 20 meters from the hidden formation. Second young master. Just moments ago, we detected their aura clearly. How could it vanish so abruptly? A Foundation establishment peak cultivator frowned, sweeping his divine sense across the area. Their residual aura lingers here. Yet why did they flee so hastily? 5 cultivators total. They must be from the Chen clan. Unbelievable that they slipped away. We'd hoped for richer spoils. A member of the Jun clan sighed, unwilling to abandon the search. It makes no sense. Their physical traces end precisely here. Even at full speed, they couldn't erase all evidence in such little time. And vanishing so completely in so short a span. Something is amiss. Jun Lei drew forth a needle-like artifact and moved it slowly in widening arcs, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. Search thoroughly in every direction. Track which way they fled. With only 5 Qin disciples, defeating them would significantly boost our haul. Understood. After all, the Qin clan recently raided the Lion sect. These are elite disciples bearing priceless treasures. Robbed right here under the very heavens. Even Chen Feng himself would be powerless to intervene. At his command, the 6 Jun disciples spread out to scour the terrain. Within the concealed formation, Chun Ruashi's group exchanged incredulous glances. Listening to their chatter, it seemed they'd been mistaken for easy prey. Uncle might endure it, but grandfather certainly would not. Chun Ruashi transmitted her voice, silently follow my orders. Since they intend to rob us, let us rob them first. Chuling and Xingxing, you 2 engage the cultivator wielding the needle. Chu Yuan and Elder Wuzai, you take the Foundation establishment peak cultivator on the left. Remember, bring your compasses, and move with absolute silence. No noise. None whatsoever. Understood. The 4 affirmed. Chun Ruashi herself fixed her gaze upon the leader, the 2nd young master. Watching her draw forth her signature pink great hammer, Chun Wuzai swallowed hard. Ruashi, are you certain you intend to strike him down with this? If he dies, our troubles will be immense. And no need to worry. I know precisely how much force to apply. Afterward, Elder Wuzai, remember to deploy the puppet corpse. Chen Rua, she transmitted voicelessly. And she fully grasped the stakes. Should anyone perish, every witness would have to be silenced, permanently. Yet such a plan felt tenuous. Their targets were 3 Foundation establishment cultivators at the peak of their realm, and another 3 in the late stage. And even an ambush could only focus on 3 individuals at most. Once the strike is delivered, swiftly subdue your designated target. And, remember, conceal your forms completely. When the chaos erupts, we simply deny all involvement. With a flick of her wrist, Chen Ruo, she dissolved into the night's embrace, lithe and silent as a wild feline. And now strike. As she vanished, the others each drew out compass-like talismans and melted cautiously into the shadows. Under cover of night and reinforced by concealment formation arrays, even subtle movements remained nearly undetectable. Chen Wuzai withdrew a humanoid puppet embedded spirit stones within it, understanding perfectly what Chen Ruo she had implied. Only 5 members of the Chen family had entered this secret realm. This puppet would mimic one of them hidden deep within the array to sow confusion. And inwardly, he raised a silent thumb in quiet admiration of Chen Ruo, she's razor-sharp intellect. She too donned a pitch-black robe. Closing in, Chen Ruo, she drew nearer to Jun Rulong. The massive hammer in her hand flared once a fleeting silver gleam in the darkness. Even the faintest glimmer could betray presence in the black of night. Someone's there, Na Jun Family Foundation establishment disciple cried out, but it was already too late. What a? Jun Rulong felt only a gale-force wind before a colossal hammer crashed down upon him with crushing force. And before he could react, a thunderous crack echoed, and then utter blackness swallowed his consciousness. Instantly, shadowy tendrils surged from the ground beneath him, slithering, coiling like spectral silk, binding him tight into a chrysalis of living darkness. And all of it unfolded in the blink of an eye. To one side, a sudden surge of vital energy erupted like a rising sun, bathing the hushed night in crimson light. And crunch, boom, snap, HNNGH. A cacophony of blows followed, fists striking flesh, boots slamming bone, as bodies crumpled to the earth. And elsewhere, commotion flared just as fiercely 3 non-target Jun Family Foundation establishment disciples roared ambush. Before the cry fully faded, 3 talismans shimmered midair, rippling outward like water disturbed by stone. And from the earth rose unseen barriers, muffling all sound, sealing it within a O'Neilly radius. Chun Xingxing strode over, dragging Jun Lei, bound tightly like a crab, then dropped him heavily beside Chen Ruoxi. Anti-Ruoxi, surely binding that simpleton so tightly won't suffocate him. He eyed the human-shaped cocoon skeptically. He won't suffocate. Not until his spiritual energy runs utterly dry, Chen Ruoxi replied coolly, her gaze burning toward the distant figures. 3 Jun Family Foundation establishment cultivators stood frozen, hesitant, uncertain, staring directly at Chen Ruoxi's group. In days they sensed, via spiritual perception, 5 figures seamlessly merged into the night clad in black. Their 3 strongest warriors, and their clan's second young master, were already bound. You're from the Chen family. Release our second young master and our 2 senior clansmen immediately, or the Jun family will forgive this trespass. Otherwise, you dare not imagine the wrath you've invited upon yourselves. Indeed, you're absolutely right. We are from the Chen family. This is a robbery. Hand over your spatial rings. Now, or I'll kill all 3. Chen Ruo, she twisted her voice into a guttural snarl, masking her true timbre. Wait, what? They admitted it outright. And the Jun disciple blinked, baffled. He couldn't discern their faces nor pierce their concealed cultivation aura. No clue who stood before him. Something felt deeply off, an ordinary golden core-ranked family daring such an act. And yet they hadn't sensed even one of the 3 Foundation establishment elders among them. There's something strange. They're likely not Chen family members. Na fellow Jun disciple subtly gestured toward a nearby shadow. There, hidden just beyond sight, lurked another figure. His aura and silhouette were unmistakable, deliberately concealed. And then, suddenly, he vanished. There's 6 in total, 1 concealed. Jun Feng's expression darkened. And that explains it. How could the Chen family possibly dare strike us? They sent only 5 cultivators. Most likely it's one of the other major factions, hiding a 6th to frame the Chen family. Jun Feng voiced his conclusion. After all 8 great powers knew the Chen family had dispatched exactly 5. The enemy clearly intended to exploit that very fact, robbing with impunity, vanishing without trace. And even after exiting the secret realm, the blame would fall squarely on the Chen family, leaving them utterly unscathed. How deviously calculated. Had you not warned me, I'd have believed it truly was the Chen family. So those 5 cultivators we sensed earlier, they must have deliberately leaked their aura to lure us in. His companion nodded, eyes widening in dawning realization. It was all a ruse, posing as the weaker Chen family to draw them near. Then, TCH, and your warning saved us. Clearly they know us well. Caution is paramount. Jun Ming and the other 2 stood rooted in place, not daring to take a single step forward. And if the enemy understood the Jun family so intimately, surely countermeasures awaited them, tailored, precise, and lethal. Chen Ruo, she sensed their silent, rapid-fire spiritual transmissions, whispering back and forth from hiding. And according to the script, they should have roared defiance, sworn vengeance for their foolish young master, then been felled by 2 hammer blows, stripped bare afterward. Instead, after brief deliberation, Chen Feng stepped forward. "We'll surrender everything we carry, but you must release our 3 clansmen." "Chen Ruo," she faltered, then advanced. And astonishingly, the 3 complied, handing over their spatial rings without resistance, wearing expressions of resigned pragmatism, better wealth lost than lives forfeit. A faint grimace crossed Chen Ruoxi's face as she collected the rings, then proceeded to strip the bound trio of every last valuable. "In, let's go." A talisman detonated violently on the ground, a dense opalescent smoke billowing forth, blocking divine sense and spiritual perception alike. And when the mist cleared, the 5 Chen family cultivators had vanished without a trace. Chen Feng and his companions approached, relieved to find Jun Baishan and the others still alive, quickly untying them. Yet Chen Ruoxi and Chen Xingxing had bound them with brutal precision. Nearly half an hour passed before Jun Baishan and the others stirred awake. Damn that Chen family, was Jun Baishan's first furious curse upon regaining consciousness. He'd been struck down without warning, robbed of everything of value. Second young master, that wasn't the Chen family. Moi. Jun Baishan frowned, turning sharply toward Jun Ming. Jun Ming recounted, calmly and thoroughly, their suspicions, observations, and deductions. So that's how it was. No wonder. I thought, how could such a minor clan possibly ensnare us? Jun Baishan inwardly refused to accept that he had been so thoroughly outwitted by a mere golden core-level cultivator from a minor family. A nascent soul-level clan naturally possessed its own pride and dignity. After hearing the accounts of Jun Ming and the other 2, the 3 men, still dazed from being knocked unconscious, grew grim-faced. They swiftly dismissed the Chen family as suspect and began scrutinizing nascent soul-level sects, instead searching for the true culprit. They deployed only a single Foundation establishment peak cultivator, and she was a woman. Jun Baishan asked. Jun Ming hurriedly replied, "Indeed. Another cultivator concealed themselves in the shadows. We attempted to probe their presence, but were immediately detected and forced to withdraw." After a moment's contemplation, several sect names surfaced in Jun Baishan's mind, yet he could not settle on any one with certainty. All he knew was that the perpetrators included a female Foundation establishment peak cultivator, a profile matching for known sects. With a cold snort, he declared, "Whoever they are, such underhanded methods demand thorough investigation. We shall pay them a formal visit and confront them face-to-face." With a decisive sweep of his arm, Jun Baishan ordered the team to remain and scour the area for any trace left behind. Yet hours passed, no clue emerged. Cunning, utterly cunning. Jun Baishan ground his teeth in fury. His entire team had been robbed, and still he had no idea who the perpetrators were. By then, dawn's light had begun to seep across the horizon, heralding the arrival of a new day. "Second young master, their reinforcements have arrived," said Jun Lei, his expression equally sour. He considered himself a prodigy born under heaven's favor. He had been struck down and rendered unconscious without warning, his cheeks still swollen and flushed. As he intently traced lingering spiritual residues, he suddenly sensed 2 cultivators approaching from 2 kilometers away. 2 Foundation establishment peak cultivators. Jun Lei announced gravely. Jun Baishan and the others instantly tensed, senses sharpened. Moments later, a resonant, unreserved laugh rang out. "Ha! So there are others here after all, Brother Baishan and esteemed cultivators of the Jun clan." From afar, Yuan Xiao strode forward with an affable smile. To Jun Baishan, however, that laughter grated like sandpaper, mocking, condescending, humiliating. And that insincere grin only deepened his ire. Just moments after being robbed, someone dared to stand before him laughing. Who could bear it? Silence. Drop that false smile this instant. Jun Baishan spared him not a shred of courtesy. In his current rage, such behavior felt akin to laughing aloud at a funeral. Yuan Xiao's smile vanished. He had no idea what had come over Jun Baishan. Though proud in the past, the man had always remained civil and conversable. But today, something was deeply amiss. Then his gaze fell upon Jun Baishan's slightly swollen temple, and Jun Lei's bruised red-tinged cheek, his robes still bearing the imprint of a boot. "Oh, who dared strike you? Why do you look so disheveled?" He had arrived with open warmth, only to be met with a sharp rebuke. As fellow prodigies and scions of nascent soul-level clans, who did Jun Baishan think he was shouting at? Noticing their bedraggled state, Yuan Xiao spoke without restraint, his tone laced with undisguised schadenfreude. A smirk flickered across his face. Just as Jun Baishan prepared to erupt, Jun Ming quietly stepped beside him and tugged gently at his sleeve. "Second young master, could it possibly have been them last night?" Jun Baishan snapped back to awareness. Of course, this desolate, forgotten land, and within this vast secret realm, Each sect entered along divergent paths. Yet here they stood, face-to-face with members of the Yuan clan. Moreover, Jun Baishan's eyes locked onto the impassive female cultivator standing beside Yuan Xiao, and his jaw tightened. A Foundation establishment peak woman. A smirking Yuan Xiao, gleeful in another's misfortune. His mind raced, weaving fragments together, each piece clicking into place, until, boom. Jun Baishan's aura erupted violently as he fixed Yuan Xiao with a glare burning with outrage. So, it was you. You took us for fools. And you dare parade before me feigning innocence. A sharp, crystalline crack echoed, the shattering of porcelain. The hidden hand behind it all was yours, Yuan Xiao. What profound scheming. You even planned to stroll past today pretending to be a chance passerby, hoping to wash away suspicion. But the more you act, the more your flaws betray you. Brothers, attack. With that roar, Jun Baishan launched himself forward. Before Yuan Xiao could utter a word, a torrent of furious assaults descended upon the Yuan group. Countless spells rained down like hail, unrestrained and relentless. Jun Baishan was consumed by fury, his aura terrifying, overwhelming. Seeing their second young master explode into action, the Jun clan cultivators' imaginations ran wild. Without hesitation, they unleashed their most formidable, long-concealed techniques, launching brutal, coordinated barrages against the Yuan party. Madness. You're all insane. Yuan Xiao stared dumbfounded, then roared in fury, hurling several talismans to deflect the onslaught. Retreat now. These Jun clan cultivators have lost all reason. Yuan Xiao immediately led his people away. The Jun clan fielded 3 Foundation establishment peak cultivators. Engaging them heathen would be reckless. Besides, they needed to conserve spiritual energy for securing the golden cores. Thus the Yuan clan fled in disarray while Jun Baishan gave furious chase, only halting when caution whispered that these shadowy bastards might yet hold a counterstroke. To be captured again would be unbearable humiliation. Yuan clan. This grievance Jun Baishan will remember well. He glared after Yuan Xiao and his companions, vanishing into the labyrinthine mineral-rich peaks, cold contempt curling his lips. I, Jun Baishan, have never suffered such disgrace, from cradle to grave. Jun Lei and the others stood beside him, faces dark with shared indignation, watching the Yuan clan vanish into the distance. Meanwhile, Chen Ruoshi and her companions remained blissfully unaware that the Yuan clan had unwittingly taken the fall for them. They were deep inside a secluded mountain cave, meticulously tallying their spoils. 11 golden cores, 3 crown-gathering pills, 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and a trove of assorted pills. We've struck gold. Chen Ruoshi grinned broadly. Father was right. True prosperity comes from others' generous donations. She divided the haul evenly among the group. Naturally, she kept the extra golden core for herself. All present wore radiant smiles. Their plunder was extraordinary. These elite clan heirs truly are wealthy. Chen Chuling murmured in quiet awe. Though her own clan lacked for nothing in cultivation resources, seeing mere Foundation establishment-level heirs from great families carry such staggering wealth still astonished her. This haul may even earn us Father's rare praise upon our return. Chen Chuan sighed wistfully, hope kindling in his eyes. Why not raid another clan? If these arrogant heirs are this rich, surely losing a little won't break them. Chen Ruoshi's eyes gleamed with mischief as she shifted her gaze toward other potential targets. We mustn't act rashly, Chen Wuzai cautioned, shaking his head. Not only is it uncertain whether we'll even encounter another group, but even if we do, replicating last night's success would be exceedingly difficult. He continued firmly, first we must complete father-in-law's mission. That is the sole purpose of this journey. Very well. Chen Feng's assignment was of utmost importance. Everything else could wait. Once the direction was decided, Chen Ruoshi withdrew an arrow-shaped compass. Chen Feng had once said, the Buddha teaches that when one loses one's way upon life's path, one may spin this needle and go wherever it points. Chen Ruoshi followed his instruction, gently flicking the needle with her fingertip. It spun swiftly before halting, unerringly pointing northwest. Let's go. She retracted the compass and strode westward without hesitation. Is this reliable, eh? Chen Wuzai asked. I don't know. Chen Ruoshi replied. Why choose this direction, he pressed. She answered, the path lies beneath our feet. And so the group set off resolutely toward the northwest. They scaled mountains and slew beasts along the way. On the 4th day, they reached the northwest, where towering peaks rose in relentless succession, their very cores hollowed out. Each mountain formed a ringed gateway, one after another, standing like colossal doors across the northwestern horizon. The 9 gates, yes. Chen Ruoshi drew a deep breath, astonished to have truly arrived at the right place. The path lies beneath our feet. At that moment, the jade pendant at Chen Ruoxi's neck emitted a soft, ethereal glow, as if resonating with something ancient and profound. Puzzled, Chen Ruoshi grasped the jade pendant. then suddenly soared upward, vanishing into the heart of the 9 gates. Sister Ruashi, little sister-in-law. The 4 cried out in alarm, sprinting wildly and summoning their flying swords to pursue her, only to watch stunned as Chen Ruashi dissolved into nothingness the instant she neared the gates. Even her spiritual aura vanished utterly, as though she had never existed in this world at all. What in the heavens is happening? This was Chen Wuzai's first encounter with such a phenomenon. What are we to do? Chen Wuzai clenched his teeth, unleashing his cultivation energy, without restraint, scouring inch by inch the spot where she had disappeared. After all, Chen Feng had entrusted him explicitly guard Chen Ruashi well. Yet she had vanished right before his eyes. Elder Wuzai, please remain calm. Chen Chuling hurried forward, retrieving a brocade pouch from her robes. Father gave me this. He said to open it only if something beyond our comprehension occurs. Chen Wuzai seized it like a drowning man grasping salvation, then fell silent the moment he glimpsed its contents. Curious, Chen Chuling took the slip of paper he withdrew from the pouch. She too fell silent. A single bold character filled the page. Wait. Very well. We shall wait here for Ruaxi's return and search the surrounding area for traces of the golden beast. With Chen Ruashi gone, Chen Wuzai assumed command. With no other recourse, waiting was all they could do. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Ruashi found herself drawn into a surreal realm, mist-shrouded and dreamlike, radiant as a celestial paradise. Parting the clouds, she stepped forward, only to discover she stood atop a soaring peak, gazing down upon an endless sea of blossoms teeming with birds and beasts, a true land beyond the mortal world. Then came another vertiginous shift, and when she opened her eyes again, she stood before a grand gate forged entirely of luminous azure-hued jade, pulsing with soothing, revitalizing energy. Her gaze swept upward, and instantly she recognized its extraordinary value. Without hesitation, she entertained the thought of carrying it away. Ahem. A light cough echoed. Apparently the master of this place, sensing her intent, had intervened at once. Chen Ruashi recoiled in surprise, but quickly composed herself, adopting an air of serene composure as she softly inquired, "Might I ask whose sacred abode this is? Pray do not toy with this junior cultivator. Since you bear my token and have reached this sanctuary, our fates are deeply intertwined." A voice, crystalline, melodious, unmistakably feminine, issued from within the gate. "Simply push it open and enter." Chen Ruashi took a slow, steadying breath. Having come this far, retreat was impossible. Better to step inside and behold the master who dwelled beyond. Resolving herself, she pushed the gate wide and glided inward. The chamber within was hewn entirely from sapphire jade. Its walls bore numerous hanging scrolls, landscapes of majestic rivers and soaring mountains. At the hall's center rested a translucent ice coffin, radiating an aura of profound serenity and tranquility. Within lay a woman robed in crimson, her brow adorned with a delicate pink floral mark. Her beauty so devastating it could topple kingdoms. That subtle embellishment only heightened her unearthly allure. Chen Ruashi approached, curiously gazed into the coffin, and breathed, a celestial maiden. Her heart fluttered uncontrollably, so exquisite. Surely even heavenly maidens pale beside her. Thank you for the compliment. Suddenly a chill prickled Chen Ruaxi's spine. The woman from the ice coffin now stood behind her, smiling warmly. A ghost. Her pulse leapt. Her face paled slightly. She glanced back. The celestial maiden still lay motionless within the coffin. Then who stood before her now? In truth, my current state could be called ghostly. The woman showed no offense. Instead, her gaze swept over Chen Ruashi with quiet appraisal. Pure water spirit root. No, wait. An exotic water spirit root. With a single glance, Chen Ruashi felt utterly transparent. Her very essence laid bare, with no veil left to hide behind. What's an exotic water spirit root, elder sister? Chen Ruashi widened her eyes. You needn't concern yourself with that now. Only when you ascend to the grand ascension realm will your water spirit root undergo transformation. The woman offered no further explanation, merely stepped closer, bending slightly, and bestowed a smile so bewitching it threatened to ensnare the mind itself. Little sister, aren't you afraid? After all, I am a ghost. Even standing this close, Chen Ruashi felt herself subtly entranced, a testament to the woman's overwhelming beauty, for even beauty is drawn to beauty. Truly, her countenance was beyond compare. Chen Ruashi smiled faintly. I'm not afraid. I've heard many tales from my father. Tales of heaven-blessed prodigies, beautiful masters, arrogant confrontations, 3-year vows, blood-deep vendettas. She ticked them off on her fingers, recounting each miniature tale with vivid charm. The woman's expression froze, then broke into peals of silvery laughter. How delightfully unconventional. I've never met a cultivator with such a refreshingly original mind. Huh. Chen Ruashi tilted her head, then twinkled mischievously. Celestial sister, will you be my future master? Her eyes sparkled with innocent fervor, her demeanor pure and endearing. so disarmingly sweet that anyone would melt at the sight. The woman studied her intently. Are you certain you wish to take me as your master? I warned your father. Just like those beautiful masters in your stories, I carry a blood-soaked grudge. She smiled, but her gaze remained piercing, searching Chen Ruoxi's soul. Chen Ruoxi lifted her chin, meeting the woman's eyes with unwavering sincerity. Am not afraid. Are you truly unafraid? Once aboard this ship of fate, there is no turning back. The woman spoke half in jest, half in earnest. Cultivating the Tao in fear, what a futile endeavor. Better to return home, until the fields. Your father sounds delightfully unconventional. The woman mused, her curiosity about Chen Ruoxi's father now piqued. She resolved to see for herself what sort of scoundrel had imparted such bizarre knowledge to an innocent young girl. Remember well, I am Hua Qingwu, and your new master. And so Hua Qingwu formally accepted the girl before her. Firstly, she had already perished 10,000 years ago. Should she remain trapped here any longer, her soul would surely dissipate entirely. Secondly, Chen Ruoxi possessed exceptional innate talent, and bore the token Hua Qingwu herself had left beyond this realm. Even if her aptitude were modest, the very fact that she had reached this place proved her worthiness. Provided her character remained unblemished, Hua Qingwu would still take her as disciple. Truly? Then allow me to pay my respects to master. Chen Ruoxi immediately performed the formal kowtow. Hua Qingwu gave a slight, dignified nod, thus sealing the master-disciple bond. Disciple, you have surely heard my name before. This secret realm is born from my golden spirit root. Yet I have lain fallen for 10,000 years. My soul force wanes, and I can offer you little aid. Only knowledge and cultivation arts. I understand, master. I know this well. And one day I shall ascend to immortality, and march upon your enemies' gates to strike them down utterly. Chen Ruoxi brandished her tiny rosy fist, heart fluttering with quiet elation. As a child she had adored clinging to Chen Feng, begging him to recount tales of triumphant reversals. She had even dreamed of possessing her own venerable, ever-present elder mentor, only to find it miraculously fulfilled. Hua Qingwu's expression darkened faintly, yet deep within warmth stirred. A young lady ought not speak so crudely. Next time say instead that you shall send them onward into reincarnation. Chen Ruoxi nodded, smiling gently. Master once a teacher, forever a father. I shall one day restore your physical form and avenge your wrongs. What a child, Hua Qingwu murmured, a tender smile gracing her lips. Then I shall await that day. Since this entire secret realm belongs to you, may I take it with me, eh? After conversing with Hua Qingwu for some time, Chen Ruoxi asked. Her gaze drifted across the surrounding land, resplendent, ancient, and clearly brimming with priceless treasures. You may, but nothing within my flower realm microcosm may be touched or utilized by you, at least not yet. Hua Qingwu spoke softly, observing her disciple's hesitant expression, then added, I have slumbered for millennia. My soul force grows ever more frail. Every element within the flower realm sustains the imperishability of my body and the immortality of my true spirit. Until my soul force recovers, none of this may be employed. I understand, Chen Ruoxi nodded. Since this was her master's life-bound essence, she would not press further. Then, master, will you accompany me when I depart? For instance, might you dwell within a spatial ring? Chen Ruoxi asked. I shall accompany you. This microcosm included. Hua Qingwu nodded. Having at last found a worthy successor, why linger here awaiting dissolution? At that moment, the entire Jinshan secret realm trembled violently. All cultivators within were forcibly expelled, returning instantly to the ancestral manner. Chen Ruoxi too reappeared, but now exquisitely adorned. Upon her wrist gleamed an incomparably refined bracelet. Ruoxi, before Chen Wu's party could even grasp what had transpired, they rushed into the manor, frantically searching for Chen Ruoxi. Upon spotting her standing quietly in the corner, their hearts eased at once, and they hurried over. Yet none dared broach the subject of how or why she had vanished. What in the heavens? I'd just slain a golden beast, hadn't even harvested its core before being cast out. Around them, disciples from the 8 great powers wore expressions of utter bewilderment. The time limit hasn't expired. Why has this happened? They were profoundly baffled. By all precedent, another half-month should have remained. As disciples from every major sect materialized within the courtyard, all stood stunned. Then swiftly they gathered close, chattering excitedly, voices overlapping. Even several nascent soul elders exchanged puzzled glances. In 10,000 years, today stood unparalleled in strangeness. How extraordinary! How extraordinary indeed! Could the Jinshan secret realm have suffered some calamity? Yuan Jin narrowed his eyes, speaking gravely. Unknown. Such realms, even if they vanish, lie beyond our perception. Only those who have ascended to the divine transformation realm possess the insight to discern their fate. Yuan Mu shook his head, his countenance grim. The Jinshan secret realm yielded every 30 years a vital influx of rare resources for the 8 great powers. Today, however, catastrophe had struck. At least the youths emerged unharmed. Let us wait 30 years hence, see whether the realm reopens its channel to this world. There remains no other recourse. Very well, the nascent soul elders concurred. Given this anomaly, perhaps we should each withdraw, suggested the Shiman clan's patriarch. With less than half a month remaining, what meaningful gains could there possibly be? Agreed, affirmed the Jin clan's elder. Yet his gaze swept across the courtyard, settling with quiet intensity upon Chen Feng, standing motionless in the distance. Ding, a primary quest completed. Having entered the Jinshin secret realm and inherited the legacy of the celestial fairy of immortal chi, rewards granted. Dao Heart Seed of Demonic Cultivation Scripture 2 Heritage Points and Void Secret Arts Abridged Edition. Chen Feng trembled with exhilaration. This was a divine tier scripture. Even if not quite divine, it bordered on pseudo-divine. Most crucially, it contained the legendary technique, Dao Heart Seed of Demonic Cultivation. With it, he could confidently recruit skilled artisans from outside the clan, and even plant deep covert agents within rival factions and mighty sects, monitoring their every whisper and movement. Young Master Chen Feng, pray tell, what bounty did your Chen clan reap? Might you consider selling any golden cores? A genial voice chimed. Chen Feng drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing his inner jubilation. Elder Jin, you honor me. Yet our clan secured only a few golden cores. Truly, we gained almost nothing. No need to sell. Chen Feng declined outright, though he had no idea how many golden cores Chun Roashi's group had actually obtained. Less said, the safer it remained. A pity indeed, sighed the Jin elder, asking no further. And thus the expedition into the secret realm concluded. A celebratory banquet had been planned, but in the courtyard Jun Baishan nearly came to blows with Yuan Xiao. So the feast was abandoned and all departed, each to their own domain. Master Chen Feng, if your schedule permits, do visit our Tianyin sect someday. Tianyin Duan offered warmly at parting. Of course. I shall come whenever opportunity allows, Chen Feng replied with a courteous smile, bidding farewell to Tianyin Duan. His impression of the Tianyin sect remained favorable. At the very least, unlike certain other nascent soul sects, it harbored no hidden arrogance. Remarkably down to earth. Then to Chen Feng's utter surprise, the Lingu sect sought him out. I sense a vigorous spirit flame within you, young Master Chen Feng. Surely you've already reached the 3rd tier. The elder from the Lingu sect was named Ling Yin, a 4th-tier alchemist and the sole master of his rank across the entire southern region. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded firmly. I attained the 3rd tier 30 years ago, and now I can refine the Gathering Crown pill. Ling Yin's pupils contracted sharply, then he burst into hearty laughter. Young Master Chen Feng possesses truly extraordinary talent. Were you to join our Lingu sect, you would undoubtedly become its next master. Too generous an appraisal, Chen Feng replied with a courteous smile, while inwardly muttering in disbelief, what on earth are you blathering about? Ling Yin extended further goodwill. Should you ever have questions regarding the alchemical arts, feel free to visit me at Lingu Valley. Many thanks, Master Ling Yin. When offered kindness, one must at least respond with a respectful smile. Such is the essence of courtesy. After a brief, amiable exchange, Ling Yin departed Chunin City with his disciples. In swift succession, 2 nascent soul-level sects had extended their goodwill toward him. Let us go home, Chen Feng said as he bid farewell to the 2 other golden core-level sects, and then led Chen Ruashi and the others back along the road home. The sooner he returned, the sooner he could cultivate the 2 divine arts. Had he not feared detection in Chunin City, he might even have begun cultivation there. Chen Feng's gaze also lingered upon the bracelet adorning Chen Ruashi's wrist. As her father, he knew her well. She had never favored such ornaments. Yet now she wore one, an exquisite, mysterious piece of unparalleled craftsmanship. How could he fail to draw conclusions? As a devoted father, Chen Feng felt deeply gratified. Chen Family Manor. Receive. Ding. Reward acquired the Dao Heart Demon Seeding Art, 2 Heritage Points. The Void Secret Art Simplified Edition. Instantly, torrents of memory and knowledge flooded his mind. His very body had been significantly strengthened by the Void Secret Art, a fact that left him astonished. He recalled that in its advanced stages, this art enabled one to vanish into the void itself. How could such mastery be possible without an exceptionally robust physical vessel? That explained it. As for the Dao Heart Demon Seeding Art, it held no overt marvels. Yet it bore a vexing limitation: to succeed against peers, the target had to be utterly defenseless. Against those stronger than himself, success was pathetically rare, while the risk of catastrophic backlash soared to 90%. Open System Interface. Name: Chen Feng. Cultivation Realm Peak Golden Core 5 Spirit Roots. Metal Wood Fire Lightning Wind. Fully harmonized breakthrough available. Arts cultivated: the 10,000 Spirit Longevity Art, the Dao Heart Demon Seeding Art, the Void Secret Art, the Pure Yang Art, the 5 Element Art, the Pure Yang Immortal Art, the 8 Extremity Palm, the Crimson Sword Art, The Chamber Arts, the Manual of Pills and Artifacts, the Celestial Kingdom within the palm. Formation Mastery Peak, 3rd Tier Formation Master. Alchemy Mastery, 3rd Rank Alchemist. Artifact Forging Mastery, 3rd Tier Artifact Forger. Lifespan 2000 years. Heritage Points 24300. Clan Members 41289. Descendants with Spirit Roots 271. Main Quest none. Side Quests none. Clan Reputation 1500. Renowned throughout this petty realm. Universally known reputation convertible 100. Achievements Patriarch renowned across Yuanling, Lord of a prefecture pinnacle of the southern region, one of the 9 great clans. As always, his lifespan had increased in tandem with his cultivation. 2,000 years. That meant something extraordinary. Even many nascent soul elders could not match such longevity. A mere golden core cultivator like himself now possessed the endurance to outlive them. Yet a breakthrough option now appeared before him. With but a single core transcendence pill he could ascend. Still, Chen Feng felt no urgency to break through. Not when his innate spirit roots were inherently inferior. Why rush? He would first refine his golden core thoroughly, cultivating 8 distinct attributes before ascending. 3 remained water, earth, and ice. Alas, the yin-yang attribute had yet to manifest, a minor regret. Yet, even attaining 8 attributes before nascent soul formation was virtually unheard of in the Great Chu realm. No, certainly unheard of. At most, rare hybrid roots might yield the 5 elements. 6 attributes at breakthrough represented the absolute pinnacle. How many heritage points are required to perfect the Dao Heart Demon Seeding Art and the Void Secret Art? Ding! The Dao Heart Demon Seeding Art requires 6,000 points. The Void Secret Art requires 1,000. Chen Feng's face darkened. 16,000 points. Was the system truly so ruthless? After expenditure, only 8,300 would remain. Yet both arts were indispensable. One for subduing minds, the other for flawless assassination and escape. Very well, game demands sacrifice. Perfection, he commanded. A surge of demonic aura arose from his body, only to be instantly purged by radiant Daolight. Then the surrounding void trembled and his figure warped unnaturally, though to any outsider he stood perfectly upright. In truth, countless arcane sigils bloomed across his flesh, seamlessly merging with his very being. Chen Feng snapped his eyes open, and with a single thought his spiritual energy drained violently, as if siphoned by a colossal pump. In an instant he vanished, reappearing 20 zhang away less than half a breath later. Truly heaven-defying. He marveled aloud, though the cost was steep. At his current level he could perform perhaps 10 such leaps, but only over short distances. Yet even this confirmed its transcendental nature. This was after perfection. At initial comprehension, a single teleportation would have exhausted his entire reservoir. Worth every point. A surge of exhilaration filled him. With this art he would be unmatched among peers, striking without warning, invincible in combat. Meanwhile, the Dao Heart Demon Seeding Art had ascended to its ultimate refinement. Now against equals, total helplessness was no longer required. The demon seed could take root even amid partial resistance, germinating subtly within the target's Dao Heart, reshaping it imperceptibly over time. Moreover, it could overwrite the target's will entirely, leaving the caster as the sole sovereign. Of course, each use of such a heaven-defying art exacted a toll upon one's lifespan. Upon reaching its zenith, each use consumed 10 years of life. A trivial cost for Chen Feng, whose longevity knew no scarcity. Yet should the target vastly surpass the caster, the lifespan penalty would escalate dramatically. Were Chen Feng to attempt it upon a void refinement cultivator, now his life force would be drained to nothingness in moments. Chen Feng stilled his thoughts, deciding to venture forth in 2 days' time, recruiting several alchemists and artifact forgers, ideally 2 talisman masters as well. Having resolved this, he silently activated the Void's secret art and materialized unseen before the furtively creeping Chun Ruashi. Within the bracelet, a spectral presence quivered. "Oh, father!" Chun Ruashi nearly leapt in fright. The sudden appearance of a person before her was profoundly startling. She looked up and met Chen Feng's gaze, warm and tender. "What did you gain from your journey into the secret realm?" he asked softly, making no mention of her suspicious behavior. Chun Ruashi hesitated, on the verge of speaking, when her opportunistic mentor transmitted a voice directly into her mind, instructing her to remain silent. "My existence carries grave implications. It may endanger your father and bring calamity upon him." After much contemplation, Chun Ruashi ultimately agreed to her master's request. "It is acceptable to affect herself, but not her father." With a smile, Chun Ruashi replied, "Yes." Chen Feng keenly sensed that this young girl was hiding some secrets. However, she was well aware that perhaps she had brought back a personal grandfather. Children should be given some privacy. Chen Feng proactively shifted the topic. "As long as you have gained something, grasp it well. After speaking, Chen Feng glanced at the bracelet with a smile. Have you attempted to break through to golden core? Chen Ruashi had almost never concealed anything from her father. This time, feeling somewhat guilty and worried about her father's potential criticism, she responded, yes. Chen Ruashi nodded, admitting that she had indeed tried to break through. However, due to her insufficient magical power, she was unable to perceive the opportunity and was reluctant to consume the gathering peak pill. What did you sense? Chen Feng's question caught Chen Ruashi off guard, prompting her to ask, what did you mean by sensing something? Chen Feng flicked her forehead and said, I mean, when you think about breaking through to golden core, what do you feel? Chen Ruashi blinked and pondered seriously, a kind of mysterious feeling. The magical power within me is surging, but it only lasts for a moment. Take your time with it, the path to golden core. Chen Feng spoke a plethora of flowery words, even referencing the Tao Te Ching. Chen Ruashi was somewhat confused, and the flower in the bracelet began to stir restlessly. Her mind was filled with doubts, plunging into a realm of mystery. The Tao is extremely simple. The highest virtue is like water. The highest virtue is like water. She murmured to herself, for she was a water spiritual root, otherwise she would not be so delighted to see Chen Ruashi. After speaking a great deal of profound principles, Chen Feng intentionally glanced at the bracelet. I hope you remain well-behaved and do not entertain any improper thoughts. If you truly treat her sincerely, then you are my Tao friend. As Chen Feng spoke to himself, he suddenly vanished from sight. Within the bracelet, a voice of admiration arose. Truly, the Tao is extremely simple. At the same time, she harbored serious doubts about Chen Feng, her disciple's father. Coupled with the stories he told Chen Ruashi, she felt that Chen Feng was not simple. He has discovered me. Chen Ruashi heard Chen Feng's muttering as if that sentence was spoken just for her. This startled her. How could a golden core discover her? Moreover, being able to touch space and swiftly shift through the void at the golden core stage, what kind of ability is that? Within the bracelet, the beautiful eyes of Hua Qingwu trembled. The display of Chen Feng's abilities combined with the profound sayings he shared with Chen Ruashi deeply shocked her. Moreover, to manipulate space was something she could not achieve even at her peak. Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient powerful being? Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity towards her disciple's father. From initially finding him somewhat interesting, she now began to be curious about his background. Unbeknownst to Chen Ruashi, the slumbering master who had been dormant for 10,000 years had started to be intrigued by her father. The goal has been achieved. Chen Feng took a deep breath. While walking, he unconsciously arrived at the pill pavilion, where two glaring characters caught his eye. Chen Feng realized that he hadn't been here for a long time. Since he was already at the entrance, he might as well go in and take a look. Inside the pill pavilion, the number of people had increased to over 20. There were apprentices and alchemists, with Chen Feng being the second best alchemist in the Chen family. Chen Mubai from the Mu generation was the first son of Chen Shuyuan. Discovered by Chen Feng for his alchemical talent, he had now entered the ranks of second-tier alchemists. At this moment, Chen Mubai was intensely engaged in the refining of foundation establishment pills. Reduce the firepower a bit more. Do not focus on shaping, but rather take good care of the medicinal liquid from the blackwood grass inside. Just as Chen Mubai was about to lose his temper, he was indeed challenging the foundation establishment pill, one of the most difficult among the second-tier elixirs. A moment of distraction could lead to the pill's destruction, who was causing trouble. Upon hearing the voice, his pupils constricted, and he hurriedly followed the instructions of the voice's owner. Thus the firepower was adjusted accordingly, and in less than 2 moments he succeeded. With a soft chime from the pill furnace, he extinguished the fire and stored the pills. This batch is a success. Mubai did well. Chen Feng smiled generously, praising his alchemical air. Grandfather is too kind, but without your guidance I believe this batch would have failed as well. Chen Mubai quickly replied. Chen Feng replied, there is no need to be overly modest. Your alchemical talent is the best in our Chen family. However, refining pills is one thing, but cultivation must also be enhanced. If your cultivation does not improve, the pill fire won't be able to rise, and you will never enter the next tier in your lifetime. Chen Feng's admonition echoed in his ears, and he nodded repeatedly. Understood, grandfather. You can retrieve the pills now, Chen Feng said, and Chen Mubai immediately went to collect the pills. Upon opening the furnace, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out, and 3 foundation establishment pills lay quietly in the furnace. Very good. Remember this refining technique and how to control the heat. Chen Feng offered a few more pointers and said to him, next I need to use the furnace for a while. Grandfather, are you going to refine pills yourself? Chen Mubai was somewhat surprised, as his grandfather had not personally refined pills for 3 or 4 years. Yes, you go tell all the members of the pill pavilion to stop their tasks and come watch me refine pills. I will refine a few batches of each tier of pills and explain along the way. Understood. This was not only about refining pills, but also about holding a class to impart knowledge. Upon hearing that Chen Feng would personally guide and demonstrate, everyone in the pill pavilion was filled with excitement. As a peak third-tier alchemist, just learning 1% of what he teaches would enable them to refine first-tier pills. Before long, all members of the pill pavilion gathered in the spacious hall that Chen Feng had instructed to build before establishing the pavilion. Thus, even with all members present, there was no sense of crowding. Among them were the 7 elders of the pill pavilion who had been stuck at first-tier alchemists for a long time. Their experience in alchemy had long been unable to break through. Now that Chen Feng had arrived to explain, how could they not be excited? Under Chen Feng's meticulous explanation, they listened with rapt attention and experienced sudden enlightenment. Many failures that they previously could not overcome were pointed out and demonstrated by Chen Feng one by one. The 7 elders were flushed. They had long since surpassed foundation establishment, just one step away from entering the second tier. The second tier was also a key point that Chen Feng emphasized, as everyone else besides Chun Mubai were either first tier or apprentices. After explaining 5 types of pills, 5 different fire control techniques, and repeatedly reminding them of the steps where mistakes can easily occur, he demonstrated. The group quickly grasped the basics, and then Chen Feng began to explain the 2 most fundamental third-tier pills. The Yunjing pill. This is the preferred pill for second-tier alchemists attempting to break through to the third tier. It is also a highly favored pill, beneficial not only for those in the golden core stage to enhance their cultivation, but also for those in the foundation establishment stage. After refining 2 batches, Chen Feng solemnly stated, "Next, I will refine the gathering pinnacle pill." Everyone maintained absolute silence. Even without his instruction, nearly no one spoke during the refining process. The refining of the gathering pinnacle pill commenced vigorously, as the ingredients were precious. Currently, the Chen family had managed to gather only 5 sets, making sure to waste none. Chen Feng was very focused, performing a series of fluid motions that left the onlookers dazzled. Time passed slowly, and the sky began to darken. During this period, no one left. All were fixated on Chen Feng and the refining pill cauldron. Apart from Chen Feng's instructions on what to fetch, not a single person spoke. As night deepened, Chen Feng took a deep breath. Opening the furnace, the pills are ready. 5 gathering pinnacle pills lay quietly in the cauldron. Are these pills? No, they are glistening silver. The market price of the gathering pinnacle pill in the southern region is at least 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Refining is complete. All of you are the pillars of my Chen family. Take your time to absorb this. Muku, when you attempt to refine second-tier pills, remember to have Mubai accompany you. Understood. We won't let Grandpa's great-grandpa's expectations down. Everyone replied in unison. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, activated his void secret technique, and vanished from the pill pavilion. Having just refined 5 gathering pinnacle pills, and with 4 more in stock, Chen Feng decided to distribute them all first. Anyone needing more later could have them refined. Thus, Chen Chuling, Chen Chiyuan, and Chen Wuzhai, all at the late foundation establishment stage, were all assigned a gathering pinnacle pill. Of course, Chen Wuzhai did not take one, as Wan Wutian had prepared one for him, so he didn't mind. As for the golden core members, Chen Feng left 1 pill for each, while the rest were stored away for future needs. Naturally, Xia Jiao was also allocated 3 pills. Just as Chen Feng was about to continue his diligent work, an unexpected family arrived. "Grandpa, a delegation from the Wan family has come to visit," reported Chen Mufu, who was on duty today. Chen Feng stepped forward and saw a female cultivator standing next to the golden core member of the Wan family. "What are you doing?" Chen Feng looked at the 2, sensing the visitor's intentions. "I am Wan Rian, a cultivator from my clan. I have long admired the grace of Taoist Chen Feng and am deeply infatuated. I hope you do not reject me." Chen Feng wore an expression of as expected and listened further. The woman was from the Wan family's merchant lineage, and their intention was for Chen Feng to take her as a concubine. Given that she was a foundation establishment cultivator with 3 spirit roots, how could Chen Feng refuse such a good opportunity? After scrutinizing her, he nodded and accepted her. Moreover, the Wan family did not request a wedding banquet. It was merely an understanding between them, thus, he casually accepted a wife. On the very first night, Chen Feng planted a magic seed within her. He felt that something was amiss. To propose marriage in such a low-key manner without any grand ceremony seemed unusual. Instead, they only sent a female cultivator from a branch family to become Chen Feng's concubine without requesting a banquet. There had to be something wrong with that. By the second night, the magic seed had been deeply planted and her will was altered. This left Chen Feng greatly shocked regarding his Tao heart being tainted by magic. "Madam, what does the Wan family want you to do?" Lying beside Chen Feng, Wan Rian's eyes were filled with infatuation. Without hesitation, she revealed everything. "The family had sent me to monitor the situation of the Wutian ancestor and to relay information back at all times. Is there anything else?" "That's all. Before leaving, I was instructed that after marrying into the Chen family, I would be one of you, and aside from this task, I should just be a good wife." This statement diminished Chen Feng's hostility towards the Wan family. It was reasonable after all their ancestor had been lingering in another family for so long and could not be called back no matter how they cried out. It was only natural to be concerned. Mainly as merchants, they did not wish to offend Chen Feng, thus this plan was developed. Knowing everything, Chen Feng decided not to dwell on it too much. Every day, he tended to the fields working alongside his many wives. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. As the number of descendants with spirit roots increased, the first choices were mainly scattered cultivator girls and those from small families. Soon the second and third generations possessing spirit roots also rose in number. In no time the count exceeded 300. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having over 300 descendants with spirit roots. Reward 200 years of cultivation in any attribute and 1,000 inheritance points. Lying among more than 10 wives, Chen Feng got up and lovingly kissed each one's forehead before quietly leaving. Claiming cultivation, all converted to ice spirit root. Ding! Conversion successful. Ice spirit root unlocked successfully. Ice attribute complete. Feeling an additional attribute within him and a crystalline blue spirit root, Chen Feng took a deep breath. He was only 2 major spirit roots away from gathering all 8. He could then begin to prepare for the breakthrough. Contemplating the cold energy within his body and the thought that he could freeze everything within dozens of meters. Chen Feng sighed. The ice spirit root is quite extraordinary. He had replicated Xia Jiao's ability to freeze 1,000 miles, merely lowering the temperature of the ice attribute to the minimum, completely freezing the enemy's blood. Then by using his magical power, all the ice would shatter. The enemy would likewise be crushed into bits. Terrifyingly, this move also inflicted large-scale damage. Chen Feng contemplated that in the future, he could freeze 1,000 miles with a single thought, and then snap his fingers to annihilate everything. How cool and terrifying would that be? Once he mastered the ice attribute power, Chen Feng set his sights on Xia Jiao. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the two engaged in a playful tussle. Then as Xia Jiao self-froze, Chen Feng in her presence unleashed an ice storm that froze the entire small courtyard. Xia Jiao's eyes widened in shock at the unbelievable scene before her. Staring at the icy landscape, she blankly asked, "How did you do this?" Xia Jiao couldn't understand how in just 3 years Chen Feng had comprehended the ice attribute power. Originally, the thunder attribute was terrifying enough. How could one survive this? Chen Feng chuckled lightly at Xia Jiao. With the ice spirit root, it naturally can be done. What? Aren't you a 5-element spirit root? How is this possible? Moreover, how can your ice attribute power be so strong? Xia Jiao's face was filled with disbelief. Chen Feng smirked playfully. Because yours is a female ice spirit root, while mine is a male. Even if Xia Jiao were to be foolish, she would still understand this remark. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with amusement, igniting her anger as she kicked the door hard. Don't think that I can't tell what this means. Take a kick from me. See, I told you this is called mutual attraction. Chen Feng smiled slightly, sidestepping to grasp Xia Jiao's delicate foot. With a gentle pull, she felt a sudden weightlessness. He then effortlessly embraced her, pulling her into his arms. You can't escape today. This is too good an opportunity for me to let go. The feelings Xia Jiao harbored were well known. With a thought, Chen Feng's magical power transformed into a force that firmly closed the gate of the small courtyard. With a slight exertion of his arm, he lifted Xia Jiao sideways and walked toward the room. Let go of me. Xia Jiao struggled violently in Chen Feng's arms. However, with his newfound ice attribute, he no longer feared her coldness. In terms of magical power, Chen Feng had already surpassed Xia Jiao. Even without training, the cultivators in his family had begun to reflect back on their own progress. It was equivalent to 1/3 of his daily meditative practice. Even if he lay idle for a few hundred years, he could still achieve nascent soul. Don't run away. Oh, we've known each other for so long and experienced so much together. Why are you still afraid? I'm quite angry. Chen Feng placed her on the bed, his expression cold as he locked eyes with Xia Jiao. We can't, not now. No, can't, just don't speak, kiss me. Chen Feng leaned in before she could finish her sentence, capturing the bowtie's lips. Xia Jiao's eyes were filled with astonishment and complexity. Her body began to react. It had been nearly 100 years since she had encountered a man. Gradually, she fell into a state of acceptance. Her complexion flushed, revealing that even an iceberg could show such a side. She began to reciprocate, even wrapping her arms around Chen Feng. His hands roamed freely, exploring. Thus the night passed. Spring bloomed, and the phoenix sang. 1,000 words have been omitted here. He quietly accompanied her until the arrival of the next day. When Xia Jiao awoke, the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain through her. She was sore all over. You're really an animal. Xia Jiao exclaimed, shyly struggling to turn onto her stomach. In this condition, she couldn't sit up at all. Aren't you satisfied? Chen Feng asked with a grin. Xia Jiao's face changed and she huffed. What satisfaction? I feel like I'm falling apart. No wonder you and Chioer and the others you all are quite a crowd. Xia Jiao suddenly realized something looking at Chen Feng with some fear, her body shifting to the side. She was terrified of experiencing such terrifying treatment again. Rest well, don't move too much. Chen Feng's lips curled slightly as he reminded her. Mind your own business. Xia Jiao turned her head, a flush returning to her cheeks. Chen Feng gently massaged her, his eyes filled with warmth as he spoke softly. Jiaoer, from now on you are mine. I know you have secrets. If anything happens in the future, I will stand in front of you, shielding you from the storm. Xia Jiao fell silent at his words, her heart pounding fiercely. Chen Feng said little, quietly nurturing her body. Xia Jiao's heart also raced as they remained silent for a long time. Finally, she spoke. You took me, and that will definitely be a great trouble for you in the future. Chen Feng smiled, saying, even if I hadn't taken you, there would still be trouble in the future. Why fear it? You are my woman, your matters are my matters. Since you won't speak, I won't ask. Who doesn't have a past they wish to forget? Chen Feng chose not to press further. Xia Jiao seemed weighed down, as if battling internally. After a long moment, she finally said thank you. Her voice was soft, and after expressing her gratitude, she began recounting some past events. This was Xia Jiao's first step in opening her heart, revealing her feelings for the first time. Chen Feng was right. Xia Jiao indeed had an extraordinary background. She was the legitimate daughter of the Grand Chancellor's residence in Dechu, having come here to escape a marriage contract. However, she did not disclose the specific details, instead exchanging many stories. Only at the end did she reveal her greatest concern, her betrothed. Although the two were no longer engaged, the other party would definitely harbor resentment and might even vent their anger on Chen Feng. His revenge would be unstoppable by the Chen family. Don't worry. Chen Feng ruffled her hair, and they talked a lot more. Until the night of that day arrived, Chen Feng finally left Xia Jiao's residence. Not long after, he was found by Chen Chuyuan. Father, the Tianyin sect has sent a letter. Oh. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Why would the Tianyin sect send him a letter? After Chen Chuyuan brought it over, Chen Feng opened the envelope. It was an invitation to a celestial event soon to be held at the Tianyin sect alongside a major competition for the immortal path in the southern region. Reading the details closely, this was nothing less than a free trading fair where various major forces and powerful figures would bring forth the prodigies they had nurtured over the years. They would engage in battles and rankings against prodigies from other forces. There would be separate rankings for Qi refinement and foundation establishment. The top prize for the Qi refinement ranking was a high-grade magic treasure and 10 mid-grade spirit stones. The top prize for the foundation establishment ranking was 3 mid-grade magic treasures, 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 10 drops of life elixir. All forces with a notable name in the southern region were invited. Even officials from the immortal sects and the Daichu royal family would be present to watch the competition. This was a grand event. It would take place in 3 years on the ascension platform of the Tianyin sect. Chen Feng found it hard to grasp the purpose behind organizing such a gathering. Nevertheless, Chen Feng felt that the Tianyin sect was either recruiting disciples or the Daichu royal family was doing the same. If there were other intentions, it was hard for him to guess. What does the Tianyin sect intend? Whether to participate or not would entirely depend on the leaders of the major forces. There was no coercion involved. However, with such generous rewards on offer, which force wouldn't be tempted? Especially the life elixir in the foundation establishment ranking. It was a miraculous medicine for extending life, and 10 drops could easily prolong life by 150 years. Even the second and third places had life elixirs, clearly aiming to attract older individuals to bring their disciples to compete. Those elderly experts with little time left would surely flock to it. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to bring people along. This is a communication meeting for the older generation as well as for the new blood. With so many descendants in the clan, they should have a platform and space to make their presence known. 3 years from now, huh? Chen Feng took out another piece of paper and slipped it into the envelope. With a surge of magic power, the envelope transformed into a beam of golden light and flew away. In the martial pavilion, Chen Chu watched the envelope fly in through the window. Upon sensing the familiar magic power on it, he quickly caught it and opened it, his expression changing slightly as a look of interest appeared on his face. Father, can we finally let the brothers and children go out? His eyes were evidently filled with excitement. With so many descendants in the clan, each one was as fierce as a wolf. Especially with so many martial cultivators, their blood was boiling, and they could only engage in combat within the clan. The same went for the cultivators who, apart from interacting with some other cultivator families mainly for the purpose of gathering and forming marital alliances, rarely had any friction or combat with descendants of other forces. Now the family's power was no longer insignificant. It was time to step out. The flowers in the greenhouse were too delicate, which was not good. Similarly, as the number of cultivators and martial artists in the clan increased year by year, they should be allowed to go out and seek their own opportunities. Likewise, Qin Chuling received Chen Feng's message and immediately stood up. The convener began preparations for the selection. Chen Feng required each group of cultivators and martial artists to bring 5 members to broaden their horizons and engage in combat with the descendants of other forces. A total of 10 people. The spiritual energy in the clan was still a bit short of catching up to Chunin City. 2 spirit plants played a significant role. Chen Feng approached the Tianqing tree and gently touched its trunk. The growth of the Tianqing tree was far slower than that of the Qianbai tree. It had been stuck at 390 years without moving. A wave of azure energy exuding a rich life force flowed from Chen Feng's hand into the trunk of the Tianqing tree. After years of nurturing, the longevity true energy within Chen Feng had reached its peak. Today it was finally put to use. Longevity true energy can stimulate the growth of spirit plants, enhance their growth, increase their age, and is also a sacred healing substance. Grow quickly, my dear. Chen Feng looked at the flourishing Tianqing tree and whispered. The Tianqing tree greedily absorbed the longevity true energy, and just like that a day passed. The Tianqing tree had already blossomed and borne fruit, and its age rings were continuously growing. It visibly expanded by several circles and had yielded fruit 3 times in succession. However, such rapid growth consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Beside the Tianqing tree lay a second-tier spirit vein that had been relocated from the Chen family. At this moment, it could be seen that the luster of the spirit vein had already dimmed. It was evident how much energy had been drained. If this continued, the vein could be completely drained. This surprised Chen Feng. Although spirit plants could emit and generate spiritual energy, their growth also demanded a high requirement for nutrients, especially when not in a nurturing state. There was no impact on the spirit vein. They complemented each other. However, excessive stimulation for growth placed high demands on the nutrients. Chen Feng calculated that if he continued to stimulate growth, within 2 days the energy of the spirit vein beneath his feet would be completely drained and deterioration would be minor. Becoming a waste vein would be normal. He could only cease and allow the spirit vein to accumulate energy. Yet, even so, this spirit vein from the Chen family had stopped emitting spiritual energy. However, this had no adverse effect on the Chen family. In fact, the concentration of spiritual energy had even increased somewhat. The Tianqing tree had also grown to around 1,100 years of age, producing a greater amount of spiritual energy than a second-tier spirit vein. This left Chen Feng greatly shocked. It was terrifying. At the same time, he began to pay more attention to it. It was only a millennium now. What about in tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years? Would it not rival 5th-tier spirit veins, or even higher? Moreover, the effects of Tianqing fruit were also extremely terrifying. It was practically an all-purpose item. It could enhance cultivation, strengthen foundations, and extend lifespan by 10 years. Furthermore, it had no limitations or resistance, which was the most terrifying part. If news of its existence leaked and reached other major forces, it would likely provoke the attention of beings at the divine transformation stage, or even higher, as it could serve as a foundation for eternity. Chen Feng simply sat down cross-legged and decided to consume one right away. Upon entry, the sweet and flavorful juice flooded his mouth, filling him with a refreshing aroma. After swallowing it, it transformed into pure energy that coursed through his limbs. Chen Feng sat cross-legged, refining the medicinal power. One Tianqing fruit was equivalent to several years of hard cultivation. His foundation was slightly enhanced, but most importantly, Chen Feng sensed his wood's spiritual root. It greedily absorbed this energy, and the spiritual root was undergoing sublimation. Seeing this, he continued to consume more. The energy trickled into the wood's spiritual root, causing a vibrant azure glow. The glow surpassed the other 4 spiritual roots, subtly positioning it as the foremost. His control over wood attributes also became increasingly formidable. Vaguely, he could sense the emotions of the Tianqing tree and all other plant spirits, though it was merely a perception and he could not converse with them. Chen Feng was somewhat pleased that his aptitude had strengthened a few more degrees. He turned to look at the remaining 10 Tianqing fruits and consumed them all without hesitation. A lengthy period passed. This enhancement process took 3 days. Chen Feng could now clearly sense the emotions of the plant spirits and could even easily capture the wandering would attribute spiritual energy. Chen Feng took a deep breath, unable to conceal the joy within his heart. He felt the emotions emanating from the Tianqing tree, which seemed to be happy for its master Chen Feng. "Good child," Chen Feng said as he patted the Tianqing tree. After replenishing, the longevity magical power within him returned to its peak. Chen Feng suddenly thought of his old partner, the Qianbai tree. Each leaf of the Qianbai tree was equivalent to a second-tier talisman, an auxiliary divine object. The 2 spirit plants served different purposes. One enhanced the qualifications and longevity of the clan members, while the other provided numerous defensive capabilities in battle. Both belonged to the all-purpose category. Dingmain Quest released achieve first place in the Qi refinement stage of the Southern Region Immortal Dao competition, reward longevity classic inheritance points, 3,000. Achieve first place in Foundation Establishment ranking, rewards Spirit Value Magic Thunder Tree inheritance points, 10,000. A basic manual on talismans. Side quest, host matchmaking at the Immortal Dao competition for the next generation, reward unlock skill talismaker, 10,000 cold knowledge of talismans, 100,000 sheets of first to third tier talisman paper. Side quest for each successful marital alliance, reward 1,000 inheritance points, no upper limit. What the heck? Chen Feng's eyes widened in surprise. What was happening? The system was offering benefits. 3 consecutive tasks, and the rewards were extremely enticing. Moreover, he could acquire a new skill which was incredibly attractive for an artisan like Chen Feng. Talismans were exceedingly rare in Dechu, with only 1 or 2 individuals mastering the talismaker skill in the entire region. Commonly seen were only 3 major types: medicine, weapons, and formations. As one of the auxiliary techniques, it was also an all-purpose existence highly sought after. This also strengthened Chen Feng's resolve. As for the idea of marriage, it was not out of the question. An alliance with other powers was certainly agreeable. Of course, Chen Feng would only take male heirs to matchmaking events. It seems the system is working hard for the reproduction mission of the Chen family, Chen Feng thought, and after a moment of contemplation, he directly convened a clan banquet. The elder generation of the Chen family, Chen Churan, Chen Chu, and Chen Chuming, took their seats beneath Chen Feng. The new generation of strong cultivators, Chen Chuling, Chen Chiyuan, Chen Chiyun, and Chen Ruashi, sat in the front. Chen Wanzai was also among the third batch. The remaining clan members took their seats in the back or stood respectfully, gazing at Chen Feng, who sat at the highest position. Looking down at the now white-haired and frail Chen Chuming, Chen Feng felt a pang of emotion. His lifespan was already short, nearing its end. Even with a pseudo-spiritual root after his cultivation was crushed to the 9th stage of Qi refinement, he had not moved since. Chen Feng gazed into his dull eyes. These 3 were his first 3 sons, the children he had just begun to guide into the realm of cultivation. He had raised them little by little, imparting knowledge and concepts. Together, they had crafted the prosperity of the Chen family. He had already used 2 types of longevity pills on him, otherwise he wouldn't have lasted this long. Chen Feng fell silent, reflecting on the stark contrast between his vigorous father and frail children. He resolved that after the banquet he would drain the spiritual vein in Yuanling City as nourishment to cultivate another batch of Tianqing fruits. He would find a way to push him into Foundation Establishment and extend his life by another 200 years. Chen Feng's gaze shifted from Chen Chuming to the clan members present. They were nearly at a population of 50,000. Among them, several from the first generation had already passed away, many from the second generation were now gray-haired, and the third generation was beginning to show signs of aging as well. The remaining 4th, 5th, and even 6th generations made up the majority and served as the mainstay of the clan's strength. Seeing that the time had come, Chen Feng spoke up. The Chen clan banquet has begun. As soon as Chen Feng's words fell, a thunderous cheer erupted from below. A sea of black bowed down, shaking the heart. Descendants of the Chen family, pay your respects to the ancestor. Long live the ancestor. This was a unified term used after the last clan banquet. Otherwise, those who would call him father would call him father, those who would call him grandfather would call him grandfather, and those who would call him ancestor would call him ancestor. It was too chaotic, so they simply unified the terms. Chen Feng raised his hand, signaling for them to rise. He then proceeded to deliver a speech establishing 3 new 5-year plans and outlining the distribution of clan affairs and personnel adjustments. Chen Shuling continues serving as the head of the Shadow Pavilion while organizing personnel for the upcoming Immortal Path competition in 3 years. Understood. Chen Shuling rose and bowed. Chen Ruashi will be separated from the Shadow Pavilion to establish the Listening Rain Tower, primarily responsible for setting up outposts and business establishments in various counties to gather information. Chen Wuzai established the Chen Clan Commerce Association to assist the Listening Rain Tower. I want to see the Chen Clan Commerce Association spread throughout all the major counties in the southern region after the 3 5-year plans conclude. Acknowledged. The 2 of them stood and bowed, indicating their understanding. Chen Shuyu, in addition to being the head of the Martial Pavilion, will establish the United Front Department, which can mobilize all the Chen family's combat power during wartime. Chen Shurenyu, along with Chuling and Ruashi, will assist in the deputy positions of the War Department. Coordinate with full effort when needed. Yes, father. Chen Shuyu and the others stepped forward to accept their orders. The decisions made by Chen Feng had always been followed without question. The younger generations of the Chen family regarded Chen Feng, the ancestor, with utmost respect, harboring no thoughts of rebellion. Even if there were, they would be dealt with by familial law at the first opportunity. Now, with a population nearing 50,000, even the youngest descendants were very curious about Chen Feng, the ancestor. They widened their eyes looking at Chen Feng on the high platform. However, Chen Feng still felt that the population growth was somewhat slow. This was also one of the reasons he held the clan banquet. Additionally, birth will undergo another reform. The descendants of the Chen family male heirs should have at least 10 children in their lifetime, and we will double the rewards for childbirth. Moreover, for the children of the Chen family, any who possess a spiritual root and find a partner with a spiritual root through their own efforts will receive a substantial reward. Understood. As Chen Feng's words concluded, a thunderous cheer erupted from below. There were no objections among the attendees regarding Chen Feng's repeated emphasis on the importance of reproduction. No matter how many people there were, the Chen family had ensured that the young were nurtured and the elderly were cared for. These basic needs were easily addressed. As for resources, they still leaned towards supporting cultivators and warriors. The stronger one was the more substantial the nurturing they received. The improvements within the clan were becoming increasingly apparent, and Chen Feng expressed concern about the second-generation situation regarding the birth of spiritual roots. The emphasis on attracting talented sons-in-law and daughters-in-law was highlighted. All right, the important matters of this clan banquet have been announced. The rest will be implemented according to the 3 5-year plans. Everyone must remember them clearly. The development of the Chen family cannot be delayed. Everyone must be energetic, fight for themselves, fight for the family, and seek benefits for the younger generations. Understood. Chen Feng nodded and began to announce the final matter. Additionally, the family will implement a ranking system. The higher the rank, the more resources will be allocated. Establish 2 rankings: the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment rankings. The top 10 will receive my personal cultivation guidance and the best resource treatment. As soon as Chen Feng's words fell, many below began to stir, but dared not speak. The matter of rankings will be handled by Elder Xia Jiao, who will hold a clan competition every 2 years to select the top 10 for both rankings. Moreover, the top 10 can be challenged by clan members. The victor will obtain their ranking and enjoy their benefits. As the words fell, many exchanged glances, unable to hide their excitement and restlessness. After discussing some details, Chen Feng handed the specific plans to Xia Jiao and announced the official start of the banquet. The nearly 50,000 members of the clan appeared harmonious and joyful, and the banquet continued until late into the night. As for why the Commerce Association needed to be developed, the Chen family's industrial income was too one-dimensional. Relying solely on spiritual fields and the nearby restaurants for income was far too meager. Currently, the income from the mining of spiritual veins accounted for 80% of the family's total revenue. How terrifying is that? Spiritual veins cannot be mined indefinitely. They require periods of nurturing, and overexploitation will render them useless. Relying solely on energy resources is akin to sitting on empty mountains, and Chen Feng would never allow that. This was also a significant industrial upgrade emphasized in the 3 5-year plans. Cultivating artisans, developing cross-county trade, and creating distinctive Chen clan restaurants were all part of a diversified development strategy. Meanwhile, the establishment of the 2 rankings greatly stimulated personnel motivation. Having goals and pursuits generates motivation. Competition accelerates growth, and battles increase experience. Currently, the initial policies are still relatively lenient, but as the population grows later on, especially when there are more cultivators, Chen Feng will implement even stricter measures. And so 1.5 years passed. During this half-year, Chen Feng drew upon the spiritual vein of Yuanling City and fed it to the Tianqing tree. A first-level spiritual vein only half-exploited surprisingly increased its age by 600 years, bringing it to over 1,600 years. This allowed Chen Feng to harvest 2 rounds of fruit totaling 14 pieces. With the help of the Tianqing fruit, Chen Feng finally reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. With his vitality replenished after taking the Foundation Establishment pill, and with Chen Feng's assistance, he naturally broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm. This also alleviated one of Chen Feng's worries. The original 3 sons had indeed progressed from mortals at least into the Foundation Establishment realm. At the very least, they could accompany Chen Feng for another 200 years. Ding! The number of descendants surpassed 50,000. Reward: 200 years of any attribute cultivation, 1,000 inheritance points, and 1 attacking technique, Hunyuan Sanin Fuhaiyin. This time there was no reward of skill points, but an offensive means was granted. This 200 years of cultivation was bound to be a certainty for his current aptitude, as the 2 primary attributes reach perfection. Receive cultivation reward. As the earth and water attributes reached perfection, a deep rumble echoed. Chen Feng's aura suddenly surged, and a terrifying presence swept across the entire Chen family. After a while, a soft voice was heard. Fuhaiyin. The immense magical power reached its peak, and the dazzling magical light flashed through the quiet night like a shooting star. A majestic magical force transformed into a great seal of the 5 elements flashing through the air, and the terrifying aura made many tremble. Wan Wutian suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the terrifying aura of this spell. He heavily exhaled a good. Feeling the overwhelming power, his recognition of Chen Feng grew stronger. With 8 attributes of magical power, Chen Feng's magic reached an extreme, and the magical energy stored within him was over 3 times that of an ordinary golden core. Chen Feng was very satisfied with this seal. Although it was a bit inferior to his palm-sized fairy kingdom, it was only half a tier lower. He concluded his work and turned back to continue his diligent labor for the development of the Chen family. In the blink of an eye, the 3-year period was drawing near. As a cry echoed from Chen Shuan's partner's delivery room, Chen Feng also heard that long-lost prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. More than 400 descendants with spiritual roots have broken through. Reward 200 years of cultivation, 1 high-grade magic weapon worship. Ding! The system detects that the host cultivation has reached the peak of this realm and presents the following options. Option 1, break through immediately with a success rate of 20%. The fusion degree of the 8 attributes is average, requiring the consumption of 200 years of cultivation. Option 2, store as nascent soul experience. Every 200 years it converts to 25% experience value. Once reaching 100%, you will obtain a perfect nascent soul and give birth to an ethereal primordial spirit. Reward 1 Wushang Baling Ascension Pill. This is leading me on. Chen Feng clenched his teeth. The first option was indeed a bit risky, especially since he currently had no transformation pill. Moreover, he was compatible with 8 attributes, which would make the difficulty of transforming into a nascent soul certainly greater than breaking through to the golden core. The second option was simply enticing him. A perfect nascent soul would even possess a primordial spirit that only appears in the transformation realm. How terrifying and alluring this was. Chen Feng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Let's do it. Since we're breaking through, we should aim for perfection. Becoming an ordinary nascent soul is not my intention. After all, the influence of a nascent soul's attributes on strength in the same realm is considerable. It can be seen that a perfectly transformed early-stage nascent soul cultivator can easily defeat those of the same level with barely integrated transformations. Since the system has provided such an enticing option, then it must be done. After all, there is still a Wushang Baling Ascension Pill ahead, which is a high-tier version of the 4-tier Baling Ascension Pill. This can allow golden core cultivators to detonate their spiritual roots in exchange for the strength of a pseudo-nascent soul. I choose the second option. Ding! Cultivation conversion completed. Perfect transformation into nascent soul, 25%. Ding! Wushang Baling Ascension Pill successfully dispensed. A bright red pill appeared in his hand containing a blend of violent and gentle medicinal powers. Wushang Baling Ascension Pill. This is an upgraded version of the Baling Ascension Pill, which can eliminate the side effects of destroying spiritual roots, resulting in 3 days of weakness, and its efficacy is enhanced by 30%. Chen Feng was satisfied as he stored it away. This item was equivalent to his life. It is also one of his trump cards, capable of temporarily granting the strength of a nascent soul. Moreover, his formation skills would also advance to the next tier, allowing him to deal with nascent souls of the same realm. Even if he couldn't kill them, he could at least trap them. He was originally worried about causing trouble in the Immortal Dao Grand competition, but now it seemed there was no issue at all. Nascent souls are the apex in the entire southern region. Unless the royal family and the immortal sect send transformation realm ancestors, but that is clearly impossible. Inviting a transformation realm ancestor is like asking an adult to watch a group of children play. There are 7 days left until the Immortal Dao Grand competition. The 10-member team of the Chen family has already been selected. Foundation Establishment Group, Chen Ruoxi, Chen Chuling, Chen Xingxing, Chen Wuzai, Chen Ziyun. Qi Refinement Group, Chen Chuqing, Chen Mu Yuan, Chen Xingrui, Chen Xinghe, Chen Mu 1. The 3 grandmasters of the Qi Refinement Group are 2 cultivators. The Foundation Establishment Group consists of a couple. It is worth mentioning that Chen Ziyun showed great potential and has now advanced to the late Foundation Establishment stage. The accompanying strong individuals include Chen Feng himself, Xia Jiao, and Wan Wutian, who is concerned about his grandson and granddaughter. Chen Chu was left behind to guard the home. Chen Ruoxi was originally going to break through to the golden core, but for some unknown reason, she suddenly dropped to the late Foundation Establishment stage, and now she has returned to the peak of Foundation Establishment. However, her aura has become more refined and her strength has significantly increased. This point, Chen Feng can naturally understand this little girl has likely gained the assistance of an accompanying elder. But this is good, Chen Feng thought. At the very least, the immortal spirit celestial maiden must be a second-tier figure, right? With her guiding his precious daughter, Chen Feng felt very relieved. Follow me. As the people gathered, Chen Feng directly summoned the high-grade magic weapon warship, which he named Divine Wind No. 7. On the mountain peak, everyone gazed at the massive ship in astonishment, especially at the large glaring four characters on the ship's body. High-grade magic weapon flying boat. Such things are rarely seen, even in the royal city they are scarce. Wan Wutian walked over with a look of curiosity, carefully examining the flying boat. I say, family member, you're quite well hidden. Wan Wuxian's gaze lingered on Chen Feng, who had shown extraordinary abilities during this time. This gradually made him acknowledge Chen Feng. A high-grade magic weapon flying boat starts at 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which is more expensive than the transformation pill. Are you sure that taking it out won't attract the attention of other forces? Chen Feng chuckled, his gaze resting on him. What is there to fear? Isn't there still you, senior? This. Wan Wutian remained silent, realizing Chen Feng was taking the blame for him. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Xia Jiao, who accompanied him, was equally amazed by this flying boat. This flying boat can be considered top-tier, even among high-quality ones crafted entirely from dragon gold stone, and it's quite expensive. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Haha, Chen Feng chuckled. Miss Xiao's knowledge is indeed extensive. Wan Wutian silently nodded from the side. Chen Feng then addressed the curious children circling the flying boat, saying, board the ship, we're setting off. The group boarded the vessel, which had a total of 333 rooms, with the deck alone spanning 2 mu of land, immensely grand. Above the flying boat, countless runes glowed, forming protective arrays. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up to these formations, noting that the main array was a 4th-tier one. This made him regard the vessel with greater respect as he approached the cockpit. Chen Feng observed 2 grooves in front of him, one for propelling with his own mana, and the other consuming spirit stones as fuel. Chen Feng first tried to activate it using his mana, but it disappeared into the void as if a cow had sunk into the sea. This instantly irritated him, and he infused all 8 attributes of his mana into the groove. Only then did the massive vessel slowly lift off, heading towards its destination. However, the mana consumption was terrifying. After flying just 200 miles, Chen Feng felt a third of his mana deplete. Of course, the speed was also incredibly fast, quicker than his own flying speed by several notches. Chen Feng, if you're using your own mana to propel the flying boat, you at least need to be a nascent soul cultivator. It's quite unfriendly for golden core cultivators to operate a high-quality magical treasure. Outside the cockpit, Wan Wutian couldn't help but remind him. A high-quality magical treasure flying boat is something only a transformation stage power can possess. Even if a golden core cultivator were to operate it, it would take several of them together. I understand that. I just wanted to see how far I could fly the boat with my mana. Chen Feng nodded and poured 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones into the side groove, causing Wan Wutian to grimace in pain. After switching to spirit stones as fuel, Chen Feng only needed to guide the flying boat without any further consumption. Hold on tight, I'm about to speed up the boat. Chen Feng's voice echoed throughout the cabin. What? After he finished speaking, he watched as the spirit stones rapidly burned. With a thought, Chen Feng doubled the speed, reaching a level comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Naturally, the spirit stones were being consumed at an alarming rate. Who are you? What exactly are you? Wan Wutian's expression changed as he watched Chen Feng recklessly speed the boat. The flying speed was increasing rapidly, nearly reaching the peak of the Chen Feng No. 7. Surpassing the speed typical of early nascent soul cultivators, they were getting closer to the Tianyin sect. Finally, within just an hour, they crossed the land from south to north and arrived at the territory of the Tianyin sect. Looking at the massive flying boat slowly hovering before the gates of the Tianyin sect, there were still 3 days until the start of the great competition of immortal paths. Chen Feng had arrived quite early. The Chen clan of Chen County has come to participate in the great competition of immortal paths hosted by the Southern Region Immortal Association. Chen Feng's booming voice echoed over a large part of the Tianyin sect. Before long, the ancestor of the Tianyin sect appeared. Accompanying him were 3 protectors of the sect, and both men looked surprised as they gazed at the flying boat. A fleeting look of envy passed through their eyes as the ancestor of the Tianyin sect spoke. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Greetings, young friend Chen Feng. Welcome to our grand event at the Tianyin sect. The greeting was directed towards Wan Wutian, who clearly sensed the nascent soul aura emanating from the flying boat. Fellow Taoist. Tian Yunduan looked somewhat surprised, evidently struggling to process this. 3 years, and Chen Feng had already entered the nascent soul stage. That's terrifying. However, his astonishment turned somewhat strange after Wan Wutian appeared. Grandpa, how come I've never seen this nascent soul senior before? He was from the same era as me. I thought he had died long ago. I didn't expect. What good fortune. Tian Ming Si sighed. Yunduan, greetings to the senior, greetings to fellow Taoist Chen Feng. Ming Si, why have you become so fond of adhering to these damned rules? You weren't like this when you were young aback, then you were full of rebellious spirit. Wan Wutian chuckled and stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Tian Ming Si, carrying a hint of nostalgia. After a brief reunion, they exchanged a few words, and then Tianming Si turned his attention to Chen Feng, exclaiming, "Young friend Chen Feng is truly remarkable, exceptionally talented." "You flatter me," Chen Feng replied with a smile, while glancing at Wan Wutian, relieved that this old fellow had no enmity with the Tianyin sect and seemed to have some prior acquaintance. Chen Feng landed the flying boat in a vacant area under Tian Yunwan's guidance, which attracted many disciples of the Tianyin sect who curiously gathered around to inspect this massive vessel. They were all astonished, akin to seeing a Bugatti parked at a high school entrance in reality. Under Tian Yunwan's guidance, they arrived at the accommodations prepared in advance. "Fellow Taoist Chen Feng, I was wondering why you dared to decisively eliminate the Lion sect. It turns out you have backing." Chen Feng chuckled, not responding directly. "If I had backing, I could have easily wiped out another clan during that time." As Chen Feng and his group settled in a courtyard with a good view, Chen Xingxing, the little rascal, sneakily ran away from their residence, taking Chen Chuling with him, claiming he wanted to explore Tianyin sect. Thus, Chen Feng first had a conversation with Tian Yunwan, while Wan Wutian went to catch up with Tianming Si. From his dialogue with Tian Yunwan, he learned the true orchestrators of this event. It wasn't the Tianyin sect, but the royal family and the immortal sect within the Great Chu territory. The purpose was simple: to place the pride of the southern region in the spotlight, with further arrangements to follow. The Great Chu's talented ranking. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he heard this unfamiliar term. Exactly, the Great Chu intends to imitate a significant power from outside the realm by establishing a talented ranking as its facade. This event aims to select representatives for the great competition among the 5 regions, carefully choosing 20 geniuses from all of Great Chu. What happens after the selection? To participate in this so-called talented ranking, Chen Feng asked softly. Seeing that he was unaware, Tian Yunwan continued, "Our Great Chu is located in the southern part of the sky, and the leading power in the south is called the Tian'an Immortal Alliance. This year's talented ranking is being held in Great Chu, and as the host, it would be quite unseemly for the geniuses from other powers to have their talents rubbed into the ground by our Great Chu." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng immediately understood. As the host, if there were no achievements at all, how would the representatives of other major powers view them? Moreover, Chen Feng also learned another piece of news. In the entirety of the Great Chu, the peak combat forces are the royal family and the immortal sect. These two are mutually reinforcing, and this is the case with the surrounding nations. One royal family and one immortal sect. They are divided into 2 factions. One is the faction of the Great Chu royal family, and the other is the Tianyu immortal sect within the Great Chu. Representative figures include the royal family's Tianyin sect, the Yuan family, and so on. The representatives of the immortal sect are the Lian sect, which was exterminated by Chen Feng. This was yet another understanding of the Great Chu system. As for the Golden Core, there are still too few things to access. I need more friends to inform me. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. He truly did not know this information. Without Tian Yunwan mentioning it, he would have to wait until the competition began to learn. No need for that, you should already know these things. Moreover, there are age restrictions for disciples. This time, a foundation establishment must be within 100 years of age. Qi refinement must be completed by the age of 50. After learning this news, Chen Feng's face twitched. Chen Wuzhai could not even participate in the competition as he directly did not meet the requirements. After talking with Chen Wu, he immediately saw Chen Wu's expression collapse, his eyes filled with resentment. With one less person before the battle even began, the foundation establishment fight would be quite dangerous. However, with age restrictions in place, there wouldn't be so many peak foundation establishment prodigies. This relieved Chen Feng a bit. The hopes for the foundation establishment ranking rested on Chen Ruoshi. As for the Qi refinement ranking, Chen Feng would not push for it. 3 days had passed, and gradually the major powers had all arrived. At the southern region immortal meeting, the major powers briefly exchanged information. After informing each other of the ultimate purpose of the competition, they traded some items and then concluded. The main purpose was merely to allow the leaders of the major powers to meet. On this day, in the largest open space of the Tianyin sect called the Ascension platform, it served as the plaza for recruiting disciples. However, this place had already changed drastically. The 5 great arenas stood tall, surrounded by spectator seats. Observing this grand event, aside from those brought by major powers, the majority were disciples of the Tianyin sect. As they watched, various successors and geniuses from the major powers emerged. Many disciples who considered themselves geniuses in the sect fell silent. These people are terrifying. There are quite a few with cultivation comparable to senior brother. The disciples of the Tianyin sect murmured among themselves, pointing and commenting on the prodigies brought in by each power as they entered. Little did they know the Tianyin sect was also feeling the pressure. As the host, they were anxious. If the prodigies from external powers overshadowed them in this competition, it would be quite disheartening. The impact on their own sect's disciples would not be small either. Next to enter is the Chun clan from Chen County. Tian Yunduan, acting as the host, added a few more descriptive words when introducing the Chen family. Chen Feng walked at the forefront, his steps steady and dignified, heading towards the designated area. However, Xia Jiao and Wan Wutian were not among the team. Waiting in the Chen family spectator area. The Chen clan is not weak. The leading female cultivator is actually at the peak of foundation establishment with an incredibly steady aura. And there are Qi refinement cultivators, each of them robust and intimidating. The disciples of the Tianyin sect whispered, their faces showing expressions of surprise as they observed the martial cultivators in the Chen family. Among the team, Chen Xingxing's gaze was fixed on the front row, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, a pair of eyes met his, and Chen Xingxing broke into a smile. This kid. At the forefront, Chen Feng naturally sensed Chen Xingxing's small gesture. Looking towards the resting area, he was quite satisfied with the female cultivator who met Chen Xingxing's gaze, silently thinking, not bad in strength, and her appearance is also quite appealing. She could be a fine wife for my grandson. This kid has good taste like me. After the Chen family took their seats, about 10 more families took their places, and all the invited powers had arrived. Then 2 streaks of light flew through the sky. They landed steadily on the central host platform, consisting of members from the royal family and the immortal sect. From the royal family, there was Yu Ho Chu Qianyun, and from the Tianyu sect, Elder Wang Yoji. After announcing some rewards and discussing the great competition of the 5 domains, the southern region great competition officially began. In the first round, the Chen family faced no opponents, silently watching the battles of the cultivators below. However, it was rare to see a peak foundation establishment within 100 years of age, so Chen Feng looked around. Only the direct descendants of the major powers would have 1 or 2. The Yuan family had 2 peak foundation establishment cultivators, the Jun family had 3, the Jin family had 2, and the Tianyin sect had 2, and so forth. Is the conflict between the Jun family and the Yuan family still unresolved? Chen Feng's attention was drawn to the 2 families that were arguing. It was unclear whether the Tianyin sect had arranged this intentionally or not, but they had placed the 2 powers nearby. The second young master of the Jun family immediately started to clash verbally with Yuan Xiu, the leader of the Yuan family. If there were no elders present, they might have even gotten into a physical altercation. Yuan Xiu, just you wait. If I draw you, I will definitely beat you until you can't find your teeth. Both sides were highly agitated, and Yuan Xiu was also extremely annoyed. Since the secret realm incident, the Jun family had been acting as if they had taken the wrong medicine, becoming unfriendly with their peers. After being beaten up by the Yuan family in the secret realm, they certainly would not let it go easily. Thus, the first round came to an end. Soon after, it was the turn of Chen Xingxing and Chen Ruoxi. 2 members of the Chen family were on stage. Chen Ruoxi faced off against a descendant of a golden core family in the late foundation establishment stage, easily defeating him and advancing. On the other side, Chen Xingxing also battled against a late foundation establishment opponent. The 2 fought back and forth. Under the pressure of Chen Xingxing's powerful physique, the opponent gradually fell into a disadvantage. Ultimately, both of them advanced. Such a formidable physique, a horizontal training cultivator. Many cultivators noticed the battle of the Chen family, as horizontal training cultivators were rare, and they took extra notice. Chen Xingxing. In the Tianyin sect's resting area, a female cultivator stood up and waved at him. Following that, the third round began. This caused Chen Feng, who had been squinting his eyes to rest, to open his eyes wide, looking at the stage with great interest. Yuan family Yuan Li, battling against Jun family Jun Ming. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere became tense. Yuan Li was indeed one of the 6-member group from the Yuan family's secret realm. Fortunate enough to witness the entire process was Jun Ming. He held a strong dislike for the Yuan family and immediately began to hurl insults. The 2 were evenly matched in strength, serving as an appetizer to the feud between the Yuan and Jun families. This certainly captivated the audience's attention. Chen Feng was also very curious about the feud between the 2 families. After all, it involved the friction between the 2 top families of the southern region. How could it not be eye-catching? New grudges and old grievances were settled as the 2 individuals filled with pent-up anger clashed. What began as a confrontation of celestial paths filled with various techniques and sword moves transformed into a close combat brawl, each punch and kick landing with satisfaction thrilling to watch. In comparison to the dazzling soaring techniques, the hand-to-hand combat was also quite entertaining, especially with one side enhanced with golden light effects and the other with fiery flames. This added an element of objectivity to the fight. Thus, the conflict between the 2 escalated under Yuan Li's fireball technique, resulting in victory in the battle, which further incited the discontent of the Jun family. This prompted Chen Feng, the onlooker, to focus most of his attention on the 2 families. Little did he know the mastermind behind the animosity between them was none other than his seemingly harmless daughter. The first round of selections concluded, eliminating half of the participants. Notably, all members of the Chen family advanced to the next round. The quality of the second round had already risen. In the first round, most of the early foundation establishment candidates were eliminated, with the majority being from the mid to late stages. There were still over 200 participants on the field. The long selection process commenced with both Yuan and Jun families experiencing wins and losses. However, the leaders of both families had yet to meet. All members of the Chen family advanced, although Chen Chuqing at the Qi refinement stage was in a significantly weakened state. The third round was expected to be unbearable, as Chen Feng had guessed Chen Chuqing was defeated and sat dejectedly in the resting area. Can't even accept failure. My son. Chen Feng approached him, placing a large hand on his shoulder, his gaze intensely focused. Father, I have embarrassed you, Chen Chuqing said, his expression somewhat downcast. Silly child, life is full of setbacks. Do you let such a minor difficulty discourage you? Since you feel you have embarrassed me, why not pick yourself up? Next time reclaim everything lost, make me proud, let our clan be proud of you. Chen Feng spoke earnestly. Chen Chuqing, the seventh son of himself, and Lu Binger possessed dual spiritual roots. Chen Chuqing remained silent, yet the flame within him began to ignite. Chen Feng said little more, turning back to his seat, quietly watching the continuation of the competition. The contest progressed while his descendants were being eliminated. Currently, only Chen Ruoxi and Chen Xingxing remained at the foundation establishment stage, while at the Qi refinement stage, only Chen Mu Yuan was left. By now, all those whose strength was insufficient had been eliminated. 60 participants remained on stage. From this group, the top 10 of the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages would emerge. Chen Feng had high hopes for Chen Ruoxi, feeling confident about her position. Having previously faced two pinnacle foundation establishment opponents without much effort, the number of participants was halved once more. Finally, the rivals met face to face. Yuan Xiu faced off against Jun Baishan. Yuan Mei faced Jun Lei. A grand battle was about to unfold, with both sides unleashing their true power, spells flying in all directions. The terrifying might was so intense that it shattered several corners of the arena, leaving the leaders of the Yuan and Jun families feeling their scalps tingle with fear. Excellent, this is how cultivators should fight. The members of the royal family watched intently as the two teams fought recklessly, determined to take each other down. This was the effect he desired. Continue the battle. Yuan Xiu was knocked back by a strike, gritting his teeth as his mana erupted, runes manifesting around him. A giant hand descended from the heavens, nearly knocking Jun Baishan off the arena. This compelled Jun Baishan to unleash his ultimate skill, causing his spiritual energy to surge violently. The Yin-Yang 8 trigrams appeared in his hands as he spun rapidly in place. Gathering a wave of condensed mana in his hand, he unleashed a powerful strike. A roaring mana tiger burst forth as if breaking free from its cage, opening its terrifying bloody maw to pounce on Yuan Xiu. Yuan Xiu, in response, unleashed a massive palm of mana to attempt to restrain the ferocious beast. As their mana collided, debris flew everywhere, creating a deep pit in the arena. The two seemed to have some energy left, occasionally surprising each other with flying stones as they continued to battle on the battered platform. Disperse, breaking rainbow. Jun Baishan whispered, forming a hand gesture with one hand, causing the sword in his grasp to split in two midair, trailing long mana tails as they approached from two cunning angles. Yuan Xiu immediately sensed the threat of death. Gritting his teeth, he leaped off the ground, riding the flying swords into the air. The two flying swords relentlessly pursued him, slicing through the air. Heavenly shield. A resounding shout echoed from the air, and Jun Baishan's sword was struck down. Above where Jun Yinshan stood, dark clouds gathered. Looking up, the pressure hit him, followed by brilliant flames burning fiercely, forming a hand shape, emanating a terrifying heat throughout the realm. Illuminated by the firelight, Jun Baishan's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as his mana surged rapidly, materializing a massive spear of condensed mana readying for a decisive strike. 1,000 tons. The spear seemed poised to pierce the heavens, turning into a streak of light that shot upwards, instantly shattering the fiery hand. Not good. On the stage, Yuan Jin suddenly stood up, shooting into the air like a bullet. This battle my Xiu has lost. Boom. Yuan Jin slapped down the spear, saving Yuan Xiu, who was immobilized and unable to move. Seeing Yuan Jin arrive, Yuan Xiu's expression regained some color. Foul play. Yuan Jin interfered in the juniors' battle. In the audience, Jun Chongshan glared angrily, pointing at Yuan Jin in the air. In a competition, harmony is essential. There's no need for bloodshed. With so many people watching, Yuan Jin forced a grim smile despite his anger. Humph. When your Yuan Xiu attempted to crush my grandson with a single blow, why didn't you say that? Jun Chongshan showed no fear, locking eyes with Yuan Jin, his gaze burning with intensity. Had Jun Baishan not used a secret technique, he would certainly have been defeated, possibly even losing his life to that strike. However, using the secret technique came at the cost of being unable to move for the next half-month, meaning he could not participate in the next rounds. Chu Qianyun raised a hand and declared, Yuan Xiao is defeated. Jun Baishan enters the top 10. Everyone grant me a favor, let this matter be resolved after the competition concludes. Humph. Seeing the royal lord speak, Jun Chongshan had no choice but to concede, giving Yuan Jin a glare before leading Jun Yunshan away to recuperate. As for Chun Ruashi, she appeared contemplative regarding this battle. Had it been 3 years ago, I would have lost to Qin Jun as well. That previous underhanded move had sparked such a conflict. Beside her, Chen Wuzai felt immense relief, never expecting that the person who had so easily outmaneuvered the Jun family last time would possess such strength. Next battle. Chun Ruashi versus Jin Weiji. Chun Mu Yuan versus Shi Minqing. After this battle, victory was achieved, entering the top 10 defeat and stopping here. Chen Xingxing had a free ticket advancing directly. Jin Weiji, a prodigy of the Jin family, the foremost in this generation. Peak foundation establishment cultivation. Chen Ruashi took this matter seriously. If a family with a nascent soul lineage like this produced another hidden card like Qianjuan, she would undoubtedly suffer a silent loss. As the duel began, Chen Ruashi struck first. A set of elusive steps caught Chen Feng's attention. Celestial realm in the palm. She launched a powerful move, the force of her water spiritual root surging within her. Water is both soft and hard, yet Chen Ruashi did not intend to attack with this move. Instead, it transformed into a binding force, imprisoning Jin Weiji's form. Restraining him, she executed another palm technique that Chen Feng could not comprehend. This set of palm techniques seemed tailor-made for her, incredibly smooth and powerful. The power of the celestial spirit flowed in her hands. One palm after another landed on Jin Weiji. After taking several hits, he erupted in fury. Jin Ling. A mouthful of blood spewed out as countless gold pieces surrounded him, forming a suit of armor. As the armor grew larger, his physique also expanded. Like a small mech. The Jin family's secret technique, Jin Ling, enhances defense and strength, but reduces speed. Looking at the imposing giant before her, Chun Ruashi revealed a charming smile, her stunning beauty captivating those around her. Brother wouldn't truly dare to lay a hand on me, would he? Chun Ruashi feigned a pitiful expression. Less talking, why didn't you hold back when you hit me earlier? Eat this punch. However, Jin Weiji remained unfazed, having just coughed up blood from the previous attack. Now he was expected to let her off. In his dreams. Saying this, a golden light radiated from his hands, golden mana enveloping his fists, rapidly hurling toward her amidst a storm of violence. Golden fist imprints fell like raindrops. Master CM just not cut out for charm techniques. In my opinion, it's easier to smash him with a hammer. Seducing these filthy men makes me want to vomit. Chen Ruashi complained, her body igniting with icy blue flames. Ignite. With a thought, the icy blue flames spread from her feet, engulfing the entire arena in a sea of fire. Array. She made a precise gesture, her mana shimmering, surging forth to form an energy net enveloping herself with 360-degree coverage. Standing within a translucent protective shield, she braced for the oncoming storm. Boom bang. The energy net emitted a series of explosive sounds, causing Chun Ruaxi's expression to shift. The flames burning on the ground slowly crawled up Jin Weiji's body. What kind of fire is this? Jin Weiji felt a wave of heat as his gold armor continued to melt. Seeing the sea of flames approaching him, he felt trapped. Diamond seal, he exclaimed, realizing he couldn't just sit back, otherwise the raging fire would drain all his mana. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and a pair of giant hands emerged behind him, radiating golden brilliance. Oomph! The four hands struck simultaneously, forcefully hitting Chun Ruaxi's shield. Conceal escape. With a flash of mana, Chun Ruashi transformed into icy blue light, instantly disappearing from her spot and reappearing behind Jin Weiji. She lightly touched Jin Weiji with her fingertip. The icy blue flames surged violently, swirling around her like a tornado, the fierce flames infused with a touch of gentleness. The flames morphed into multiple fire dragons, continuously crashing against and eroding Jin Weiji's armor. Before long, much of it had already melted away. Sweating profusely, Jin Weiji activated his mana, desperately attempting to disperse the fire tornado. Unfortunately, his efforts proved futile. Water, yes, use water. He suddenly recalled the principle of the 5 elements counteracting each other, quickly channeling his water spiritual root and unleashing the green wave technique. The sound of flowing water resonated across the arena as a water dragon several meters long surged toward him. Just when he was pleased with having a water gold spiritual root, he anticipated the sizzling sound of water and fire clashing, but it did not occur. The flames only intensified, even causing the water technique he unleashed to transform into nourishment. The water ignited in flames, causing him immense pain. This scene left the audience in shock. The principle of the 5 elements was ingrained in their memories, and today they witnessed something that defied all logic. Fire blazed upon the water. Not good. He quickly halted his water spell, hoping to minimize the damage. But contrary to his wishes, Chen Ruoshi would not passively wait for him to save himself. A large pink hammer descended from the sky, striking fiercely upon the armor that was still melting. This blow sent Jin Weiji plummeting to the ground, engulfed by flames. Chen Ruoshi wins. Finally, her victory was announced. Yet she appeared as if nothing had happened, her mana brimming. It seemed she hadn't even exerted herself in that battle. Such a peculiar flame made many seasoned experts take notice. Chen Feng felt the same, muttering to himself, a version of foreign fire. If he wasn't mistaken, this indeed seemed to be a cultivation world where all sorts of anomalies had emerged. However, he was pleased to see his daughter rising to prominence. In the first generation, Chen Ruoshi became the leading figure among the Chen family's cultivators. On the stage, Chen Xingxing was still engaged in a fierce battle. His clothing was tattered by the opponent's spells, revealing his muscular physique and exuding male charm. "Ah, senior sister, isn't that the Chen Xingxing who came to look for you last time? I didn't expect him to have such a good build." "You all didn't, right?" At the Tianyin sect's resting area, a group of women gathered around a female cultivator in purple, chattering away. At the Tianyin sect, the ratio of male cultivators is the lowest in the entire southern region of the cultivation world. About 10 women for every man. If senior sister doesn't want him, then Chen Xingxing. One of the girls beside her seemed to have developed quite an interest in the fiercely battling Chen Xingxing. Her words carried a hint of probing. "No way, I saw him first." The girl referred to as senior sister shook her head, staring at her earnestly. "If you want a partner, go find one yourself. Don't come here to take advantage of me." "Well, okay." The girl clearly felt somewhat disappointed. However, her gaze wandered around the entire resting area. With so many men, such a sight was rare at Tianyin sect. She certainly didn't want to walk the path of cultivation alone. Finally, her eyes fell upon the Chen family cultivator. In an instant, she locked on to Chen Chuling, who had a relatively larger nose. "He's the one. Senior sister, could you do me a favor?" This remark drew the attention of many fellow sect members. "Wow, look at that man sitting at the front. He exudes charm, simply my dream man. I wonder if he has." As the perspective shifted back, Chen Xingxing's battle had already concluded. This battle was extremely fierce, leaving him with multiple injuries. It also made Chen Feng realize a serious shortcoming. Lacking appropriate offensive means, although he could cast some minor spells, they were somewhat inelegant. After all, the spells cast using martial essence differ significantly from those using mana. There is a lack of various attack methods and techniques for martial artists. Currently, they are still relying on the most basic hand-to-hand combat and the external release of martial essence without any powerful killing moves. The ferocious martial essence has been wasted in vain. Even Xin Chu Wu has only developed 3 basic techniques, which are not particularly impressive, leading to the waste of much martial essence. Chen Feng immediately began to calculate in his mind. He still had 10300 inheritance points left. He gazed at the item in the inheritance shop priced at 1000. Explanations of the 99 martial art strategies. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and chose to exchange for it. To be thrown back to square one, this is what today signifies. With only 300 inheritance points remaining, Chen Feng felt a sense of poverty. Forget it. He took a deep breath and began to organize the information in his mind. As the name suggests, the technique indeed has 99 strategies with no restrictions. Even a novice grandmaster can learn them. However, there are 4 categories based on their profundity: simple, ordinary, difficult, and super difficult. Chen Feng sorted out the simple and ordinary difficulties and recorded them into the transmission jade slip he carried. It is worth mentioning that all 3 remaining individuals entered the top 10. 2 of them were among the top 10 of foundation establishment, and 1 was among the top 10 of qi refining. This drew the gaze of the families present, elevating the Chen family's status even further. Chen Mu Yuan, son of Chen Chu Yuan, turned to martial practice due to his extremely poor spiritual roots, showcasing a commendable talent for martial arts. Today's battle brought him into Chen Feng's line of sight. Chen Xingxing, a late-stage heavenly human and grandson of Chen Chu Wu, also embodies the meaning of surpassing the master. Even Chen Chu Wu praised his martial talent without reservation. Chen Feng handed out 2 jade slips to the 2 individuals. Having power without knowing how to use it is not acceptable. This is a method for the advancement of martial essence, which will be very helpful for your battles. Thank you, great-grandfather. Chen Xingxing appeared quite excited. He only knew 3 methods for advancing martial essence, all of which were quite rudimentary. Now, seeing the contents in the jade slip, his eyes sparkled and his vital energy surged significantly. Thank you for granting me this method, great-grandfather. Chen Xingxing will surely strive for a good result and bring glory to the Chen family. Beside him, Chen Mu Yuan was equally exhilarated. As a direct descendant of the Chen family, he had some understanding of the methods for advancing martial essence, but it was limited. Now with Chen Feng granting him this method, it opened his eyes, as if a frog in a well suddenly soared to the vast sky. Within the Chen family, although it still appeared harmonious, as the number of martial practitioners increased, the demand for resources grew behind the scenes, and competition intensified. Prioritizing the acquisition of the advancement methods for martial essence would lead to better results and more nurturing. Thank you for granting me the method, Grandpa. I Chen Mu Yuan will not disappoint your cultivation and aim for the top of the qi refining list. Having this intention is enough. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, addressing the two. The final battle will be held tomorrow at noon. During this time, you should thoroughly comprehend the advancement methods for martial essence, or rather the strategies. Strategies? The two were not unfamiliar with this new term. After pondering for a moment, they exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise in their eyes. You may leave now. Chen Feng waved his hand, letting them ponder on their own. He then turned his gaze to his precious daughter. Ruashi, your secrets and opportunities are significant. Your attack methods are not lacking, but it seems you have little knowledge of support techniques. I will impart a secret technique to you, and you must keep it confidential. This matter can only be known to the two of us. Chen Feng looked at the bracelet in Chen Ruazai's hand, revealing a mysterious smile. He then solemnly handed a jade slip into her hand. When you return, make sure to comprehend this. This secret technique is quite challenging to grasp, but it will greatly aid you, and consider it an early reward for your victory. By the way, the jade slip will automatically destroy itself after you receive it. After saying this, Chen Feng stepped away towards the seating area, leaving everyone with a graceful silhouette. Sisters, look, he seems to be alone. Let's follow him. On the rest area of Tianyin sect, most of the disciples had already left, but a small group was still sneaking glances towards the Chen family. Seeing Chen Feng leave, they hurriedly departed as well. Father. Chen Ruo, she held the jade slip in her hand, a sign of her father's favoritism. You are only half a person. Even a ghost sounds better than half a person. A voice of anger echoed from the bracelet as Hua Qing's silver teeth nearly crunched instantly, wanting to leap out and punch Chen Feng. She clearly heard what Chen Feng said, especially that smile directed at her. However, she did not want to waste time on this. The secret technique bestowed on her precious disciple by Chen Feng must be extraordinary. She wished to glean insights from Chen Feng's secret technique to catch a glimpse of his wisdom. Disciple, hurry back. I feel that what your father gave you is not simple. Okay. Chen Ruo, she watched her father's figure disappear, and behind her a group of admirers chased after him, causing her mouth to twitch. She was well aware of her father's ability to attract attention. After returning to her residence, she opened the jade slip. The mere introduction made her pupils constrict. The grand and sophisticated descriptions were beyond comprehension. Spatial transfer, teleportation, slipping into the void, and more left her breathless. Was this something a small foundation establishment cultivator like her could access? Surely even a golden core, or even a nascent soul, would not be worthy. Disciple, what is it? What does it contain? Hua Qingwu sensed Chen Ruozai's emotional fluctuations, feeling both excited and intensely curious. At that time, when she imparted her foundational technique to Chen Ruo, she had not seen such strong emotional fluctuations from her. Chen Ruo, she took a deep breath and shared the introductory content with her. After all, Chen Feng had said when bestowing it that only the two of them could know. Upon hearing this, she assumed her father had already detected her master's existence. Moreover, her master could be considered a ghost. It was not an exaggeration to call it half a person. Simultaneously in her heart, Chen Feng's figure loomed grandly, enveloped in a shroud of mystery. Previously she had suspected and pursued the matter, but Chen Feng merely responded with a mysterious smile, indicating that she would understand when the time was right. After all, finding such a powerful and life master was still due to a word and a jade stone given to her by her father. The jade stone was precisely the token to awaken her master, and regarding this matter, she chose not to divulge it to Hua Qingwu, keeping it to herself. On the other side, at the back mountain of Tianyin sect, Chen Feng waved at Tianyin Duan, who was seated on the ground warming wine and roasting meat. Sorry for the wait. I've just finished giving my descendants a little guidance. Chen Feng smiled and strode over, plopping himself down without ceremony. Perfect timing. Come feast on meat and drink your fill. Tian Yunduan paid it no mind. He genuinely admired Chen Feng's unpretentious nature, a refreshing contrast to the scheming and duplicity endemic among other great clans. The two friends laughed and drank heartily, until an unexpected group arrived. Esteemed cultivator, may I ask? Huh? Third guardian. A procession of disciples from the Tianyin sect entered. The young female cultivator leading them flushed faintly, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon Chen Feng, who sat relaxed, cradling a jade cup before tilting it back, with effortless grace, to sip fine wine. What brings you here? Tian Yunduan asked softly. He had invited a dear friend for an intimate gathering. Why had a troop of disciples barged in? Third guardian, it's like this. One disciple, strikingly lovely with a figure that would surely delight even the most discerning elder, pointed discreetly toward the leader, Inqing. She's taken a liking to the gentleman seated beside you. MMPH. Before she could finish, Inqing clapped a hand over her mouth, her cheeks burning crimson. What are you doing? I'm only MMPH. As she struggled, Inqing pressed harder and dragged her swiftly into the crowd. This is mortifying. How could the guardian be here? Inqing felt utterly undone. If Tian Yunduan found out, word would surely reach every senior elder within days. Yet Tian Yunduan had already noticed, and now cast a mischievous grin toward Chen Feng. Brother Chen Feng, your charm is formidable indeed. You've lured half my sect's disciples here. Pray explain yourself. Chen Feng's gaze drifted to Inqing, who hid herself amid the crowd, yet couldn't resist stealing glances through narrow gaps, and he offered her a gentle, knowing smile. Then let us give an explanation. If affection has bloomed, why stifle it? Huh? Tian Yunduan froze. Staring at Chen Feng's unwavering sincerity, he asked, You're serious? Utterly serious. Chen Feng nodded, and even waved amiably toward Inqing in the crowd. Tian Yunduan was left speechless, shaking his head with a wry, helpless laugh. You rascal. Since they've all come, let them join us. By all means, take a seat. Huh? Tian Yunduan hesitated. After all, there were 12 of them. He assumed Chen Feng was jesting. I'm not jesting. I've long heard the Tianyin sect masters the art of celestial resonance. Chen Feng turned his gaze upon the 12 disciples, offering a warm, affable smile, enhanced by his striking features. For these young cultivators, whose centuries-long lifespans still warranted the term maidens, and whose lives had been devoted solely to cultivation untouched by romance, his presence proved devastatingly potent. Might each of you grace me with a melody, so I may savor the famed celestial resonance firsthand? Huh? Yes. Inqing was the first to recover, blurting out eagerly from the crowd. Chen Feng turned to Tian Yunduan and smiled, Brother Yunduan. Of course. Though inwardly reluctant beyond measure, Tian Yunduan saw his disciples entranced, almost spellbound, and yielded with quiet resignation. Please be seated, esteemed ladies. Chen Feng produced a set of portable furniture and arranged it around the campfire. The young women exchanged hesitant glances, then one by one took their places. Under Chen Feng's gentle guidance, they opened with a harmonious ensemble, celestial resonance ascending to immortality. Exquisitely melodious and profoundly moving. Its tones cleansed the spirit, uplifted the soul, and left listeners feeling as though their very ears had been purified, their beings elevated. Long after the final note faded, its echo lingered in the air. Clapping warmly, Chen Feng praised, Truly such music belongs only in heaven. Rarely does it grace mortal ears. Each of you has astonished me beyond measure. I stand in awe. His words flowed like silk, flattering, sincere, and effortlessly persuasive, leaving the 12 cultivators flushed with delight and increasingly captivated by him. Next, Chen Feng produced a reserve of rare, exquisite wine. This cup is for all of you, to honor the privilege of hearing such celestial music. He drained it in one smooth motion, startling the young women with such graciousness. Flustered and honored, they hurriedly filled their own cups and drank in unison. Then Chen Feng raised his cup again, this time toward Tian Yunduan. This one is for my dearest friend, Brother Yunduan. As guardian of the sect you embody. After a string of eloquent praise, he tipped the cup and drank deeply. Tian Yunduan had never imagined Chen Feng to be not only handsome and kind, but also so articulate and charming. His face flushed crimson as he drank in earnest, his admiration surging skyward. Thus the night unfolded in cheerful toasts. With Chen Feng's presence and Tian Yunduan's tacit approval, the 12 young cultivators gradually shed their reserve, growing ever more relaxed and animated. They continued drinking deep into the small hours, when suddenly a particularly graceful disciple rose, face blazing, and pressed a delicately embroidered sachet into Chen Feng's hands before fleeing, hands covering her flaming cheeks. What is this? Chen Feng stared at the unexpected gift, momentarily bewildered, yet a quiet suspicion stirred within him. He glanced toward Tian Yunduan. Tian Yunduan sighed. It's our sect's unique courtship gesture. By offering you this sachet, she declares her intent to pursue you. Xian Qingling, you dare? Inqing bristled with indignation. She'd been the first to admire Chen Feng, yet her closest friend had stolen the initiative. Fair competition. Xian Qingling murmured, her voice fading as she vanished into the shadows. Oomph. Inqing huffed, her earlier shyness evaporating entirely, replaced now by urgent, unmistakable alarm. No, I must go too. Don't snatch it. Glaring defiantly at her sisters, Inqing seized her own sachet and dashed straight to Chen Feng, thrusting it into his hands. Remember to open it. With that, she whirled away, vanishing into the night. Tian Yunduan's lips twitched involuntarily. Yet he said nothing, His sect held liberal views on romantic matters and would never interfere in genuine affections. That little minx. I've taken a fancy to this man myself, and I'll certainly compete for him. From the crowd emerged a Tianyin sect disciple in pure white robes. Her expression serene, her bearing ethereal. With quiet resolve, she stepped forward. Senior cultivator Chen Feng, I am by Xuejian. Please accept this. Chen Feng, huh? A barren tree blooms at last. Fortune has truly turned. Though he concealed it well, exhilaration surged within him. These were all accomplished cultivators, disciples of a prestigious sect blessed with exceptional talent and auspicious spiritual roots. Yet he maintained his signature calm, cloud-like composure, and sighed with theatrical poignancy. Must it come to this? The remaining 9 maidens exchanged glances, each pair of eyes blazing with unspoken determination. Chen Feng, Sachet 1. Sachet 1. Beside him, Tianyin Yuan could no longer sit still. These were his sect's most treasured disciples. This couldn't continue. What if they were spirited away? A catastrophic loss. Brother Chen Feng, I must say. No, don't speak. I understand completely. Chen Feng exhaled deeply, his expression shadowed with melancholy. Tianyin Yuan studied him closely, wondering, could he harbor some tragic hidden past? You know, my charm is just too great, especially for female cultivators. This is my fault. Chen Feng shook his head and took a swig of alcohol alone. This sentence caused Tianyin Yuan to stagger, almost falling off his chair. Is this even human speech? Is it true? Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Chen Feng raising his hand. You don't need to say anything, Brother Yuan. I understand everything. What do you understand, you beast? I am a responsible person. Since they have chosen me, I will not let them down, I will treat them well. Just as Tianyin Yuan was about to get up, he was pushed back down by Chen Feng. I know you are eager for your disciple. I will take good care of them, don't worry. After saying that, Chen Feng threw out 3 high-quality magical treasures. This is a betrothal gift. I will not let them suffer. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? Take them. Afterwards our families will be like one family. Ahem, Brother Chen Feng, what do you mean? We never interfere with our disciples' pursuit of love. Tianyin Yuan said seriously, looking at Chen Feng with a more affectionate gaze. I won't disturb you any longer, Brother Chen Feng. Tianyin Yuan turned to leave, not dragging his feet at all. His pace quickened. After all, the 3 high-quality magical treasures were obtained by Chen Feng, not much use to him, and he felt no pity. This might just be the first step of the blind date meeting. I speak for myself. Chen Feng sighed lightly and took out the first incense pouch. Inside the incense pouch was an address and a name. Xian Qingling. The image of that woman appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Not bad. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. She was at the 10th level of qi refining. In the courtyard, Xian Qingling nestled in Chen Feng's embrace. Senior Chen Feng, won't you stay a little longer? Chen Feng gently brushed his fingers across her delicate nose and said softly, I can't stay. I'm afraid it will affect your reputation. When I come to marry you, you can stay as long as you want. Upon hearing this, Xian Qingling's face flushed, and with a hint of reluctance, she said, then you have to come to marry me soon, and you mustn't go back on your word. Rest assured, wait for me. Chen Feng gently patted her head, then left as she watched him go. After exiting, Chen Feng took out Yin Qing'er's incense pouch. Qing'er, after the grand competition ends, I will send someone for the proper marriage proposal. MHM. In the courtyard, Yin Qing'er blushed and nodded happily. Her fondness for Chen Feng deepened, and he did not rush to take her. Firstly, this was in someone else's sect. Secondly, he still had 10 women waiting for their appointments. Thirdly, it was to increase her affection further. Yin Qing'er felt very happy a man made such a solemn promise to her and regarded her so highly. Chen Feng's reputation was also good within the Tianyin sect, although he had many wives and concubines at home, which strong cultivator in the entire cultivation world did not have a harem. She could understand after all, as long as Chen Feng treated her well. After chatting with her for a while, Chen Feng went to the courtyard of Bai Xuejian, the owner of the 3rd brocade pouch. Upon entering the courtyard, Bai Xuejian seemed a bit nervous. At first, her interest in Chen Feng arose from his appearance, then it was his elegant, gentlemanly demeanor, and finally his rich inner qualities. However, she still felt shy and couldn't speak, fidgeting with her clothing while sitting on the edge of the bed, quietly waiting for Chen Feng's actions. Finally, Chen Feng reached out toward her. He placed his hand on her head, gently stroking her. His eyes were filled with tenderness, making Bai Xuejian feel a rush of emotions. However, Chen Feng did not overstep the boundaries. Instead, he gently sat beside her, speaking softly as they began chatting. As their conversation deepened, she relaxed her heart, and her fondness for Chen Feng increased. During their dialogue, Chen Feng learned that she came from a foundation establishment family, which was small yet fraught with conflict. She despised such an environment and seized the opportunity to decisively leave her family to come to Tianyin sect. The two gradually opened their hearts to each other and felt a connection. Finally, Chen Feng stood up to bid farewell. He promised that he would come to marry her later. This stirred her heart, tying her emotions to Chen Feng. That night, Chen Feng visited 12 female cultivators in succession. The highest cultivation among them was only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Just as Chen Feng exited the last one, dawn had passed, and the sky was slightly bright. Tian Yunduan approached Chen Feng. "Brother Chen Feng, I have discussed your matter with my grandfather, and he agreed, but..." Tian Yunduan took out the betrothal gifts Chen Feng had given and wanted to return them. "My grandfather said that we are not human traffickers, but what do we need these for if it's true love? It's better for our families to be closely bonded." Chen Feng was quite moved, but still declined. "Brother Yunduan, we cannot waste the gifts. Just take these 3 magical treasures. I know you all believe in me, Chen Feng, and my Chen family. Take them." After several rounds of refusal, Tian Yunduan couldn't beat Chen Feng and had to accept reluctantly. The relationship between their families grew closer, which was also a form of alliance. The Tianming division had a much better impression of Chen Feng, thanks to his old friend's connections, and they looked more favorably upon the Chen family descendants. However, the marriage between Chen Feng and Tianyin sect had not been publicized, only a few knew. The Southern Domain Grand Competition had to continue, reaching its final climax. The last 10 people stared at each other. After a round of selection, 2 were eliminated, leading to a pairwise competition. Foundation Establishment Group. Chen Ruoshi versus Jin Lingji. Chen Xingxing versus Nietzong. Qi Refining Group. Chen Miyuan versus Qing Xianhua. The battle was about to break out. The Jin family learned their lesson and brought fireproof spiritual armor to counter the possible encounter with Chen Ruoshi. Unfortunately, they overthought. How could Chen Ruoshi have only this one killing move? Chen Xingxing and Chen Miyuan were in the same situation. The best countermeasure was to fly kites. But little did they know that after a night of learning, Chen Xingxing and Chen Miyuan had gained a deeper mastery of their martial essence. It was no longer as crude as before. The kite-flying technique had little effect on the two. The battle began. With a gust of wind at his feet, Chen Miyuan's vitality erupted, and his martial essence rose around him like a current. He leaped into the air, spinning continuously as he charged toward his enemy. "Not good. I can't let him get close." Seeing Chen Miyuan advancing, Qing Xianyu's expression changed slightly, and her delicate hands quickly formed a spell. She soared into the air to create distance. Unexpectedly, Chen Miyuan pushed off the ground, shattering the stone slab beneath him, and flew into the sky, crashing fiercely. Boom! Qing Xianhua did not expect Chen Miyuan to change the direction of his impact. She didn't have time to react, and could only forcefully mobilize her spiritual power to defend. However, unexpectedly, Chen Miyuan's martial essence trembled beneath him, and he passed over her, appearing at a blind spot in her defense. A powerful elbow struck her back, showing no mercy. Watching the beauty spit blood, many male cultivators in the audience showed expressions of righteous indignation. Chen Miyuan paid no attention, dodging a fireball that came at him. His martial essence surged, and he punched out. A wave of vital energy poured down, igniting his blood, and he roared, launching 2 blood-red fist strikes. Chen Miyuan is truly unworthy of being called a man, and how could such a beautiful and charming Miss Qing Xianyu suffer such cruel treatment from him? It is simply a case of ruthless destruction of beauty. In the crowd, one person filled with righteous indignation couldn't help but speak out upon seeing the pale and pitiful face of Qing Xianyu, frightened by Chen Miyuan's strike. However, just as he was about to curse a few more times, he felt a terrifying aura approaching, the intent to kill, causing his entire body to tremble as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He was even shaking, uncontrollably frozen in place. "Daoist Chen Feng, please calm down. It is my failure to manage my rebellious grandson. I apologize to you." Beside the man with a loud mouth appeared an elder of the Golden Core realm, looking apologetically at Chen Feng. "This will not happen again. Next time, I will not be this merciful." Chen Feng coldly uttered this sentence and did not respond further. If it weren't for the many cultivators and forces present, his hot temper would have struck down at once. "Grandfather, what I said makes sense. With you father and our uncles here, what are we afraid of from the Chen family?" Slap. The elder's expression darkened as he delivered a heavy slap. Rebellious grandson quickly apologized to the head of the Chen family. The young man, unwilling to comply, covered his face and gritted his teeth, saying, "I want. Look at the good son you raised." The elder was furious. Why provoke this killing god and touch his bad luck? A middle-aged cultivator beside them couldn't help himself, either raining down blows on his own son, turning him into a pig's head, then looking apologetically at Chen Feng. Chen Feng waved his hand, no longer paying attention to this side. For him, this was merely a minor episode. Since they were being so sensible, he couldn't be too excessive. As for their spiritual vein, he would let it be for now. Many onlookers also witnessed this farce and stopped paying attention after a moment. After all, there was a nascent soul seated at the Chen family's table who would dare to provoke them. It is a thankless task that even a fool wouldn't attempt. On the other side, under Chen Mu Yuan's ruthless tactics, he successfully entered the top 4. Chen Xingxing also mastered a few simple combat techniques, but due to his lack of proficiency, he was in a stalemate with the peak of the Nie family's foundation establishment. However, he greatly dazzled the audience. A mere late foundation establishment cultivator managed to exchange blows with a peak cultivator. Such a figure would be considered a genius anywhere. However, the opposing Nie family direct descendant was also formidable. As an old family, they had produced more than one nascent soul and possessed countless means. This also allowed the audience to feast their eyes. Ultimately, Chen Xingxing's martial essence plummeted to a terrifying level, gradually falling into a disadvantage. In the end, Chen Xingxing attempted one last struggle, igniting his blood and energy in hopes of turning the tide. However, he underestimated the resistance of a peak foundation establishment and the vast reservoir of magical power, ultimately facing defeat. The opponent also suffered a Pyrrhic victory. Xingxing lost, but he gave it his all. Chen Feng did not feel disappointed, even surprised. Although defeated facing a peak foundation establishment, while being in late foundation establishment was still a matter of honor. Xingxing remembered glory resides in the heart, not in outward appearance. The semifinals proceeded. Chen Ruo, she was also put on display by all forces, a terrifying peak foundation establishment cultivator with almost limitless magical power at the same level. Chen Ruo, she faced Han Shui. Chen Mu Yuan battled Shi Min Shui Feng. Ultimately, the results were that Chen Ruo, she won decisively, while Chen Mu Yuan won narrowly. Both entered the finals. This left the forces present astonished by the Chen family, which also sparked jealousy and wariness. The birth of 2 second-place contenders, even the first. What a terrifying matter. All the forces secretly harbored their own thoughts. The final battle was set for the following day, just so both sides could present their most peak forms to face each other. This was exactly what Chen Feng desired. Chen Mu Yuan lacked time to comprehend combat techniques. This day perfectly made up for it, and with Chen Xingxing's experience, imparting his combat power would surely advance further. Meanwhile, Chen Ruo, she appeared indifferent, facing the direct descendant of the Shi Min family, Shi Min Song, whose achievements were also quite impressive and whose strength surpassed that of Jun Yinshan. The night passed in a flash. Chen Feng was also busy that night, first instructing the 2 disciples who were about to compete. After all, both of his tasks required attaining first place. Although failing to accomplish, it wasn't a big deal. The rich rewards made Chen Feng salivate. After providing guidance, Chen Feng then imparted some insights on void secret techniques. This left Chen Ruo, she and all, leading her to blindly admire Chen Feng. As for that half a person, or perhaps a ghost deep inside, she was stirred up. Chen Feng did not shy away from her and spoke directly. The theories, knowledge, and experiences he shared astonished her, causing her to admire him deeply and believe that Chen Feng was a reincarnation of some great being. After imparting some knowledge about the celestial kingdom in his palm, Chen Feng also taught the ocean covering seal. This technique was perfect for Chen Ruo. After all, with her heavenly water spiritual root, the vast water attribute energy could maximize the ocean covering seal's potential. After the teaching, Chen Feng found his fiancés and spent the night with them before leaving. As soon as Chen Feng stepped into the resting area, he heard Xia Jiao's gentle voice. "I'm pregnant." Chen Feng's eyes widened, filled with surprise. He had thought Xia Jiao would expel it, but he didn't expect her to keep it in the end. This brought him immense joy, signifying that Xia Jiao had fully accepted him and let go of her previous grievances. Moreover, Xia Jiao possessed an extraordinary heavenly spiritual root, the ice spiritual root. As a golden core cultivator, the offspring she bore would certainly possess great talent. Chen Feng was somewhat delighted, casting aside everything else. "Jiao Jiao, my precious." Chen Feng rushed over and gave her a bear hug, ready to start being affectionate. Suddenly, a discordant voice came from behind. "Cough, cough, cough. Father, you and my grandmother." Chen Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and Xia Jiao disappeared in an instant, leaving a flustered Chen Feng behind. Looking at the departing Xia Jiao and the suddenly appearing Chen Ruo, Chen Feng's mouth twitched. He suspected this was a long-planned scheme by Xia Jiao. However, the fact that she was indeed pregnant with new life energy emanating from her could not be fake.